In this thrilling confrontation, trainer Su Yuan executed a move that left everyone astounded. Just as the legendary Pokémon Zacian was on the brink of collapse, Su Yuan boldly proclaimed, "May I borrow your sword?" He then wielded the colossal sword of Zacian and unleashed the awe-inspiring giant beast slash against Wu Ji-Tai-Na. This film authentically documents the epic clash between the legendary Pokémon Zacian and Wu Ji-Tai-Na. It showcases trainer Su Yuan's remarkable combat prowess and physical abilities, the shocking moment of a human executing Pokémon moves, the astonished reaction of Zacian upon witnessing its trainer's superior fighting skills, and the breathtaking scene of Wu Ji-Tai-Na being struck by the giant beast slash. All battle sequences are genuine recordings of actual confrontations, devoid of any special effects. Subscribe to our channel to witness more thrilling interactions between trainers and Pokémon, with new battle footage updated every Friday evening. Chapter 1. The Achievements of a Hero. Su Yuan has passed away. There was no accident, it was merely the natural end of a life that lasted a brief 20 years. Then, in the depths of darkness, Su Yuan encountered the goddess. "The world needs you." Her voice resonated, ethereal and noble. The goddess smiled gently and continued, "Go forth and become the great hero who will save the world." Before Su Yuan could respond, the goddess's figure dissipated and a powerful force of attraction enveloped him, plunging him back into unconsciousness. 18 years later, in the borders of Huaxia, in the City of Magic. "Hello everyone, I am Luyo." Su Yuan sat before his computer, fiddling with the latest NINT game console, the NS. Today, we continue playing Mario Kart, aiming for a score of 13,000. Thanks to Luyo, are you still single today? For the great rocket. Indeed, Su Yuan was a gaming streamer, also known as a content creator on Bilibili. As for the name Luyo, it was a remnant of his past before he became a prominent streamer. That time, while connecting his newly acquired NS console to the internet, and due to his inability to choose a good name, he simply named his network Luyo. Originally intended to signify router, it humorously led viewers to jest, "Are you named Luyo, streamer?" Despite Su Yuan's earnest attempts to clarify the matter, the nickname stuck and viewers began to address him solely as Luyo. Accepting the inevitable, Su Yuan decided to officially change his ID to Luyo. This mix-up incident attracted numerous curious onlookers to his streaming room. Thanks to Su Yuan's exceptional gaming insight and unique commentary style, this event unexpectedly garnered him a significant fan base, marking the start of his ascent to fame. Thereafter, it snowballed. "Thanks to Luyo, did you have fried rice today?" For the airplane. Rubbing his nose, Su Yuan was no longer surprised by the peculiar IDs. "I haven't even cared about myself like you all do." With inquiries about his relationship status and meals, one might think the audience were distant relatives of Su Yuan. Alright, let's get straight to the point. Su Yuan grabbed the controller, shifting his focus to the game screen. The game he was playing today was titled Mario Kart 8 DX. Although it may not be the most renowned IP in the world, it certainly held a steady place within the top 3 in popularity. This room scores are a bit low. A low score implied that should Su Yuan perform poorly, he would lose significantly more points than usual. Conversely, even a good performance would yield minimal point gains. But that's fine, I am the boss of this room. Winning first place is a piece of cake for me. His confident voice resonated through the streaming room, and as the track was selected, a smile crept across his face. The Peach Blossom Princess track? Isn't this a guaranteed point? If I don't take first place, how can I explain that? Upon hearing this, the audience erupted with laughter. It's starting. Luyo has activated the trait, excessive confidence. Luyo used the skill, taunt. "Oh no, I just finished eating, am I going to explode?" Su Yuan's gaming talent was exceptional otherwise. He wouldn't have managed to elevate his newly acquired Mario Kart score to 12,900 in such a short time. However, despite his high skill level, his luck often seemed, shall we say, a tad lacking. The entertainment value of his streams, or perhaps the dinner table appeal, was consistently explosive. "Here it comes. The opportunity has arrived." Su Yuan exclaimed excitedly, as Mario Kart tracks typically consisted of 3 laps, and his character found itself in the early stages of the 3rd lap. With a rocket and a star, how could I not come in first? No sooner had he spoken than he triggered his exclusive trait, Super Unlucky. Oh no! Who unleashed the lightning? The sky darkened, and a bolt of lightning struck, leaving Su Yuan dazed. My rocket. My invincibility star. Targets struck by lightning not only shrank and slowed down, but also had their items knocked away. I am truly exploding today. I can't continue. He furtively glanced at his ranking. 9th place. Su Yuan picked up the controller again, Even if I say I can't continue, I must press on after all. Ninth place is still a form of damage control. The chat erupted in laughter. This round, I grant you full marks for your commentary. The old damage control master. Leo, those who know this is called showmanship, not due to my bad luck. After some back and forth, Su Yuan's rank climbed to 5th place, the finish line within sight. Fifth. Unless something unexpected happened, 5th place would be his. It wasn't an unacceptable position, he could consider it damage control. Gaining even 1 point was still valuable as long as he avoided negative points. It would be a success. Boom! Just as Su Yuan's heart began to settle, a red shell-like object suddenly struck him from the front, colliding with his character. Oh no! Throwing items backward, just as you reach the finish line? How rude. Ultimately, Su Yuan's rank settled at 12th place. I could devour 3 large bowls now. I am the boss of this room. I'm already considering my next bowl. The chat scrolled rapidly, interspersed with several gift notifications. Thanks to I ended up last, and my rocket got struck by lightning for the Great Rocket. Thanks to I came in first, but it was all bluster for the Great Rocket. Thanks to the distorted space has been restored for the Super Rocket. Thanks to Luyo, when will you play Pokemon? For the airplane. After expressing gratitude for the last gift notification, Su Yuan replied, once I reach 13,000 points today, I'll share with you a cute little team. Oh no, it seems we won't see Pokemon battles for a few days. My girlfriend and I are both waiting for Luyo's Pokemon videos for our meals. A cute little team? Oh no, it seems Leo might play dirty again. Saying cute doesn't necessarily mean it is cute. As always, be cautious of the cute. Su Yuan scratched his face while observing the chat. Although each viewer was more creative than the last, their enthusiasm as fans remained high, and he genuinely appreciated this feeling. In truth, the primary game he streamed was Pokemon. With 80% of his fans drawn to the Pokemon content, Mario Kart was merely a game he enjoyed playing for fun. However, Su Yuan's live streaming performance was truly explosive, to the extent that while broadcasting Mario Kart, his popularity not only did not wane, but instead surged, firmly securing him the top spot in the streaming rankings. It is worth mentioning that his streaming category was Pokemon. The top of the Pokemon category. Yet he does not play Pokemon peculiar, the trait unyielding activated. Brothers, I often say, back then I could reach World 5th using a rented team. Today, achieving 13,000 points in Mario Kart is no challenge. Indeed, as the chosen hero of the goddess, Su Yuan has accomplished remarkable feats over the past 18 years. Perhaps the only one being reaching World 5th in Pokemon battles, alongside becoming a streamer and content creator with nearly 1 million followers. Chapter 2. World 5th is not my full potential. Here, let me share a little trick with you, a guaranteed success rate. Oh no, how did I fall off? And you, throwing banana peels me green shell will hit you directly. I exploded. How did this green shell rebound and hit itself? Isn't that foolish? Just my luck. I'm already contemplating the next round. I will consider the 6th as a loss. After 3 hours of Mario Kart, Su Yuan finally reached a score of 13,000 points. Thanks to resulting in 6th, both greedy and unlucky for the airplane. Thanks to no thanks, just thank for the airplane. Su Yuan cheerfully read out the gift messages, stretching his somewhat sore fingers and seamlessly switching back to the game. Now that there's a bit of time left, let me demonstrate a few Pokemon battles for you. Although Pokemon battles may appear to be an unremarkable pet-raising game, it holds extraordinary significance in this world. This is a world where Pokemon exist. In the past, Su Yuan initially attracted a small fanbase with the router meme. Subsequently, he achieved an impressive 5th place in a 64 doubles rules competition hosted by the official Pokemon battles. The 64 doubles rules are among the most frequently used competition formats. Contestants must select 4 Pokemon from their 6 available to battle, based on the opponent's lineup. This format rigorously tests a player's understanding of Pokemon compositions. If the first 2 Pokemon selected falter, they could find themselves swept in a 0-4 defeat. However, the 64 doubles rules is the battle format in which Su Yuan excels most. Following the conclusion of the competition, Su Yuan's follower count experienced a terrifying surge. Achieving World 5th should not ordinarily attract such a vast fanbase. But Su Yuan is different. His remarkably unfortunate luck led him to face the reigning champion and one of the Elite Four during the top 32 and 16 rounds, respectively. He eliminated them both. Had it not been for Su Yuan's Lapras missing 4 consecutive water cannons, resulting in a narrow loss in the semifinals, he might have indeed claimed the championship title in Pokemon battles. With his formidable skills and innovative strategies, he captivated the attention of numerous Pokémon enthusiasts, and due to his astounding streaming effect, they all became devoted fans. Today, I will demonstrate a Blissey team for you, Yuan said, dragging Blissey into the lineup. Wow, that's incredibly cute. Router Bible. How can there be such a lewd and trivial Pokémon as Blissey? Oh, it's mine, and it truly is adorable. Router Sensei. I never use Blissey. Double standards, lost Router. Yuan chuckled. The use of Blissey is not uncommon among professional trainers, though it can be targeted if necessary. However, that is usually limited to high-level professional trainers. Average Pokémon trainers would likely feel nauseated at the sight of this Pokémon. The title of Pink Demon is well-deserved. Yuan was no exception. He had once encountered a Blissey team within the top 100 of the Master Ball tier, and coincidentally, his team at that time posed little threat to Blissey. After several turns of missed attacks, he recalled the earlier part of the Router Bible. How can there be such a lewd and trivial Pokémon as Blissey? However, if it were on his side, it truly is adorable. The development of this world is rather similar to Yuan's previous life. Aside from the existence of Pokémon, after a long passage of time, the initial hostility gradually evolved into a state of peaceful coexistence. It can be said that in today's world, humanity has become inseparable from the companionship of Pokémon. The games, novels, comics, and animated series derived from Pokémon are countless. Among them, Pokémon Battles, developed by the Japanese company Nintendo, is the most representative, featuring highly realistic battle AI. Many professional trainers, whenever they have a moment of leisure, attempt to construct new lineups within the game. Its popularity has reached a global scale. Here it comes. My final earthquake. In the screen, the adorable figure of Blissey dashed toward the opponent's Lapras. The pink body unleashed an astonishingly powerful force, hurling the opponent's Lapras high into the air before it crashed to the ground. Earthquake inflicts fixed damage equal to the user's level. This move cannot damage Pokémon with immunity, but ignores type advantages and consistency bonuses. The fixed damage effortlessly drained Lapras's dwindling health, and as the opponent gazed at Blissey joyfully swaying, gritting their teeth, they adeptly maneuvered their controller. How can there be such a lewd and trivial Pokémon? I am nauseated. Witnessing this scene, many viewers in the live stream empathized. This match made me lose my appetite. Those who play Blissey have dirty hearts. Isn't it disgusting, Router Sensei? Are you enjoying this? To which Yuan responded, Indeed, is quite enjoyable. Lapras, I am no longer clean. I should never have missed 4 consecutive water cannons. Woe is me, I will never be a mole again. Thanks to 4 consecutive misses Lapras for the big rocket. Upon seeing this ID, 3 black lines appeared on Yuan's forehead. If only the random numbers in that match had been slightly better, I wouldn't have missed 4 times. Hearing this, the chat erupted with laughter. IDs like Tapu Koko Leftovers, Triple Protect, Groudon being roasted by Cold Turtle, and Finger Surfing double self-seal surfaced in abundance. The atmosphere inside and outside the live stream was filled with joy. These moments were undoubtedly part of his embarrassing history. The 3 consecutive protects with Tapu Koko could be attributed to bad luck. The timing and circumstances were not in his favor. Groudon being defeated by Cold Turtle could also be chalked up to a stroke of bad luck for the day. However, during the finger surfing competition, Yuan's Jengar and Poltergeist inexplicably both rolled into the surf skill. Finger surfing randomly selects one move from all the available moves and uses it. To randomly select from nearly 800 skills within a single turn is already a low probability event. Even more absurdly, both Jengar and Poltergeist successfully triggered their hidden abilities, Curse Body, due to their attacks hitting the opponent. Cursed Body. Pokémon possessing this trait have a 30% chance of inflicting the target with the immobilization status upon being attacked. Pokémon in the immobilization state are unable to use the same move consecutively. According to the rules of the Finger Flick tournament, each Pokémon deployed can utilize only one Finger Flick move. Thus, after Cursed Body double surf seals itself, Yuan is left with no option but to await his demise. A fellow enthusiast calculated the probability of Cursed Body double surf sealing itself, yielding an astonishing 1 in 4 million. This figure approaches the realm of impossibility, yet transpired right here. This event marked one of the most explosive moments in Yuan's streaming career. Let's commence the next round. Choosing to bypass the previous topic, Yuan initiated the battle matching. He was engaged in a doubles match, adhering to the standard 64 rules. After glancing at his opponent's lineup, Yuan let out a light chuckle, discreetly substituting the Chansey he initially intended to deploy. Chansey isn't coming to the Chansey team makes sense. The screen was flooded with comments of makes sense. Unfazed, Yuan eloquently analyzed the situation with his viewers, eventually adding, "The formula for victory has already been inscribed. The analysis and control of the battle situation are where Yu excels." This is universally acknowledged. Even the viewers in the live stream, despite their enthusiasm for Yu's commentary, cannot deny this fact. Merely by examining the opponent's team composition, Yu can anticipate their entire strategy for the match. Anticipation, as a tactical method of predicting the opponent's commands, yields substantial rewards when executed successfully. Moreover, anticipation extends beyond merely predicting commands at a higher level. It can involve forecasting the lead Pokémon and even the overall battle strategy. Once one strategy is deciphered, the risk of failure escalates. As Yuan had predicted, every action of the opponent fell within his grasp, prompting an influx of 666, and Yu is incredible. In the chat. However, Yuan's smile did not endure for long. What the hell? Rock slide double flinch? Yuan smacked his thigh in disbelief. Did that really hit the mark? And would be sent soaring. Defeat. Was it? Defeat? Ha ha, food's here. I could still eat 30 more bowls. Thank you, Teacher Yu, for curing my appetite. Even as we wrap up, you're still writing equations. Thanks for the super rocket, gifted by the classic equation yielding no solution. After a weary acknowledgement, Yuan swiftly ended the stream. He felt utterly drained. Thank you, Lu. Wait, why did he end the stream? I haven't even finished my meal. Am I going to explode too? Chapter 3. Yuan, after emerging from the bathroom and returning to his room, Yuan flopped onto the bed, stretching his body, only to suddenly remember that his hair was still damp from washing. He hastily got up from the bed. Goo. Yuan's stomach grumbled. Ever since his popularity had surged, his daily routine had become increasingly erratic. He live-streamed at 5:30 in the evening, and while immersed in the broadcast, he hadn't felt it, but now that he was relaxed, hunger struck him. What shall I eat today? Yuan opened his phone and clicked on an app called Fei de Zhuang Song, which resembled a past life service akin to Mate 1. Indeed, they trained their delivery Pokémon specifically for this purpose. However, the majority of the delivery personnel were Pidgey, staring at the shop for a long time. Yuan ultimately decided against it, feeling he had indulged quite a bit lately and opted for a different place. In this world, ordinary animals were non-existent, apart from humans. Only Pokémon roamed. Initially, Yuan had resisted consuming Pokémon until he savored the charcoal-grilled leek duck, a dish so delightful. The crispy exterior complemented the tender interior. And with a simple dipping sauce, each bite was pure ecstasy. However, not all Pokémon were permissible for consumption. Only those purchased from designated breeding farms, approved by the Alliance after an application, could be legally eaten. Each edible Pokémon bore its own unique code, akin to a barcode. Whether from a restaurant or a fresh Pokémon market, establishments were mandated to provide this code for online verification. Yuan waged a mental battle within himself, but ultimately succumbed and placed an order. Eating barbecue at this hour might render him a couch potato, he mused, yet the aroma was irresistible. Additionally, the complimentary wraps accompanied by lettuce or tomatoes were simply exquisite. After placing the order, Yuan sat idly in front of his computer, searching for videos online to pass the excruciating wait for his delivery. If evil is a grand and cruel symphony, its finale, I shall inscribe myself. Suddenly, Yuan's phone buzzed. What's up, Guang? He answered the call, already aware from his contacts who was calling, and was surprised it was so late. What do you mean, it's so late? You haven't forgotten, have you? I'll be arriving at your place tomorrow morning. With that, Yuan remembered Guang had indeed mentioned something similar a week prior, though he hadn't paid much attention. I thought you were joking. Are your parents really okay with you coming out alone? I knew it. I was right to call you, Guang replied, adopting a tone of I told you so. I had to beg them for quite a while to agree to let me come. Besides, you don't seem to have the right to say that to me. Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he retorted, my situation is clearly different. What is so different? You are just traveling alone, while Uncle and Annie left you at home while they travel. When the topic shifted to Yuan's family, Guang's tone subtly changed. But they really do trust you. Indeed. Yuan felt like an anomaly. What kind of parents would leave their child, just about to enter high school, at home while they gallivanted around the world? Even after nearly 3 years, Yuan still found it hard to voice his grievances. At least they deposited money into his account every month, which reassured him they hadn't forgotten him. As for Guang, she could be considered his childhood friend, although Yuan now resided in the bustling metropolis. He and his family had lived in a region called Shin before the summer break following his middle school graduation, right next door to Guang's family. By the way, Su Yuan, do you have your own Pokémon yet? Guang shifted the topic, her voice tinged with excitement. I got my Pokémon before graduating from high school. Can you guess which Pokémon it is? In the next moment, Su Yuan and Guang exclaimed in unison, It's Pachima. It's Pachima. Hey, how did you know it was Pachima? Su Yuan sighed, recalling how Guang used to follow him around, expressing her desire for Pachima to be her starter Pokémon. Who followed you around every day? Su Yuan could vividly imagine Guang's adorable expression. Though she presented herself as bright and generous in front of others, she was quite different when it came to him. Enough about that. Su Yuan, what is your Pokémon? Her talent for diverting the conversation remained as awkward as ever, but Su Yuan raised his head, gazing at the neatly arranged Pokéballs in the bookshelf, letting out a resigned sigh as he replied, Regrettably, I still don't have my own Pokémon. Guang Henti expected this answer, her voice laced with confusion. Why don't you have a Pokémon? I remember you loved Pokémon. In her memory, Su Yuan not only adored Pokémon but also had a fiery Meowth by his side, which technically belonged to his father. In truth, the fiery Meowth had grown up alongside Su Yuan. That is impossible. Guang found it hard to comprehend. In high school, there is a chance to acquire a starter Pokémon. Anyone recognized by a Pokémon can become its trainer, even if you weren't recognized before graduation. That fiery Meowth could have become your starter Pokémon. Regrettably, the fiery Meowth has already evolved into an Incineroar. According to Alliance regulations, individuals under 16 could not possess their own Pokémon, and after turning 16, a starter Pokémon could only be in its initial form, typically a newly hatched Pokémon. This was to prevent novice trainers from mishandling and misdirecting high-level Pokémon, as there had been instances years ago where inexperienced trainers caused widespread disasters due to their inability to manage their Pokémon. The initial Pokémon served as a crucial benchmark for evaluating a trainer's capability. It determined the trainer's strength level and which Pokémon they could handle. Therefore, the initial Pokémon held immense significance. If the fiery Meowth hadn't evolved, it could have been Su Yuan's starter Pokémon. The crux of the matter was that it had indeed evolved. In the eyes of the Alliance, Su Yuan lacked the qualifications and conditions to be considered a trainer. Well, let us not dwell on that. What time will you arrive tomorrow? Do you need me to pick you up? Do you think I called for any particular reason? I should arrive at the station around 9 tomorrow. Pouting, he insincerely remarked, Come or not, it's up to you. It's not like I absolutely need to understand. Just wait for me at the station tomorrow. As Su Yuan spoke, Guang's smile barely had time to form before he heard the next line. After all, I too am eager to see Bojuman. The sound of the communication ending echoed from Su Yuan's phone. Chapter 4. Humanoid Pokémon Su Yuan. With an expression of helplessness, Su Yuan placed his phone on the table and directed his gaze toward the bookshelf. There, various Pokéballs were neatly arranged, ranging from the most mundane red and white Pokéballs, Great Balls, and Ultra Balls to the uniquely designed Cherish Balls, as well as the Master Ball. Renowned for its 100 capture rate, a gift from his parents during the New Year celebrations this year. If Su Yuan so desired, he could possess his very first Pokémon at this moment. However, he was unwilling to use it. He could not use it. The Master Ball was not a brainwashing device. Employing such a coercive method to capture a Pokémon would not guarantee that it would heed his commands. Even if he succeeded in capturing one, his gaze shifted once more, falling upon the photographs hanging on the wall. It was a snapshot of his fiery Meow evolving into the blazing roaring tiger, taken with the assistance of his mother. As he looked at the version of himself from 2 years ago, barely reaching the chest of the roaring tiger, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. However, speaking of the roaring tiger, Su Yuan felt a twinge of frustration, not directed at the roaring tiger, but at himself. Due to their years of close companionship, he had inexplicably learned the roaring tiger's intimidate ability. Consequently, whenever Su Yuan faced other Pokémon, he would unconsciously emanate this aura of intimidation. In the context of the gaming world he once inhabited, this would lower a Pokémon's attack level by 1. Yet in this reality, it served not only to diminish attacks. If the target was a weaker Pokémon, Su Yuan could even frighten them into a state of incapacity, causing them to flee. This was precisely why Su Yuan struggled to gain the recognition of Pokémon. Newly hatched Pokémon could hardly withstand the intimidation learned from the roaring tiger. Moreover, it was not merely the intimidate ability. Su Yuan had also acquired other techniques from the roaring tiger, such as hammer arm, roar, and other formidable moves. At times, he found himself pondering if he was truly human or perhaps a humanoid Pokémon. Could he possibly mate with a Shinado, which also belonged to the humanoid category? Coughing, he dismissed the impractical thought. At the very least, Su Yuan was acutely aware of his humanity. He surmised that his ability to learn Pokémon moves and traits was likely linked to that goddess. Understanding the cause did not make it any easier to suppress the aura of intimidation. Yuan had attempted countless times to rein it in, and only in recent days had he managed to tone down the intimidating presence somewhat. Thud. The sound of wings beating against the window jolted Yuan back to reality. His takeout had arrived, delivered at a speed far superior to that of his past life, courtesy of Pokémon. While retrieving his meal, he instinctively intimidated the Pidgeot that had delivered it. Sitting down at his computer desk, he began searching for videos to accompany his meal. Although his misfortune often led him to discover some rather unappetizing content, he doubted anyone would use his videos as mealtime entertainment. As he opened the dynamic list on the site, Yuan suddenly noticed a live broadcast from a streamer he had particularly followed. Are they engaged in double battles? He mused, entering the live stream. This streamer had previously encountered Yuan in the Master Ball tier of Pokémon battles. At that time, the streamer was not live but had merely been seeking some entertainment. After their match, Yuan found the player quite intriguing, as he enjoyed employing unconventional tactics. Later, upon discovering that he was a streamer, Yuan decided to follow him, considering him an acquaintance. As Yuan prepared his barbecue, wrapping the grilled meat in a tortilla, he watched the live stream. They were still in the phase of selecting initial and subsequent Pokémon, adhering to the traditional 64-rule format. Notably, the streamer was currently utilizing the newly released Dynamax feature, exclusive to the Galar region, since Dynamaxing could only occur at specific energy points in Galar. The introduction of this feature in Pokémon battles had garnered widespread acclaim from players. Yuan had experimented with the streamer's lineup several times, although not in a live setting. The team comprised Dragapult, Electrode, a Rapid Strike Fighting Bear, Togekiss, a Mushroom Pokémon, and the Roaring Tiger. In Dynamax mode, this lineup was exceptional in both offensive capabilities and defensive synergy, exemplifying a team where higher command skills translated to greater potential. On the opposing side stood a well-known Sunny Sandstorm team, featuring the Sunlight-based Coalossal and the Sandstorm-inducing Tyranitar. The offensive roles were filled by Venusaur, Charizard, and Dugtrio, while Whimsicott provided support. As the team selection continued, the chat in the live stream began to buzz. Are you really going to challenge a classic Sunny Sand team with that lineup? The opponent seems to be a weather expert, attempting to explore a new strategy for ranking up. Trust me, this is the match to watch. Yuan's evaluation of these comments was simply to refrain from commenting. Wiping his greasy hands with a tissue, he typed on the keyboard. This lineup can indeed perform well, and quite effortlessly. The Sunny Sandstorm team's prominence in Dynamax mode was undeniable. However, it was precisely due to its popularity that most Master Ball tier players were somewhat familiar with its strategies. Solutions to counter a Sunny Sandstorm team were plentiful. Yuan's succinct statement stirred a wave of excitement in the chat. Wait, is that you, Teacher Lu? Master Ball capture. The chat exploded with messages. Some were astonished by Teacher Lu's sudden presence, while others pondered Yuan's earlier announcement. Can it really perform well? And effortlessly? Don't mislead me just because I'm not playing well. A minute and a half passed. The lineup was finalized in the game. The streamer chose the Roaring Tiger and Togekiss as his starting Pokémon. Glancing at his lineup, Yuan felt a smile creeping onto his lips. The streamer was about to stir things up. As the match commenced, the opponent's starting lineup was unsurprisingly centered around Coalossal's Sunlight ability. However, instead of Venusaur, the more potent Charizard under sunny conditions took the offensive role. Its ability was likely solar power. Of course, they wouldn't want Dugtrio to be intimidated by the Roaring Tiger. Yuan mused, taking a bite of his crispy tortilla. The characteristic of intimidation can instantly reduce the opponent's Pokémon's attack power by 1 level upon entry, which poses a significant challenge for physical attackers. However, special attackers face no such concerns. The reason the opponent chose Charizard as their lead is likely due to the fear that under sunny weather conditions, Venusaur would be swiftly eliminated by the Flareon S Flare Blitz. After all, the sunny weather greatly enhances the power of Fire-type moves. No matter how resilient Venusaur may be, it could never withstand a sunny Flare Blitz. Charizard and Coalossal are nearly his best options. Nevertheless, he could also gamble on the possibility of the opponent not bringing Flareon. Yuan casually remarked. Chapter 5, to protect or not to protect on the battlefield. Both trainers awaited their Pokémon's commands, while the sun blazed fiercely overhead, scorching the earth. Under the influence of sunny weather and the ability Solar Power, Charizard's momentum surged. Solar Power. In sunny weather, special attack increases by 1.5 times. But the Pokémon loses 1/8 of its maximum HP each turn. The fiery essence permeated the air, and Flareon's power surged forth, defiantly confronting Charizard. With battle poised to erupt, the opponent's intentions were glaringly evident. He clearly aimed a Gigantamax immediately. delivering a powerful blow to swiftly diminish the opposing team while trapping the opponent's Pokémon within Charizard's exclusive Gigantamax move, G-Max Inferno. In the live stream chat, even after Yuan expressed his opinion, the consensus remained pessimistic. However, it was a marked improvement from the initial reactions. Yuan ceased to speak, instead focusing on enjoying his meal. Whoosh. In the live stream, both trainers simultaneously withdrew their Pokémon, the Gigantamax bracelets on their wrists glowing with a crimson light, channeling the power of the Gigantamax form through the Pokeballs into the Pokémon. Boom. The Pokeballs expanded dramatically, and both trainers cast them backward in unison. Roar. As anticipated, Charizard was the first to complete its Gigantamax transformation, taking on its colossal form. Its massive body, akin to a small mountain, crashed onto the field, stirring up clouds of dust. The wings, now fully elementalized, were composed of flames, stirring up scorching winds as it gazed down imperiously at everything below. Then, with a thunderous roar, the newly transformed Gigantamax Charizard unleashed a cry, its flaming wings separating and merging into a fiery divine bird that charged towards where Togekiss had been positioned. G-Max Inferno. At the moment Charizard unleashed its attack, the Pokémon on the opposing side had also completed its Gigantamax transformation. To everyone's surprise, the target of this transformation was none other than Togekiss. Ding! As G-Max Inferno was about to strike Togekiss, a massive translucent barrier suddenly appeared before it. The fiery divine bird collided with the barrier, dissipating upon impact. This maneuver effectively countered the opponent's most formidable offensive move. The audience in the live stream was thrown into chaos. Can someone explain what just happened? I looked at Togekiss, which had no guarding move, right? What is going on here? Since the Gigantamax mode had only recently become available, viewers who had not paid attention to it were naturally oblivious. However, soon enough, some knowledgeable viewers began to clarify, this isn't just a game. It's a feature of the Gigantamax mode. If a Pokémon that undergoes Gigantamax possesses a transforming move, upon Gigantamaxing, all its original transforming moves convert into a Gigantamax barrier. Only the Gigantamax barrier can fully withstand the attacks of a Gigantamax Pokémon. The previous move, the Gigantamax barrier, must have transformed from Tokiss's Watch Me. With this explanation, most viewers quickly grasped the situation. The chat in the live stream began to roll rapidly again. Wow. So Gigantamax can be utilized like this? What a waste of a turn for Gigantamax. The opponent is at a significant disadvantage. Watch Me is truly legendary. The battle continued. Flareon emitted a tremendous roar, a visible shockwave cutting through the air, surging towards the Gigantamax Charizard and Colossal. Feel my roar. Roar is an infuriating move that deals minimal damage while simultaneously lowering the special attack of the affected Pokémon by 1 level. This had a remarkable effect on the opposing special attackers. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, Colossal erupted with numerous fireballs directed at Flareon and Togekiss. Didn't he learn Tackle? Yuan pondered aloud. Indeed, the firepower under sunny conditions is quite formidable, but with Flareon on the field, the optimal move should have been the fighting-type Tackle. Although Tackle is a physical move, it calculates damage based on the physical defense of the Pokémon using it. The thicker the skin, the more damage dealt. That is the essence of this move. It is particularly suited for Colossal, which boasts high physical defense stats, with its special attack diminished. Colossal's fire move only inflicted a slight amount of damage on Flareon, proving utterly ineffective. Perhaps he feared Charizard wouldn't be able to eliminate Togekiss and wanted to use fire to finish it off? Yuan could only speculate. Otherwise, there was no reason for the opponent not to utilize Tackle. Colossal's fire attack was still thwarted by Togekiss's Gigantamax barrier. 1 round of battle had passed. Due to the ability Solar Power, Charizard lost 1/16 of its HP. Note, after Gigantamaxing, a Pokémon's HP doubles. But the HP lost due to the Solar Power ability does not double. Charizard unleashed G-Max Inferno. In the second round, the opponent's command remained unchanged. G-Max Inferno not only dealt damage but also caused lingering damage from the ensuing firestorm, which should not be underestimated. Boom. This time, Charizard's attack directly struck Togekiss. The fiery bird collided with Togekiss's body, subsequently transforming into a hellish inferno. Charizard's health dropped slightly, a consequence of the Life Orb's effect. Life Orb. The moves used by the Pokémon holding this item have their power increased by approximately 30, but each time it lands an attack, the user loses 10 of its maximum HP due to the decreased special attack and the doubling of HP in Gigantamax form. This G-Max Inferno failed to inflict any fatal damage on Togekiss. Boom. Taking a G-Max attack head-on, Togekiss's eyes gleamed with intensity. A tempestuous whirlwind erupted from its wings, striking Colossal directly. Even without a type advantage, this still resulted in considerable damage. While Colossal boasts exceptionally high physical defense stats, it is significantly lacking in special defense. This G-Max flying attack reduced its health by 2/3. Critical hit. Togekiss, ability, Serene Grace, holding item, Focus Sash. Super Luck, enhancing the probability of striking critical hits. The effect of the Focus Lens is akin to the Super Luck trait, and both can indeed stack. As the battle progresses, the Roaring Tiger and the Cold Turtle continue to unleash their powerful roar and flamethrower skills. At this juncture, the outcome of the match appears increasingly evident. Should the streamer manage to defeat the Cold Turtle in the next round, the backline's Combo Flow Martial Bear will become an insurmountable presence for the opponent. It is not merely that the Martial Bear fears the Cold Turtle, rather, it is the effects brought about by sunny weather that instill trepidation. Water-type moves will suffer a reduction in power to a mere 50%. The third round is pivotal. The elevation in speed granted by the Dynamax Flying Charge implies that this round, the Togekiss will surpass the Charizard in speed, an absolute priority for action. The opponent should consider switching Pokémon for a defensive strategy, just as Su Yuan's words concluded. The imagery in the live stream showcased the opponent promptly recalling the Cold Turtle and substituting it with Tyranitar. One must commend this tactical maneuver, as it transformed the weather into a sandstorm. While this deprived the Charizard of the sunny day's advantage, it simultaneously spared it from the awkward predicament of taking damage each turn without inflicting any in return, even though the Charizard will be affected by the sandstorm. The damage inflicted will undoubtedly be less than that of the self-inflicted harm under the Solar Power ability. Most importantly, neither the Flareon Roaring Tiger nor the Togekiss possess any moves effective against Tyranitar. Under sandstorm conditions, Rock-type Pokémon receive a special defense boost of 1.5 times. Togekiss has no justification for utilizing its Dynamax Fairy move. The opponent's strategy is commendable, yet ultimately futile. In a surprising twist, the streamer directs Togekiss to employ the classic strategy of Professor Route. Protect, no protect, protect. Both Su Yuan and the audience are momentarily taken aback. Chapter 6. One side chooses to surrender. The sand and stones generated by Tyranitar's entrance scatter across the battlefield. The Charizard, deprived of the sunny day's enhancement, emits a defiant roar and, under its trainer's command, flaps its fiery wings, culminating in its final Dynamax move of this match, Dynamax Flying Charge. The target, the Flareon Roaring Tiger. Boom. The tempestuous whirlwind, intermingled with gravel, ferociously strikes the Flareon Roaring Tiger. Despite the Dynamax Flying Charge being augmented by a 1.5 times damage bonus from the same type and a 1.3 times from the Life Orb, it has been mitigated by a 2-stage reduction in special attack and lacks effective type advantage, rendering the damage nearly negligible at just 1/4. The Flareon Roaring Tiger, struck by the Dynamax Flying Charge, emits a roar that seems to convey humiliation, akin to a street thug issuing a threat after being chased away. A parting threat. The move causes a decrease in both attack and special attack by 1 stage. And the Flareon swiftly returns to its trainer's side to switch with another Pokémon yet to enter the fray. Bang! The Martial Bear takes the field in place of the Roaring Tiger. The sandstorm weather is also unfavorable for it, but with both sides having concluded their Dynamax operations, it possesses ample power to dominate the match. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Charizard and Togekiss revert to their original sizes as the sandstorm rages on, causing the other 3 Pokémon, aside from Tyranitar, to lose a slight amount of health. The Charizard's output is no longer a concern. Tyranitar remains severely countered by the Martial Bear. Even with Tyranitar's commendable defensive stats, faced with the relentless barrage of the Martial Bear's attacks, it is vulnerable to being utterly dismantled. The Waterfall and close-range combat can each deliver a strike capable of taking it down. Victory is assured. Su Yuan finishes the last bite of his pancake, observing the streamer's actions, already knowing that the match is won. Whoosh! The Pokeballs emit 3 beams of light, recalling the 3 Pokémon into their spheres. Then, the Cold Turtle, the Venusaur, the Flareon Roaring Tiger. The sandstorm transforms back into sunny weather. The sunlight intensifies. The opponent decisively opts to withdraw the 2 Pokémon present, replacing them with the nearly depleted Cold Turtle and his final Pokémon, Venusaur. This sets the stage for yet another strategic gamble. Tyranitar and Charizard are evidently no match for the Martial Bear, yet the opponent possesses means to counter it. The Cold Turtle's health is waning, but the Solar Power ability can assist another Pokémon in regaining initiative and priority. According to his plan, if the opponent can eliminate the Cold Turtle, it would yield the optimal outcome. This would allow him to seamlessly reintroduce the Charizard. At that point, the 2 primary attackers of the Sunny Day team would be unleashed. A miraculous comeback is not beyond the realm of possibility. As for Togekiss, can it truly eliminate my Venusaur with a heat wave? I would surrender on the spot. Regrettably, I have already read your intentions. When the opponent glimpses the return of the Flareon Roaring Tiger, their expression must be quite telling. Su Yuan muses with a hint of mischief. The Flareon Roaring Tiger's re-entry is indeed a masterstroke. Your sunny day is now my sunny day. The opponent aims to leverage Venusaur's ability to regain initiative under sunny weather, yet regrettably, Venusaur is utterly countered by the Flareon Roaring Tiger. The Waterfall. The only Pokémon capable of launching an attack, the Martial Bear, directs its relentless water assault at the Cold Turtle, alternating between rushing torrents and gentle flows. Consistent and unyielding, reminiscent of a fierce waterfall or a gentle drizzle. Each strike targets the opponent's vulnerable spots with exceptional precision. A perfect effect. A critical hit. The Martial Bear inevitably takes down the Cold Turtle, marking the conclusion of this round. The opponent sits before the screen, their expression fluctuating. Knowing that while Venusaur can withstand Toadkiss's heat wave in sunny weather, it cannot endure the Flareon Roaring Tiger's Flare Blitz, even without sunshine. However, they cannot substitute in Tyranitar. Should the weather shift to a sandstorm, Venusaur would struggle to regain priority. To protect? Perhaps they could buy a turn. Yet, the opponent possesses two other Pokémon capable of joint defense, and regardless of what Pokémon they substitute for the Martial Bear, once Venusaur's Protect expires, it will be left vulnerable to defeat. Moreover, aside from the incapacitated Tyranitar, there is not a single Pokémon capable of effectively countering the Flareon Roaring Tiger. A double Protect? That seems unrealistic. Had the opponent been using Route, it might have been a gamble worth taking, but alas, that is not the case. Now, the only hope lies in the opponent's Martial Bear holding an item that locks its moves, rendering Protect skills unusable. In a swift counter, the Pokeball is thrown, and Charizard reappears on the battlefield. The script unfolds much as he envisioned, albeit with a slight twist. See-through, a skill belonging to the same category as Protect. Shattering his final glimmer of hope. The Grass-type attack unleashed by the Venusaur was effortlessly blocked by the perceptive Fighting-type Ursaring. The Air Slash from the Charizard struck the Inferno Roar Tiger, inflicting significant damage. Under the clear sky enhanced by the Life Orb. The Flying-type move directly reduced the Roar Tiger's health to the critical zone. Yet, it showed no signs of retreat. In a moment of fierce determination, the Inferno Roar Tiger, enveloped in flames, unleashed its full power in a flare blitz towards the Venusaur. The effect was magnificent. The Venusaur's vitality plummeted from full to zero, and simultaneously, the Inferno Roar Tiger collapsed due to the recoil from its own attack. Nonetheless, this decisive blow from the Inferno Roar Tiger sealed the victory. As Banquilas entered the fray, the sunny weather transformed into a sandstorm, eliminating the unfavorable conditions for the Fighting-type Ursaring. Even with two additional Pokémon at its disposal, it would have struggled to prevail. The Roar Tiger was replaced by the charmingly plump and entirely white Toadkiss. In close combat, Banquilas targeted the Ursaring, while Toadkiss opted for the most cunning move. Look at my mom. At this juncture, the streamer had managed to stabilize the situation. This was not the optimal strategy, but rather a reliable one that ensured victory. Suddenly, a prompt appeared from the system. One party has chosen to concede. Thus, this match drew to a close. It must be said, the battle was quite exhilarating. Although it appeared that one side maintained dominance throughout, a single misstep could have reversed the outcome entirely. Without engaging until the very last moment, one could never truly ascertain the result, such as the allure of Pokémon battles. Although this match did not reach its conclusion, Su Yuan believed that the opponent had exerted their utmost effort. Surrender does not always signify weakness. It embodies recognition, a testament to the opponent's strength and a reflection of one's own shortcomings. Compared to surrendering, Su Yuan despised the most disgraceful act of disconnecting. Even if the match was still awarded to oneself, pulling the plug seemed more a desperate act of frustration than a dignified acceptance of one's inadequacies. Chapter 7. The Pseudomantis. The following day, Su Yuan found himself in a state of confusion, regretting certain choices. With about an hour remaining until his appointment with Guang, he knew that reaching the station would require at least half an hour. By all accounts, he should have had ample time. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that a colossal onyx was looming before him, its piercing gaze fixed intently, occasionally emitting a low growl. The onyx, a rock snake Pokémon, is typically known for its gentle temperament. Ordinarily, this would hold true. Yet, based on its current demeanor, Su Yuan could not associate it with gentleness. The growl of the onyx grew increasingly deep and menacing, its robust tail scraping against the ground, signaling its readiness for battle. Observing the ferocity in the onyx's eyes only deepened Su Yuan's frustration. According to their agreement, he had risen early that morning and set out towards the station after his morning routine. However, on the way, he encountered a peculiar Pokémon. This Pokémon, recognized by Su Yuan, belonged to the Scythe Mantis category, the Pseudomantis. Unlike the typical pale green variant, this particular Pseudomantis boasted a yellow-green face and body, with stripes and eyes and a striking emerald hue. A shiny Pokémon, also known as a variant Pokémon, it captivated Su Yuan at first glance. After all, the pseudomantis' appearance was undeniably adorable, and its evolution, the Lantern, could rival the likes of Miss Skirt and Shenado in terms of cuteness. Unlike Togekiss and Chansey, which appeared charming yet were often more troublesome than they seemed. Most importantly, Su Yuan saw a glimmer of hope in possessing a starter Pokémon. The reason for his previous rejections from Pokémon was attributed to his Intimidate ability. However, the pseudomantis possessed a hidden ability known as Contrary. Pokémon with this trait experience changes in their stats inversely, increases become decreases and vice versa. In simpler terms, Pokémon with this ability do not fear Intimidate. They do not possess a combative or defiant nature, but rather, they might be drawn closer to you when intimidated. Holding this thought, Su Yuan approached the pseudomantis. Yet, after a brief glance at Su Yuan, the pseudomantis gleefully bounded away. However, to Su Yuan's delight, he did not sense the typical panic or fear from the pseudomantis. Unlike other Pokémon, although it had run off, it felt more like it wanted to play a game with him. This sentiment was reminiscent of his time in the Sinnoh region, when he felt a similar connection with a pre-evolved fire meow. Thus, he followed closely behind the pseudomantis into the forest outside the city. Subsequently, he not only lost track of the pseudomantis but also, by sheer misfortune, encountered the Onix, inadvertently intimidating it. Onix, what are you worried about? Try staring at me again. Onix, oh, you dare intimidate me? Provoked for no apparent reason. The Onix could hardly contain its anger, especially given its naturally irritable disposition. Thus, the earlier confrontation ensued. Su Yuan, I have it tough. The atmosphere between the young man and the serpent grew increasingly tense, while Su Yuan was not particularly afraid of the Onix. Its intimidating exterior did carry a sense of pressure. However, it was vulnerable to fighting-type moves. Though Su Yuan was human, he was well-versed in the skills of the Inferno Roar Tiger, including the fighting-type move, Superpower. This knowledge gave him the courage to venture into the forest outside the city. Moreover, the League regulations prohibited the capture or consumption of wild Pokémon, yet battling or self-defense without causing fatal harm was permissible. Combat and feinting are two distinct concepts. Nevertheless, even if Su Yuan could execute the move Superpower, he lacked experience in using it against Pokémon, and the Onix appeared quite sturdy. Who knew if his superpower would result in the Onix collapsing first, or if his own arm would end up shattered? The physical capabilities of humans and Pokémon cannot be generalized. If given a choice, Su Yuan would prefer not to confront the Onix head-on. Suddenly, as Su Yuan faced off against the Onix, the shiny pseudomantis unexpectedly bounced into view, poking Su Yuan's calf with its scythe-like green leaf in apparent discontent, as if to question why he had stopped playing with it. With the pseudomantis' abrupt involvement, the Onix erupted into fury, its powerful rocky tail smashing nearby boulders, launching the debris towards Su Yuan and the pseudomantis. The Onix's sudden aggression was swift, yet Su Yuan's speed surpassed it. As the Onix had just shattered the rocks, it had yet to initiate its next move when Su Yuan leapt forward, delivering a surprise slap that left the creature dazed. This was a preemptive strike, a skill capable of causing the attacked Pokémon to flinch for a turn. With a sharp gasp, Su Yuan felt the sting of his own hand, realizing the pain that accompanied striking the rough, uneven surface of the Onix. Fortunately, he had refrained from using sheer force. He inhaled sharply, his right hand trembling slightly. Truly, the Onix was exceedingly tough. After landing the blow, Su Yuan quickly grasped the pseudomantis behind him and cradled it in his arms, making a hasty retreat from the Onix. Although the game indicated that the target would flinch for a turn, who could ascertain how long that turn would last in reality? If I cannot unleash an attack, does that mean there will never be a subsequent turn? Surely, that is absurd. Unable to fight back, fleeing seemed to be the only option. As for the pseudomantis, Su Yuan was not a human-shaped Pokémon encyclopedia. Despite his extensive battle experience, he could hardly command a wild Pokémon he had just encountered. Not to mention, whether it would obey him was another matter entirely. He took the pseudomantis along simply because he had not yet relinquished his desire to capture it. A furious roar erupted from the Onix behind him. If it had merely been in a combat-ready state before, it was now in a frenzied state. Suddenly, a boulder the size of a basketball was hurled at Su Yuan. He instinctively rolled to the right, narrowly avoiding the strike. Had it connected, he might have needed to report to the goddess herself. However, due to his hasty and uncoordinated roll, not only did Su Yuan appear disheveled, but the pseudomantis in his arms also ended up in a muddied state. Dazed, the pseudomantis clambered to its feet, tilting its head to observe Su Yuan's dirt-covered face, then glanced at the Onix, which continued to launch boulders in their direction. Pouting, the tiny creature positioned itself protectively in front of Su Yuan, displaying a hint of anger. Gathering its energy, the pseudomantis summoned a whirlwind of leaves enveloped in brilliant white light, forming a miniature tornado that shot toward the approaching boulder. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The move unleashed by the pseudomantis was clearly a powerful grass-type special attack, akin to the dragon-type exclusive skill, Leaf Storm. But how could a mere pseudomantis have learned such a technique? The leaf storm collided with the incoming boulder, erupting in a cloud of white mist. The seemingly delicate leaves effortlessly pierced through the rock, continuing their assault on the onyx. If this strike connected, given that the onyx was both ground and rock type, quadruple weak to grass, it would surely not withstand such an onslaught, even if it possessed 100,000 lives. Though the special attack stat of the pseudomantis may not be particularly high, the onyx's special defense was equally unimpressive. What could the onyx possibly use to withstand a leaf storm? Yet, reality was not a game. The opponent would not merely stand idle, waiting for the attack to arrive, and Pokémon did not instantly master a move upon learning it. At that moment, the pseudomantis's execution of Leaf Storm appeared clumsy, although it penetrated the rock. Its subsequent attack on the onyx lacked potency. Before it could reach the onyx, the attack dissipated. Leaf Storm was indeed one of the most powerful grass-type moves, deserving of the title Ultimate Move. It was astonishing enough that the pseudomantis could even utilize such a technique. In the world of Pokémon battles, there were no turns to rely on. Look out above. Su Yuan suddenly shouted, taking advantage of the momentary distraction caused by the pseudomantis blocking the rock. He regained his balance and stood upright. The pseudomantis, bewildered, instinctively looked up. Just as the leaf storm dissipated, the onyx, propelled into the air, was preparing to strike down with a tackle. Fighting and grass types were neither weak nor resistant to one another. But one must recognize that the onyx boasted an impressive physical defense of 160 points. This tackle undoubtedly posed a significant threat to the pseudomantis, with the possibility of a single blow being fatal. Dodge, Su Yuan urged, anxious. Though experienced in Pokémon battles, he could not issue commands blindly without knowing the pseudomantis' learned moves. At this distance, there was no time to employ Leaf Storm. He could only silently pray that the pseudomantis could evade the attack. To Su Yuan's surprise, the little creature seemed intent on standing its ground. The pseudomantis swung its scythe-like leaves in rapid succession, sending a flurry of glimmering blades slicing upward toward the onyx. Each leaf was as sharp as a knife. This was Leaf Blade. The execution of Leaf Blade was markedly different from that of Leaf Storm. It appeared remarkably proficient. This time, it struck the onyx directly. The effect was exceptional. However, it proved to be of little consequence. The onyx, though briefly displaying a pained expression, continued its descent toward the pseudomantis. In that moment, there was no possibility of escape. The pseudomantis' speed was insufficient. However, Su Yuan was no mere bystander. Just as Ash had endured a thunderbolt unscathed, Su Yuan was determined to confront the onyx. Dark energy surged within Su Yuan, coalescing behind him into a massive ghostly visage, its terrifying countenance glaring at the onyx, occasionally emitting chilling sounds. Su Yuan was well acquainted with this technique. His fiery Meowth had often used it during their mischievous escapades, making it one of the first skills he had mastered. Though he was uncertain of the source of this dark energy, it did not hinder his ability to wield the move. Suddenly, he felt the weight of a cold gaze upon him. The onyx lifted its heavy rocky head, shifting its focus from the pseudomantis to Su Yuan. In an instant, it was taken aback by the terrifying visage looming behind Su Yuan. The effect of this transformation technique far exceeded its described capabilities. It instilled fear in the opponent, significantly reducing their mobility. But fear represented an opportunity. The onyx's relentless assault faltered, its speed diminished, and due to its distraction, its tackle veered off course. What a perfect opportunity! Pseudomantis, continue using Leaf Blade. Su Yuan seized the fleeting moment, calling out to the pseudomantis. He was not greedy for the damage of Leaf Storm. That move was too unstable. Even if it could eventually be executed with proficiency, its accuracy was still far from reliable, in comparison to the swift and accurate Leaf Blade, which is capable of striking vital points with a high probability. Su Yuan holds a greater affinity for the Leaf Blade itself. Even though this Leaf Blade does not possess the strength to fell a colossal onyx in merely 2 strikes, it remains a formidable technique. The sound of slicing air accompanies the attack as it pierces through the dust that has risen from the onyx's descent. With an impressive impact, the onyx is finally sent hurtling away. No matter how robust its defenses may be, it cannot withstand 2 consecutive Leaf Blades, especially given its quadruple weakness to grass-type moves. However, just as Su Yuan begins to revel in his success, an ominous feeling creeps into his heart. A dark, spherical shadow suddenly casts itself upon the lingering dust, unmistakably the size of a massive boulder. Rock slide. In an instant, Su Yuan comprehends the impending threat. Could it be a Leaf Blade? He doubts that a mere Leaf Blade could wield such power. If it were the leaf blade of a lantern, it would be a different matter entirely. The pseudomantis is utterly incapable of executing a leaf blade of such magnitude. Yet, there is still time. A sly smile curves Su Yuan's lips as he raises his arm and calls out, "Pseudomantis, use Leaf Storm." As soon as he utters the command, a multitude of leaves swirls into a vortex before the pseudomantis, and this time, the formation of the leaf storm is not only swifter but also grander in scale. Observing this, Su Yuan's smile broadens. He is now certain that this pseudomantis possesses a trait that defies expectations. Without this quality, it would be impossible for it to unleash a leaf storm of such proportions. Although the power of the leaf storm is undeniably potent, it carries a significant drawback. After its use, the user's special attack temporarily diminishes by 50% due to recoil. However, the fact that the pseudomantis is capable of generating an even more powerful leaf storm than before indicates that its special attack has been enhanced by harnessing its contradictory trait. What should have been a reduction in ability has instead become an amplification. The leaf storm cuts through the rock slide as if it were mere tofu, encountering no hindrance whatsoever. Yet, it is regrettable that this strike fails to hit the onyx, as it is no longer in that position, rendering the notion of hitting utterly moot. Shortly thereafter, an angry roar emanates from a location not far from where the onyx previously stood. It must be said that the attack style of wild onyxes is remarkably straightforward and brutish, leveraging its physical prowess. It charges forward with either a body slam or an aerial assault. Currently, the onyx is barreling towards Su Yuan with great ferocity. Clearly, this is no simple charge. It bears the essence of a reckless, self-sacrificing attack. Nevertheless, Su Yuan remains undaunted. With the distance now widened, he sees no reason to falter. With a 200% increase in special attack from the Leaf Storm, even the Onyx pales in comparison to the might of a legendary Pokémon like Groudon. Not even 100,000 lives could withstand such an assault. Chapter 9. I wish to be with you, Leaf Storm. Su Yuan exclaims with fervor, having just endured a rather harrowing attack from the Onyx. Now, this chance to vent his frustrations feels exhilarating. This is our full Before he can complete his thought, he finds himself like a duck with its throat grasped by a farmer, unable to utter another word. The pseudomantis, poised to assist Su Yuan, pauses momentarily, tilting its head in confusion. It scuttles over to his feet, poking him gently with its sickle-shaped leaves, as if inquiring whether they should continue using Leaf Storm or not. Choked with unsaid words, Su Yuan finds the situation overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Wasn't it established that wild onyxes were clumsy and straightforward? Wasn't it supposed to charge in recklessly? Why did it suddenly dig a hole and flee? Shaking his head, Su Yuan sighs internally. Who could have predicted that the onyx, which charged at him with such determination, would suddenly veer off and burrow into the ground? What was the purpose of its advance? A disgruntled chirp from the pseudomantis interrupts Su Yuan's musings. He crouches down, observing this rare shiny Pokémon up close for the first time. Beautiful, truly breathtaking. With its yellow-green hue, round cherubic face, and body adorned with a small grass-like crown atop its head, the shiny pseudomantis exudes an air of serene elegance, far more appealing than its original pink color. The four leaves on its neck sway gently as they absorb sunlight, engaging in photosynthesis, and the energy converted from this process releases a faint, refreshing, and sweet fragrance from the crown atop its head. This is the kind of Pokémon that a true warrior should possess. Who needs a Charizard, a Rampardos, a Blaziken, or a Tapu Koko when I have this adorable pseudomantis? The moment this thought crosses his mind, Su Yuan can no longer suppress his yearning. His passion for Pokémon is genuine, previously hindered by his traits from owning one. He now finds himself face-to-face with a Pokémon that seems to accept him without hesitation, and it is undeniably adorable. How could he possibly remain complacent? Thus, Su Yuan cautiously reaches out to the pseudomantis, and upon sensing no resistance, he gradually lifts it into his arms. Would you like to be my starter Pokémon? He asks, striving to temper his excitement and keep his tone gentle. I wish to be with you. The pseudomantis tilts its head, seemingly unable to fully comprehend Su Yuan's words. Yet, the emotions conveyed through his eyes resonate with the pseudomantis. Then, under Su Yuan's hopeful gaze, it gently nods in agreement. Staying by his side sounds delightful. At the very least, it will accompany him in playing hide and seek. Having received an affirmative response, Su Yuan can no longer conceal the joy that spreads across his face. Unlike others, he is not just another aspiring Pokémon trainer. Due to his familial background and outstanding academic performance, he has met all the prerequisites needed to become a Pokémon trainer. The only thing standing in his way is the acquisition of a starter Pokémon. Back in high school, the institution had presented him with opportunities to select from a few newly hatched Pokémon with great potential, and he was permitted to choose two. This was a reward bestowed upon the top students in his cohort. Generally, as long as a student was not exceptionally unfortunate, they would have the opportunity to select a single Pokémon as their starter each year. However, for the most exceptional students, the school would proactively petition the league for the privilege of having a second Pokémon. And that exceptional student is none other than Yuan. He was destined to become a trainer all along. Fortunately, even though Yuan did not become a Pokémon trainer in high school, his privilege to raise two Pokémon simultaneously remained unaffected, though he was uncertain when he might encounter a second Pokémon that captured his heart. The prospect alone filled him with delight. Following the approval of his Pokémon, the subsequent capture would merely require a procedural formality. As he reached for his waist, a slight exploration of his belongings led to a subtle change in his expression. He had forgotten to bring his Pokeballs. After all, he had risen early today solely to meet someone at the station who would have anticipated encountering a beloved Pokémon. The absence of Pokeballs was not a grave issue. At worst, it would only delay the capture. However, what truly altered his countenance was the realization that it was already past 8:20. Arriving at the station would take at least half an hour at the quickest. Yuan's expression darkened, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the hole left by the escaping Onyx, his mind in turmoil. If it weren't for that foolish Onyx, he would need to rush it all. Pseudomantis, hold on tight. He placed the Pseudomantis on his shoulder and declared, I must accelerate. As he ran, he mentally raged, Onyx, get out of my Pokédex. Thankfully, his physical condition was not too poor, and running to the station was not overly challenging. However, ease did not equate to a lack of fatigue. It was also peak traffic congestion, leaving him with no option but to run. Cheep cheep. The Pseudomantis perched on Yuan's shoulder, one hand clutching his collar while the other waved in the air, exuding sheer joy, a sensation it had never experienced before. Glancing at Yuan's profile, the Pseudomantis chirped even more jubilantly. Tomorrow, I will post 2 updates. Today, however, I face some issues. This morning, while ranking in Sword and Shield, I fortuitously matched against a teacher who was secretly boosting his rank offline. It was a match I was likely to win, but I completely forgot that the teacher's Venusaur was equipped with sleep powder. The teacher said, I never put anyone to sleep, followed by a yawn from his Coalossal and the sleep powder from his Venusaur. The teacher asserted, if this doesn't put you to sleep, then what will? Thus, my strategy collapsed. Despite the loss, I remained inexplicably cheerful. Consequently, in the following matches, I felt buoyant. This led to a dramatic plunge in my Sword and Shield ranking, from the Master Ball tier at position 500 to a staggering 17,000. I was utterly bewildered by my performance, suffering a streak of 13 or 14 consecutive defeats. Eventually, I decided to switch teams, and after just configuring a new lineup, I managed to elevate my rank back to around 5. Finally, I could breathe a sigh of relief. 17,000 was simply too embarrassing. Now, as I watch the teacher's live stream, I find myself lacking the motivation to write. I might as well postpone everything until tomorrow. Chapter 10. Why can't trainers be humanoid Pokémon? When Yuan arrived at the station, the time had just passed 9 o'clock. He released a long breath. A half-hour sprint was far more arduous for someone like him, who rarely engaged in physical activity. Fortunately, he was not late. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he retrieved his phone and called Guang. Although being late would not be a major issue, perhaps just a few complaints from Guang, he felt a sense of obligation since he had promised to pick her up. Last night, during their phone conversation, he had expressed eagerness to see Pachima, but was it truly the case? As an adorably rotund blue penguin Pokémon, Pachima was undeniably charming. But in Yuan's memory, the girl named Guang was equally delightful. There were 2 kinds of cuteness, one that was simply adorable, and another akin to humanoid Pokémon like Shenado and Miss Curlia, while Miss Curlia was still classified among plant-type Pokémon. The reclassification of Shenado into the humanoid category had sparked countless trainers' dreams of capturing one and hatching an egg together. If you are a humanoid Pokémon, then I can be a humanoid Pokémon too. Why can't we hatch an egg together? It was infuriating that only male Shenado and female Machamp could breed. Was there no hope for this world? The call connected swiftly. Guang, have you arrived? Yeah, I just got off the bus. I'll be out shortly. Guang's voice was somewhat chaotic, but it did not hinder their communication. Such was the nature of crowded places. Adjusting his breath, Yuan continued. I'll wait for you at the exit. You'll see me as soon as you come out. Guang lightly acknowledged. Wait for me a few minutes. After hanging up, Yuan turned his head and playfully poked the Pseudomantis on his shoulder. The little creature responded with cheerful chirps, appearing quite pleased. The air smelled even sweeter. A gentle breeze wafted the delightful fragrance towards Yuan's face, and in that moment, he felt as if he were a moth drawn to the allure of the Pseudomantis' scent. He continued to inhale deeply, savoring the aroma in the air. Suddenly, a familiar exclamation pierced the air, startling Su Yuan, who had gotten too close, causing both him and the pseudomantis to look bewildered. What is going on, Guang? Recovering from the surprise, he turned to see someone who closely resembled the figure etched in his memory. You scared me to death. Clearly. You were the one who startled me first. Su Yuan observed Guang, her face slightly flushed and her words somewhat jumbled. Is it normal for a girl to get so close and sniff someone's scent? A question mark floated above Su Yuan's head. Was that the fragrance of the pseudomantis? In the next moment, he lifted his right hand, brushing aside Guang's blue hair. Leaning slightly closer to take a whiff. It was indeed the same scent. Are you an idiot? Guang exclaimed, her face reddening like a cooked lobster. Her loud retort drawing the attention of passers-by. Among them were several who couldn't help but glance at the pseudomantis perched on Su Yuan's shoulder. In reality, Su Yuan preferred not to be the center of attention. After apologizing to the onlookers, he grasped Guang's suitcase with one hand and took her hand with the other, leading her away from the station. All right, it's my fault. I apologize. As they walked, Su Yuan dragged Guang's suitcase with one hand while opening his phone's map with the other. So, where do you plan to stay next? The rent here might be a bit high. Although trainers receive discounts at inns, in the long run, it might be better to rent a place yourself. I'm not angry, Guang responded, shooting Su Yuan a sidelong glance before matter-of-factly stating, of course, I'll stay at your place. Sounds good. Su Yuan tucked away his phone, displaying no surprise at her response. He had considered this possibility, especially since his home lacked anything that would deter a child. Since Guang merely wishes to reside here, what reason could he have to refuse? The current Guang, compared to her earlier self, is considerably more adorable. However, it is regrettable that Su Yuan discreetly cast a quick glance at Guang's chest. It is still too small and additionally, far too short. She extended her hand and gently flicked Guang's forehead, exclaiming with exasperation, Are you foolish? Wearing something so short makes it easy to have a wardrobe malfunction. Huh? Guang tilted her head in confusion. Only after Su Yuan's words concluded did she react. Silly. I am dressed appropriately. The final part of Guang's statement was barely audible, but Su Yuan, being close, heard her clearly. Then there is no problem. However, speaking of which, Su Yuan, I have been curious about that Pokémon on your shoulder since we first met, but I could never find the right moment to ask. Didn't you tell me yesterday that you didn't have a starter Pokémon? Saying this, Guang casually took out a Pokédex from her backpack. The Pokédex is not something every trainer can obtain. It is only awarded to novice trainers who have passed their trials. The Pokédex not only automatically records the Pokémon encountered by trainers, but also allows them to view the skills of the Pokémon they have captured through Pokeballs. The ability to review skills alone grants a significant advantage over trainers who have not received a Pokédex. In Pokémon battles, the bond between trainers and their Pokémon is paramount. The more one understands their Pokémon, the better control they can exert during competitions. Understanding the moves that one's Pokémon can learn is of utmost importance. Each skill possesses its tactical value, and when skills are combined, they can unleash exponentially greater power. Guang expertly opened the Pokédex, aligning the camera toward the pseudomantis Pokémon perched on Su Yuan's shoulder. The pseudomantis is a grass-type Pokémon, proficient in long-range attacks such as Leaf Blade and Solar Beam, emitting a refreshing and sweet fragrance. In the grass where the pseudomantis hides, one often finds swarms of adorable flies. It fiercely attacks anything that obstructs its photosynthesis. Oh, I see. Su Yuan smiled slightly upon hearing Guang's words, placing the pseudomantis onto Guang's shoulder. The pseudomantis is not actually my starter Pokémon. Chapter 11. The path every trainer must walk. So that is how it is, Su Yuan said, playfully poking the round little face of the pseudomantis with her fingertip, while explaining the earlier events to Guang. To be honest, even now, Su Yuan still finds it hard to believe everything that transpired that morning. It was so sudden, yet felt like a twist of fate. The pseudomantis simply appeared before him as if destined to do so. Oh, I didn't know that happened. Guang's voice carried a hint of surprise, but in the next moment, her astonishment was replaced by a broad smile. Congratulations, Su Yuan. Being recognized by a Pokémon means you can officially become a Pokémon trainer. She recalled how Su Yuan had often expressed a desire to travel with Pokémon during their childhood. It had always been his dream. In truth, she had been inspired to become a Pokémon trainer because of him. Although Su Yuan hadn't mentioned it during their call last night, Guang could clearly sense the disappointment in his heart. Once he officially captured the pseudomantis, he could apply for trainer qualifications at the Pokémon Center. As she spoke, Guang's gaze wandered back to the pseudomantis. Not only was this particular variant remarkably beautiful, but the pseudomantis does not exist in the Sinnoh region. The distribution of Pokémon correlates with the climate and environment of their respective regions. Thus, the Pokémon found in each area vary significantly. Some Pokémon's appearances and attributes can even be influenced by their environment, including their forms post-evolution. Take Meowth, for instance. Most Meowth in their evolved form, Persian, are the normal type. However, Meowth living in the Alola region have not only changed to a grayish-blue appearance but have also become dark type, evolving into Persian through friendship or affection. The Galar region's Meowth exhibits even more drastic changes in appearance, becoming steel type, and its evolved form is called Berserker, still retaining its bipedal stance. These three forms of Meowth have also seen slight changes in their abilities. Pokémon are undoubtedly the most wondrous creatures in this world. It would be quite regrettable for a trainer to remain in only one region throughout their life. Yuan's parents were such trainers, traveling the world long before they married. They had explored the Kanto, Chengdu, Hoenn regions, and eventually returned to their hometown in Huaxia after Yuan was born in Sinnoh. Guang shares a similar ambition. Her visit to Yuan is undoubtedly fueled by a desire to experience the Pokémon of other regions. I also wish to have a pseudomantis. Undoubtedly. The pseudomantis' appearance is irresistibly charming to girls, and Guang is no exception. Haha. Yuan chuckled softly, cradling the pseudomantis back in her arms. Then work hard to defeat your first gym. In this world, there are no universities. After graduating high school, everyone must decide their future path, whether to become a Pokémon trainer, a breeder, or a coordinator, among other options. Aside from the slots allocated by schools during high school, Pokémon trainers must first defeat any gym in their region and obtain their first gym badge to gain the right to capture a second Pokémon. It is worth mentioning that the first gym challenge follows a 2-on-2 rule, where the challenger must select a Pokémon raised by the gym, effectively renting it for battle. If the challenger possesses sufficient strength to defeat both Pokémon single-handedly, they may forego using the gym's prepared Pokémon. However, most trainers lack such prowess. As for the gym, each gym leader selects Pokémon corresponding to the number of badges the challenger possesses. Thus, there is no specific order for challenges. Trainers can challenge whichever gym is closest. Naturally, each gym leader possesses varying levels of strength and attributes. For instance, a trainer specializing in fire-type Pokémon will likely first challenge gyms that are weak against fire, such as grass, ice, steel, or bug-type gyms. However, the gym universally recognized as the most challenging is the dragon-type gym. Most trainers select fire, water, or grass-type starters, while dragon types exhibit formidable resistance against these three types. Additionally, the majority of dragon-type Pokémon possess exceptionally high base stats, granting them an inherent advantage. Acquiring fairy-type Pokémon capable of effectively countering dragon types is not an easy task. As for ice-type Pokémon, their offensive capabilities are indeed commendable. However, their defensive attributes are rather awkward, as they resist only their own type. It can be asserted with confidence that ice types serve merely as embellishments, existing primarily as secondary attributes, unless one possesses a particular fondness for ice-type Pokémon. The average trainer would seldom contemplate nurturing an ice type as a primary contender. Consequently, the success rate for challenging dragon-type gyms is dismally low. Notably, the strongest gym leader in the Galar region epitomizes this challenge, as not only does he wield dragon-type Pokémon, but the battle rules also rigorously test the trainer's command abilities through double battles, incorporating elements such as weather, terrain, and cooperative defense. Beyond the champion of Galar, Dand, few dare to claim superiority over him within the region. Some gym challenges are broadcast live on television, and merely recalling the televised gym battles instills uncertainty, even within her. Regarding the likelihood of success, it often feels that triumph is not easily attained. Thus, determination is essential, whether as a Pokémon trainer or a coordinator. Gym battles represent a pivotal milestone they must overcome. Having chosen the path of a Pokémon trainer, one cannot afford to surrender so readily. The first and second gym battles are conducted in a 2v2 format, while the third and fourth transition to a 4v4 setup. The fifth and sixth culminate in a comprehensive 6v6 mode. These formats correspond to the quantity of Pokémon a trainer may possess, 2, 4, and 6. Upon acquiring the 7th and 8th gym badges, the restrictions on the number of Pokémon a trainer may hold are entirely lifted. As long as they nurture their Pokémon, the quantity desired is of no concern. However, the 7th and 8th gyms present formidable challenges. The 7th gym's rules dictate a singles match under the 63 rule, while the 8th gym requires a double battle following the 64 rule. From this juncture, gym leaders will no longer limit themselves to a single type of Pokémon, making cooperative defense a crucial consideration. Only those trainers who successfully conquer all gyms can rightfully call themselves professional trainers. This is why the league permits an increase in the number of Pokémon a trainer may possess, ensuring that only trainers of such caliber need not fear losing control over their Pokémon. With a click, as the key turned in the lock, Yuan opened the door. "Welcome," he said, along with a nod to his companion, the pseudomantis Pokémon. Chapter 12. The pseudomantis Pokémon. Having tidied the guest room for his friend, Yuan led the pseudomantis to his own quarters. Gently placing the Pokémon on his desk, he hurried to retrieve his collection of Pokeballs from the bookshelf, gathered over the years as birthday gifts from his parents, which he legally possessed. "Which type of Pokeball do you prefer?" Yuan, an avid collector, opted not to select a Pokeball for himself this time, instead allowing the pseudomantis to choose one it favored. Each type of ball has distinct effects and varying capture rates. However, these details pale in significance if a wild Pokémon willingly wishes to join a trainer. Resistance is not an issue in such cases. With a swift motion, the pseudomantis extended its side-like appendage toward one of the Pokeballs, a sweet ball, known for its charming design and heart-shaped emblem. Its aesthetic surpassed that of standard Pokeballs, Ultra Balls, and Great Balls, with a delightful pink and white color scheme that resonated with the pseudomantis' own allure. The moment it made contact, the sweet ball opened rapidly, and the pseudomantis was enveloped in a brilliant red light, vanishing within. Afterward, the sweet ball sat undisturbed on the desk, exhibiting no signs of struggle, a stark contrast to the typical tumultuous capture of wild Pokémon. In most cases, wild Pokémon tend to exhibit varying degrees of resistance, and the more fervent their struggle, the greater the ball's instability. If a wild Pokémon manages to escape due to vigorous resistance, the ball risks damage. Conversely, should the capture succeed, the wild Pokémon is compelled into submission, obeying its trainer. While Pokeballs exert a degree of control, they are not absolute. Some powerful Pokémon can break free and exit their balls at will. This forced capturing often results in a lack of initial rapport, with many wild Pokémon disregarding their trainer's commands. This is why most trainers favor Pokémon that have just hatched from eggs, as they can select those with exceptional genes while avoiding the need to build rapport from scratch. Nevertheless, wild Pokémon possess their own advantages. Capturing a formidable wild Pokémon can save trainers substantial expenses and bypass the powerless early stages of development. Once they familiarize themselves with their moves, they can immediately engage in battles. However, rapport remains essential. Without it, even captured Pokémon may refuse to heed commands. In fact, a significant percentage of trainers opt to capture wild Pokémon primarily due to financial constraints. The cost of acquiring a single quality egg can be astronomical. And while purchasing one or two may be manageable, assembling a full team is likely only feasible for elite trainers and champions. Therefore, in many respects, Yuan is exceedingly fortunate. The rarity of his pseudomantis exceeds the Pokémon initially intended for him by the school. After rearranging the other Pokeballs on the bookshelf, Yuan took the one containing the pseudomantis and entered the room where his friend currently resided. "Is this place to your liking?" The door stood ajar, and the guest room had seen little use, accumulating dust. Previously, Yuan had intended to assist in cleaning, but his offer was swiftly declined. His home comprised 3 bedrooms and a living area, and even when his parents were present, this room was seldom occupied. Upon stepping into the room, Yuan was struck by an overwhelming sense of confusion. What was this place? It felt as though he had mistakenly entered another room, with only 3 rooms in total. How could he have gone astray? To his astonishment, the once unremarkable guest room had transformed into a charmingly feminine space, replete with girlish decor. The walls were adorned with pink wallpaper, and the previously musty curtains and bedding had been replaced by those packed within his friend's travel case. "Everything all right?" Upon hearing Yuan's voice, his friend paused her cleaning efforts, straightening her back with a hint of pride. "I'm not some pampered princess. I can adapt just fine." She continued, "Besides, this guest room is far superior to my original one." "Is that so?" Yuan responded affirmatively and then asked, "Do you truly not require my assistance? It must be rather exhausting to tidy up alone, don't you think?" "Really, there's no need." When the topic of help arose, Guang's tone became somewhat nuanced. After all, it was a girl's room. Just considering the moment when she changed the curtains and bed linens, if Yuan were present, he would have undoubtedly seen all of her intimate garments as she retrieved them from her suitcase. How could that be permissible? Moreover, I am not alone. Yuan's gaze followed Guang to the bedside cabinet, where a rotund, blue penguin-like Pokémon named Piplup was clumsily wiping away dust with a cloth. Piplup. Upon sensing Yuan's attention, Piplup promptly dropped the cloth, striking a pose with its tiny wings akimbo, proudly calling out to Yuan. It was indeed Piplup. As one of the Sinnoh region starter Pokémon, Piplup could be considered one of the most adorable among them. Yuan thought that only Rowlet could rival its charm. "Isn't it just adorable?" Guang said with a hint of pride. "This little one is quite special. When I first encountered Piplup, it already knew Bubble and Peck." Piplup. In a delightful display of understanding, Piplup nodded in agreement. truly an endearing sight that made Su Yuan want to reach out and interact with it. However, such direct interaction was out of the question, for Piplup possessed a strong sense of pride and despised being coddled. At times, it would even disregard its trainer's commands, making it clear that forming a bond with Piplup was not a trivial endeavor. In essence, Piplup embodied the quintessential Sunra. Nevertheless, it appeared that Piplup was getting along splendidly with Guang. Su Yuan was not in a hurry, after all. There would be ample time to bond with Piplup in the future. Since you don't need my help, I shall take a shower first. After battling the Onyx, Su Yuan found himself in a rather disheveled state. While he had managed to brush off some of the dirt on his way, a lingering earthy scent remained. Off you go, Piplup, and I can manage just fine. Not just 2, but 3. Su Yuan retorted, retrieving a sweet ball and pressing the center button. A flash of red light illuminated the room, and his Surskit materialized. Let Surskit assist as well. Chirp chirp. After all, he had other tasks to attend to. And if time permitted, he would strive to update more frequently. Chapter 13. Let the battles begin. After a quick shower and drying off, Su Yuan donned the outfit he had carefully selected. He was about to register as a Pokémon trainer, akin to obtaining a national ID. Pokémon trainers also possessed specialized credentials known as alliance cards. These cards served as universal identification throughout the region, recording all pertinent information about the trainer, including but not limited to the number of badges earned and the number of Pokémon held. Given that a photo would be taken for the ID, Su Yuan aimed to dress slightly more formally than the average trainer. He vaguely recalled the Pokémon battles streamed online, where both opponents would be given a close-up of their alliance cards before the match, showcasing an array of eccentric characters. Did they not feel any shame? Su Yuan mused that it was preferable for alliance cards to maintain a sense of normalcy. The attire he chose bore a resemblance to that of the protagonist Red from the Pokémon Special Series, an emblem of the strongest. The strongest, indeed. Su Yuan said with a hint of longing. To become a champion, to encounter and capture legendary Pokémon. Wasn't this the dream of every Pokémon trainer? In his past life, aside from his friends who gifted him a few mythical Pokémon, only Ash and Red had recorded encounters with legendary Pokémon. If others possessed legendaries, it was inconsequential to this narrative. Gradually, Su Yuan's gaze sharpened with determination. Why should I not be able to achieve this? In terms of practical experience, Su Yuan might not yet rival the true Elite Four or champions, but he was confident that soon he and his Pokémon would be eternally enshrined in the Pokémon Hall of Fame, alongside all past champions. Donning a red cap adorned with a Pokeball emblem, Su Yuan admired his reflection in the mirror. Not to boast, but the person gazing back was quite handsome. After all, it was himself. Feeling a touch vain, Su Yuan, now dressed, returned to Guang's room. Guang, shall we head to the Pokémon Center? After settling Surskit on his shoulder, Su Yuan spoke. If not absolutely necessary, he preferred to have his Pokémon by his side rather than confined within their balls. Sure, Guang replied without hesitation. Since I've nearly finished tidying up, it's perfect timing to check out the Pokémon Center. All right, then let's go. Hey, Su Yuan, slow down, Piplup exclaimed, stumbling once again. The iconic red and white color scheme was a hallmark of the Pokémon Center, a facility dedicated to serving trainers and their Pokémon. To become a Pokémon trainer, one must bring their starter Pokémon here for registration. Only after obtaining an alliance card could they truly be considered trainers. Moreover, the primary function of the Pokémon Center was to provide healing for Pokémon. Although not entirely free of charge as in the games of his previous life, the prices remained quite reasonable. In addition to healing Pokémon, the Pokémon Center also sold items, berries, and Pokeballs in some larger centers. One could even purchase TM moves, albeit only the more common ones. Hello, your trainer information has been successfully registered. At the counter of the Pokémon Center, a nurse in uniform handed Su Yuan a card featuring his photograph. This is your alliance card. Please keep it safe. Thank you. Su Yuan responded politely, taking the card. Are you still checking Surskit's moves? Yes, the nurse replied. Please wait a moment. We'll be finished shortly. All right. Su Yuan nodded. When initially registering as a trainer, the Pokémon Center offered a complimentary move check for the trainer's starter Pokémon. Since not every trainer possessed a Pokédex, most had to come to the Pokémon Center to accurately learn their Pokémon skills. Unlike the convenience of a Pokédex, the move check came at a considerable cost and required prior appointment, sometimes even taking a week to schedule. I say, Guang, Su Yuan remarked, finding the wait rather tedious. How about we battle while we wait for Surskit's checkup to finish? A battle? Guang tilted her head in confusion, pausing her playful antics with Piplup. Right now? Of course. Su Yuan appeared self-assured as he remarked, having finally become a Pokémon trainer, wouldn't it be a pity not to engage in a Pokémon battle? Boka Boka. Upon hearing the word battle, Boka Man rose from Guang's embrace, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Su Yuan, nodding toward Guang while calling out a few times. See, even Pokémon is looking forward to it. Smiling brightly, Su Yuan contemplated whether this Pokémon was female. If so, could he perhaps borrow it from Guang to hatch one for himself? Who wouldn't adore Pokémon? Alright, if Pokémon is eager for a battle, I have no reason to decline. The previously timid Guang now radiated confidence, proclaiming, "We are indeed formidable. Even against you, Su Yuan, we shall not falter. Is that so?" Su Yuan chuckled. However, from a type perspective, water-type Pokémon is at a significant disadvantage against the grass-type pseudomantis grass. No problem. Guang confidently patted her chest, her demeanor suggesting she had anticipated this. We have our strategies against grass-type Pokémon, right? Pokémon? Boka Boka. Pokémon proudly lifted its little head, nodding vigorously. Hello, Mr. Su Yuan. Your Pokémon data has been fully processed. Please pick it up at the counter. Wait here for me, Guang. I'll return shortly. After hearing the announcement, Su Yuan promptly rose and headed toward the counter. Here is your sweet ball. Upon receiving the sweet ball containing pseudomantis grass, Su Yuan inquired, what moves has my pseudomantis grass currently learned? Yes, it has learned 8 moves: Leaf, Dual Slash, Growth, Rooting, Sweet Aroma, Leaf Blade, Solar Beam, and Leaf Storm. 8. Su Yuan was taken aback, not due to the number being insufficient, but rather because he felt his pseudomantis grass had perhaps learned too many moves. Considering pseudomantis grass's characteristics, only 7 moves would be practically useful, yet among these, Solar Beam and Leaf Storm boasted formidable powers of 120 and 130, respectively. Subsequently, Su Yuan instinctively glanced out at the bright sunny day, falling silent. Chapter 14. Unyielding Spirit Pokémon Clubs, which provide specialized battle and training venues for trainers, are typically established near Pokémon centers. Thus, after exiting the Pokémon Center, Su Yuan and Guang swiftly arrived at the Pokémon Club. So this is the Pokémon Club? Not only had Su Yuan just officially become a trainer today, but it was also Guang's first visit to the club. Her diamond-like eyes sparkled with curiosity. It looks impressive. Indeed, Su Yuan affirmed. He was somewhat familiar with this club, which is among the largest in the magical city, often hosting various mid to large-scale competitions. After all, not just any venue can accommodate Pokémon battles. If the battle arenas are not constructed from sufficiently robust materials, they may become unusable after just one match. The fees for utilizing the professional battle arenas in the club are astoundingly high, sufficient to cover several months' expenses for an average family. However, this is only applicable to professional battle arenas. Let us just choose an ordinary venue. Unlike training venues, which charge by the hour, battle venues are charged per use. Training Pokémon, whether for physical conditioning or skill practice, typically results in minimal damage, requiring only an hour or 2. Battles, however, while usually not exceeding 10 minutes, cause significantly greater damage due to the collisions of moves. Naturally, they cannot be billed like training venues. I think opting for a beginner venue would be best. Su Yuan reasoned. He already had a type advantage in this battle, and relying on the weather seemed unfair to Guang. No worries. I want to be foolish enough to let Pokémon use water-type moves. Guang was quite relaxed. She understood the dynamics of Pokémon-type advantages and environmental effects. While the bright sun posed a disadvantage for water-type Pokémon, its benefits for pseudomantis grass were not overwhelmingly significant. At that moment, Guang was still unaware of the skills of pseudomantis grass. The primary issue was the expense of the beginner venue. Compared to a slightly larger outdoor venue affected by weather, beginner venues are far more professional, constructed with specialized materials to negate weather influences. However, they are 5 times more expensive than ordinary venues. It can be said that ordinary venues are suitable for casual sparring with friends, while beginner venues are designated for serious battles. Very well then, Su Yuan conceded, realizing that even an ordinary venue would cost 500 for a single use, while a beginner venue would be 2,005. Adhering to the principle of saving where possible, he ultimately chose the ordinary venue. At most, I simply want to use Solar Beam. On the battlefield, Su Yuan and Guang stood at opposite ends. The sun was indeed blistering today, evident from the exuberance of pseudomantis grass. Are both of you ready? The club staff served as the referee, not entirely devoid of supervision, but primarily to prevent any misguidance from trainers that could lead to Pokémon injuries. Yes. Su Yuan and Guang exchanged glances and nodded in unison. I am ready. We can begin the battle at any time. Seeing that both were prepared, the referee promptly announced the commencement of the battle. Pseudomantis grass, go. Give it your all. We won't back down either, Pokémon. Chirp. Boka Boka. Pseudomantis grass and Pokémon entered the arena simultaneously, one brimming with excitement and the other filled with determination. Pseudomantis grass, you sweet aroma. Pokémon, Unleash Sing. The commands from both trainers were swift. As Pokemon and Pseudomantis Grass executed their moves in unison, the delightful melody and sweet, intoxicating aroma resonated throughout the arena. With both trainers initially opting for status moves, one lowering physical attack, the other diminishing evasion, a slight smile crept across Su Yuan's lips. The ability of Contrary was indeed advantageous, often catching opponents off guard when they are unaware of its effects. So, you wish to lower my attack? A commendable thought, though ultimately counterproductive. Pseudomantis Grass. Use Leaf Blade. A Leaf Blade enhanced by a boost to physical attack would deal considerable damage if it struck Pokemon directly. However, upon noticing the subtle smirk on Guang's face, Su Yuan suddenly felt that the situation might not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. With a swift motion, Guang called out, Pokemon, use Peck to disrupt Leaf Blade. Poka. As the gaze of Bojamin turned fierce, its sharp beak was enveloped in a layer of white energy, effortlessly dispersing the incoming Leaf Blade attacks as if they were mere ordinary falling leaves, fragile and inconsequential. How about that? Exclaimed Guang, unable to conceal the smile on his face upon witnessing Bojamin's success. I told you, Bojamin and I are formidable. Observing Guang's somewhat smug demeanor, Su Yuan pondered a possibility. Perhaps Bojamin's ability was one of tenacity. This could only explain how Bojamin managed to effortlessly counter each attack from the Pseudomantis Grass. Tenacity. When its abilities are diminished by an opponent, for every ability reduced, its attack level increases by 2. If multiple abilities are lowered, the corresponding increase in attack levels also multiplies. After its evasion rate was diminished, Bojamin's attack rose by 2 levels. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to so easily counter the attacks from the Pseudomantis Grass, which had seen an increase in its own attack. The strength of a move is directly proportional to the Pokemon's ability level. This is common knowledge. Indeed, Su Yuan's deduction about the ability did not surprise Guang. Rather, it would have been strange if he had not guessed it. Just like her personality, she was always so competitive. Now it's our turn to counterattack. Bojamin, unleash a series of peck attacks. Su Yuan felt a headache coming on. In battles involving such low-level Pokémon, it often came down to a single decisive move. As for dodging, it wasn't as simple as just evading. Much like how Groudon could not fly from the moment of its birth, speed was never a strong suit for the Pseudomantis Grass. This fact was innate, independent of individual values. However, just because it was difficult did not mean it was impossible. Watching Bojamin charge forward, Su Yuan calmly instructed, root yourself in place and then execute Leaf Blade in a continuous slashing motion. Chapter 15. Su Yuan. I directly learned photosynthesis. Suddenly, numerous root-like appendages emerged from beneath the Pseudomantis Grass, anchoring it to the ground. Almost instantaneously, it unleashed Leaf Blade. However, unlike before, this time the Pseudomantis Grass did not fling its leaves outward for a long-range physical attack. Instead, it covered its sickle-shaped leaves with them. Then, Bojamin's assault came forth with vigor. Its sharp beak continuously struck, only to be met with the Pseudomantis Grass's leaves, which blocked each attempt. Indeed, this was Su Yuan's intent. Executing Leaf Blade in a continuous motion did not imply that each use would increase in damage like a multi-hit move, but rather imitated the appearance of a multi-hit attack, transforming what was originally a non-contact move into one that required contact. In essence, this variant of Leaf Blade became the embryonic form of Leaf Blade. If long-range attacks could be thwarted, could they not succeed at such close quarters? Why not simply use the multi-hit move directly? Not to mention that bug-type multi-hit moves were not part of the Pseudomantis Grass's own repertoire, lacking the 15-fold power boost. Moreover, the base power of multi-hit moves was inherently lower than that of Leaf Blade, making little difference when resisting Peck. However, considering counterattacks, the scenario shifted. While multi-hit moves could indeed stack power, Leaf Blade also had the potential to increase critical hit rates, combined with its own type advantages and resistance bonuses, resulting in damage far surpassing that of any multi-hit move. Bojamin. In such close-quarters combat, it was impossible for either Pokémon to remain unscathed, especially given that both lacked extensive battle experience. As Bojamin's beak struck the Pseudomantis Grass, it too was met with the impact of Leaf Blade. The fierce clash abruptly separated the two combatants. Are you alright, Bojamin? Guang's voice revealed a hint of urgency. The force of that Leaf Blade had exceeded his expectations. Bojamin. Bojamin wobbled but stood firm, evidently sustaining significant damage. Why? Guang questioned, perplexed. Initially, he had reduced its attack power, so it shouldn't have inflicted such high damage. Speaking of which, I seem to have neglected to inform you. Su Yuan interjected at an opportune moment. Since this is your first encounter with the Pseudomantis Grass, you may not be aware of its ability, right? The Pseudomantis Grass's ability? Well, generally, the pseudomantis grass possesses the leaf guard ability, which prevents it from being affected by status conditions in sunny weather, Su Yuan elucidated. However, my pseudomantis grass, like your Bogeman, has a hidden ability. Its hidden ability is contrarian, which should clarify things for you. Contrarian, is it? Guang nodded thoughtfully. Acquaintance and understanding of each ability was essential knowledge during high school. He recognized the contrarian ability, but knowing the ability did not imply he knew which Pokémon possessed it. An increase in attack power, he noted. His earlier confusion fading as a rare seriousness overtook him. It seems I still have much to learn. The battle continued, and much like the heavily wounded Bogeman, the pseudomantis grass was also in a precarious situation, a development Su Yuan had anticipated. Thus, he had instructed the pseudomantis grass to use root at the outset. While in the rooted state, the pseudomantis grass's movements were undoubtedly restricted, essentially sacrificing speed. However, conversely, this sacrifice resulted in enhanced endurance, continuously drawing energy from the earth to restore its vitality. This was the essence of the root ability, a skill innately possessed by most grass-type Pokémon. Watching the pseudomantis grass gradually recuperate its strength, Guang's expression grew grave. The pseudomantis grass had healing capabilities, while Bogeman did not. Although the pseudomantis grass's movements were limited by the roots extending beneath it, Su Yuan had never intended to engage in anything extravagant, instead forcing the battle to close quarters. While Bogeman could utilize long-range moves, they were predominantly water-type attacks, and given the current sunny weather, even if the most powerful bubble beam landed, it would likely not restore as much health as the pseudomantis grass could regenerate. It was akin to watering the pseudomantis grass. Furthermore, the pseudomantis grass's leaf blade was a long-range move. Even if it could not act, it could still strike at will. Perhaps Bogeman could scatter leaf blade once or twice. But could it realistically do so 3 or 4 times in succession? That seemed improbable. In her mind, she had envisioned weakening the opponent's attack power with a call, followed by Bogeman's tenacity catching Su Yuan off guard. In hindsight, it was fortunate she had not allowed Bogeman to use its call continuously. Otherwise, she likely would have already lost. There was no time for hesitation. Guang understood that to falter meant defeat. Now, with the pseudomantis grass healing from its wounds, while Su Yuan could afford to buy time, she could not. For her, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became. Confronting grass-type Pokémon necessitates an onslaught as fierce as wildfire to vanquish them. Guang offered a reassuring glance to Bogeman, encouraging, "Let us settle this once and for all." Bogeman flapped its tiny wings, signaling its readiness. Peck. In light of this, we too must unleash our full might. Su Yuan adjusted the brim of his hat, a subtle smile gracing his lips. If it's a decisive blow we seek, then it must be the maximum power leaf tornado. Before Su Yuan could finish his sentence, an abundance of leaves suddenly swirled around the pseudomantis, rapidly coalescing into a miniature tornado that crashed down upon Bogeman. The roots in reality serve more than simply restoring stamina. They draw upon the earth's power, of which recovery is but a fraction. Harnessing the earth's strength, the pseudomantis executed the leaf storm with an accelerated velocity. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that, at this moment, the leaf storm had entirely engulfed Bogeman's petite form. Unsurprisingly, as the leaf vortex dissipated, Bogeman lay on the ground, its eyes swirling in a dazed state, evidently incapacitated. The outcome was clear. Guang hurried over, ensuring Bogeman was unharmed before returning it to its Pokeball. "That sudden leaf storm nearly gave me a heart attack," Guang remarked, casting a disapproving glare at Su Yuan. "My apologies," Su Yuan replied sheepishly, scratching his head. He had merely intended for the pseudomantis to use leaf blade. Yet, in the radiant sunshine, the pseudomantis had misinterpreted his intent, executing leaf storm instead. Their bond still lacked the depth of those masterful Pokémon trainers, who could command their Pokémon with a mere whisper of their name, prompting immediate comprehension and response. Nevertheless, the journey ahead is long, and he and the pseudomantis were merely at the beginning. Fixating on the pseudomantis, which was currently rooting and diligently engaging in photosynthesis, Su Yuan felt an ephemeral understanding wash over him, a sensation both familiar and foreign. It was akin to the moment he first learned to roar loudly. He perceived the process of photosynthesis and grasped its essence. Consequently, his expression turned somewhat peculiar, as if, instinctively, he had suddenly acquired the ability to perform photosynthesis. Surely not. Su Yuan inwardly scoffed, pondering, "I am not a plant. Why would I photosynthesize? What gives me the capacity to photosynthesize? Do I photosynthesize with my head?" Chapter 16. What shall the title be today? A temporary combat incapacity is hardly a significant concern. A brief respite or a few bites of berries will suffice for a swift recovery. At the very least, Bogeman had already regained its vitality, appearing as if it had never been harmed. and was exuberantly vying with Guang for food. Bojaman, that's mine. Boja. In terms of sustenance, Pokémon and humans are not vastly different, while certain Pokémon foods are tailored to cater to Pokémon preferences and development. If one can overlook the discrepancies in taste, humans are not precluded from consuming Pokémon cuisine. It is akin to individuals in a past life who found enjoyment in eating dog or cat food out of sheer boredom. However, not all Pokémon relish their specialized feed. Taste preferences are unpredictable, and Guang's Bojaman is a prime example. Though it does not despise Pokémon food, it would undoubtedly prefer to share the same fare as Guang if given the choice. If it were still hungry, it could simply take from Guang. In terms of nurturing, grass-type Pokémon are among the easiest to care for. So Yuan scooped the last morsel of food into his mouth while directing his gaze towards the pseudomantis. Generally, grass-type Pokémon require ample sunlight to maintain their activity levels, with occasional watering sufficing. For most, this is the standard approach. After all, Pokémon trainers are but a minority compared to the general populace. Naturally, as a competent trainer, Yuan could not adhere to the most basic methods of Pokémon nurturing. He placed particular emphasis on the care of the pseudomantis, for instance. The small dish of energy cubes it was currently consuming had cost him nearly 1,000 coins. These energy cubes, crafted from a recipe not uncommon in this world, are routinely produced by specialized Pokémon breeders in most Pokémon restaurants. According to Yuan's specifications, the energy cubes for the pseudomantis contained ingredients like the modestly restorative Wenyu fruit, the medium recovery and pseudomantis-favored Wuhua fruit, the beauty-enhancing Zacian fruit, and the attack-boosting Zhili fruit, all complemented by 2 bottles of nutritional and attack enhancement drinks. Had this Pokémon restaurant not been out of leaf stones, Yuan would have even considered incorporating one as an ingredient. Lunchtime passed swiftly, and with the afternoon devoid of obligations, Yuan accompanied Guang to procure some berries and moo milk before returning home. Berries can be likened to fruits in this world, and humans can consume them directly. For instance, the Zacian fruit, aside from its pink hue, is slightly sweeter than a banana, with other characteristics virtually indistinguishable from one. Upon returning to his room, Yuan adeptly booted up his computer, intending to contemplate his future nurturing strategy for the pseudomantis. It was still only a little past 1 o'clock. Glancing at the time on the monitor, he realized that according to his usual routine, he would typically just be getting up at this hour. Yuan created a new document and promptly opened a browser to access the Pokémon Encyclopedia's official website, specifically the section dedicated to the pseudomantis. Access to the Pokémon Encyclopedia requires payment, and while the cost is substantial, the advantage lies in its comprehensive details regarding Pokémon, including evolution chains, learnable moves, inherited techniques, common and hidden traits, and insights into nurturing directions. In his previous life, Yuan had indeed harbored a profound passion for Pokémon, willingly dedicating time to understand them. However, this did not imply he possessed a photographic memory. Even though he could recall most information, certain details inevitably eluded him. Necessary data still required consultation. Nonetheless, the insights that could be shared, even if they were part of a paid content, were not overly precious. They could serve as references, but adhering strictly to them for nurturing would be impractical. While solar beam wields immense power, its reliance on energy stored during photosynthesis necessitates caution in its usage, as excessive application could hinder future evolution. Thus, it is advisable to refrain from frequent use. Repeating the information from the encyclopedia, Yuan realized that as a member of the Pokémon battling community, he understood which Pokémon suited specific strategies, and he was well-versed in move combinations, traits, and how to mitigate unfavorable conditions. However, if one were to inquire about the living habits of Pokémon, he might merely be a casual player. Yuan diligently transcribed the marked information word for word into the document. Reality is not a game, and there remains much for him to learn. Photosynthesis is not merely an energy source for the pseudomantis, but is essential for the vibrancy of its post-evolution coloration and strength. The pseudomantis is a nocturnal Pokémon that sleeps during the day while extending its leaves in all directions to absorb sunlight. Observing the pseudomantis lounging by the window, basking in the sun, Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Yet, not all pseudomantises behave this way. A very small fraction remains active during the day. Their primary sustenance is the adorable bug. Yuan selectively chose to forget this detail. It is quite normal for Pokémon to prey upon one another in this world, much like the relationships between the mongoose and the spoon snake. The octillery and the armored warrior, akin to the interactions between Pidgey and Rayquaza's larval form, or Trump and the Rattata family. Nevertheless, Yuan found it hard to believe the image of a cute Pokémon being preyed upon by another equally adorable creature. He vigorously shook his head. dismissing the horrific images that had unconsciously surfaced in his mind, and thought, let the cute ones remain adorable. The concept of them preying on other Pokémon does not suit their nature. Next came the training of techniques. In terms of breeding and training, Yuan merely glanced through the content, swiftly skipping over most of it, as it primarily focused on the pseudomantis' leaf guard ability. Although there was mention of the contrary ability, it failed to address the key points, laden with flawed reasoning. What does it mean that the pseudomantis excels in physical attacks? Thus its special attacks can be neglected? Isn't the enhanced output of Leaf Storm appealing? With decent defensive capabilities, should it not be considered for a tank role? Are you unaware of its base stats? Its speed is too low. Perhaps it should be paired with teammates capable of utilizing Tailwind. Wouldn't it be more convenient to directly employ a Trick Room strategy? However, when it comes to training methods for techniques, Yuan was utterly at a loss. Must he truly emulate Ash? The method to train Seed Bomb involves having the Pokémon continuously spit out watermelon seeds. While Iron Tail at least has some scientific basis in enhancing tail strength, utilizing a technique machine could be a solution, but the prerequisite is obtaining the technique machine first. Wait? For a fleeting moment, a spark ignited in Yuan's mind, the technique machine. Naturally, the technique machine in this world cannot enable a Pokémon to learn a move instantaneously. Instead, trainers must have a Pokémon that has already mastered the move release it, by explaining the principles of move execution and the considerations to take during practice. The time for a Pokémon to learn a skill can be significantly reduced, but I already know the technique. Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Through years of close companionship with his Roar Tiger, he not only perfectly inherited its ability but had also thoroughly grasped most of its moves. To say Yuan is a humanoid Roar Tiger would not be an exaggeration. Realizing the feasibility of this idea, Yuan promptly opened the section dedicated to the Blaze Roar Tiger, searching for all the skills it could learn and comparing them with those attainable by the pseudomantis. Sunny Day, Leech Seed, Protect. After excluding the moves that Yuan did not master and those the pseudomantis could not learn, 3 techniques remained, plus the newly acquired photosynthesis, totaling 4 moves. Considering the contact-based Leaf Blade he had utilized today, which also resembled the essence of Leaf Blade, Yuan added this move to the document. For now, he would focus on training these 5 techniques. After a flurry of activity, Yuan felt quite satisfied. Although Sunny Day currently offered little benefit to the pseudomantis and Solar Beam could not be frequently employed, it would be incorrect to say Sunny Day was entirely useless for the pseudomantis. After learning photosynthesis, not only would its endurance significantly increase, but even at present, Sunny Day could serve to confuse opponents. This was not like in his past life where, upon seeing a pseudomantis, one would immediately recognize its contrary ability. He believed that most would react to a pseudomantis initiating Sunny Day by assuming it operated on Leaf Guard. Has that much time passed? After saving the document, Yuan realized it was already past 5 o'clock. Since there was nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to stream for a while. Chapter 17. Who is the supreme Pokémon of the universe? At 5 in the afternoon, Yuan began his live stream as usual. After pondering for a moment, he changed the stream's title to Brothers, Have You Found the Adorable One Today? As a prominent streamer with millions of followers, a large influx of viewers flocked to his stream as soon as it began. They stared blankly at the stream's title, alarmed. Oh no, brothers. Something feels off about today's stream. Surely no one truly believes that Teacher Router can find the adorable one? Please report the streamer. Thank you. We came to enjoy a meal, not to be fed dog food. Shiny female Machamp. Got it? Love is fleeting, is it? Thank you, Teacher Router, for truly finding the adorable one. Having gifts showered upon him as soon as he started streaming was not unusual for Yuan. Some viewers could even become obsessively enthusiastic, communicating with him through their generous offerings. After expressing his gratitude, Yuan grinned and replied in a mysterious tone, Can you guess whether I found the adorable one? Of course I did. The pseudomantis is undeniably adorable. This thought remained unvoiced as Yuan swiftly moved to the main event, commencing the first Pokémon battle of the day. Similar to the stream he had watched during dinner yesterday, Yuan opted for a ranked match under the Galar region rules, which had just recently been introduced, and the audience was keen to watch. He was more than happy to oblige. Huh? Teacher Router, do you dare to use Lapras? Oh no, I've cooked too little today. In truth, Teacher Router was likely rejected by the adorable one today, right? Don't cry, Router, Mama loves you. As Yuan adjusted his team for the stream, he read through the comments. What team is Teacher Router using today? Today's Lapras team is a popular choice in high-tier matches. There are many strategies for utilizing Lapras, Yuan earnestly explained to his audience. Indeed, his streaming performance was explosive, but that did not imply he was merely an entertainment streamer. The reason he was affectionately referred to as Teacher Router by his viewers was well-founded. Previously, the Lapras Parish Song team was quite common. That strategy had been demonstrated for you all before. For those who have not yet understood it, you may search for my previous videos on my platform. Today, however, I will demonstrate a weakness policy-oriented Lapras. While Lapras's dual offensive stats are not particularly impressive, they become formidable when paired with a weakness policy. You all know what this item does. When the Pokémon holding it receives a super effective attack, both its physical and special attack stats increase by 2 stages. In the past, a single powerful move from an opponent could easily eliminate you on the spot, triggering various abilities like weakness policy. However, things have changed. With the advent of Pokémon Dynamax, health points have doubled, and with the enhancement from weakness policy, the sheer power of Dynamax Lapras has become formidable. Coupled with its exclusive Dynamax moves, it can significantly bolster the resilience of the entire team. As Yuan spoke, he matched with other players. The opposing team consisted of Mimikyu, Tyranitar, Incineroar, Galarian Darmanitan, Togekiss, and Whimsicott. Yuan chuckled lightly, remarking that the opponent had chosen quite a few popular Pokémon from this region. But did he need to fear them? Absolutely not. His Lapras would easily handle a sandstorm. With such a lineup, he hardly needed to pay attention. Yuan confidently made bold assertions as he quickly selected his lead Pokémon. The match officially commenced. On the virtual field, both players sent out their leading Pokémon. Suddenly, beams of red light flickered, and his Florges and Lapras materialized in the center of the arena. As green ripples appeared, the previously virtual rocky ground transformed in the blink of an eye, becoming lush grass terrain. Grass terrain maker. Without needing to look, it was evident that one of the opposing Pokémon was the formidable Galarian Darmanitan, revered as the guardian of the Alola region. In contrast to the robust and resilient Galarian Darmanitan, the other Pokémon appeared somewhat frail. Though delicate in appearance, it was in stark contrast to its adorable exterior. The mischievous Whimsicott. Bro, if it were you, how would you approach this? In the game, players had ample time to strategize. After all, it was merely a game. If it were as intense as a real battle, perhaps the gaming experience would lose its charm and excitement. Ultimately, it remained a game. And it catered to far more than just Pokémon trainers. Isn't it simple? Just Dynamax and go for it. I refuse to believe that Galarian Darmanitan could take down a Dynamax Lapras with one Grass Glide. With the space for a follow-up move, he felt no apprehension. Do you think I'm foolish? The opponent is faster. Why would they use Grass Glide? A Wood Hammer from Lapras could easily take me out. Even if the Wood Hammer comes out, it could end up backfiring. Let it backfire. Would you trade a Galarian Darmanitan for a Dynamax Pokémon? Besides, even without the Wood Hammer, with Whimsicott's support, Grass Glide could still take out a Dynamax Lapras. Yuan quietly observed the rapid barrage of comments until a countdown appeared in the game, prompting him to make a decision. You see, you can't just focus on the Pokémon on the battlefield. The support Pokémon in the back line are equally vital. As he maneuvered, he explained, as you suggested, without considering the support, the only viable option in this first turn is to protect and set up the terrain with Florges. But have you considered another scenario? What if the opponent's Whimsicott uses Taunt first? Then let them use Taunt. Yuan still opted for the move Trick Room with Florges, but he withdrew Lapras. I ask you, can you take out my Incineroar? With someone in the backline to support, why should he force an attack? Let the opponent use their support and taunt as they please. His Incineroar stood firm, questioning whether they would switch in the next turn. As soon as he spoke, Yuan's character in the game threw out another Pokeball, replacing Lapras with the illustrious Incineroar, known as the Cosmic First Pokemon. The Intimidate ability triggered, lowering Galarian Darmanitan's attack by 1 stage. The opponent's strategy was straightforward. The anticipated taunt was not executed. Instead, they aligned with the previous comments in the chat. Whimsicott uses Helping Hand. Galarian Darmanitan uses Wood Hammer. How stubborn. Using Helping Hand and Wood Hammer, just how afraid are they of not taking out my Lapras? However, Yuan exclaimed, you're going to explode today. If the seemingly calm Yuan had appeared reserved before, now he only regretted having a mouth. His voice remained melodious, albeit louder than before. Why are you suddenly yelling so loudly? Thank you, streamer. I'm now deaf. The match commenced with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of his youthful exuberance. It must be acknowledged that Galarian Darmanitan's power was extraordinarily high. A combination of grass terrain and the outrageous Grass Glide had led to the near extinction of grass-weak Pokémon like Gastrodon in the Galar region. A simple calculation of damage revealed that Grass Glide had a base power of 70, multiplied by 15 for the same type, and 13 for the grassy terrain, rounding up to a staggering 137 damage, further amplified by a twofold effectiveness against weak types, totaling an astonishing 273. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect of Grass Glide was that, on grassy terrain, it always struck first. For some frail Pokémon, such as Dragapult, Even without type disadvantages, they should be prepared for sudden demise. If a basic power of 70 was so terrifying, what would it be like for a Pokémon with slightly lower speed utilizing a wood hammer with a base power of 120 on grassy terrain, especially when enhanced by Helping Hand? Without any type disadvantage, the power could reach a staggering 351 points. Who could withstand that? Incineroar flexed its muscular physique, declaring, "I can." After being weakened by Intimidate and facing a disadvantageous type matchup, that would hammer, capable of obliterating countless Lapras, hardly even dented Incineroar's health. Tell me, who is the Cosmic First Pokémon? Yuan shouted. The chat exploded with rapid comments. Aside from a few 666 and Router Teacher, the consensus was clear. Cosmic First Incineroar. Thank you for reading and for the generous donation of 588 book coins. Chapter 18. My Lapras is truly not a traitor. I wonder who could possibly prevent me from establishing this trick room now. The moment Whimsicott used Helping Hand, it became evident that the opponent could no longer hinder Florges from setting up the trick room. Even if they attempted to use Helping Hand and would hammer against Florges, it was futile. This was not merely due to Florges' high endurance, allowing it to withstand the upcoming attacks. Rather, it was because Yuan had equipped it with the item Assault Vest. A Pokémon holding this item will retain 1 HP and not enter a fainted state if it is knocked out by a single hit at full health. That is the confidence. Galarian Darmanitans would hammer barely manage to deplete half of Incineroar's health, and the recoil from such a powerful attack caused it to lose a quarter of its own health. In the captivating realm of the trick space, the body of the flower-healing Pokémon quivered, sending out peculiar ripples that emanated from her center and enveloped the entire arena. The trick space is a rather intriguing ability, one of the few skills boasting a priority of 7. Once enacted, unless a priority skill is employed, Pokémon with slower agility within this space will strike before their swifter counterparts. Today, Yuan deployed a Lapras team for his live broadcast, devoid of any speed advantage. With every member possessing a nature that hinders speed, Lapras is a versatile Pokémon, seamlessly fitting into rain teams, space teams, and even appearing in Tailwind squads. For those inclined towards snow teams, including a Lapras can be a commendable choice, while the space team centered around Lapras may lack the traditional heavy hitters of Trick Room. It struggles against Sun and Sandstorm teams, not to mention Tailwind setups. However, this seemingly awkward speed line becomes an asset when unable to compete in speed. I simply activate the Trick Room. Against heavy Trick Room teams, where everyone suffers speed reductions, my innate speed stat surpasses yours, there's no need for Trick Room. I can simply overwhelm you directly. The essence of activating Trick Room is to seize the initiative. Once I have it, my focus shifts to countering your space. Thus, when facing speedy teams, activating Trick Room effectively secures a substantial advantage. The formula for victory is already inscribed. Casting a cursory glance at the barrage of comments, Yuan continued, barring any surprises, the opposing team should be prepared to concede. Here it comes, the classic formula for victory. If one side initiates surrender, it is indeed I who shall do so. Ryu, I've already contemplated your next move. The match pressed on. Will you switch Pokémon? I ask you, will you change? Ah, such audacity. By what right do you refuse to switch? On the virtual field, the flower-healing Pokémon utilized her ability, Healing Wish, to restore the Roar Tiger's health from approximately half to full. Healing Wish enables a healing move to have a priority of 3. Despite flower-healing Pokémon possessing a speed stat of 100, which seems at odds with the Trick Room environment, her Healing Wish ability guarantees she can reliably execute healing moves first, even within Trick Room. Subsequently, the Roar Tiger, bolstered by the Healing Wish, unleashed a menacing roar aimed squarely at the concussive gorilla. You choose not to switch. So be it, Yuan remarked, resignedly touching his nose while glancing at the comments. Ryu, your day of being red has arrived. Casually reciting a comment from the stream, Yuan remained unfazed. What the opponent is doing isn't reading, it's being straightforward. The concussive gorilla, having been intimidated and slightly shaken, was rendered nearly ineffective. How would he counter my Lapras? Even the might of his hammer was insufficient. As Lapras re-entered the fray, the banter continued. You have your Max Geyser, I have mine. How about you? Apologies, I've been offended. I'll get you within 3 days. Lo and behold, the power of the moon has arrived. Not to be rude, but do you truly believe your Flab B's strength can threaten my Roar Tiger? Enduring 2 attacks without flinching, Lapras remained unfazed. Its power was simply too feeble. The concussive gorilla, with its half physical attack, was genuinely lacking. As for Flab B, treat her as a mere mascot. As the 3rd round commenced, Yuan unleashed his full might. Without holding back, he recalled Lapras into its Pokeball, while the dazzling bracelet emitted a radiant glow, channeling the power of the infinite tides into Lapras. Boom. like a deity burdened with a mountain. The Gigantamax Lapras appeared even more resplendent than its ordinary form, adorned with peculiar musical notes that resonated with elegance, sorrow, and a haunting melody. Surrounding the Gigantamax Lapras were swirling floral wreaths, the manifestation of flower healing's power. The health Lapras had previously lost was instantly restored. Although the original strength of healing was insufficient to fully replenish a Gigantamax Lapras's vitality, the grassy terrain augmented its restorative potential. Would I continue to assist? In the beginning, Yuan might have worried whether his Lapras would squander its Gigantamax opportunity, but now he had no such concerns. The grassy slide. The concussive gorilla transformed into a streak of green light, racing across the grassy terrain like a child on a slide before executing a slide tackle against the colossal Lapras. The effect was remarkable. With the aid of Flab B, the slide tackle dealt substantial damage, reducing Lapras's health by about half. Yet, this marked the pinnacle of the gorilla's prowess. Now, it was Lapras's turn to shine. The weakness policy it bore vanished, integrating into its being. Both attack stats surged by 2 stages. Boom. The once innocent expression of Lapras morphed into a fierce visage, as dark clouds loomed above and thunder rumbled ominously. Due to its inherent stat limitations, Lapras had to sacrifice accuracy to unleash its most powerful moves. Hydro Pump, Thunder, Blizzard, frequently. These moves would miss due to low accuracy and the trainer's unfortunate luck. In the online tournament, there was a notable instance where Hydro Pump missed 4 consecutive times. A moment attributed to Ryu. In previous broadcasts, Lapras's counts for Hydro Pump, Thunder, and Blizzard surpassed those of all other Pokémon combined. Thus, in the Pokédex, Lapras is dubbed the Transport Pokémon, while behind the scenes, it is disparagingly referred to as the Trader Pokémon by certain trainers. Now, Lapras raised its head and let out a melodious cry, its voice resonant and sorrowful, as if it could commune with the heavens through song. In the midst of the darkened sky, massive ice chunks began to form, cascading downwards, a manifestation of Lapras's exclusive Gigantamax move, G-Max Resonance. Under the weight of the falling ice blocks, the robust concussive gorilla appeared diminutive and powerless. There was nowhere to hide. Attempting to escape, its body felt as if ensnared by ghostly forces, rendering it immobile. Bang! The ice blocks descended mercilessly, siphoning away the surrounding warmth and depleting the concussive gorilla's entire vitality. Upon striking the ground, the enormous ice blocks suddenly vanished, transforming into ethereal water vapor, akin to a mirage. As a spectacular aurora, rarely seen outside polar regions, materialized before Lapras and the flower-healing Pokémon, forming an ethereal barrier. Ultra Gigantamax Aurora Melody. While inflicting damage on the target, it creates a shimmering Aurora Shield to protect oneself and nearby Pokémon. The Aurora Shield is ethereal and resplendent, mirroring the tumultuous emotions within Lapras at this moment. I beseech you, my Lapras is truly not a traitor. Chapter 19. A matter of common sentiment. What does it mean to be Lapras? Yuan exclaimed passionately. This is what it means to be Lapras. I am grateful for the rocket gifted by Lapras. Rest assured, from here on out, I will unleash every skill and my entire team will triumph. I ask you, what can they use against my Lapras next? A Dracozolt? A Tyranitar? The Sandstorm brothers are simply inadequate. Incineroar? To be honest, Incineroar's durability is quite impressive. But could I not obliterate it with a well-timed helping hand followed by a Gigantamax Hydro Pump? Then, they brought forth Togekiss. Togekiss, huh? Yuan pondered for a moment while stroking his chin, then began manipulating the controller. Is this selection good? Helping hand followed by Lapras's Gigantamax Hydro Pump targeting Togekiss. I believe this approach is sound. With that, Yuan confirmed his choice. Suddenly, the chat exploded with question marks. Streamer, do you not understand Pokémon? Why choose Hydro Pump when a Gigantamax Aurora Melody could obliterate the aircraft in one fell swoop? It would also allow for a helping hand healing. Ultimate Drain, Fairy Belt. Then Aurora Melody could also defeat the Fairy type. Indeed, even if the aircraft were to gaze upon my mother, it would still be easily dispatched. You do not understand. Do you? Yuan patiently explained. While Aurora Melody could indeed eliminate the aircraft, one must consider the defensive synergy. Have you pondered that the opponent's straightforward choice of aircraft might be a ruse to bait out the Aurora Melody? Though the opponent may be somewhat blunt, it is evident that reaching the top 3,000 in Master Ball rank requires some skill. What if I were to naively unleash Aurora Melody, only for them to switch in Incineroar or Dracozolt? Given Lapras's power, even with a boost, it might not take out Dracozolt, let alone Incineroar, whose resistances are formidable. Perhaps the opponent could employ a Gigantamax Protect to buy time for the final round in Gigantamax Transformation, leading to my downfall? Thus, the most prudent course of action is to execute the skill with the highest penetration, Hydro Pump with Helping Hand. I believe I could take out Togekiss. If they dare to switch for defensive synergy, Hydro Pump will still eliminate it. It was proven that Su Yuan's considerations were indeed correct. As the round commenced, the opponent withdrew Togekiss and Scent and Drakazalt. Goodness. Teacher Lu has read the opponent like a book. The opponent must now be thinking, who am I? Where am I, and what am I doing? A newcomer entering the fray expressed confusion. ISNT, this streamer only capable of being abrasive? Why pretend to be a novice? Hand over that fan badge. With Helping Hand and Hydro Pump, victory was assured. Drakazalt, with its frail physique, could withstand an Aurora Melody, but against a Gigantamax Hydro Pump, it would shatter upon contact. Incineroar could hardly endure, so how could it? The fairy type merely launched a token energy ball, the power of which could be easily replenished with a few bites of grass. Togekiss returned to the field, and the next moment, the system displayed, one party has chosen to forfeit. Something is amiss. Today's meal is spoiled. I came to enjoy a meal, not to witness this. I am nauseated. I couldn't even take a single bite. With a clean sweep from the start of the stream, aside from the barrage of chat, gifts were also aplenty. Thanks to Teacher Lou's girlfriend, Shiny Machamp, for the super fire. Thanks for the super fire that wasn't actually a super fire. Thanks to Yellow Horse Vanguard for the aircraft. Thanks to my eternal love, Lizamon, for the aircraft. To be honest, I like it too. The chat erupted with question marks once again, and after ignoring a few messages thanking the streamer, Su Yuan began the next match. He attempted to hammer me with Rock Slide. If you can flinch again today, the next moment, a thunderclap erupted. I concede. The opponent's Tyranitar used Rock Slide. Don't frighten me, Multi-type. Multi-type flinched and was unable to use a move. Bang! Su Yuan used Hammer Arm. Due to excessive force, the stream momentarily displayed a no signal message. I am furious. There was no choice. Su Yuan's composure shattered. The earlier matches had gone too smoothly, and now, in this final match, everything had turned against him. First, Lapras' skills were consistent, but at least the situation could be stabilized. As long as Multi-type could set up Trick Room once more, paired with the backline as Legendaries, a double knockout was not an issue. Alas, fate was not on my side. Ha 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 ha, how tragic this is. Everything has come crashing back. Just from this match alone, I could feast thrice, having just finished a meal, but truth be told, I feel famished. Teacher Lu, don't let your health suffer. Mother is worried. Could Mother not be? Thanks to the Tyranitar, does it count as a hero for gifting the super fire? Rapidly calming himself, Su Yuan remarked while closing the game, Tyranitar does not qualify as a hero, rather. Those Pokémon that employ Rock Slide and rely on sheer luck are not heroes at all. What is this called? This is called shamelessness. Thanks to the double standard of the Wandering Lu for the aircraft. This is not a double standard. Su Yuan continued to banter with his viewers. This is a matter of common sentiment. It's akin to intimacy. One naturally thinks of desiring to sleep with others, not the reverse. Understood, my brothers. Let us put common sentiment on the screen. Seeing the chat filled with common sentiment, Su Yuan smiled helplessly and opened the door to the room. Then, the door behind him suddenly swung open. What do you wish to sleep with? Kaying rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. She hadn't slept at all last night, and, after lunch, could no longer resist sleepiness, rushing back to her room for a nap. In truth, she had only just awoken and, glancing at the time, saw it was nearly 7 o'clock. She intended to ask Su Yuan what they would have for dinner when she heard a cacophony of wailing from his room. Approaching Su Yuan's side, Kaying curiously peered at the computer screen and asked, "Are you streaming?" "Sort of. Long ago, when I was bored, I would casually play around." Su Yuan's reflexes were quick, but ultimately futile. Everyone had been deceived. I thought I was feasting, but it was all just Carablast food. Teacher Lu, this move is truly a trap to lure in the Pokémon. Stealing a glance at the chat, filled with chaos, his lips involuntarily twitched. Resolute. He explained a few points to Kaying before reconnecting the microphone. Then, a sudden gift notification almost choked off his words. Su Yuan, with a forced smile, expressed gratitude. Thank you. Wasn't it agreed that we would play Gala, Mother today? The gift is tremendously popular. In the 20th chapter, he pondered, what exactly is Gala, Mother? His voice carried a hint of bitterness, for these individuals always seem to stir trouble. When did I ever agree to play Gala, Mother? Su Yuan felt somewhat guilty as he recalled that he had never explicitly stated he would play it today. His actual words were, if you genuinely wish to see Gala, Mother, I can arrange a time to stream it this week. Today, coincidentally, was the last day of the week. Claiming to stream it today did not seem entirely unreasonable. Under normal circumstances, streaming Gala, Mother was not out of the question. In fact, it could even enhance his popularity. However, the complication lay in the fact that his childhood friend was sitting beside him. If he streamed Gala, Mother now, wouldn't that lead to an embarrassing situation? Engaging with the online anime community was one thing, but facing social ostracism in reality was quite another. Although not every aspect of Gala Mother was appealing, Su Yuan was acutely aware that the games he purchased were of a type that would be overwhelming for children. While a general audience mode existed, it merely bypassed the final step. The content remained. In an instant, the direction of the comments shifted dramatically. One moment, they were deliberating on tricking a dog into a trap, and the next, it was, "Teacher Lu, I am ready with my nutritious fast track. I do not know if the children can handle me, but I, for one, am ready." Sitting at the edge of Su Yuan's bed, supporting herself with her hands. From her vantage point, she could only catch glimpses of phrases related to Gala, Mother. Her curiosity piqued. What is Gala, Mother? The nuances of language across different regions did not facilitate understanding. Su Yuan was still using the language from his past life, while Guang employed the Neon language. And the Galar region communicated in English. Due to Su Yuan's influence, Guang had been exposed to the language from a young age, making general communication manageable. Upon arriving in Huaxia, she continued to use it. However, some puns would pose a challenge for her comprehension. Guang tugged at Su Yuan's sleeve, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. What is Gala, Mother? A cold sweat suddenly appeared on Su Yuan's forehead, and he could only chuckle nervously. What exactly is Gala, Mother? Yet, just as Guang spoke, the comments exploded. Previously, Su Yuan had acted quickly, and they had only heard a sound akin to a girl's voice before it vanished, leaving the conversation unheard. Thus, the comments erupted. This voice, I am ready. Teacher Lu truly is adorable. My youth is returning. Do not worry, those with a cute voice are not necessarily innocent. Let us not forget that Teacher Lu enjoys driving a tank, after all. Gifts continued to pour in. Thanks to the adorable elements of the anime world for the tremendous gift. Did Teacher Lu fly today? When will I find someone as cute as you? Could Teacher Lu be my boyfriend? To the last gift, Su Yuan excitedly replied, not a chance. To maintain his image in front of his childhood friend, he resolutely skipped the topic of Gala, Mother. At the very least, he could not allow Guang to discover that, at heart, he was merely an anime enthusiast. What is so enjoyable about this cute game? To be honest, looking at its name and cover, it was evidently the kind of game suited for hardcore fans. Even I, who don't play it, can tell. Yet alas, I cannot resist my hands and still click to purchase it. I am someone who judges based on the art style. If the art style appeals to me, I will want to play. Of course, some works possess a beautiful style but lack substance, and can even be rather mundane. Nevertheless, this anime-loving enthusiast finds it irresistible and simply cannot refrain from clicking to play. These games often feature excessively revealing illustrations. A child's self-control is quite limited. And these anime female characters are overwhelming, let alone for children. Even I find them a challenge to resist. I have seen much in my time. What have I not encountered in the anime world? Su Yuan now wished he could slap himself for his earlier comments about the anime Bible while conversing with his online friends, only to succumb and purchase everything. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan nervously picked up the controller and, with a hint of life wisdom, declared, "Here. I wish to share a piece of advice. Be wary of the anime world." Regardless of the multitude of question marks in the live chat, Su Yuan remained unfazed. His heart seemingly detached from worldly matters as the racing game commenced. Today, could he reach a score of 13,200? Guang sat quietly beside Su Yuan. Although the vocabulary related to Gala, Mother gradually dissipated once he began racing, her curiosity regarding the term remained unabated. Observing Su Yuan's evasive demeanor, she knew he would never divulge the truth if asked directly. Thus, after watching the race for a while, Guang took out her phone and began searching the internet for Gala, Mother. She was aware of the racing game, but it paled in comparison to the allure of the anime world. If one were to search for Gala, Mother online, it would yield no results. However, Guang was far from ready to give up, scrolling down in search of relevant content, until she stumbled upon a video titled, "Shocking. Teacher Lu is also part of the anime world? Cheers." Lu? This seemed to be Su Yuan, didn't it? Guang discreetly glanced at Su Yuan. His side profile was handsome, and when he focused, he looked even more striking. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she retrieved her earbuds, connected them to her phone, and silently began playing the video. What is Gala, Mother? I do not understand. It was Su Yuan's voice, and a smile spread across Guang's face as she felt the answer was within reach. However, her smile soon froze as the comments on the video clarified what Gala, Mother truly was. Gala, Mother, was it really that? Coupled with Su Yuan's anime Bible, Guang's emotions became inexplicably complex. She understood that the majority of such content originated from the Sinnoh region. Only Kanto, Chengdu, and Fengyuan regions could rival it. No. Even if it were that, it did not necessarily mean it was of that type of game. Su Yuan was not that kind of person. Then, her dream shattered. The video showcased the various games Su Yuan had purchased, revealing he had bought 3 in succession. This game was indeed infamous. Even Guang, who had never encountered Gala, Mother, was aware of it. The mere element of anthropomorphized Pokémon is already sufficiently eye-catching, further enhanced by exquisite artistry and the engaging voices of popular voice actors. In the Sinnoh region, this game has become a quintessential choice for devoted fans of the anime genre. What astonished her the most were the subsequent installments. The first installment, Light, saw its once bright eyes lose their luster. If the previous title was merely somewhat well-known, then the series has achieved a thunderous acclaim. Unlike its predecessor's lackluster charm, each entry in the series can be deemed exceptional, with the final installment, Decisive Battle, garnering near-perfect scores on various rankings. It is truly an outstanding work. However, as if malfunctioning, Light dazedly lifted her head, gazing at Su Yuan's handsome profile in silence. Did Su Yuan prefer this kind of demeanor? Chapter 21. One should always have dreams. After continuing the live stream for a while, it seemed as if Su Yuan's luck had run dry today. His kart races were consistently thwarted, either by being knocked off the track by a blue shell or struck by lightning. The viewers in the chat expressed their disgust at the Pokémon footage, claiming it made them nauseous, yet as soon as the kart races began, they devoured their meals again. After finally reaching a score of 13,000 yesterday, he found himself plummeting to 12,940 today. I'm done, he declared, feeling the futility of such a game. After losing another 20 points, Su Yuan swiftly ended the stream. The pseudomantis remained in the same position by the window, sleeping soundly, oblivious to the commotion. Chuckling softly, Su Yuan cradled the small creature and placed her on his pillow. After deciding on dinner with Light, he opened his phone and ordered 3 sets of meals from a local delivery service. It seemed that the pseudomantis would not be waking up today, so she would miss out. Originally, Su Yuan intended to purchase some nutritional drinks for Pokémon, but Light had refused. I can't keep troubling you. Despite their close relationship, the mere act of staying at someone else's home was already a hassle, and she felt uncomfortable asking Su Yuan to help her raise Pokémon. Unless, recalling her mother's strong objections to her traveling to Huaxia, she found that her mother softened her stance upon hearing she would be visiting Su Yuan, with a serious demeanor. Her mother had advised, cohabitation is fine, but that step should not be taken before marriage. What nonsense, Light thought, annoyed as she took a bite of fried rice. Who wants to marry him? It's just that they've grown up together, fostering a close but purely platonic relationship. Then, she remembered how Su Yuan had brushed her hair aside that morning, her delicate face flushing involuntarily. Su Yuan found it odd, since the end of the stream. He felt that Light's gaze carried an inexplicable, peculiar intensity whenever she looked at him, though he couldn't quite articulate what was strange about it. After dinner, Light chatted with Su Yuan for a few moments before heading off to take a shower. Su Yuan returned to his desk to edit videos. If streaming was his primary occupation, then video editing was his secondary pursuit. Before becoming a trainer, Su Yuan didn't have a significant need for money, but he was aware that being a Pokémon trainer was an expensive profession. On online shopping platforms, even the lowest quality leaf stone could fetch around 100,000. While researching in the afternoon, he had contemplated purchasing one but was quickly dissuaded upon seeing the price. If the leaf stone had even a slightly better quality, the price would be justifiable. However, the lowest quality stones, in reality, would sell for only around 30,000 to 40,000. Regrettably, the demand for evolution stones among Pokémon trainers was immense, and they were often snatched up immediately upon release. For trainers without a certain status, the only option was online shopping, accepting the risk of being overcharged. Not to mention that some Pokémon required evolution stones to evolve. Even those that did not need them could gradually absorb the energy contained within them. More extravagantly, these stones could be used as ingredients in a special process, mixed with berries and nutritional drinks to create Pokémon cubes. After abandoning the idea of online shopping, Su Yuan continued his research while searching for information about leaf stones. In the end, he did not find any leaf stones but discovered details about miracle seeds. In 8 days, specifically the following Monday, a small Pokémon battle competition would be held at the Pokémon Club in Magic City, with miracle seeds as one of the rewards. In addition to the miracle seeds, the top 8 trainers would receive a Pokémon Pokédex, while those who already possessed one would receive a cash reward of 10. The term small competition does not imply a smaller scale than medium or large competitions, rather. It refers to the stipulation that participating trainers must use Pokémon that have not yet evolved. The age requirement for participants is under 20, making it an ideal venue for novice trainers to hone their skills. For various reasons, Su Yuan found no reason not to participate. Registration began the following day at the Pokémon Club in Magic City. After finishing the edits for today's stream, he divided the footage into 2 parts and uploaded them to his channel. After some contemplation, he selected a particular battle from the Pokémon footage to upload separately. Titling it Galar Region, Lapras causes 3 teammates to fail. Is Multitike up to the task? As he awaited the video upload to complete, Yuan quickly shut down his computer, carelessly discarded his clothes, and snuggled into bed. He had risen too early that morning, and now he felt overwhelmingly tired. Good night, pseudomantis. That night, Yuan had a curious dream. He found himself in the Kanto region, capturing the 3 legendary birds and encountering Mutwo. However, the legendary birds were no match for Mutwo, falling swiftly in battle. Reluctantly, Yuan returned the birds to their Pokeballs and, rolling up his sleeves, approached Mutwo to reason with it. After a heartfelt conversation, Mutwo was persuaded to become his Pokémon. In the Hoenn region, he stood before a flood powerful enough to engulf an entire continent. Behind him, a volcano erupted, spewing lava that solidified upon contact with water. Yuan, undaunted, leaped into the air, soaring amidst the envious gaze of Groudon as violent winds swirled around him. Listen, the sound of Rayquaza weeping echoed. In the Sinnoh region, Yuan gently tapped the Pokeball against Arceus, joyfully exclaiming, "I've captured Arceus." Clap. You silly fool. A familiar scream jolted Yuan awake from his slumber. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, through his hazy vision, it appeared as though a delicate, fair hand was magnifying in front of his eyes. Where exactly are you touching? Chapter 22, The False Mantis Grass. Perhaps I am the Pokémon? Yuan's dream was abruptly shattered by the light. He felt quite disheartened by this. Although he was at fault, when Guang entered his room that morning to rouse him, he instinctively lunged forward, intending to gently tap Arceus's right hand with a Pokeball, only to inadvertently collide with Guang's seemingly motionless chest. How could one possibly describe that sensation? Perhaps it was a blend of the soft, silky texture of fabric juxtaposed with the firmness of grass. After sharing breakfast with Guang, the false mantis grass, and Bojiamon, Yuan took out his phone to inform Guang about the upcoming Pokémon battle competition organized by the Pokémon Club next Monday. What do you think? Are you interested? Once the topic of Pokémon arose, Yuan's enthusiasm surged, particularly regarding Pokémon battles. I'll be heading to the club to register shortly. Guang cast a blank glance at Yuan, then sighed. Isn't that a given? Since you're already preparing to sign up, how could I possibly refrain from joining you? Moreover, the rewards for this competition were indeed enticing for novice trainers like them. The mere opportunity to obtain a Pokédex was enough to drive most novice trainers into a frenzy. Not to mention, the prizes for the top 3 places included items such as charcoal, mysterious water drops, and miracle seeds, which are perfectly suited for the initial Pokémon of most trainers. The 3rd place winner could choose any item, the 2nd place winner would receive 2 items, and the 1st place winner would claim all the aforementioned prizes. Even apart from the rewards, participating in the competition would provide invaluable practical experience for trainers. After all, registration was free of charge. One merely needed to meet the requirements. Without further ado, let us head to the training club, Yuan gently called out, as the false mantis grass leaped lightly onto his shoulder, where it relished its cozy spot. The Pokémon Club appeared to be bustling with activity, likely influenced by the competition news, as the number of attendees today was noticeably greater than yesterday. After standing in line for about 10 minutes, Yuan finally registered his information at the sign-up desk. Following that, he spent 2,000 yuan renting a grass-type training facility for 2 hours. Guang, under the staff's recommendation, also reserved a training area for 2 hours. After all, from a training perspective, the requirements for grass-type and water-type Pokémon facilities would undoubtedly differ. All right, false mantis grass, Yuan said, watching as it frolicked joyfully in the grass arena, a smile gracing his face. From now on, let us strive together. The false mantis grass chirped. Chirp? I will do my best. Let us begin with photosynthesis. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan made his decision. Among the 5 techniques he planned to train, photosynthesis was undoubtedly the simplest for the false mantis grass to master. This move was inherently one that grass-type Pokémon could learn naturally. What does it mean to learn a move naturally? Yuan believed that skills learned through leveling up in the previous games fell under this category. In other words, these are skills that Pokémon would instinctively learn as they grow to a certain level. However, not all naturally learned skills are easy to master. For instance, the move Sunny Day requires the false mantis grass to continuously accumulate energy within itself, transforming it into fire-type power, and ultimately releasing the stored energy to simulate the effect of a sunny day within a defined space. The energy required for this move is immense, and without external assistance. Yuan estimated that even after half a month, the false mantis grass might still struggle to grasp Sunny Day. Therefore, in Su Yuan's mind, the priority for this move was the lowest. If it could be mastered, that would be wonderful, but if not, it was of little consequence. Let us first establish roots, then attempt to grow. Compared to Sunny Day, the threshold for photosynthesis was significantly lower, as it is a move that enables grass-type Pokémon to accumulate energy. Su Yuan understood that it begins with establishing roots to experience the transformation and flow of energy from the external environment into their own energy stores, followed by using the Grow skill to convert the accumulated energy into enhanced abilities. Though due to the inherent characteristics of the false mantis grass, the expected enhancement in abilities would actually result in a decline. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the false mantis grass from experiencing the transformation of energy within itself. Unlike battle arenas, training facilities are usually devoid of staff unless required by the trainers themselves. Since there would be no one to discover his secret, Su Yuan felt no apprehension. He taught the false mantis grass how to control the transformation of energy within its body while simultaneously demonstrating the photosynthesis move, allowing the false mantis grass to experience the technique up close. Chirp, what is going on? Am I the Pokémon here? As he executed this move for the first time, Su Yuan felt no sense of incongruity. It was as if he had truly transformed into a grass-type Pokémon. Every inch of skin that came into contact with the air greedily absorbed the sunlight drifting through the atmosphere. Within mere seconds, Su Yuan felt as though he had awakened after 10 hours of sleep, invigorated and refreshed, even alleviating the stiffness that had plagued him from long hours spent in front of a computer. To put it metaphorically, it felt as though he had balloons tied to his body, making him feel weightless. After stretching his joints, Su Yuan found himself capable of performing flexible movements that had previously eluded him. What a delight! Subconsciously, he used photosynthesis once more, and the gentle surge of energy filled him with a sense of euphoria that he could not suppress. Chirp? Weren't we supposed to be training me? Why are you training instead? Startled by the false mantis grass's interruption, Su Yuan suddenly recalled his purpose for being there. However, who could resist the allure of photosynthesis? It was akin to how a novice could never fathom the softness of a girl's gentle hand. Those who had never experienced photosynthesis could never comprehend the bliss it brought. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yuan vigorously stifled his urge to use photosynthesis again and turned his focus back to earnestly instructing the false mantis grass. Whenever there was something it did not understand, Su Yuan would demonstrate photosynthesis again, deepening his own understanding of the technique with each repetition. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and fortunately, photosynthesis was not an intricate move. Under Su Yuan's attentive guidance, the false mantis grass managed to grasp the fundamentals. However, it was somewhat disheartening for the false mantis grass to realize that its trainer was more familiar with photosynthesis than it was. Who truly was the Pokémon here? Chapter 23. If only I had paid attention in class after a hasty lunch and a brief half-hour respite at the Pokémon Club. Su Yuan perfectly illustrated to Guang what true fervor entailed. In the Pokémon Club's battle arena, apart from the standard rental venues, there exists an alternative mode. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have friends, and for those solitary Pokémon trainers seeking to accumulate practical combat experience. Aside from participating in Pokémon competitions and venturing into the wild to confront wild Pokémon, this is their only recourse. After all, Pokémon battles are not held every day, and for novice trainers, the prospect of seeking out wild Pokémon for combat can be exceedingly perilous. A misstep could even lead to the loss of their beloved Pokémon. Where there is a demand, there is a profit to be made. In the randomized battle area, one must first pay a standard fee for the battle venue, which serves as a deposit or wager, after which staff will arrange an opponent. The victor not only retrieves their initial venue fee, but also earns 70% of the opponent's fee, while the remaining 30% covers service and handling charges. Naturally, the cost of the venue for this battle is borne by the defeated party. At this moment, Su Yuan's pseudomantis is engaged in battle with another trainer's hunting butterfree. From a type perspective, the grass-type pseudomantis finds itself at a significant disadvantage against the bug-flying type hunting butterfree. However, the skill pool of hunting butterfree is rather awkward. Without external instruction for move acquisition, the skills learned through leveling up include a predominance of grass-type moves, apart from the standard-type ones. Besides the wind move acquired during its evolution, the only flying-type move, Airblade, can only be learned at level 20. While the bug-type move Silver Wind requires reaching level 25. From the brief exchanges that transpired, Su Yuan deduces that this hunting butterfree may have recently evolved, likely around level 15. Ironically, as the initial form of hunting butterfree, the Caterpie can learn Bug Bite at level 15. Yet, Caterpie evolves at level 7 and transforms into hunting butterfree by level 10, meaning without a Everstone. Hunting butterfree can only learn its bug-type moves at level 25 at the earliest. Type advantages are crucial, but they do not dictate the outcome entirely. A trainer's calm judgment, strategic command, and trust in their Pokémon are the keys to victory. Hunting Butterfree. Use Sleep Powder. And again with Sleep Powder. The trainer of Hunting Butterfree clenched his hands tightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. How could this happen? I have the advantage here. Sleep Powder. Yes. If I can immobilize my opponent, victory will be mine. To this, Yuan shook his head. Anyone who pays attention in class would know that powder moves are ineffective against grass-type Pokémon. However, Yuan did not wish for the battle to conclude so swiftly. His intentions lay elsewhere. Pseudomantis, take root, and observe the movements of Hunting Butterfree. A mere gust of wind would not inflict substantial damage upon the already learned photosynthesis of Pseudomantis. In fact, even after taking root, Hunting Butterfree would struggle to land effective hits. Thus, this moment presents an excellent opportunity for training to master the defensive skill. To defend is to anticipate an attack. Practicing defensive skills during battle was an idea that suddenly struck Yuan. There is no better time for Pseudomantis to hone its defensive prowess than now. He did not expect Pseudomantis to master the skill immediately. He merely sought for it to grasp the essence of withstanding an attack, which would greatly aid in future training. Now, Yuan exclaimed, try to block Hunting Butterfree's gust. This was a preemptive maneuver. Defense is invariably more challenging than offense. If Pseudomantis is not afforded sufficient time to contemplate its defensive strategy, it is bound to incur some damage. With a sharp sound, Pseudomantis crossed its scythe-like arms, emanating a brilliant green light. This was the contact leaf blade skill it had previously employed against the light-type Pokémon. As Pseudomantis executed the move, Hunting Butterfree's wings generated a fierce gale directed at Pseudomantis. In that fleeting moment, the leaf blades sliced through the raging wind. Yet a portion of the wind still struck Pseudomantis. Fortunately, the damage sustained was minimal, and thanks to its rooted state, the wounds would soon mend. But the battle was far from over. Anticipate the flight trajectory of Hunting Butterfree, predict its landing point, and unleash your leaf blade. With a swift motion, several leaf blades sliced through the wings of Hunting Butterfree, which let out a pained cry as it plummeted to the ground, momentarily incapacitated from flight. Charge. Use Tackle now. The opposing trainer had completely lost his composure, neglecting the strengths of his own Pokémon. With Tackle out, how could you possibly lose? Try to intercept the attack with Leaf Blade. Yuan calmly directed. This was not an inclination to employ moves of disadvantageous types. Rather, the current offensive options for Pseudomantis were quite limited. Grass-type moves faced quadruple resistance from Hunting Butterfree, while Bug-type moves at least faced only double resistance. This time, Pseudomantis successfully blocked Hunting Butterfree's attack. However, it was more than mere defense. As the move was Leaf Blade, consecutive uses would amplify its power. Even the slightest damage counts. And at this moment, Pseudomantis wielded its leaf blades like miniature size, delivering repetitive strikes against Hunting Butterfree. Each strike was akin to scraping off a layer of skin. Hunting Butterfree, return. The trainer's voice was filled with desperation. After all, the venue fee was a considerable sum. String shot, quickly. Create distance. Yuan ignored the white threads emitted by Hunting Butterfree towards Pseudomantis. The opponent's performance was lackluster, unable even to mount an effective counterattack. If Pseudomantis were to practice its defense here, it might even surpass the efficiency of solitary training. Next, utilizing Sweet Scent. Its speed surged by 2 levels while simultaneously lowering the opponent's evasion rate. What followed must surely be an onslaught akin to a tempest. Unleash consecutive contact leaf blades. Finish the opponent in one breath. With speed enhanced, Hunting Butterfree could no longer distance itself from Pseudomantis. The damage to its wings had significantly impaired its mobility. Hardening. Had the opponent initiated hardening from the outset, Yuan might have regarded it with caution. However, now, with Hunting Butterfree's vitality waning, was there any reason for Yuan to hesitate? Clearly not. The trilobite from the Cambrian era imparted a timeless lesson. Over-reliance on defense leads to demise. With a final decisive strike, Hunting Butterfree succumbed, losing its ability to battle. In the darkness before him, the trainer hunting for the swallowtail butterfly declared, "Victory is mine." Yuan. Chapter 24. Am I truly here to train Pokémon? After winning a battle, Yuan fed the false mantis some berries and took a brief respite before promptly commencing the next match. He aimed to complete 3 battles in total. His opponents in the second and third rounds were the Blue Toad and the Geodude, both of which were significantly vulnerable to grass-type attacks. Thus, Yuan secured his victories with ease. After a few symbolic defensive maneuvers against their assaults, his Leaf Blade struck true, rendering his opponent's Pokémon unable to battle. Kong also engaged in 3 battles. However, unlike Yuan's flawless performance, she achieved 2 victories and 1 defeat, the latter occurring against a Magnemite, which possessed both electric and steel attributes. The overwhelming disadvantage in terms of type and training time rendered her defeat inevitable. Su Yuan himself lacked confidence in defeating the Magnemite, as its electric and steel types were exceedingly formidable. The only weaknesses it had were to fighting and fire types at double damage, and ground types at quadruple damage. Otherwise, it boasted resistances to all other types, along with immunity to poison. If given the chance, Su Yuan would have liked to acquire a Magnemite, but alas, the harsh reality was that there had been no sightings or rumors of one in the wilderness surrounding Magic City. Upon exiting the Pokémon Club, the clock had already struck 2 in the afternoon. Although the sunlight was not as intense as the previous day, it remained glaring. The false mantis resting on Su Yuan's shoulder began to doze off. Gently transferring it to his arms, Su Yuan returned home with Kong. His plan was as follows: to train techniques with the false mantis in the morning at the club, then to gain practical battle experience at the arena after consuming specially prepared energy cubes at noon. In the afternoon, the false mantis would succumb to its natural inclination for slumber, allowing it to accumulate energy. Meanwhile, Su Yuan would take advantage of this time to peruse materials and expand his knowledge. As for the evening, it would undoubtedly be time for his live stream, which served as his primary source of income. The funds provided by his parents sufficed for his basic living expenses each month, but were woefully inadequate for the cultivation of Pokémon. Over the subsequent 5 days, Su Yuan and the false mantis dedicated themselves to training and battles. Though the days unfolded in an ordinary manner, neither Su Yuan nor the false mantis felt the slightest hint of monotony. Instead, they found joy in their endeavors. During this period, the false mantis had flawlessly mastered the skill of photosynthesis. During its customary afternoon slumber, it could occasionally invoke photosynthesis to hasten its energy accumulation. Simultaneously, in regard to the defensive move it had been training, the false mantis grasped the essential techniques. While it had yet to generate a transparent shield through the release of internal energy for defense, it could effectively block most attacks using Leaf Blade and consecutive strikes. Rather than being merely a defensive maneuver, it was akin to perceiving the flow of battle. Hence, Su Yuan learned to see through the tactics. I am truly not a Pokémon. Next came the skill of Leech Life, which was based on the bug type's consecutive strikes. With Su Yuan's supportive guidance, the false mantis successfully learned it just yesterday, on Friday. With the skills of Root, photosynthesis, and Leech Life under its belt, it was evident that if the false mantis were not taken down instantaneously, its ability to replenish energy would be formidable, given even a moment to breathe. The false mantis could restore its stamina to a healthy level. Originally, it was intended to learn 5 skills, and having already mastered 3. Today, as training would focus on Leaf Blade, Su Yuan stood before the false mantis, elucidating the key elements of this technique. This move closely resembles Leaf Blade, both being adept at striking vital points, though one is a physical non-contact move, while the other is entirely non-contact. Furthermore, Leaf Blade wields greater power than Leaf Blade, indicating that using this move necessitates a larger infusion of Grass-type energy. As he spoke, Su Yuan raised his hands. If the energy required for Leaf Blade is akin to 1, then to execute Leaf Blade, one must channel 1.5 to even 2 times that energy. 2 emerald lights flickered along Su Yuan's arms, the radiance on the left being slightly dimmer than that on the right. Yet, this should pose no challenge for you. Turning, Su Yuan dissipated the Grass-type energy in his hands and gently caressed the false mantis's small face. After all, you've already mastered Leaf Storm. A mere Leaf Blade should be a walk in the park, right? The crux lies in the method of attack. With a serious tone, Su Yuan continued. Although both the contact-based Leaf Blade and Leaf Blade are close-range attacks, the distinction lies in the fact that Leaf Blade attaches leaves to the sickle and inflicts damage through sweeping motions. This method naturally inflicts less damage than directly launching leaves. However, Leaf Blade is different. Rising, Su Yuan reconcentrated Grass-type energy on his arm. To execute an attack as refined as a sword strike, that is the essence of Leaf Blade. The energy gathered on his arm burgeoned, eventually extending from his palm into a sword-like shape. Then, with a flourish, Su Yuan unleashed several sword flowers, carving deep grooves into the ground. Strike swiftly and fiercely. That is the feeling. Do you understand? Observing the false mantis's perplexed gaze, he scratched his cheek and added, if I had to describe it, it would be in an instant, a flash of inspiration, precise and graceful. No words could better encapsulate the essence of Leaf Blade. In a fleeting moment, Su Yuan allowed his imagination to soar. In the Championship League, a shiny mantis stood poised on the battlefield, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. At the moment an opponent's Pokémon charged to strike, she gracefully shifted her stance, her movements resembling a dreamlike dance, like a flower fairy, emerging from the mud untainted, washing in the clear waters without becoming alluring. No foe could withstand her. Yet, Su Yuan's daydream was abruptly interrupted by the false mantis. which pointed to the sword marks on the ground and then at him, its little eyes brimming with confusion. Chirp? So, have you learned another skill? Awakened from his reverie, Su Yuan finally grasped the situation. The sudden influx of information regarding Leaf Blade in his mind prompted an exasperated thought. Am I truly here to train Pokémon? I feel as though it is the Pokémon training me instead. No, wait. Am I training myself? Chapter 25. No one understands intimidation better than I do. The 2-day weekend swiftly came to an end, and while most students lamented the rapid passage of time, they reluctantly returned to school. However, these matters held no significance for Su Yuan. What a bustling scene it was. The Pokémon Club was evidently thrumming with nearly double the usual foot traffic. In addition to the competitors, a larger number of spectators had purchased tickets, eager to witness Pokémon battles up close. Upon hearing that the competition would seemingly be recorded in its entirety, Su Yuan remarked, grasping Guang's hand as they deftly navigated the bustling crowd towards the contestants' lounge. Guang, blushing profusely, allowed Su Yuan to lead her, responding to whatever Su Yuan said without fully comprehending the words. This state of affairs was unsustainable. Su Yuan shook her head, adopting a serious demeanor. There's no need to be anxious, simply envision this competition as a routine battle. Excessive nervousness could result in errors during command. While this sentiment was undeniably true, the crux of the matter was that Guang did not feel nervous at all. It was merely Su Yuan's continuous grasp on her hand that hindered her ability to think clearly. A soft sigh escaped her throat, and it felt as if steam were rising from her head as she buried it deeper. What's this? It's the wing attack of Bobo. The commentator's voice boomed across the battlefield. Will the green caterpillar manage to evade this lethal assault? It's using string shot. The green caterpillar has unleashed its silk onto the battlefield. It dodged. The green caterpillar successfully evaded. The creature cleverly utilized the string shot to pull itself out of the range of the opponent's attack. A calm and astute decision indeed. An exceptional commentator always has the ability to effectively engage the audience's emotions, and there was no doubt that the spectators were thoroughly captivated. Even Su Yuan could feel her own blood boiling with excitement. What is happening? Bobo has also released string shot through the monitor provided in the lounge by the organizers. Su Yuan and Guang were able to witness the unfolding events. Wait, when did Bobo learn to use string shot? Guang's mind struggled to grasp the situation. No, it's not that Bobo learned it, Su Yuan clarified, but rather that it mimicked the green caterpillar's string shot. Parrot-like mimicry, the commentator exclaimed. This Bobo has surprisingly mastered parrot-like mimicry. The string shot it utilized hit the green caterpillar directly. The green caterpillar is immobilized, though Su Yuan internally felt reassured. As a competent commentator, he continued to elaborate. Will the green caterpillar manage to break free from the silk's bindings? However, the opposing Bobo offers no opportunities. Wing attack. Another wing attack. The green caterpillar has lost its ability to battle. Let us congratulate Bobo's trainer for advancing. Contestant number 0131, Su Yuan. Please proceed to Arena 1 for your match. Contestant number 0132, Guang. Please proceed to Arena 4 for your match. Contestant number 0133. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Yuan promptly rose, offering Guang an encouraging gesture. You must do your best. Don't let this first battle end in defeat. Yes. As she watched Su Yuan's figure gradually fade away, Guang resolutely vowed to herself, I will not lose. After exiting the contestant passage, Su Yuan suddenly recalled a concern that gnawed at her. My usual voice must differ significantly from my streaming voice, right? After all, I tend to be rather brash during Pokémon streams. If someone recognizes me from my less than pristine moments, might we not find ourselves in an awkward confrontation? Perhaps not, she mused, pondering who would associate the loud and boisterous teacher Ruyo with her shy demeanor. As both sides took their positions, the match was about to commence. Hearing the commentator's words, Su Yuan nodded, turning to her opponent with a radiant smile. However, her adversary ignored her, swiftly retrieving his Pokeball. With a flash of red light, a towering, 2-meter-long serpentine creature appeared on the field, a poison-type Pokémon, Arbok. Simultaneously, Su Yuan produced her Sweet Ball. As she held it, the Sweet Ball opened with a sudden flourish. In stark contrast to the massive Arbok, the diminutive body of the pseudomantis appeared fragile and feeble. What Pokémon is that? I've never seen it before. Indeed, it's so adorable. I wish I could have won. Upon the appearance of the pseudomantis, the female spectators in the audience suddenly brightened, captivated by its charming exterior, while inquiring among their companions about the Pokémon's name. Could it be the pseudomantis? Among them were those who recognized the creature. But the colors don't match. Isn't the pseudomantis supposed to be pink? Suddenly, one individual seemed to have an epiphany, pulling out their phone to access the Pokémon encyclopedia. Oh my gosh, that pseudomantis is a shiny Pokémon. The term shiny Pokémon reverberated in the minds of the onlookers like thunder, and in an instant, envious glances were directed towards Su Yuan. What sort of family possesses the means to acquire a shiny Pokémon? The match begins. As the commentator's words faded, Arbok immediately straightened its form, displaying a menacing countenance. A sense of eerie familiarity surged within Su Yuan's heart. She recognized this feeling all too well. No one understands Intimidate better than I do. Sensing her attack power had risen, Su Yuan felt an inexplicable strangeness. Her current ability was contrarian. It was as though she herself were stepping into the fray. Pseudomantis, close your eyes. While an onlooker might assume Arbok's posture was merely a ploy for intimidation, Su Yuan, with her deep understanding of Intimidate, did not believe it could lower the opposing Pokémon's attack by 2 stages. So what was the purpose of such a display? Glare. As expected. After rising to its full height, Arbok revealed its belly patterns. Should the opponent's Pokémon gaze upon this terrifying design, an innate fear would take root, rendering it paralyzed. Excellent prediction. The commentator praised without reservation. As long as I can't see you, I want to be afraid. But how will the pseudomantis confront Arbok's offensive while keeping its eyes closed? Noticing the glare had missed its target, Arbok's trainer was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Acid. Although Arbok itself was non-venomous, that did not preclude it from executing poison-type moves. A vial, purple acid solution spewed forth from Arbok's mouth, and if it struck, the damage would be considerable. Seizing the opportunity while the pseudomantis had its eyes closed to defend against the glare, Arbok launched a rapid assault. Can the pseudomantis evade? Evade? Su Yuan chuckled softly. That is entirely unnecessary. Even without sight, so what? Rooted, I shall endure. By remaining unchanged, I can withstand all transformations. Chapter 26. No way. Are you at a 90% level? A dense flurry of leaves materialized before the pseudomantis, having refined its energy control during the last 2 days of training. The pseudomantis' defensive move, Guard, had finally begun to take shape. Yet, whether it was the current leaf shield or the more advanced breakthrough Guard, it bore a critical flaw. It is thus impossible to entirely block the remarkably effective techniques aimed at oneself. A small portion of the corrosive liquid penetrated the flying leaves barrier, splattering onto the pseudomantis. The hissing sound was the result of the strong acid solution dissolving the leaves, and from the areas where the liquid had splashed onto the pseudomantis. Wisps of white smoke began to rise. Fortunately, only a minor portion struck the pseudomantis, and with the regenerative capabilities provided by its roots, this slight injury posed no significant threat. Witnessing their attack thwarted once more, the opposing trainer furrowed their brow in displeasure and issued another command for an offensive strike. Suddenly, the Arbok opened its gaping mouth and unleashed a barrage of steel needles. Each needle shimmered with a deep purple glow, signifying its toxic nature. The Arbok's poisonous needles were launched with surprising suddenness, yet just as they were released, the flying leaves swiftly approached to counter. The 2 techniques collided with great force, resulting in a resounding explosion before the Arbok's eyes. A thick cloud of white smoke enveloped the battlefield. The commentator's tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Was that a preemptive strike? If this were a major or even a mid-tier competition, he would not have been so astonished. However, the participants in this minor competition were merely a group of newly minted trainers, while the Arbok was resistant to poison and grass-type moves. Being struck directly by the shockwaves from the 2 techniques would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage. During the commentator's moment of distraction, Su Yuan issued another command: maintain the defense. No sooner had the words left his lips than a grotesquely purple corrosive liquid shot towards the pseudomantis. Given the obscured visibility due to the white smoke, an impulsive attack would be unwise. Therefore, Su Yuan deduced that the opponent would likely resort to long-range techniques to launch their assault. There were 3 reasons for this assessment. Aside from the visibility issue, the Arbok itself was not particularly swift, and rather than recklessly charging through the smoke, it would be more advantageous to exploit the pseudomantis' rooted position to counterattack. Based on these considerations, Su Yuan opted to continue defending. Whether faced with poison needles or corrosive liquid, the pseudomantis could withstand it all. TCH. Frustrated by yet another failed attempt, the opponent remarked impatiently. Is that all you can do? Perhaps to onlookers, it appeared that he had been on the defensive from the outset, constantly pressured and unable to retaliate. Unable to land a hit, he seemed to be merely stalling for time, which could be perceived as an annoyance. In response, Su Yuan had a retort: defense, or the act of protecting oneself, is a valid tactic in its own right. All right, all right, all right. The opponent repeated the word thrice. Clearly agitated. Let us see how long you can hold out. A piercing sound erupted as the Arbok sprang into action, its tail vibrating like that of a rattlesnake, producing an ear-splitting noise that reverberated through the air. This was the moment Su Yuan had been waiting for. He struggled to suppress a grin, his lips moving softly as he conveyed a message to the pseudomantis. The commentator's expression became particularly animated, as he was positioned just right to hear Su Yuan's words. One word, succinct and to the point, act. Under the commentator's peculiar gaze, the pseudomantis desperately covered its ears with its sickle-shaped leaves, its expression one of discomfort, occasionally writhing its body to enhance the realism of the performance. Had he not known this was an act, he would have never believed it. However, upon realizing the truth, he found the performance somewhat exaggerated. Now's the chance. Poison strike. A smirk graced the trainer's lips, evidently delighted. Let's see how you handle this one. If this had been the beginning of the match, the commentator would have exerted every ounce of enthusiasm to narrate the event. But at this point, he wished to be spared from that duty. The mere utterance of the word act had completely extinguished his fervor for commentary. He offered a few dismissive remarks, curious to see what this trainer had up their sleeve. The Arbok swayed its massive serpentine body, its tail emanating a faint purple glow, both enchanting and unsettling. Rather than opting for long-range attacks, the Arbok preferred to strike with its physical form. The Arbok's assault came swiftly, its tail executing a merciless poison strike aimed directly at the pseudomantis' face. Now, Su Yuan snapped his fingers, cancel the rooting, then cleave. Freed from the constraints of its roots, the pseudomantis deftly twisted its body, narrowly evading the Arbok's attack. Subsequently, the pseudomantis lunged at the Arbok, channeling its fighting-type energy through its sickle leaves. This technique was one that the pseudomantis had inadvertently mastered during its training with Leaf Blade. Swoosh! Like the Reaper wielding a scythe, the pseudomantis' sickle leaves carved a wound upon the Arbok, the tremendous force sending the Arbok hurtling backward. Hit. The commentator's voice trembled with incredulity, before erupting an exclamation, critical hit. It struck the vital spot. The scales of victory instantly tipped in Su Yuan's favor. Both Cleave and Leaf Blade, like the other techniques, were adept at striking critical hits. Most importantly, Cleave was a normal-type move. In an era predominantly dominated by Pokémon resistant to bug and grass types, Su Yuan felt he could finally abandon the role of the underdog. Having successfully landed a blow, Su Yuan understood the importance of seizing the moment. He issued a command, and for the first time, the pseudomantis showcased its speed. Although it was still relatively slow compared to other Pokémon, it was closing in. Closer. Closer still. This was the perfect position. Glare. The Arbok's trainer shouted hoarsely. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Regardless of the Arbok's current condition, as long as he could paralyze it, there was still a chance for reversal. With its defense lowered by 2 levels, he was eager to see how the pseudomantis would withstand the Arbok's poison strike. This time, the Arbok's glare successfully connected with the pseudomantis. Su Yuan appeared completely unprepared for the opponent's sudden counterattack, standing still and seemingly resigned to the impending defeat. Is that all you've got? A moment later, Su Yuan uttered 2 words. Seriously? That's your level? Did he not consider why he dared to let his Pokémon attack so boldly? Surely, he did not believe he lacked means to counter abnormal states. On the battlefield, the pseudomantis was as if unaffected, maintaining its speed as its sickle leaves slashed once more. Boom. This time, the Arbok's body was sent flying out of the arena. The Arbok was unable to continue fighting. The victor is Su Yuan. As the announcement of the advancing contestant echoed, the Arbok's trainer flushed with indignation. I refuse to accept this, he shouted, pointing at Su Yuan. I suspect he cheated. Chapter 27. You say cheat, and so it is? I suspect he cheated. The Arbok's trainer did not lower his voice. Instead, he raised it intentionally, shouting loudly. Many spectators in the nearest stands overheard this accusation. No way. Is there really someone cheating in this competition? It seems implausible. With so many eyes watching, how could anyone dare to cheat? We are not trainers ourselves. And if someone truly intended to cheat, how would we even discern it? Indeed, to voice such an accusation in front of so many witnesses must be rooted in some rationale. A stir arose in the audience, aptly illustrating the adage that one person spreads the word to 10 and 10 to 100. Before long, everyone in the stands was aware of the alleged cheating in Arena 1. Numerous self-proclaimed defenders of justice began to denounce Su Yuan without grasping the truth. Oh? Su Yuan's gaze turned icy. Cheating during a competition is no trivial matter. In severe cases, one could be stripped of their trainer status for life. But where is your evidence? I have no evidence. The absurdity of the accusation was palpable. You were clearly hit by my move. How did you remain unaffected? He then faced the audience and proclaimed loudly, Isn't this cheating? Indeed, isn't this cheating? Wherever one goes, there will always be those who thrive on chaos. Once inside it, some unsuspecting individuals turned their ire towards Su Yuan, following the crowd, as it is often safer to go with the majority. As Su Yuan was about to clarify, he was abruptly interrupted by a staff member serving as both commentator and referee. You claim it's cheating without basis? You come here and hurl accusations at the trainer of the ABO snake. If this escalates, you will face consequences. Just because you are blind does not mean everyone else is. He pointed to the competition rules, which clearly stated that Pokémon are permitted to carry items. Do you understand what carrying items means? If you choose not to use items, that is your decision. You cannot prevent others from doing so. The trainer of the ABO snake was left speechless by the commentator's rebuttal. What do you mean? What? The commentator's frustration mounted. Duty is profession. He harbored a deep disdain for two types of individuals, those who cheat in competitions and those who casually accuse others of cheating. Let us not forget that remnants of berries are still on the field, he pointed out, indicating the scattered debris. Do you doubt us? Shall we check the match replay in the back? I'll show you clearly. The berry used was entirely legitimate. How did it turn into cheating in your hands? Should I then claim that your ABO snake's moves are illegal? Even Yuan was momentarily bewildered by the intensity of the accusation. Wait. I am the one being wronged here. Why are you so agitated? Subsequently, in order to avoid disrupting the next match, Yuan, along with that trainer and the referee, was escorted backstage. With the referee's testimony and the match replay, Yuan's suspicions were entirely dispelled. I was truly terrified. Just sitting beside you, my heart was racing. When I heard that a contestant in Arena 1 was cheating, I was completely taken aback. What happened next? What else could happen? Yuan took a sip of berry juice, maneuvering the mouse to access the official competition website. The follow-up actions are detailed in this announcement. Guang, reading the announcement with utmost seriousness, pronounced each word aloud as he came across the penalties. Comprehensive prohibition of this contestant from engaging in any trainer activities in the city, including but not limited to Pokémon centers and club facilities. This situation will be reported to the league according to actual circumstances. Once again, it is reiterated that cheating and defaming contestants are strictly forbidden in any competition. Offenders will be dealt with according to the law. After reading, Guang felt a sense of relief, raising his hand and waving it in the air. Now that's more like it. You see, defaming a contestant is even more grievous than cheating. If a defamed contestant is not promptly vindicated, their career as a trainer could be irrevocably ruined. In the past, in the Kanto region, such a tragedy had occurred. A master-level trainer was mercilessly criticized until he withdrew from the public eye, ultimately abandoning his identity as a trainer, and even his life. Although his name was later cleared, the damage had already been done. What significance does vindication hold when one is no longer alive? The league has always taken a hard stance against defaming trainers. After reporting to the league, does that mean he will no longer be able to challenge gyms? Presumably. Yuan appeared somewhat distracted, more concerned with Guang's presence beside him. You're sitting too close. Fool. At that moment, Yuan was seated at the computer desk, while Guang leaned in closely to scrutinize the screen. Though the proximity was intimate, Yuan found it difficult to refuse. Isn't fool? He lamented that if he had not been interrupted by the delivery staff, they might have maintained that position a little longer. After lunch, Yuan, for once, did not engage in training. Training every day can be excessive. It is refreshing to take a break now and then for both himself and his Pokémon. With no competition scheduled for the next 2 days, the length of the elimination rounds indicated the vast number of participants. Seizing the opportunity, he considered playing a game that had been gathering dust for quite some time. After all, one must balance work and leisure. Playing a single game for too long can become tiresome. Occasionally switching things up for relaxation is quite beneficial. Thus, with a sense of guilty pleasure, Yuan picked up his console and hesitantly launched the game he had purchased long ago but had yet to play. Is this Pokémon? Yuan gazed incredulously at the anime-style girl on the screen. He would never have believed it was Pokémon had it not been labeled. I will forever adore Milotic. It's Miss Skirt. I'm ready. Who can withstand this Shinado? After a while, Yuan's hand wandered below, opening a cabinet to retrieve a bottle of nutrient drink. Unscrewing the cap, he took a hearty swig, instantly clearing his previously murky gaze. Frostless is just too adorable. Oh my, this game even includes Tapu Koko. Continue. Let me see which Pokémon I will capture next. That evening, Yuan began his livestream as usual, but he overlooked a crucial detail. Unlike PC games, console games, no matter how deeply buried, would be front and center once played. Therefore, when Yuan started his stream, the chat was filled with comments like, is the streamer secretly indulging in solo play? Streamer, or else the brothers will tear you apart. Who still watches Pokémon? I'm going straight for the Gigantamax Dreadnought. Streamer, do you think this game is fun? Generally, it's dull. Yuan glanced at the trash can in the corner of the table and chose to speak candidly. It was indeed a bit of a waste of the Nutritional Express. After a brief interaction with the viewers, Yuan commenced today's battle. Once the team was selected, the viewers in the live stream exclaimed, "Dirty, dirty, dirty." In another room, Guang, as usual, sat on the bed with her Pac-Man, holding her phone and leaning against the wall. Every evening after dinner, she would wait for Su Yuan's live stream with her Pac-Man. It had become her habit. Staying too close to Su Yuan might inadvertently disrupt his broadcast. She had mentioned this to him, and secretly watching his stream with her Pac-Man was actually quite enjoyable. Furrowing her brows, Guang voiced her slight confusion. Why do they all say this lineup is dirty? Pac-Man tilted its little head in her arms, indicating it was equally perplexed. With a head full of questions, Guang continued watching. Soon, her confusion was clarified. I never sleep, people, but this time, it's not about sleeping. On screen, the massive flower atop Venusaur swayed violently, releasing a dust that possessed hypnotic properties. Venusaur shook its plump body vigorously. The dust hit its target, causing the opponent's Pokémon to instantly fall into a deep slumber. The barrage of comments rolled in. Everyone understood. This was double standards. It was simply human nature. Guang couldn't help but chuckle softly, though she still felt somewhat speechless. However, the phrase Venusaur shook its plump body inevitably conjured an image of Venusaur dispersing its hypnotic powder in her mind. The visual was incredibly vivid. Every time Guang thought this was what the viewers referred to as dirty, Su Yuan would invariably shatter her illusions. This evening was a feast of old tricks. Hypnosis, sleep powder, yawns. If it was a move that put someone to sleep, it was fair game, regardless of what it was. In Su Yuan's own words, it could be summarized as, after sleeping on the left, sleep on the right. Of course, there were moments of intelligent matching as well. The so-called intelligent matching meant that whatever team you selected, the system would coincidentally match you against a team specifically designed to counter yours. With a roaring tiger equipped with dust-repelling goggles, Venusaur was forced to withdraw from the battle, especially since the opposing side had deployed a mysterious guardian, rendering them immune to all abnormal statuses. Yet, it was within such scenarios that Su Yuan's formidable skills truly shone, even amidst comments suggesting surrender. With the sentiment that losing this round wouldn't be shameful, Su Yuan repeatedly executed astonishing comebacks. For instance, when his roaring tiger faced an opponent with the ability to switch fields, Su Yuan accurately predicted the newly mega-evolved broom win on the opposing side, and cleverly utilized the opponent's magical mirror ability to toss back the supersized broom win. This left the opposing player momentarily stunned. The intensity of the match prompted viewers in the live stream to declare it exhilarating, with some even admitting to feeling stuffed from the excitement. It was only later, with reminders from other viewers, that they realized they shouldn't have been enjoying their meals while watching Su Yuan's impressive plays. Alright, today's Pokémon battle segment comes to an end. Next, it should be time for carriage rides, Guang thought to herself, genuinely uninterested in the latter. Moreover, she had come to learn about Pokémon battles, not for entertainment. Just as she was about to exit the live stream to watch Su Yuan's recorded Pokémon videos, a comment captured her attention. I remember teacher Luyu lives in Magic City as well. Why not do a commentary on today's match in Magic City? Someone initiated, and naturally, others followed suit. What kind of match is it? I heard it's a small-scale Pokémon battle competition. Small-scale? Huh? That sounds rather dull. It's just a bunch of starter Pokémon switching back and forth. If teacher Liu were to commentate, it would be better suited for the larger competitions. However, I shouldn't say that. I've only recently become a trainer. So it would be beneficial to have teacher Liu explain some basic knowledge of real Pokémon battles to avoid unnecessary detours. To be fair, pure bystander experience, I'm not just flattering teacher Liu. I genuinely believe what he discusses during his live streams is more informative than what our high school teachers convey. What a coincidence. I feel the same way. Next semester, I'll be receiving my starter Pokémon. Learning now will definitely be advantageous later. I also hope teacher Liu will give commentary. But I heard someone cheated in that Magic City match. You up there, you're out of touch. The league already issued an announcement debunking that. Su Yuan stared blankly at these comments, thinking, wait, I'm a participant. Asking me to commentate seems a bit inappropriate. Nevertheless, he didn't refuse. Commentary was indeed possible. Adjusting the live broadcast, Su Yuan opened the event organizer's official website, where the match replays were recorded. Coincidentally, he had originally planned to review the matches after the live stream. But let me make it clear first, my actual battle skills are not that high. So I can't guarantee everything I say is correct. Not that high? Who are you trying to fool? Since when did the standards for not that high become so harsh? Understood. Someone like me who is utterly incompetent doesn't even deserve to claim their skills are lacking. Woe is me, when can I also be not that high? I'm quite good at battling, just at the Pokeball level, my battle skills are pretty high. At the Ultra Ball level, I have some understanding of battles, at the Great Ball level, I know nothing about battling at the Master Ball level. Guang's expression was quite entertaining. Had she not known Su Yuan, even she would find it hard to believe. No, She wouldn't believe it at all, how someone exhibiting master-level trainer prowess in a game could actually be a novice who had only just become a trainer less than 10 days ago. At the same time, she felt a bit nervous. If Su Yuan were to commentate on the matches, he would undoubtedly discuss her battle. If he could recognize her skill, that would be wonderful. Chapter 29. What can Caterpie do? The first match of the commentary was precisely the one Guang had witnessed earlier in the lounge. Featuring Caterpie against Pidgey. Don't rush to ask questions just yet. After a series of setup adjustments, Su Yuan continued, "You may not understand why I specifically chose this match from so many battles. You might think, oh, what is so interesting about Caterpie battling Pidgey? Isn't wild Caterpie just fodder for Pidgey? Even a Pidgey could win this easily. If you think that way, then I must tell you, you are gravely mistaken." At this moment, Su Yuan resembled a stern teacher, and a very grave mistake at that. This is a trainer Pokémon battle, not a wild Pokémon battle. Do you think trainers are just for show? If battling were that simple, then why would we need trainers at all? Let us commence by conducting a horizontal comparison of the disparities between Caterpie and Pidgey based on theoretical statistics. Firstly, take note of Caterpie's total base stats, which amount to a mere 195 points, a rather low figure, wouldn't you agree? As I spoke, Su Yuan opened Pidgey's Pokédex entry. Now, let us examine Pidgey's base stats, which total 251 points, exceeding Caterpie by nearly 60 points. Next, let us disregard the base stats that are irrelevant to this battle, specifically subtracting Caterpie's special attack and special defense, as well as Pidgey's. Caterpie's special attack stands at 155, while Pidgey's is 181, resulting in a difference of 26 points in base stats, rendering the disparity less significant. At this moment, a comment flashed across the screen, asking, "Why subtract Pidgey's special attack when the Pokédex states it has the move Gust?" This query was astute. Su Yuan, gripping the mouse, circled Pidgey's attack stat. This Pokémon, Pidgey, possesses an attack stat that is 10 points higher than its special attack. Do not underestimate this seemingly small advantage. It is indeed significant. Thus, physical moves will invariably surpass special attack moves in damage output, unless the Pokémon's move set does not permit it, or its ability compensates for this discrepancy. Now, let us delve into Pidgey's moves. Pausing the cursor over the move Wing Attack, Su Yuan stated, "Given that my physical attack moves inflict greater damage than my special attack moves, and my attack stat exceeds my special attack stat, what reason do I have to employ special attack moves? Unless, of course, the trainer is completely oblivious to the concept of breaking the mold." Listening to Su Yuan's explanation, Guang could not help but nod in understanding. What initially appeared to be a straightforward match revealed itself to contain numerous intricacies. Su Yuan's voice continued to resonate from the phone, prompting Guang to focus intently on the lecture. Now, purely from the perspective of base stats, is it conceivable that Caterpie could potentially reverse the situation against Pidgey? However, Pidgey's advantage over Caterpie is not solely derived from base stats. It is predominantly attributed to its typing. Flying type is resistant to bug type. Fortunately, this particular Caterpie in the match does not possess the move Bug Bite, thereby nullifying that resistance. Nevertheless, Caterpie does have access to String Shot. Router, I am familiar with this. I have lost to it myself. Ignoring the jesting comments, Su Yuan clicked on the video to officially narrate the match. In the initial segment, both trainers were cautiously testing each other, adhering to conventional tactics, which left little to discuss. He dragged the progress bar, freezing the frame at the moment Caterpie utilized String Shot to evade Pidgey's Wing Attack. The turning point had arrived. The video resumed. Su Yuan commended Caterpie's trainer for their innovative use of skills, noting that they did not rigidly adhere to the notion that a move must be directed at the opponent's Pokémon. The maneuver of utilizing String Shot to evade Wing Attack is something I dare say 60 of the viewers could not execute, regardless of whether they're trainers. However, this commendation must also come with criticism. Rewind the video slightly. Su Yuan stated solemnly, "With Pidgey so far away, Caterpie, given its speed, surely cannot evade the attack. Yet, with such a direct approach from the opponent, could it not simply use String Shot to ensnare its body? Can you envision that? I understand that many of you are not yet trainers, or have only recently become trainers, still bound by the sequential order of the game. Let me reiterate, reality is not the same as a game. If Caterpie has the time to use String Shot to evade the attack, it can also ensnare Pidgey before the attack lands. The String Shot does not merely slow down. For an unevolved Pokémon, escaping from Caterpie's web requires a certain amount of time. Imagine Pidgey's wings entangled in String Shot. What can it do then? Meanwhile, Caterpie can continuously emit String Shot, firmly binding Pidgey. A Pidgey deprived of its wings would indeed be inferior to Caterpie. Can it break free using the power of its moves? Su Yuan mused, then countered a comment. If you were bound by ropes, lying on the ground, would you not find it difficult to even stand up? Similarly, Pidgey, ensnared by string shot, may struggle to execute its moves, unless it can rely on its own strength to break free, which, given Pidgey's power, is unrealistic. Therefore, does Caterpie not possess the potential to turn the tables on Pidgey? After closing the video, Yuan articulated his reasoning. As a Pokémon trainer, one must avoid preconceived notions. Upon seeing an opponent's Pokémon that clearly counters one's own or is an inherent nemesis, one must not harbor thoughts of inevitable defeat. Once that notion takes root, failure is near at hand. Pokémon battles hinge on the synergy and trust between the Pokémon and their trainer, coupled with the trainer's command, which is the key to victory. I chose this match as an opener for this reason. Without further ado, Yuan opened the next video. Let us proceed to the next match. Gently stroking Piplup's small head, Guang remained immersed in Yuan's words, feeling as though they were just now truly acquainted with him. How impressive. Although he had only recently become a trainer, Yuan exuded the aura of a natural-born trainer. We must strive even harder to keep pace with the shadow. Chapter 30. He might be my fan. Yuan's live stream today had already surpassed his usual duration by half an hour, yet he showed no signs of concluding. Regardless, he would still need to review the matches after ending the stream, and since there were willing listeners, his enthusiasm was palpable. Please hold on. Let me take a sip of water. Having narrated several matches consecutively, Yuan's throat was somewhat parched. I shall join you in this. The comments continued to flood the screen, though the density had significantly diminished compared to earlier during the Pokémon battles. This was not due to a decline in viewership. On the contrary, the number of viewers in Yuan's stream continued to rise steadily. Numerous students and novice trainers expressed that having a master-level professional trainer elucidate battle points was an opportunity not to be missed for note-taking. Some even called their friends to join the live stream for collective learning. What? You say Router Teacher claims his battle skills are lacking? You really believe that? Judging by the commentary on the recent battles, this Router Teacher must at least be of master-level proficiency. Alright, let us move on to the next match. Upon clicking the video, Yuan was momentarily taken aback, for this match was indeed his own. However, it was of no consequence, as he would reiterate. What connection could there be between Router and myself, Yuan? Was it not a viewer who previously mentioned that there had been reports of cheating in this match? Indeed. At the bottom of this video, the officials had posted a notice explaining the situation. You claimed there was no cheating, yet that trainer accused the opposing player of dishonesty. If you ask me, it seems he hastily registered without thoroughly reading the competition rules. As for my reasoning, I shall elucidate after viewing this match. As the video commences, unlike the first game, in the subsequent matches, Yuan provides continuous commentary without any pauses. My goodness, a shiny pseudomantis. I'm envious. Furthermore, the trainer of this pseudomantis is quite handsome. Allow me to claim him. He is my husband, and you all must concede. Can the male fans please step aside? I am a female admirer, and he should rightly be mine. Suddenly, it dawns upon me. I believe the opponent reported this trainer primarily out of envy. Why should your Pokémon be shiny, and you also possess superior looks? Is this fair? It is not fair. I must admit, this is indeed a possibility. Ahem. We are here to witness a competition, not to engage in swordplay. Yuan's face flushed. He is rather prone to shyness. Yet, it is true that this trainer is indeed as handsome as I. Upon hearing this, an observer in another room rolled their eyes dramatically. How absurd. Who boasts about their own attractiveness? While it may be true, one ought to exhibit some humility. With the sound of the match beginning, Yuan officially begins his commentary. As I previously mentioned, a critical aspect of Pokémon battles is to first assess the opposing Pokémon's abilities. Do not underestimate the importance of abilities in championship leagues. There have been numerous instances where a comeback was achieved solely by leveraging an ability. Judging by the performance of the opposing Arbok, it is highly likely that its ability is Intimidate. The ability of the pseudomantis remains indiscernible for now, but once it initiates an attack, it will become evident whether it truly possesses Contrary. As the match begins, the Arbok immediately takes a stance. You may think it is merely intimidating, but if you are familiar with its move set, you would recognize this as a clear initiation move for a specific attack. This move is called Glare. Clearly, the trainer named Yuan is well-versed in Arbok's move set, allowing him to successfully predict Arbok's actions. Although one might suspect hindsight in this assessment, I believe Arbok should have concealed this move for a more surprising impact. It could have proven more effective. However, it cannot be said that using Glare was a misstep. From the outset to Arbok's retaliatory move, his commands were sound, seizing the opportunity to strike while the opponent was in a defensive stance quite reasonable. Yuan, on the other hand, adeptly withstood the attack. It is clear to any keen observer that the pseudomantis' defensive move was insufficient to fully block the acid attack. However, when paired with the move Synthesis, it makes a significant difference, blocking most of the damage and employing Synthesis's healing capabilities to recover from the minor damage inflicted by acid. Judging from strategy alone, there are no apparent flaws. Yet, Arbok's trainer's next command is decidedly unwise. Poison Sting. While the pseudomantis stands idly, allowing you to strike, you remain stationary using Poison Sting? Are you unaware of its potency? A direct attack is warranted. Can the pseudomantis withstand such a blow? As the video continues, the longtime viewers in Su Yuan's stream suddenly sense a familiar ambience. Protect or not, this too is a tactic. At that moment, a viewer suddenly contemplated a chilling thought. Protect or not, could it be that Su Yuan is actually you, Teacher Liu? The moment this comment appeared, the rest of the chat erupted. At first glance, there is indeed a resemblance to Teacher Liu. Upon closer inspection, Su Yuan's voice bears a striking similarity to that of Teacher Liu. Just moments ago, didn't Teacher Liu claim Su Yuan was equally handsome? Of course, they must be the same person. I hereby declare, Teacher Liu is my husband from now on. The ensuing comments were nonsensical. I shall plant a peach orchard right in your mouth. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Do you truly believe that is possible? There are many individuals with similar voices in the world, and as for the familiarity you perceive, it could simply be due to him being one of my fans. Upon reflection, that seems plausible. After all, Teacher Liu's characteristics are quite distinct. A keen observer could easily imitate that flair. The small-scale competition only stipulates that trainers must be under 20 years of age and can only use unevolved Pokémon. It does not explicitly prohibit master-level trainers from participating. But is it feasible for a master-level trainer to be under 20? In recent years, I have not heard of any region producing such a young master-level trainer. Thus, this Su Yuan may indeed just be a fan of Teacher Liu. Chapter 31. Thank you. Teacher Liu having concluded one match, the majority of the viewers in the live stream appeared unsatisfied. After taking a sip of water, Su Yuan inquired, "What insights can you glean from this match?" Insights? Upon hearing this, many viewers in the chat paused in confusion. This sounds as if the homeroom teacher is presenting battle instructional material and then randomly calling on a few lucky students for feedback. Subsequently, they each glanced at their densely packed notebooks. They had diligently noted the key points Teacher Liu had discussed, yet to say they discerned anything? Apologies. But that is not the case. Aside from noting that the trainer named Su Yuan is indeed quite handsome. Nevertheless, a portion of viewers began sharing their thoughts in the chat. Was it about battle strategy? I would argue it pertains to mentality. The possibility of tactics is even higher. In an instant, answers varied widely from certain perspectives. Their responses hold merit, as these concepts were indeed discussed by Su Yuan in previous matches. However, they were all incorrect. Su Yuan's tone bore a hint of frustration. I inquired about this particular match, not the earlier ones. Do you not perceive the distinction? Why is it that I scarcely commented on Su Yuan's pseudomantis during this match? Is that not apparent to you? Let me ask, after this match, what ability do you believe Su Yuan's pseudomantis possesses? What ability? Surely, it is simple. It must be contrary. Who would use Leaf Guard in battle? Observing this comment, Su Yuan remained silent, knowing that someone would soon counter this assertion. Such certainty cannot exist, for this is the real world. Moreover, throughout this match, the pseudomantis seemingly did not exhibit the contrary ability. Throughout this match, the pseudomantis attacked only 3 times. The first attack coincided with Poison Sting. The two moves' powers overlapping to affect Arbok, thus making it impossible to discern whether the pseudomantis' attack was reduced or enhanced. The second attack struck a critical hit. The decline in evasion ability, coupled with the inherent power boost from striking vital points, surely justifies bringing the Abomasnow down to low health, does it not? The third attack directly shattered the Abomasnow, which was akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Not only could it be reduced by 1 level, but even a 2-level reduction would suffice to eliminate it. As for the physical defense diminished by the piercing sound, even the pseudomantis grass was struck by Abomasnow's physical moves, rendering any determination of its defensive capabilities moot. It was simply indiscernible. Truly, it was indiscernible, whether through leaf defense or counteracting tactics. The nature of the pseudomantis grass remained an enigma in this round. Everyone was bewildered. Previously, their thought process had closely followed Teacher Liu, yet upon reflection, it became clear that in this match, the skills revealed by the pseudomantis grass were alarmingly few. Just 4 moves: Protect, Synthesis, Leaf Blade, and Cut. Could it be that the pseudomantis grass only possessed these 4 moves? They would not believe it even under duress. What are the remaining moves? Unknown. To be honest, I would be at a loss as well. Su Yuan, with an unblushing demeanor, boldly declared. However, I can responsibly inform you all about what this trainer named Su Yuan was truly contemplating in this match. One word: conceal. Like a sudden epiphany. Many spectators felt their minds clear, and everything fell into place. Concealed abilities, concealed moves, even concealed held items. Why conceal these? Naturally, it is to secure victory. The later one exposes their Pokémon's abilities and the fewer skills revealed, the greater the chance of triumph. The unknown is perpetually the most daunting adversary. Yet, when the unknown transforms into the known, it becomes all too easy to target. If from the outset, the opponent were aware that the pseudomantis grass bore a citrus berry, would they still employ the same strategy? Clearly not. Many spectators subconsciously nodded. The citrus berry is capable of alleviating all abnormal statuses. Yet, this gives rise to another question. You might wonder, if the pseudomantis grass carried a citrus berry, why then did it initially close its eyes and fall into a passive state? As if reading the audience's thoughts, Yuan once again articulated the collective confusion. This is what I referred to earlier as concealment. Concealed items. Intentionally leading the opponent to believe that we lack means to handle abnormal statuses, thus lowering their guard. Moreover, we can leverage their psychology, making them mistakenly perceive that my method for countering abnormal statuses is a trump card. The outcome, as you witnessed, was remarkably effective, decisively determining the victor. In conclusion, Yuan summarized, what I wish to impart from this match is the importance of concealing oneself. Unless absolutely necessary, strive to keep your abilities, moves, and items hidden. Subsequently, Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the next video. It was the match featuring Guang. Thus, let us observe the final battle. He opened the video and, this time, cranked the volume to its maximum. After speaking for so long, my throat is a tad sore, so I shall refrain from commentary on this match. Feel free to watch and direct any questions to me tomorrow if there are any uncertainties. In front of the screen, many spectators finally realized that 2 hours had elapsed since Teacher Luyo began commentating. During this duration, they had freely asked questions, and Teacher Luyo had diligently answered, teaching them for 2 hours. Surely, even school teachers do not exhibit such dedication? As a streamer, Teacher Luyo had performed remarkably. Suddenly, the screen blurred. And with a slightly aching hand, Yuan typed, "Thank you, Teacher Luyo." He truly earned that title. After taking a sip of his nutritional drink, Yuan stared in bewilderment at the flood of gratitude directed towards Teacher Luyo, utterly perplexed by the sudden outpouring of appreciation. Gifts streamed in one after another, and the notifications arrived so swiftly that he barely registered who sent them before they were buried under the next wave. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Simultaneously, while Yuan expressed his gratitude, Guang was visibly displeased. What's this? In annoyance, she tossed her phone onto the pillow, maintaining her embrace of the plush creature, Bogeyman, and nestled into her blankets. Despite their efforts, she still hoped Yuan would offer her some praise. Although Guang initially intended to show Yuan her match video the following day, she felt a twinge of disappointment that he remained silent about it. Since you're suffering from a sore throat, that cannot be helped, but it still feels so unfair. Bogeyman, Bogeyman, Bogeyman. Chapter 32. Can any reward suffice? The following morning, Yuan knocked on Guang's door bright and early. What is it? Guang yawned groggily, accepting the notebook Yuan offered. It's nothing. Suddenly, Yuan reached out and tugged the strap of Guang's tank top, which was perilously slipping off her shoulder, pulling it back into place. As if it were a trivial act. Maintaining a calm tone, he continued, "Last night, I was reviewing the match in my room and happened to watch your battle. Here." Yuan pointed to the notebook. "In summary, I've marked some areas for you to pay attention to in future matches. You can take a look when you have time. It should be somewhat helpful." Startled by Yuan's unexpected action, Guang became fully alert, her cheeks slightly flushed, appearing adorably charming. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the remnants of her minor emotional turmoil from the previous night evaporated instantly. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she lowered her gaze, avoiding Yuan's eyes. Thank you. Thank you." Her voice was a mere whisper, her ears burning with embarrassment. So adorable. Observing Guang in this state, Yuan felt a mischievous urge rising within him. He suddenly placed both hands on her shoulders and murmured, "Isn't there any reward? Why you?" The coolness of Guang's skin met Yuan's warm palms, sending ripples of warmth coursing through her body, causing her cheeks to blush visibly. Her fingers intertwined behind her back, and she didn't even notice when the notebook slipped from her grasp, her ears growing increasingly hot. Struggling to articulate, she stammered, What kind of reward do you want?" "Any reward will do." "Any reward?" Just as she finished speaking, Guang suddenly realized something was amiss. The flesh of her skin had become noticeably warm to the touch, turning a deeper shade of red. Except for that lewd thought. With a swift motion, she shoved Yuan out of the room, slamming the door behind her and burying her face in her pillow. Oh, how embarrassing. Now it was Yuan's turn to be bewildered. What on earth just happened? I merely wish to experience the warmth of the Pokémon. Yet how has it become lewd? This girl. Surely, she isn't contemplating that, is she? Who truly possesses the inappropriate thoughts here? After a brief smirk, Yuan left a note in the living room and ventured outside. Today, he had important matters to attend to. Stepping onto the street, it was approximately 5:30 or 6 o'clock. Although it was summer, a slight chill could still be felt in the moist air at this hour. Yuan hastened towards the Pokémon Center, not for healing or updating his trainer league card, but for the friendly shop within. The Pokémon Center is a collective term, ostensibly a facility providing 24-hour services. However, aside from medical assistance, other services operate within specific hours. These include registration, card updates, skill inquiries, and the friendly shop's offerings. The friendly shop opens at 8 in the morning, and Yuan had to wait approximately 2 more hours until its doors would open. Ideally, he would not have preferred to arrive so early, but circumstances dictated otherwise. He felt he had arrived quite early, yet upon reaching the service area of the friendly shop, he discovered a queue of 7 or 8 individuals already waiting. With a silent acknowledgement of his foresight, he promptly joined the line. Just last night, he had relentlessly searched online for information about the Leaf Stone, Fire Stone, and Sunstone, but predictably found no leads. Then, out of sheer happenstance, he clicked onto the official website of the Pokémon Center, where he stumbled upon a notification in the exclusive bulletin board of the friendly shop. Last night, the shop had acquired a batch of items, which, although lacking the coveted Leaf Stone and the Sun and Fire Stones he desired for his Pokémon, did include a suitable substitute for the Sunstone, the Fire Gem. While this item differed significantly in function from the Sun and Fire Stones and could not facilitate evolution, it served a singular purpose, enhancing the power of Fire-type moves. This implied one crucial aspect: the Fire Gem housed a substantial amount of Fire-type energy. Although the energy contained within the Fire Gem would certainly not match that of the Sunstone or Fire Stone, it could still be integrated with other items to craft a Pokémon block, thus enabling the training of a Sunny Day move without issue. The supporting items required for this synergy had just been acquired by the friendly shop the previous day. Today, Yuan's objectives were threefold: the Fire Gem, a root stem, and charcoal. However, these items alone would not suffice for crafting the Pokémon block. He also needed to purchase some apples and orange berries, along with a bottle of moo milk. It was likely that these individuals were also here for the same items. The waiting time felt interminable as moments passed. The line outside the friendly shop grew longer. As the clock neared 8 o'clock, Yuan glanced back to estimate the queue, which now appeared to number at least 100 people. While he felt relieved for having arrived early, the friendly shop officially commenced operations. Contrary to the melodramatic plots often depicted in novels, the items sought by the first few patrons were entirely different from those on Yuan's list. Hello. Your total is 28,999 yuan, the cashier announced. After settling the payment, Yuan carried a heavy bag filled with items and berries towards his next destination. He was not adept at crafting Pokémon blocks, thus, he needed to seek out a breeder skilled in this area for assistance. The restaurant he had previously visited was a commendable choice. At least the Pokémon blocks crafted by that breeder were of premium quality. He aimed to create a Pokémon block infused with Fire-type energy. Crafting a Fire-type Pokémon block from these items posed no significant challenge. The real issue lay in Yuan's second requirement: it had to be suitable for Grass-type Pokémon as well. The breeder scratched his head in concern. Typically, Fire-type energy blocks were exclusively fit for Fire-type Pokémon. While others could consume them, the challenge arose in catering to Grass-type Pokémon. If not executed properly, a Grass-type Pokémon consuming such a block might struggle to control the Fire-type energy within, potentially leading to severe burns. Had this individual not been a regular customer, the breeder might have suspected trouble. How about this? He finally suggested. I can add some berries to temper the Fire-type energy, reducing the risks for Pokémon consuming it. What do you think? He promptly added, to avoid any misunderstandings, the berries will be on the house, a token of appreciation for our loyal customers. The sole function of these berries was to heal burns. That works, Yuan replied. Thank you for your assistance. In terms of crafting Pokémon blocks, he was far inferior to a professional breeder. The island's trial required ingredients for curry, including miracle seeds and revival herbs. These items could be transformed into consumable food for humans, hence the current situation. Since miracle seeds and revival herbs could be utilized as food, transforming these items into a Pokémon block through a unique method should not be excessive, right? Chapter 33. Why is she more confident than I am? The crafting of the Pokémon block did not take long. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting in the store, Yuan received the desired Pokémon block. This particular block was a translucent pink, utterly delightful in appearance. At first glance, it exuded an impression of a sweet treat laden with rich, fruity aroma. However, a slight proximity would reveal a pungent spiciness that could bring tears to one's eyes. Yuan pondered whether the Pokémon would find this acceptable. He mused that if there were another occasion, he might need to purchase additional orange berries to temper the flavor. After scanning his phone to finalize the payment, Yuan felt a slight twitch in his eyelid upon hearing the store's notification. The cost for about 10 of these Pokémon blocks amounted to an exorbitant 150,000 Yuan. How outrageously expensive. The price of blocks made from crafted items was over 100 times higher than those made from regular items. Were it not for the abysmal quality of evolution stones purchased online, which failed to yield results as effective as the Pokémon blocks, he might have even considered acquiring one online for use. With the remaining orange berries and apples in hand, Yuan made his way towards the Pokémon Club. These berries were intended for his own use. If he wished to teach the Pokémon the Sunny Day move, without these berries' support, he would likely find himself utterly drained today. Whether it concerned weather, terrain, or spatial skills, the energy consumption far surpassed that of typical moves. In the depths of his mind, Yuan estimated that, under normal circumstances without any supplements, he could utilize the Sunny Day technique a maximum of 3 times a day. Particularly when he was utterly exhausted. He had no concerns about the pseudomantis, as the presence of the Pock block ensured that while fatigue was inevitable, it would not be as overwhelming as it was for him. The crux of the issue lay in Yuan's inability to embrace the flavors of the Pock block. He simply could not handle spicy food. After renting the training ground for half a day, Yuan retrieved the sweet Pock ball and commenced his specialized training for the day. The morning swiftly slipped by, yielding substantial results. With the aid of the Pock block, the pseudomantis finally managed to execute Sunny Day. Although it initially could only sustain it for a mere 10 seconds, it was nonetheless a significant breakthrough. With subsequent attempts, the pseudomantis was able to extend the duration of Sunny Day to approximately 1.5 minutes. During this time, it even inadvertently released excess energy in a rather dramatic manner, Solar Beam. Yuan recognized this move, yet had never allowed the pseudomantis to use it until today, when he experienced its formidable power for the first time. Appearing as a fire-type move, it was, in fact, a high-powered grass-type special attack that unleashed a torrent of solar energy across the training ground, recklessly demonstrating its strength. The aftermath left a crater nearly a meter deep where the solar beam had struck. However, this incident prompted Yuan to contemplate a particular issue regarding evolution. Having only captured the pseudomantis a little over a week ago, he had not realized this until now. Perhaps it was due to the excessively good nutrition it had been receiving. Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze appraising the pseudomantis as he felt a sense of illusion. Its coloration appeared to have grown more vibrant and lush compared to when he first encountered it. According to the Pokédex, the energy accumulated within the pseudomantis was crucial for its evolution into the lawn mantis. Once the energy reached a certain threshold, it would spontaneously evolve. Presently, the energy within the pseudomantis was so ample that it had to unleash the solar beam to vent it. Perhaps it was indeed time to consider the evolution of the pseudomantis. After a brief respite filled with playful moments, Yuan and the pseudomantis embarked on their second round of training. The afternoon session shifted focus from Sunny Day to physical conditioning and move combinations. Without the need to accumulate energy through sunlight, the pseudomantis remained lively even during the afternoon. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and during this span, the pseudomantis made remarkable progress. Initially, with the aid of the Pock block, it could maintain Sunny Day for around 3 minutes. Simultaneously, thanks to the replenishing effect of the Pock block, it finally had the opportunity to train the solar beam move. Although its power was not as great as Leaf Storm, in terms of destructive capability, it even surpassed Leaf Storm. The pseudomantis, perpetually energized, exhibited an exuberance that bordered on overexcitement, akin to having ingested Joseph's blood. Always in a state of heightened enthusiasm. This was most evident during training, where the destructive power of its moves exceeded the usual levels. In light of this, Yuan had specifically purchased a set of strength-enhancing equipment from a friendly shop. This equipment would significantly restrict the Pokémon's mobility, making it ideally suited for the current state of the pseudomantis, while also maximizing its potential. In gaming terms, it would be akin to rapidly increasing effort values. Within a single day, the pseudomantis's attack strength and resilience saw marked improvements. In the athlete's lounge, the display screen broadcasted the ongoing match. Hypnosis, Toxic. Will-O-Wisp, Yuan felt his lips twitching in disbelief. Was this truly the way of the starter Pokémon? Guang's expression was equally peculiar, as the scene before them evoked a strange sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Yuan's own experiences in Pokémon battles. It was a farce. In the footage, the opponent, a fire fox, was at a distinct disadvantage against a Rhydon, given the ground and rock type's dominance over fire. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be attributed to its sluggish speed. Before Rhydon's moves could connect, the fire fox swiftly employed Hypnosis, followed by Toxic and Will-O-Wisp. No. It wasn't that it was too slow. Rather, the opponent was excessively underhanded. With all three status ailments unleashed, the onlookers could only see the word dirty. Under the intense urging of its trainer, the Rhydon awoke from its slumber after merely 10 seconds, only to be met with the Fire Fox's bluster. Provoked by the Fire Fox, the Rhydon, upon awakening, fell into confusion, its anger causing a significant boost in its attack power. As the match progressed, the Rhydon was utterly exhausted, rendered incapable of continuing. It was a tragic sight. Yuan felt a wave of sympathy for the Rhydon's trainer. Without hypnosis, it was entirely plausible that the Rhydon could have ended the battle with a single blow. Alas, there were no what-ifs. Well, it was time for him to take the stage. Yuan stood up, straightening his attire slightly. As it was now his turn according to the match schedule provided by the organizers. Let us go. Guang's voice was barely above a whisper. Ever since learning that the previous situation was a misunderstanding, she had maintained this demeanor. Yuan felt no pressure regarding today's battle, primarily because his opponent was a rare favorable matchup. The trainer, Xia Yingying, let's not critique the name. I have naming difficulties and rely on quick naming, was using a Squirtle, one of the starter Pokémon. By an act of divine intervention, in both previous matches and regular club battles, he had predominantly faced unfavorable types. The difficulty of the battle had plummeted from challenging to simple, bringing him immense joy. Pressure was non-existent. However, Yuan was somewhat taken aback by his opponent. A cute girl with a pleasing appearance, particularly notable attributes. Cough, cough. He was surprised by her apparent confidence, as if she were a master of type advantages herself. Chapter 34, All Lessons from Teacher Lil. Squirtle has lost its ability to battle. The announcer blew the whistle, declaring Yuan the victor. Until the conclusion of the match. Xia Yingying, I changed her name. This one should sound better, remained bewildered, failing to comprehend what had transpired. Hadn't the match just begun? How had she lost so quickly? She hadn't even finished reciting the name of her move, the final character stuck in her throat, when her opponent's leaf blade had already reached Squirtle. There was simply no time to react. A single blow concluded the match. Yuan noted the stunned expression on Xia Yingying's face. It was a familiar sight, reminiscent of his own initial encounter with Pokémon, where he had confidently completed the first round, believing himself invincible. Then he engaged in online battles. Now, Xia Yingying's demeanor resembled that of his former self, who had once retreated into silence after a defeat. Was he perhaps a touch too harsh? Yuan pondered with a twinge of sympathy. Observing Xia Yingying's confident appearance, he had presumed she possessed some hidden strength. Who would have thought she was merely a novice? Suddenly, Yuan's attention shifted to the uniform worn by Xia Yingying, along with the school badge pinned to her left chest. Are you a freshman at Magic High? Yuan inquired, having been so engrossed in the battle that he failed to recognize the school uniform at first. Magic High School was where Yuan had graduated just this year. While it was impossible for him to remember every student, it was unlikely he would forget a student among the few who owned Pokémon, unless you were a newcomer. Yes, I just got accepted into Magic High this year. Wait, how did you know I'm a freshman? Could it be that you are also? Xia Yingying asked curiously. Sort of, Yuan replied, retracting his false mantis into its Pokeball. I just graduated this year. Now, let us exit the field. We can't monopolize the competition time. Yes, senior. Xia Yingying responded, also returning her incapacitated Squirtle to its Pokeball. Suddenly, her expression turned serious as she bowed respectfully to Yuan. The motion caused her chest to rise and fall, prompting Yuan to avert his gaze. He felt that this new junior might be taking things a bit too earnestly. Ah. In the players' lounge, Xia Yingying exclaimed, you are the Yuan senior that everyone has been discussing at Magic High. The one who scored full marks in the written battle exam, excelled in skills tests, and triumphed in online Pokémon simulations, yet was utterly clueless about Pokémon's living habits. Please omit the last part. Xia Yingying's eyes sparkled with excitement. I thought you were just a namesake. But it's truly you. Her demeanor mirrored that of a fan meeting an idol. Ugh. Light, standing nearby, expressed his disdain. Casting a sidelong glance at Xia Yingying's chest and muttering to himself, so she is just a bit bigger, what is the big deal? He then glanced at his own unimpressive self, thinking he could still grow a bit more. Is this the girlfriend of Senior Yuan? She is so beautiful. Xia Yingying exclaimed. If only I could be that pretty. Senior Yuan's girlfriend. Light barely registered the words, which detonated in her mind like a bomb, leaving her momentarily dazed. No. She is not his girlfriend. Light vehemently argued, only to follow up with something even more outrageous. She is just temporarily staying at his home. Yuan turned aside, exasperated, as if resigned to his fate. You should have kept quiet. Now everything is misconstrued. How bold. This revelation sent ripples through Xia Yingying's thoughts. The implication of staying together was unmistakably cohabitation. Gasp. Xia Yingying inhaled sharply, her youthful imagination racing with countless scenarios. Ugh. Only just realizing her blunder, Hikari's ears flushed crimson as she buried her face in her backpack, lamenting. What have I said? With plenty of time remaining before Light S match, Yuan struck up a conversation with his junior. Speaking of which, aren't you a freshman at Magic High? How come you already have a starter Pokémon? Typically, first-year students, at the age of 16, would not have their Pokémon until the second year when the school permitted selection. Well, Xia Yingying smiled sweetly. My parents bought Squirtle from a breeder they know. Since I have loved Squirtle since childhood, they promised to get me one as my starter Pokémon if I could get accepted into Magic High. What kind of family is this, buying a starter Pokémon on a whim? The reason the starter Pokémon are so revered is not merely due to their strength, but because they are the most suitable for novice trainers. Unlike Caterpie or Weedle, the starters boast balanced base stats, an impressive move pool, and some exceptional abilities, making them easier to raise than other Pokémon of similar stats. Due to extensive breeding, starters are not rare across various regions. Yet being common does not equate to everyone being able to afford them. A quality starter egg can cost at least 200,000, and without proper connections, even wealth may not suffice for purchase. When it comes to Pokémon, Yuan could converse endlessly. Just moments ago, they had been discussing starters. And now the topic shifted back to battles. You know, when we were battling, I was mentally prepared for elimination. I had thought you would surely have some hidden strategy. Turns out it was all true. Upon hearing Yuan's words, admiration shone in Xia Yingying's eyes. You truly don't know? Yuan Sr. You don't recognize Teacher Liu? Although he is a gaming streamer, his analysis and understanding of Pokémon battles are exceptionally profound. Just a few days ago, he shared some key battle points during a stream. The most crucial is to not falter in the face of adversity. When faced with a type disadvantage, one must remain calm and exude confidence to overcome the odds. Isn't he insightful? Thanks to Teacher Liu, I managed to progress smoothly in yesterday's match. I can say that my battle skills were all taught by him. With that, Xia Yingying pulled out her phone and opened a segment from Yuan's recorded stream, exclaiming, Teacher Liu even commented on your last match. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend viewing it multiple times. It truly enhances one's understanding of Pokémon battles. Yuan was left speechless, realizing that this junior was indeed one of his devoted fans. It appeared he had a steadfast following. Who would dare to claim he had no female fans in the streaming room now? However, did he ever say to overcome type disadvantages through sheer will? Chapter 35. My Porygon is exceptionally gifted, suppressing laughter that threatened to erupt. Yuan managed to contain himself, while Light, unable to hold back, buried his face in his backpack to mask his embarrassment, his attention fixated on the exchange between Yuan and the unexpected junior. One could hardly ignore this. Wasn't it common knowledge that childhood friends could never surpass the allure of a sudden arrival of a beautiful girl? Novels and dramas always portrayed it this way. After a deep breath, Light felt the warmth on his face subside slightly as he straightened up, ready to speak. Contestant number 0132. Light, please report to Arena 2. The announcement rang out unexpectedly. The cherry-colored lips parted momentarily before sealing shut once more. The words that were nearly spoken were swallowed back, replaced with, I'm off to compete. I'll cheer for you. Yuan waved at the departing figure of Guang as she spoke. So will I? Xia Yingying chimed in, adding, since she is Yuan's girlfriend, she must be incredibly strong, right? Guang, who had just stepped outside a short distance, faltered. The competition this morning had been quite captivating, with the quality of participants being notably high, as most were attractive young ladies. Many male spectators who had purchased tickets for the event declared it absolutely worth their while. As both competitors took the stage, Guang scrutinized her opponent. The girl had sleek black hair tied in a single ponytail, her features striking and her gaze spirited. She was undeniably a handsome and beautiful young lady. However, Guang's attention shifted to the uniform. It was the same as that of the girl she had just seen. This meant Guang's expression grew serious. This girl must also be a student from the Magical City. The Elven Department of Magical City High School is renowned throughout the world. If she did not concentrate fully, there was a significant chance of losing this match. Both competitors summoned their Pokémon simultaneously. Pachima. Pachima appeared before Guang, brimming with fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, Guang's expression gradually turned grave. The small blue Pokémon, adorned with a yellow beak resembling a bill and 6 tiny blue feet, bore a lily pad on its back. Guang recognized this Pokémon, and due to that familiarity, she found it somewhat troublesome. It was the floating weed Pokémon. Lianya Dongzi. Type, water and grass. A disadvantageous matchup. This realization brought a slight pressure to Guang's heart. However, Daijubu. No problem. She instinctively encouraged herself in her mother tongue. With Pachima's speed stat being 10 points higher than that of Lianya Tongzi, if she could seize the initiative, winning this match would not be difficult. The match commenced. The announcer blew the whistle. Super Absorb. The opponent's command was swift, but Guang's reaction speed was even quicker. Peck. Pachima's orange-yellow beak was instantly enveloped in a brilliant white light, propelling it forward to strike Lianya Tongzi. The preparation for Super Absorb was disrupted before it could even commence. As expected, under normal circumstances, Lianya Tongzi's speed could not surpass that of Pachima. Su Yuchi displayed a look of certainty, her face betraying no sign of panic. In fact, she casually held an umbrella she had seemingly produced from nowhere. Now, let us see, she declared. With her words, a light drizzle began to fall within the enclosed battle arena, gradually intensifying. Rain dance. The growing rainfall did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the announcer, who raised his arms in exclamation, his expression exaggerated. It's indeed a rain dance. One must commend the students of Magical City for even mastering this weather skill. Pachima, continue pecking. Guang sensed the situation was turning unfavorable. Yet she thought it prudent to capitalize on Pachima's ability to keep Lianya Tongzi at bay while launching quick strikes. Lianya Tongzi, evade the attack. Under the umbrella. Suyuchi commanded with composure, then immediately used Super Absorb. Gappa. It sounds like a duck, so that's what I went with, don't mind it. In the rain. Lianya Tongzi's speed suddenly surged, overtaking Pachima. It was evident. Suyuchi's Lianya Tongzi possessed the ability to double its speed in rainy conditions. The announcer explained to the audience outside. The tide of battle has shifted. Can Pachima withstand the onslaught of Lianya Tongzi, whose special ability has been activated? Utilizing its speed, Lianya Tongzi evaded all of Pachima's attacks, simultaneously unleashing a verdant energy sphere, hurtling it toward Pachima. Pachima dodge. Long before Guang could utter a word, Pachima had already twisted its body to evade the incoming attack. However, the distance was simply too short. Super Absorb struck Pachima directly. The effect was outstanding. Some of the green light rebounded after hitting Pachima, merging back into Lianya Tongzi, healing the damage previously inflicted by Pachima's peck. Super Absorb deals damage to the target while restoring half of the damage dealt to the user. With one successful strike, a pleasing smile graced Su Yuchi's lips. Maintaining this momentum, Pachima was hardly a threat. She had always believed that if someone were to lose due to a disadvantageous type matchup, it would be a reflection of the trainer's mindset. Such a thing could never happen to her. With her lips slightly parted, she commanded, Lianya Tongzi. Use Super Absorb once more to conclude the match. Gappa. Lianya Tongzi responded, as the green energy sphere gradually formed at its mouth. Suddenly, Su Yuchi felt a chilling gust, sending shivers down her spine where the rain had touched her. Thud, thud, thud. Sounds akin to ice colliding with the ground resonated as Lianya Tongzi prepared to unleash Super Absorb. The weather transformed from rain to hail. Pachima. Pachima huffed, determination gleaming in its eyes. Are you all right, Pachima? Guang's face reflected her anxiety, as the unrefined use of hail took a significant toll on Pachima. Pachima. Even as hail pelted its body, Pachima stood unfazed, arms outstretched, gazing resolutely ahead. I see. Feeling Pachima's resolve, Guang's gaze hardened. I understand now. Oh. Arceus above. The announcer was struck by a hailstone, hastily donning a helmet while continuing. In one match, two weather skills have emerged. Can anyone tell me this isn't the final match? After jesting, the announcer's tone became serious again. Now. It's time for the decisive moment. Super Absorb. Blizzard. What? Faced with the sudden onslaught of a blizzard, Su Yuchi's expression shifted dramatically. Defend. In an instant, her mind made a judgment. Super Absorb could not possibly breach the oncoming blizzard. It was wiser to withstand this assault and seek an opportunity to counterattack afterward. Following Su Yuchi's command, Lianya Tongzi exhibited remarkable battle quality, fluidly transitioning between offense and defense, conjuring a translucent barrier before its petite form. Upon witnessing Lianya Tongzi successfully deploy its barrier, Su Yuchi's anxious heart began to settle, only to be lifted again in surprise. A fierce blizzard erupted before Pachima, icy winds swirling and mingling with hail, crashing against Lianya Tongzi's translucent shield. The standoff lasted barely half a second, and with Pachima's cry, the intensity of the snowstorm suddenly escalated, shattering the barrier in an instant. The fierce winds, heavy snow, and hail mercilessly battered the Lotus Leaf Boy until its body was completely encased in ice, finally coming to a halt outside the arena. The match concluded. The victor is Light. Boga. At the very moment the outcome was determined, Bogaman's body fell forward, losing consciousness. Su Yuchi stood there in a daze. Watching as Light recalled Bogaman into the Pokeball, momentarily at a loss for words. Why did this Bogaman face such a blizzard? Was it merely because it resembled a penguin? Ultimately, one could only attribute it to the extraordinary talent of this Bogaman, which, despite being in its initial form, possessed the majesty and might of an Emperor Napu. If this were to reach Su Yuan's ears, he would surely scoff and retort, "Emperor Napu, crawl away. This Bogaman is clearly of Kyogre caliber." Chapter 36, Fools Never Follow. That same night after the match had ended. "Oh, I feel so unwell," Light murmured. Lying in bed, an unhealthy flush spreading across her cheeks, her entire body curled beneath the covers except for her head. Bogaman lay flat beside her, sounding equally feeble. "Now you feel unwell?" Su Yuan said as he pushed the door open, his tone laced with irritation, carrying a bowl of tomato egg soup. "Are you both fools, or what?" He approached the bedside and set the bowl on the nightstand. "After being drenched for so long, you still dared to venture out in the snow." Reaching into the covers, Su Yuan grasped Light's small hand. "You're still so hot," he remarked, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Perhaps the warmth from the blankets was naturally high, but he felt that the fever-reducing medicine he had given Light an hour ago had yet to take effect. "I'm not a fool," Light protested, despite feeling quite unwell. "Fools never fall ill, so we are not." Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. There seemed to be no flaw in her reasoning, yet something felt amiss. Setting aside these thoughts, he wrapped his arm around Light's neck, pressing against her left shoulder while supporting her from beneath. With a gentle effort, he shifted her from her curled position to lean against the headboard. "Yarr, it's so cold." Light shivered as the covers slipped off her. The moment the cool air touched her skin, she instinctively pulled the blankets back over herself. "Don't move just yet. Let me check your temperature." "Okay," she replied. But before the words left her lips, Su Yuan's face loomed larger in her vision, their foreheads eventually pressing together. "Ah." Light gasped softly. What had begun as mere discomfort now intensified under Su Yuan's warm breath, causing her eyes to spin as if the world were swaying around her. "It really hasn't gone down," Su Yuan sighed. His home lacked a thermometer, and in his haste to fetch medicine, he had forgotten to buy one. Thus, he was left to employ the most rudimentary method to gauge her temperature. Surely they don't sell fake medicine? This was merely a complaint, however. In any case, let's start with some soup. It had been a full 11 hours since the match ended, and aside from the hour when she took fever medicine and drank some water, she had consumed nothing else. Her lack of appetite was a symptom of her fever. However, not eating anything was hardly advisable. Scooping a small spoonful of soup, Su Yuan blew gently on it before tasting a bit himself. It was slightly tangy, appropriately seasoned, and just the right temperature. Forgive Su Yuan, cooking was not his forte, and this tomato egg soup was among the few dishes he could manage well. He had even researched whether those with fevers could eat eggs and acidic foods. Yes, I'm talking about myself. Tomatoes, in this world, there are plants beyond mere trees and fruits, are entirely edible and rich in vitamins beneficial for recovery. Eggs can be consumed, but not in excess. They are packed with nutrients, and overindulgence could yield adverse effects. One egg, however, posed no issue. "Here." Su Yuan offered another spoonful of soup to Light's lips. "Ah." Light's small mouth opened slightly as the soup flowed down her throat. The altered taste made her hesitant. Yet, as the warmth spread within her, she found some comfort. Thus, she drank a second, then a third mouthful. Suddenly, her previously troubled expression shifted dramatically, her brow furrowing tightly. Her stomach churned, and a wave of nausea washed over her, rendering her face pale. Ugh. Without warning, a rainbow of colors erupted from Light's mouth. Fortunately, Su Yuan was quick-witted. Sensing something amiss, he had already anticipated her reaction. The bowl deftly caught the colorful outburst, sparing the bed from a disaster. Cough, cough, cough. Light leaned forward, as if trying to expel everything from her stomach. Su Yuan patiently patted her back gently. After a considerable while, Light finally ceased her retching. Setting the bowl back on the nightstand, Su Yuan took a few tissues and wiped the remnants from her mouth. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, her eyes filled with guilt. Turning her head away, unable to meet Su Yuan's gaze. "How embarrassing. I really didn't want this to happen." "There's no need to apologize," Su Yuan replied, unfazed. "Nausea and vomiting are common during fevers." He reached out to smooth Light's slightly tousled hair, then adjusted her position back to lying flat. Meeting her gaze, he added, "Don't make that face as if you're about to cry. I feel unwell too, you know." Fool. Shifting his focus away from Light, Su Yuan turned his attention to Bogaman. Like Light, after exhausting its energy and enduring the harsh elements, Bogaman had also developed a fever. Although Su Yuan had taken Bogaman to the Pokémon Center, there are no miracle cures for colds. Recovery is solely reliant on the passage of time. The Pokémon Center isn't a panacea. After administering some medication meant for Pokémon, Bogaman's condition had improved significantly compared to Light's. At least, Its fever had completely subsided. A little more rest, and it should be fully recovered by tomorrow. Having checked on Bogaman, Su Yuan glanced back at Light. Curled up on the bed, his stomach growled. All right, I'll go make some mung bean soup. Grabbing a bowl and spoon, Su Yuan left Light's room. After cleaning the bowl, he rubbed his head, which throbbed from lack of sleep. He had only managed 2 or 3 hours of sleep the previous night. Originally planning to catch up after the match, but he sighed softly, retrieving mung beans from the fridge and rinsing them in the pot. In the room, Guang felt her body temperature rise a few degrees. Her heart thumped incessantly in her left chest, beating faster and more vigorously than usual. A trace of warmth lingered on her forehead, and her eyes, misty with tears, appeared somewhat dazed. Exhaling a breath of warm air, Guang mused that perhaps she had truly lost her mind, for since a moment ago, Su Yuan's voice had been echoing in her ears. It felt akin to an auditory hallucination. I too can feel discomfort, you fool. Chapter 37. No one in this world would utilize a super Gigantamax Aluminium. Early the next morning, Su Yuan was awakened by a rhythmic movement in his abdomen. Good morning, pseudomantis. He yawned and thought to himself that if it were a beautiful girl instead, even if it were Shinado, the book might not be worth reading. The pseudomantis leaped playfully from Su Yuan's abdomen to the bed, then scampered to his pillow, pointing towards the window and emitting an excited chirp. Having spent some time with the pseudomantis, Su Yuan had come to understand most of its calls, and coupled with its adorably clumsy movements, he immediately grasped its intent. Do you wish to train? Su Yuan glanced at the sky, which was just beginning to lighten, feeling a sense of helplessness. Just as Kira Yashikage could not control the rapid growth of his nails, the pseudomantis, in a state of excess energy, was even more exuberant and combative than usual. To expend the surplus energy within, the pseudomantis had to engage in extensive physical exertion and release an excess of moves to temporarily alleviate this condition. Thus, during yesterday's competition, the power of its leaf blade had evidently exceeded what an initial stage Pokémon could typically wield. This was the consequence of excessive move release, normally. Utilizing Leaf Blade required only a single unit of Grass-type energy, yet the pseudomantis had compressed 2 or 3 units into it, resulting in a significant enhancement of the move's power while drastically diminishing its own stamina. As for the frequency of move usage, that is merely a game mechanic. In reality, as long as your Pokémon has sufficient stamina, theoretically, it can use moves indefinitely. Let's postpone it for today, Su Yuan offered an apologetic smile, gently stroking the pseudomantis' small face. After all, I still have to care for 2 fools. The pseudomantis chirped softly, chew, indicating resignation. Observing the pseudomantis' somewhat downcast demeanor, Su Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Tomorrow, after the competition, I promise to accompany you for training, all right? The pseudomantis perked up, chew. Really? After getting up, dressing, and completing his morning routine, Su Yuan embarked on what was to be a busy day. Stealthily, he opened the door to Guang's room, which was, after all, his home, albeit temporarily lent to her. However, perhaps due to the fact that the room's owner was Su Yuan, Guang had no intention of monopolizing the key, and thus, it remained awkwardly lodged in the door. Moving quietly, Su Yuan approached Guang, attempting not to disturb her. If anyone outside were to witness this, it would undoubtedly prompt a call to the authorities. The fever has subsided. Su Yuan gently placed the back of his hand against Guang's forehead, feeling the temperature through his skin, and murmured softly. In truth, Guang had already awakened by the time Su Yuan entered the room. After the competition yesterday, she had hurried home for a hot bath, and following that, she had felt somewhat unwell, eventually falling into a deep sleep until the evening. In this state of excessive slumber, her sleep was not particularly restful. Yesterday, her mind had been in a fog, but today was different. After the fever broke, Guang felt markedly more alert. Therefore, when Su Yuan's hand brushed against her forehead, her body tensed instinctively, her heart racing. Why is he still here? Beneath the covers, Guang's hands anxiously clutched the sheets, her mind spiraling into chaotic thoughts. Could it be that he wants? A flurry of inappropriate images flashed through her mind. No. She must not entertain such lewd thoughts. Yet, humans are inherently paradoxical beings. The more one tries to suppress an idea, the more it lingers. Suddenly overwhelmed, Guang opened her eyes wide. I told you that is off limits. Ah? The space in front of her was empty, and Guang fell into contemplation. Where is he? No. What was I just imagining? In a panic, she pulled the blankets over her head, as if to escape. Ah, this is the end. It's all Su Yuan's fault. Despite the apparent busyness, Su Yuan's day was not truly hectic. He was merely confined to the home to care for the patient. His responsibilities consisted solely of managing meals for himself, Guang, and the pseudomantis, as well as the Pokémon. While it appeared leisurely, in reality, it was quite idle. And the home setting was not conducive to training. If one were not careful, one might inadvertently cause chaos at home. Thus, Yuan had no choice but to allow the pseudomantis to expend its excess energy on the treadmill while he utilized the spare time to peruse comments from the backstage. Grass, a type of plant. Recently, Yuan had uploaded a video of his previous livestream featuring a Lapras battle, particularly highlighting one match as a standalone video. In terms of popularity, this particular video of the inner Ghost Lapras far surpassed the livestream recording. He had opted not to upload commentary on the match. That was acceptable during the livestream, but to release it officially would require authorization from the event organizers. What are these comments? The top comment read, "Multilateral beast. I'm not afraid of the rock slide's power, but the trainer's loud roar completely stunned me." This comment garnered the highest engagement. Scrolling further, Yuan was somewhat surprised to find a rather serious comment. "Hello, teacher router. Recently, while traveling in Galar, I happened to capture an Aluminian. After consulting with several Pokémon breeders, they all believe this Aluminian possesses excellent potential. However, I have one question. The Aluminian I captured is not Gigantamaxed. Do I need to invest additional resources to cultivate it into a Gigantamax form? Shouldn't this question be directed elsewhere? If you are already in the Galar region, shouldn't you consult with the professional trainers or breeders there?" However, not wishing to overlook this rare serious comment, Yuan quickly typed a response without even reading through the comments, stating, "Trust me. No one in this world would use a Gigantamax Aluminian unless they know nothing about Pokémon. First, one must understand the distinction between Gigantamax Aluminian and Gigantamax Aluminian's exclusive move. As is well known, moves used by Gigantamax or Dynamax Pokémon have additional effects. And the exclusive move of a Gigantamax Aluminian is the Gigantamax Deterioration, which reduces stamina and the Pokémon's ability to use moves. If one disregards participation in professional leagues or championship tournaments, utilizing the Dynamax Aluminum Steel Dragon is indeed feasible. However, should there be aspirations to engage in such competitions, I would strongly advocate for the use of a standard Aluminum Steel Dragon. Firstly, in professional leagues, seasoned trainers will push their Pokémon to the absolute limits of skill usage. Relying on the diminished stamina through the Dynamax process to incapacitate opponents is, quite frankly, unrealistic. Secondly, when a standard Aluminum Steel Dragon undergoes Dynamax, its Dragon-type moves transform into Max Dragon, inflicting damage while concurrently lowering the opponent's physical attack power. From an additional effect perspective, the Dynamax Aluminum Steel Dragon far surpasses its Dynamax counterpart. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion and not a direct critique of other trainers who employ the Dynamax Aluminum Steel Dragon. Having concluded my thoughts, Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, clicked the reply button. Subsequently, this message ignited a fervor across the internet. The phrase "no one in the world would use the Dynamax Aluminum Steel Dragon" rapidly spread through the online community in China. Laughter erupted, with numerous netizens expressing sentiments such as, "I suggest removing Cabana from the Galar region's Elite Eight, as he clearly lacks understanding of the Shell Smash technique." Others chimed in with sarcastic remarks, lamenting, "What is happening? Is there no hope left in this world? When will my Dynamax Aluminum Steel Dragon rise again?" However, the majority were merely seeking amusement, as those who were quick to notice Yuan's post were typically his loyal fans. "Hey, dark-skinned older brother. Let us create a world where only the Dynamax Aluminum Steel Dragon exists." One commenter quipped, while another added, "The second dimension vibes here are overwhelming. I suggest." Apologies were humorously exchanged, with a declaration of wrongdoing. As a celebrated streamer, Yuan's fanbase is remarkably vast, yet detractors are not in short supply. They often flood his streams with criticism, resorting to forums to voice their opinions, adopting a tone of reasonableness, only to resort to personal attacks when bested in debate. That evening, Yuan's message was slightly embellished by these critics and disseminated across the global network. Given that this world is devoid of any barriers, the concept of circumventing them is non-existent. However, aside from Pokémon trainers, ordinary individuals seldom pay attention to events in different regions. For instance, the popularity of Dan Emperor in the Galar region is well known among those with even a cursory interest. Charizard, as Dan Emperor's ace Pokémon, has risen to prominence, with households across the region possessing one or more Charizard figurines. Yet, if one were to inquire among passersby in another region about Dan Emperor, it is likely that 80% would respond, "Who is Dan Emperor?" Unless the individual happens to be a Pokémon trainer, they might possess some awareness. The following day, the Galar region erupted in response. Cabana, recognized as the top contender beneath the champion, is impeccable in both appearance and prowess. Rumors circulate that if he were to compete in another region, he would likely seize the championship title. Moreover, Cabana is a jovial and affable young man, deeply engaged in fashion and social media, frequently sharing selfies that leave many infatuated girls swooning. His fanbase is nearly on par with that of Dan Emperor. In Spiking Town, one of the few locales in the Galar region devoid of Dynamax energy points, the town is gradually declining, with only 29 residents remaining, including the gym leader. The streets are disorderly, the enclosed environment casting a shadow over the town. Amidst this desolation, a striking girl with trendy twin tails leans against a grid-patterned fence, illuminated by the faint glow of a street lamp, adding a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise dull surroundings. Maria, while browsing the internet on her phone, stumbled upon a post emblazoned with the words explosive and fire, immediately catching her attention. Openly challenging the so-called strongest gym leader, Cabana, Maria's voice was flat, devoid of any emotional inflection. Her left hand unconsciously rested against her chin as she furrowed her brow in thought. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. On her shoulder, Morabiko let out a chirp, extending its chubby little arm to point towards a distant figure. Moro. Following the direction indicated by Morabiko, Maria gasped, "Brother?" Then it dawned on her. Her brother, Nyazi, the gym leader of Spiking Town, had previously entered a popular Pokémon battle competition to revitalize the town. After successfully navigating the elimination rounds, he faced a trainer named Ruyo in his first match of the main event, only to be swiftly eliminated by this very trainer. This incident had left Nyazi quite displeased for some time. Nevertheless, he held Ruyo in high regard, claiming he was not at all inferior to the Elite Four. If someone else were to make such an assessment, Maria would likely dismiss it, but when the subject is her brother, the perspective shifts entirely. She is well aware of her brother's capabilities. He had once managed to push Cabana to the brink without resorting to Dynamaxing. Could it be the same person? Maria pondered, realizing that if it were, things could become quite interesting. Given her understanding of Cabana, she was convinced he would not overlook such a provocation. A battle between two trainers of Elite Four caliber was an event not to be missed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shima Zizi is unable to continue. The victor is Su Yuan. The audience erupted in astonishment. A one-hit knockout. Following the previous one-hit victory against Squirtle, yet another swift defeat. Regardless of the audience's shock, Su Yuan felt no surprise in his heart. Achieving such a record with a favorable type matchup was hardly unexpected. Nevertheless, winning 3 elimination rounds meant he was guaranteed a spot in the main event, which was enough to bring him joy, considering it was his first time. Following 3 rounds of elimination, according to the official announcement, the maximum number of participants advancing to the main event is 64. Tomorrow marks the last day of the preliminary rounds. Hopefully, Light will also advance smoothly. The main event is set to commence the day after tomorrow, on the following Monday. Unlike the preliminary rounds, the main event will be broadcast live by television stations and is considerably more formal. In addition to the commentators, professional trainers will provide assessments of the competitors. Naturally, it is impossible to comment on every match, as the main event features 8 arenas operating simultaneously, with only the most popular and promising matches selected for live broadcast and commentary. Su Yuan remains unaware of the events unfolding in the Galar region. Now he is fulfilling the agreement made yesterday with the pseudomantis. Leaf Blade. Not only did the pseudomantis unleash its Leaf Blade, but Su Yuan also executed the same formidable move. The two equally powerful techniques collided, creating a cloud of dust on the training ground. Whoosh. Without any pause after using Leaf Blade, the pseudomantis almost instantly formed a leaf storm. The storm of swirling leaves dispersed the dust, targeting Su Yuan with this grass-type skill boasting a staggering power of 130. Bring it on, Su Yuan exclaimed, his movement swift as he opened his right hand. A vibrant green energy sphere absorbing the sun's rays, growing stronger. Boom. Su Yuan thrust his right hand forward, and the emerald energy sphere suddenly transformed, shooting forth a cylindrical beam of energy as thick as an adult's thigh. Was it the sunlight beam that shattered the leaf storm? Or did the leaf storm shred the sunlight beam? Both Su Yuan and the pseudomantis were uncertain, yet they understood that their next strike would be their ultimate effort. Leaf Blade. The pseudomantis's scythe-like leaves glowed green, extending into the shape of a sword. Similarly, a sharp blade formed in Su Yuan's hand, coalescing from emerald light. Clang. The leaf blades clashed, and the immense recoil sent both combatants flying. Thud. Su Yuan landed on the grassy ground. Thanks to a shield of energy he had gathered at his back and the back of his head, he emerged unscathed. I can't fight anymore, he sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. The true essence of training with the pseudomantis lay in battling it. Otherwise, mere practice would not deplete the vast energy it had amassed. Ding dong. A notification chimed from the Pokémon chat platform. Another advertisement collaboration? Lying on the grass, Su Yuan fished his phone out of his pocket, contemplating what excuse to use to decline this advertising partnership. Huh? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is that Cabana? The familiar sunny smile, coupled with the official verification badge, confirmed that this was indeed Cabana, the strongest gym leader of Galar. Though still somewhat perplexed, Su Yuan opted to accept the friend request. You are Lu Yu, right? Cabana got straight to the point. I heard you have unique insights regarding the alchemy. How about we schedule an online Pokémon battle? A flurry of question marks erupted above Su Yuan's head as he pondered. I don't think I've ever interacted with Cabana. Wait, I remember. In this world, no one uses Gigantamax alchemy unless they know nothing about Pokémon. He had mentioned just that yesterday, and here Cabana was today. If Dandy's ace Pokémon was Charizard, then Cabana's undoubtedly was his alchemy. Most importantly, Cabana's alchemy happened to be the Gigantamax form. In his previous life, he often teased Cabana about being the only one in the world to utilize a Gigantamax alchemy. But wasn't I standing my ground? How did the Galar region get wind of this? Do you all play the same way? What does international even mean? Crossed out, Su Yuan sensed that something intriguing was afoot. Chapter 39. How can someone still use a download ability Porygon-Z? Nonetheless, Su Yuan agreed to Cabana's challenge. He had a new idea he wanted to demonstrate during a live stream. However, Su Yuan had yet to find a suitable opponent. Those ranked below 300 were merely easy wins, lacking any notable strategy. Cabana, on the other hand, was an excellent practice partner. Like Su Yuan, Cabana was equally thrilled. Initially, upon seeing the processed news, Cabana was extraordinarily furious. It was no longer a mere provocation. It felt like being trampled. Is Gigantamax alchemy useless? Are all trainers using Gigantamax alchemy worthless? No one in reality would dare say such things to him. How could a gaming streamer? While angry, Cabana had a faint recollection of Lu Yu. Thus, he began to search the global network for Lu Yu, the 5th-ranked online Pokémon battle player. Rumored to be a master-level trainer, praised by the Dark-type gym leader Niazi as someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 8 masters. The earlier entries were insignificant. Cabana was concerned with the last one. If Niazi had not refused to use Gigantamax in their battle, he might have lost. As a result, Lu Yu's status rose in Cabana's eyes. Subsequently, Cabana specifically accessed the Chinese network region, seeking out Lu Yu's original comments. Haha. So that's how it is. Cabana chuckled at the comments below the video, realizing what had transpired. Haters, who doesn't have them? Whenever Cabana lost to Dan D, his comment section was filled with mockery. Lu Yu's comments were quite insightful. Truthfully, he was correct. The reason he used Gigantamax alchemy was simply because it resonated with him, not because it was superior to the standard alchemy. However, he felt compelled to add that a Gigantamax alchemy was not necessarily weaker than a regular one. Additionally, the opening statement was something Cabana could not ignore. Although after learning more about Lu Yu, Cabana believed that the comment was more humorous than serious. But who cares? It was merely an excuse. Cabana's fighting spirit had been completely ignited by Lu Yu, unable to engage in a formal Pokémon battle in reality. Was it too much to indulge in the game? Saturday evening at 7. Su Yuan logged into Cabana's match at the appointed time. Almost instantly upon their entrance into the game, the number of spectators permitted by the game's official viewing software was already at capacity. These officially certified Master Ball level players could choose to enable or disable spectator settings during their matches. In this instance, Cabana did not turn off the spectator setting. As news of Lu Yu's taunt spread through Galar, most trainers were keenly watching Cabana's movements, with some professional commentators glued to the viewing information, fearing they would miss a second. Sun Yufan, a Chinese national, resided in Galar. While he lacked the ability to become a trainer, his profound love for Pokémon led him to study, accumulate knowledge, and observe matches, making him a well-known commentator in Galar. The moment Sun Yufan entered the viewing area, he immediately chose to start a live stream. While there was a possibility of riding the coattails of popularity, he was primarily concerned with the integrity of the match itself. As a Chinese national, he frequently browsed the Chinese internet, and Lu Yu's fame in China was immense. Streaming transcended age barriers. Even he was a fan of Lu Yu. In this match, Cabana opted for an all-encompassing lineup of 66 doubles. After finalizing the roster, Su Yuan selected the following 6 Pokémon: Mega Tyranitar, Cheetah, Venusaur, Colossal, Porygon-Z, and the Cosmic Legendary Incineroar. Cabana's lineup primarily featured dragon types, supported by weather mechanics, consisting of Steel Dragon, Tyranitar, Togekiss, Sylveon, Dragapult, and Dragapult. Both sides have now entered the phase of selecting their starting Pokémon. As the live broadcast commenced, Sun Yufan transitioned into commentary mode. With only 5 seconds remaining, it may seem trivial to choose the opening Pokémon, yet both players had been secretly strategizing for quite some time. This is not an exaggeration. At least Cabana hesitated several times over whether to lead with Steel Dragon and Sylveon. Time was running out. Cabana gritted his teeth and confirmed his selection. This particular lineup is not commonly seen. Although the routing appears slow, It possesses surprising speed, albeit with a multitude of slower Pokémon. The match began. Sun Yufan observed the screen, contemplating the possible actions each side might undertake. Accurately predicting the player's thought processes is the hallmark of an exceptional commentator. Router led with Porygon Z and Cheetah, while Cabana maintained a stable opening with Steel Dragon and Sylveon. Frankly, I find it perplexing that Router chose to lead with Cheetah. Sun Yufan quickly remarked, is it to prevent the opposing Sylveon from setting up Tailwind? Or is it for the Intimidate? Regardless, the Incineroar in his reserve seems like a superior choice, does it not? However, knowing that the opponent has access to fake out Cabana, the gym leader, would certainly not allow such a move to succeed. It's more likely that Sylveon will opt for Protect. As the saying goes, fans will ultimately emulate their favorite streamers. As a fan of Router, Sun Yufan's commentary style bears resemblance to Su Yuan's. Suddenly, Sun Yufan exclaimed, isn't Router's Porygon Z equipped with the Adaptability ability? Adaptability. This ability allows the Pokémon to double its same type attack bonus from 1.5x to 2x. Porygon Z has downloaded Special Attack. Who still uses a Porygon Z with download? Are you certain you're not using Adaptability? The download ability, if the opponent's physical defense exceeds its special defense, boosts its special attack by 1 stage and vice versa. This Porygon Z has evidently capitalized on the stats of Steel Dragon. Typically, Porygon Z is equipped with Adaptability, but being able to download special attack is certainly advantageous. However, if it had downloaded Sylveon S stats and boosted its attack, it would be catastrophic. Both sides simultaneously chose to Dynamax. The first round is charged with tension. Sun Yufan fixated on the screen, fearing he might miss a single detail. Wait. Steel Dragon is the first to complete its Dynamax. Huh? Cabana also raised an eyebrow. Logically, Steel Dragon should not outpace Porygon Z without any speed-enhancing methods. Unless this Porygon Z hasn't boosted its speed. I can hardly contain myself. Chapter 40. The Trick of the First System. Both sides completed their Dynamax, and Cabana unhesitatingly chose to Dynamax Steel Dragon. Su Yuan's choice, however, was intriguing, as he had 3 Pokémon eligible for Dynamax: Porygon Z, Mega Tyranitar, and Venusaur. He opted for a Dynamax Porygon Z. The air before Sylveon shimmered, and as anticipated by Sun Yufan, Cabana chose to Protect. Su Yuan evidently anticipated this as well, hence, rather than executing a straightforward fake-out with Cheetah, he cunningly opted for Intimidate. Behold my Intimidate! Su Yuan did not roar, but Sun Yufan shouted enthusiastically in the broadcast. If we were to compare Cheetah with Incineroar, the only advantage would be its speed. The priority Intimidate, followed by a drop in special attack, is genuinely disheartening. However, Sun Yufan chuckled lightly, stating, with your Cheetah's petite frame, Steel Dragon can easily dispatch it even with its special attack reduced by 1 stage. Max Steel Spike. This move, long criticized, revealed its formidable nature right from the start. Boom. Cheetah's health plummeted, ultimately reaching a critical state. The Intimidate triggered. This left Porygon Z in an awkward position. Sylveon's Protect would certainly not be broken, and Steel Dragon was not particularly intimidated by Porygon Z. Yet, despite the embarrassment, a move must still be executed. At least it could break a focus sash. Dynamax moves possess considerable destructive power, and just like the moves themselves, they carry an overwhelming force that cannot be entirely defended against. Although the damage dealt was merely a quarter of the original, this was evidently a Max Steel Spike, transformed from Steel Beam, and coupled with a critical hit. It barely left Sylveon with less than half its health. Sighing, Sun Yufan speculated that Router might soon lose the initiative. Now, they can only hope that Cheetah carries Taunt. Otherwise, once Sylveon sets up Tailwind, the situation will be dire. However, it is now abundantly clear that after this round, Cheetah is definitely doomed. Even if it protects, Steel Dragon will still annihilate it. The more Sun Yufan analyzed, the more he felt Router had veered off course. An error had already manifested in the choice of starting Pokémon. Whoosh. Sylveon floated gracefully in the air, its body swaying freely as a gust of wind suddenly swept around it. Tailwind. For 5 turns, the speed of the allied Pokémon is doubled. Roar. Steel Dragon let out a mighty roar, and beneath it, numerous Steel Spikes surged towards Cheetah. Max Steel Spike, while dealing damage. The allied Pokémon's physical defense is raised by 1 stage. Boom. The Steel Thorn struck Cheetah directly, launching it into the air. However, to everyone's astonishment, my heavens, Cheetah survived. Sun Yufan felt a momentary lapse in comprehension, and after a while, he finally realized. It managed to endure. As long as this move is executed, no matter what kind of attack is received, a sliver of life will remain. Cheetah astonishingly withstood 2 rounds of Cabana's Dynamax and still lived. Conversely, while Su Yuan lost no Pokémon, Cabana faced impending trouble. This time, Su Yuan chose not to execute a powerful attack. Instead, he unleashed Max Hailstorm. Massive ice blocks fell, incapacitating Sylveon. Hail rained down, dealing minor damage to both Porygon Z and Steel Dragon, while Cheetah, thanks to its enduring move, miraculously survived to the third round. Whether Cheetah lives or dies is now inconsequential. For in Cabana's eyes, Cheetah has become a dead Pokémon. The difference between dying in the second round and the third round is negligible. He no longer needs to target Cheetah, it will succumb to weather damage. His focus now shifts to Porygon Z, boom. As Tyranitar entered the fray, the hail transitioned into a sandstorm, under which Tyranitar's special defense received a terrifying 15-fold boost. In the current match, despite the absence of speed manipulation, Shabana's Banjuras is riding the wind, allowing it to outpace the opposing multi-type Pokémon. The match should be drawing to a close. Licking his lips, Shabana found himself dissatisfied with the battle. Is this truly the level expected of a master? Apart from the unexpected resilience of the cool leopard, everything else unfolded as he anticipated. Su Yuan chuckled, genuinely pleased, for the battle had indeed followed his script. The third Pokémon was, as predicted, Banjuras. Now, after enduring for so long, it was time to seize control of the match. Neither the Steel Dragon nor Banjuras showed any signs of action. While the Gigantamax multi-type Pokémon had already erected a colossal barrier, the imposing barrier, Shabana remained unfazed. Understanding that protecting against the Gigantamax and the subsequent turn of favorable winds was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Alas, it was all for naught. In the next moment, Sun Yufan, observing the virtual battlefield, exclaimed as he watched the cool leopard mimic the stance. Did it really imitate the imposing barrier? The realization struck him. This strategy had become apparent. When Gigantamaxing, a move originally belonging to transformation techniques, morphs into an imposing barrier, the priority of the imposing barrier is 5, while the priority of the imposing space is 7. Although the mimic move does not provide a priority bonus, the Pokémon executing it does possess one. With the ability Mischievous Heart, which grants a priority of 1 when using a transformation move, the mimic move must replicate the last move used in battle. Hence, the imposing barrier with a priority of 5 would undoubtedly be the first move executed on the field. Therefore, what it mimicked could only be the imposing barrier transformed from the multi-type Pokémon's imposing space. Whether the Steel Dragon or Banjuras used Protect, they would undoubtedly be faster than the multi-type Pokémon, as they were benefiting from favorable conditions. This imposing space was unstoppable, due to the unique nature of Gigantamax moves. Mimic cannot replicate them, so the cool leopard's mimic resulted in the imposing barrier, which was, in reality, the imposing space. On the battlefield, peculiar ripples swiftly enveloped the entire area. Even a trainer of Shabana's caliber could not help but change his expression. The ability to use the imposing space, which has a priority of 7, under the condition of priority 1, was simply astounding. Shabana realized he was likely to lose this match to Royo. Yet this did not dampen his spirits. What a genius idea. Bold and unexpected. I am ignited. Chapter 41. It is time to unleash that move. Generally speaking, favorable winds equate to an advantage. However, if these favorable winds exist within the confines of imposing space, then it is no longer a boon but a hindrance. Clang. The attacks from the Steel Dragon and Banjuras were entirely thwarted by the multi-type Pokémon's imposing barrier. The chaotic sandstorm stirred up by Banjuras battered against the bodies of the multi-type Pokémon and Cool Leopard. The multi-type Pokémon suffered some diminishment, but the Cool Leopard could no longer withstand the damage and collapsed. Had it not been for the imposing space, Shabana would have relished the sight of the Cool Leopard losing its combat ability. However, he now hoped that the Cool Leopard could remain in play for as long as possible, for this would allow him to stall. He was acutely aware of the terrifying dominance of the remaining Pokémon in Royo's reserves, which included the Mega Kyogre and Coalossal under the influence of the imposing space. But alas, there are no what-ifs. The Mega Kyogre entered the fray. The sandstorm also granted it a special defense boost of 15 times, although this marginal increase was hardly significant. After 3 turns, the Gigantamax ended, and both sides reverted to their original forms. Shabana's eyes gleamed with understanding. He suddenly realized that Su Yuan had led him into a trap from the very beginning. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Terrifying. When the multi-type Pokémon unleashed its powerful attack, Shabana instinctively believed that the opponent's multi-type Pokémon simply lacked full speed, failing to immediately consider the spatial strategy. Furthermore, as the only Pokémon in Royo's team capable of using imposing space and having Gigantamaxed, it was no wonder he was unprepared for countering spatial tactics. 3 Gigantamax attackers? This could also be a misconception, A normal person witnessing the opponent's Gigantamaxing of the multi-type Pokémon would likely not perceive any issues at first glance. After all, Gigantamaxing multi-type Pokémon is quite common in professional matches, and had Su Yuan chosen to Gigantamax the multi-type Pokémon, he might have deduced the strategy. Caught off guard by Ruayo, the tides of attack and defense swiftly shifted, and now he needed to consider how to withstand the Mega Kyogre's assault. But could he truly defend against it? Bangiras is doubly weak to ground and 4 times weak to fighting. The Steel Dragon is also doubly weak to ground and fighting. With the force of the Mega Kyogre's strike, how could he possibly withstand it? Not to mention the assistance from the multi-type Pokémon. As his thoughts raced, Shabana found his answer. Shabana opted to switch Pokémon. Sun Yufan, amidst commentary, glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. 20. The high viewership invigorated him, prompting him to commentate with even greater fervor. It's Togekiss. He is reading the Mega Kyogre's power-up punch. On the other side, Bangiras chose to protect, a prudent choice. Ground-type moves are ineffective against flying types, unless the flying type is knocked down or subjected to gravity. It is also noteworthy that Togekiss possesses both fairy and flying attributes, rendering it 4 times resistant to fighting and twice resistant to bug. Unless the Mega Kyogre employs Rock Slide, Togekiss can comfortably withstand this attack. However, Su Yuan did not overthink. He simply aimed to strike directly. Thus, the Mega Kyogre's power-up punch missed, failing to inflict any harm on Togekiss. Yet, the multi-type Pokémon's Blizzard struck true, elevating its special attack, and, combined with the Life Orb's potency, brought Togekiss down to a sliver of health. However, Togekiss did not perish. It withstood the onslaught. As the sandstorm's damage descended, Togekiss's health was precisely at 1 HP. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this, Sun Yufan was unfazed. Had it been anyone else, he might have been surprised. But with Ruayo, it was the same old problem. This luck was simply too remarkable. This was undoubtedly a matter of the game's random number generation, otherwise. With the multi-type Pokémon's output, how could it fail to eliminate Togekiss, even considering its considerable special defense? In a doubles battle, if a Pokémon's move can hit multiple targets, the damage dealt to a single target is only 75 of the original move's power. Shabana's expression brightened. Since Togekiss was still alive, there remained a glimmer of hope for victory. For among his reserve Pokémon was one that possessed that particular skill. TM83. Behold, a move capable of drawing the opponent's attacks, although it was highly likely that the opposing team would utilize a combination of Rock Slide and Blizzard. With a grand gesture, the colossal Rhyperior hurled a massive boulder towards the 2 Pokémon across the field. Rock Slide. Though Togekiss fell, the damage inflicted upon Tyranitar could only be described as moderate. The real threat lay in the Blizzard. What? Is this even possible? Su Yuan's expression grew grim. Many individuals harbor a misconception that sunny weather and sandstorms affect the accuracy of Blizzard. In reality, only hail has such an influence. A skill with a 70% accuracy rate seemed like a mere 30% in my hands. When Blizzard missed, Tyranitar retaliated with a powerful facade. The straightforward move saw Tyranitar's heavy body charge across the arena, culminating in a headbutt that unleashed all its strength, directly knocking Duskmore out of the field. It wasn't that Shabana hesitated to attack Rhyperior. He merely believed that without triggering the weakness policy, Tyranitar couldn't take down Rhyperior in one hit. What would be the consequence of failing to eliminate Rhyperior instantly? Shabana was convinced that the item Rhyperior carried was undoubtedly the same weakness policy as Tyranitar. Once triggered, the Rhyperior empowered by the weakness policy was a true powerhouse. As long as it wasn't resisted, everything else would fall with a single blow. There were still 2 turns left. Observing the battlefield, Su Yuan pondered briefly before opting for Colossal. He was not greedy for the sandstorm's boost, after all. Rhyperior's special defense was quite lacking, and even with the sandstorm, it would melt when faced with water-type moves. However, if there were sunny weather, water-type moves would be halved, offering at least a glimmer of hope for resistance. Bang! The Pokeball opened, and Colossal sprang forth, the sunlight on the field intensifying. Shabana's 4th Pokémon was Dragapult. In terms of base stats, one could argue that it was a formidable pseudo-legend or the weakest among them. With exceptional physical attack and speed stats, its special attack reached the threshold of a special attacker, yet it was the most fragile among all pseudo-legends. Possessing the ability Clear Body, it was unaffected by lowered stats, but its lackluster physical move pool was somewhat embarrassing. Conversely, Dragapult's special move pool and versatile moveset were exceptionally rich. Thus, Dragapult could be built for physical fast attacks, special fast attacks, or even a supportive role. When Shabana saw that Colossal had taken the field, he remained unfazed. Did he really think Colossal could take him out in one hit? The 6th round commenced. Rhyperior's facade was once again blocked by Tyranitar's Protect. While Colossal's Body Slam proved ineffective against Dragapult, Are you trying to read my switches? Shabana smiled slightly. How could he allow that so easily? A spatial distortion occurred, and layers of translucent barriers appeared before Dragapult and Tyranitar. Reflecting wall. Physical damage received within 5 turns would be halved. Now it was time to unleash that skill. Chapter 42. Shouting my name loudly. In the previous chapter, after Dragapult entered the field, it had already transitioned to the 6th round. Only one final round remained. By relying on Protect, Shabana had successfully extended the spatial distortion for 3 rounds. As the 7th round began, this was the 4th round of the distortion. If he could endure until the next round concluded, he would regain the initiative. Now, he needed to shout the name of that skill. Switching terrain. Dragapult gazed affectionately at Tyranitar beside it, its body trembling, as everything appeared rather mundane. On the field, Dragapult and Tyranitar had swapped places. Unexpectedly. Sun Yufan never anticipated that the mightiest Dragon-type gym leader would equip his most proficient Dragon-type Pokémon with a suite of support moves. Switch terrain. Those who understand know its true power, both in games and real battles, can evoke frustration. When confronted with switch terrain, most would likely sign resignation, lamenting that fate was not on their side. Yet this skill often leads to self-inflicted harm as well. Just as he focused entirely on switch terrain, once it concluded, Sun Yufan noticed that the Rhyperior had been switched out for Incineroar. What was the purpose of bringing an Incineroar at this moment? As Incineroar entered, its Intimidate ability activated. Tyranitar's physical attack dropped a level, while Dragapult remained unaffected due to its ability. You dare intimidate me? Dragapult wore an unimpressed expression. Exactly. Be fiercer. However, Dragapult did not gloat for long. Coalossal acted first, yawning toward its position. The overwhelming drowsiness nearly caused it to succumb to sleep. Dragapult could only resist the urge for this turn. Rock Slide. The boulder descended. Although it was a super effective move, the Intimidate had lowered its attack power. And combined with Coalossal and Incineroar's inherent durability, the damage dealt was not as significant as Shabana had anticipated. The 5th round of the mystical space. The strange glow enveloping the area gradually dimmed. After this round, everything would return to normal. Shabana's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. A unique manifestation of his complete immersion in battle. He calmly withdrew the drowsy Dragapult into its Pokeball and tossed out another one. Kingdra, if not for the circumstances, who would dare to challenge the type advantage? This time, Tyranitar did not opt for Protect. With the Reflecting Wall's damage reduction, what did a 4 times effective move matter? Coalossal could never take down Tyranitar in one hit. Oh no, he was being overly ambitious. Sun Yufan exclaimed. As the scene reflected in his eyes showed Coalossal leaping into the air, curling its limbs into its shell, and crashing down onto Tyranitar. With the protection of the Reflecting Wall, the halved physical damage struck Tyranitar's impressive defense, merely bringing it to the red health zone. Ding! The weakness policy activated. A terrifying glow emanated from Tyranitar's eyes. Its previously lowered attack level returned to normal. Now it was my stage. Bang! Unexpectedly, after Coalossal's attack, a torrent of deep crimson flames surged from Incineroar, targeting Tyranitar. This. Sun Yufan's mind raced. It burned. Tyranitar was burned. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yufan continued to explain. This is Incineroar's Blaze. Roe perfectly utilized the opponent's held item and the speed tier of his Pokémon, leveraging Coalossal to deal super effective damage, successfully triggering the opponent's weakness policy, thereby elevating Tyranitar's stats by 2 levels. Next came Incineroar's Blaze, striking with jealous energy. If the opponent had increased its stats during this turn, this move would surely inflict a burn. In the realm of burns, it can be said without reservation that this Tyranitar has become utterly incapacitated. As a physical attacker, what is the most dreaded state? It is neither slumber, nor freezing, nor paralysis. It is indeed the burn. The damage inflicted by physical moves is halved, rendering Tyranitar's subsequent Rock Slide, a display of latent ferocity, nearly ineffective. Cabana felt beads of perspiration form on his forehead. Tyranitar was his sole means of confronting Fire-type Pokémon. Were it not for the relentless sun, his Kingdra would not find itself in such a precarious situation. His Kingdra lacked the Rain Dance ability, and the Togekiss equipped with it had already perished moments ago. At this juncture, he had no choice but to withdraw Tyranitar, for it could not endure another strike. Dragonite re-entered the fray. In contrast, Yuan remained unfazed, wearing a serene smile as he gently pressed the control stick, swiftly determining the course of action. Routes Coalossal opted to defend, perhaps to conserve its health? Sun Yufan found this strategy futile, for the move Flamethrower is contingent upon the user's stamina, even if health were preserved this round. The next round could see it rendered unusable. After all, the terrain had vanished. However, Kingdra disregarded Coalossal, as the water cannon under the glaring sun appeared feeble. Was that truly a water cannon? An uninformed observer might mistake it for a mere squirt gun, perhaps intended for cooling off the Mytina. Withstanding this water cannon, Mytina retained a third of its health. Su Yuan had no intention of sacrificing Mytina, delivering a fierce blow to Kingdra before returning to his side, summoning the backup Venusaur. This marked the last round of intense sunlight. To Kingdra, Venusaur posed no significant threat. If anything, it was Kingdra that had the advantage over Venusaur. As long as the sun persisted. For the first time, Cabana felt an unsettling sense of being outmatched by the weather. Once again, the field was swapped, with Dragonite and Kingdra trading places. Although water-type moves are not weak against grass, it is prudent to avoid them when possible, allowing the support Dragonite, which resists grass-type attacks, to absorb Venusaur's onslaught. But suddenly, Sun Yufan grimaced, his voice filled with incredulity. What kind of quality move is this? Some are annoyed by field swaps, while others are vexed by hypnosis and sleep powder. Yet, ultimately, the one truly afflicted by the skills is the one who suffers most, much like Cabana at this moment. As soon as Su Yuan's Venusaur took the stage, it began to jiggle its corpulent form, despite its hefty physique. Its chlorophyll ability under the sun transformed it into an agile contender. Sleep powder struck true. Kingdra succumbed to slumber in the first round. Sun Yufan remarked wistfully, "This field swap truly is a double-edged sword. Can we say Route anticipated the swap? Perhaps it merely wished to induce sleep on Dragonite." Before he could finish his thought, Sun Yufan's voice faltered. The reason was simple. Su Yuan declared that one slumber was insufficient. Colossal yawned and struck Dragonite with its sleep powder. "I'll sleep the left, then sleep the right. I want both." With skills and strategies, as I pinned several chapters, I meticulously examined 3 documents, attempting to weave in that defensive synergy rather than mindlessly swapping. Chapter 43. I am not a master-level trainer. As the battle reached the 10th round, Cabana's long for sunlight finally dissipated. Yet, his nightmare was just beginning. As if a retiree completing their duties, the sun had barely set when Su Yuan promptly replaced Colossal with Mytina. With Su Yuan losing speed control, Dragonite instantly became the swiftest Pokémon on the field. However, this proved inconsequential. Gritting his teeth and risking another round of slumber, Dragonite unleashed its light screen. With the barriers erected, Cabana's survivability surged, but awkwardly, he found himself lacking in offensive power. The only 2 heavy hitters were either burned or sound asleep, blissfully snoring. Before Venusaur could act, Cabana summoned his signature Pokémon, Steelix. With a 4 times resistance to grass and immunity to poison, Steelix held a natural advantage against Venusaur. Yet, Su Yuan was no fool. As he often stated in his streams, in Pokémon battles, one must utilize moves with the best penetration. What is penetration? It is the ability to counter some of the opponent's Pokémon while remaining unaffected by others. Earth Power. As a ground-type move, it bypasses Kingdra's water immunity, striking Dragonite while also double-dipping against Cabana's Steelix and Tyranitar. This exemplifies penetration. I shall not engage in games of chance. I will simply use this move. There is no way for you to counter it. The effectiveness was remarkable. Had Steelix not possessed the Assault Vest and Light Screen, even a non-type move like Earth Power would have been sufficient to obliterate it. Steelix's defenses were reminiscent of Colossal, high in physical defense, yet lacking in special defense. What strategy to pursue next? Cabana was at a loss, his mind racing through various countermeasures, yet each one led to his inevitable defeat. How to evade Mytina's Sucker Punch? How to dodge Venusaur's third Earth Power? Or perhaps foregoing Sucker Punch to attempt a combination of Flare Blitz and Earth Power was a possibility. After much contemplation, Cabana ultimately chose to concede. He was not one to shy away from defeat. The tension and thrill of being pushed to the brink, a sensation he could only recall experiencing against Dan D, was now mirrored by this encounter with Route, who had become the second to elicit such feelings. Moreover, the tactical prowess demonstrated was nothing short of genius. More than the outcome of this battle, Cabana valued the spatial strategy employed. This spatial tactic seemed tailor-made for the Galar region. It would be impossible to execute without utilizing Galar's Dynamax. Once the match concluded, Cabana, brimming with excitement, exchanged pleasantries with Su Yuan before dispelling rumors on his usual communication platform. He then hurried to train his Pokémon, eager to replicate the recent spectacle in real battles. Seizing the moment while knowledge of the event was still scarce, he aimed to challenge Dan D. "Hey!" A smile graced Cabana's face as he could not help but envision Dan D's astonished expression. Perhaps this time, victory over Dan D was within reach. Cabana's aspirations were admirable, yet he underestimated both his own popularity and Su Yuan's ability to captivate an audience. An hour after the conclusion of Su Yuan and Cabana's match at 8 o'clock, various versions of the battle video had already proliferated across the internet, spreading throughout the world. There exists a voiceover version, an entertaining commentary version, a spirited youth edition, and analyses from various perspectives that eloquently attribute everything to luck. However, the majority of individuals from the Galar region greatly admire Su Yuan's imaginative battle strategies. Not satisfied with just one match? Then connect to the Huaxian network and continue watching. As for the rumors, Cabana himself has personally dispelled them, even expressing a desire to develop a partnership with the router. Why linger in uncertainty? Oh dear. I can hardly contain my laughter. How can one be so unlucky? I pondered how I could feel hungry right after eating. The voice of Teacher Router is truly delightful. I am thoroughly captivated. Thus, unbeknownst to Su Yuan himself, his popularity in Galar reached unprecedented heights, merely a fraction shy of Dan D's. He could easily take on hundreds of Nyezi. The release of this battle video had repercussions beyond just the Galar region, the excitement in Huaxia Sword. This can be attributed to a video titled Debunking. Is Teacher Router truly a master-level trainer? The content naturally focused on the battle between Router and Cabana. The creator of this video, fearing that some viewers might be unaware of who Cabana is, took care to introduce Cabana's prowess and his illustrious record at the outset. If one overlooks his losses to Dan D, his accomplishments are indeed impressive. Moments before the match commenced, the skilled creator even edited in a segment of Su Yuan's live broadcast, where he humbly stated, "I am not a master-level trainer. My battling skills are rather mediocre." Then, the duel officially began. Unlike the typical video styles from Galar, this one leaned towards the humorous. Various Router's Bible moments were humorously recreated. It wasn't until the critical spatial dynamics of the match were revealed that the tone began to shift back to seriousness. After viewing the duel, many expressed that it was merely clickbait. If this level of battling doesn't qualify as master level, then what does? Just as they contemplated exiting the video to report it, Su Yuan's voice resonated once more. I do not understand Pokémon battles well. Let me reiterate, I truly am not a master-level trainer. He continued, in fact. After watching this match, I have had some profound reflections. As previously mentioned, Cabana's skill is evidently far beyond that of a mere master in other regions. Even if he is not a champion, he is at least at the elite level. If Teacher Router can dominate a trainer who is at least of elite caliber, can he truly be considered a master? Indeed, a trainer capable of overpowering elite or even near champion level trainers cannot simply be a master, can he? Coupled with Teacher Router's frequent assertions, if what he says is true, then might we arrive at the conclusion that I, Router, am not merely a master level trainer, but rather a champion level one. Does the title of master even suit me? Wow. Many netizens suddenly awakened to this realization. This insightful analysis, grounded in reason, seemed to hold true. In an instant, Router's status and mystique among his fans ascended to new heights. Chapter 44. An unwanted opponent. Fast forward to Monday. Su Yuan, engrossed in the myriad of online happenings, had little time to delve into them unless they involved charming anime girls. Otherwise, what could possibly rival the adorableness of Pokémon? At 8:30 in the morning, once the 64 qualified competitors had settled into their respective lounges, the organization revealed the matchups for the day. Chirp. Boja. Inside the lounge, the previously released Pseudomantis and Bojaman, who had been allowed to stretch and warm up, began to frolic unknowingly. Observing this, Su Yuan could only smile helplessly before picking up the match list. His opponent today presented a formidable challenge. If possible, Su Yuan truly wished to avoid her. Even though this trainer was rather adorable, what were his odds? The expression on Guang's face, seated beside Su Yuan, mirrored his concern. Her match today was considerably simpler than Su Yuan's. Similar to the last elimination match yesterday, her Pokémon was also of the ground type. However, while yesterday she faced a Mudbray, today she would contend with a Drillbur. The Drillbur is a Pokémon not to be underestimated. Its potential is immense. And its evolved form, Excadrill, holds a significant position among its peers. Compared to the other pseudo-legendary Pokémon, the cultivation of Excadrill is relatively straightforward and evolves faster, primarily due to its lesser rarity. While pseudo-legendary Pokémon are undeniably powerful, their cultivation difficulty is exceedingly high. Among the new trainers, it is possible for others to have evolved to their final forms while a pseudo-legendary remains in its unevolved state. Therefore, for novice trainers, possessing a Drillbur as a starter Pokémon, powerful yet relatively easy to cultivate, is undeniably ideal. Returning to the topic at hand, while Drillbur is strong, it would likely be overwhelmed by the water-type Bojaman. The odds still exist. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before stating, I cannot be certain of victory. If she employs her usual tactics, he feels he has a 90% chance, yet he remains uncertain whether she has concealed any skills. Techniques that need to be hidden typically serve as trump cards and are likely of the same type. Guang recalled the battle style of that Firefox, and her expression shifted oddly. She had watched all 3 matches of that Firefox with Su Yuan, and nearly every battle, regardless of whether it was advantageous or disadvantageous, ended with victories through status effects. Were this not a formal competition, Guang would not doubt that the match could devolve into a trainer duel by the end. It is indeed a tricky situation, yet Su Yuan had already devised a strategy in his mind, albeit one that requires a touch of luck. He had concealed his ability for so long for this very day. Grabbing his bag from the side, Su Yuan contemplated the Maki Berry and the Choco Berry. Against a barrage of status effects, the Maki Berry would clearly be insufficient. However, being able to negate the initial status effect from the Firefox is crucial for Su Yuan. Having a Maki Berry as a foundation would undeniably reduce the risk. Yet, the Choco Berry, which can mitigate Fire-type damage, is equally vital for Su Yuan. If the opponent indeed has a high-powered Fire-type move as a trump card, this single Choco Berry could turn the tide. Observing Su Yuan deep in thought, Guang chose not to disturb him. She too needed to adjust her mindset, as she would be up next. Although she held an elemental advantage, she understood the principle of not underestimating an opponent. Being taken down by a reverse-type attack would be truly embarrassing. Time passed swiftly. Shortly after Guang departed, Su Yuan received the announcement over the loudspeaker. Contestant number 0131. Su Yuan, please report to Arena 7 for your match. Well then, it has been decided. Su Yuan returned the Maki Berry to his bag and handed the nearly 9-point Choco Berry to the Pseudomantis. I will rely on you for this. Pseudomantis replied, chirp. In the 7th arena, the commentator was enthusiastically introducing the contestants to the audience, with a peculiar mobile phone floating beside him. The camera shifted to Su Yuan, who flashed a radiant smile at the lens. This floating device was none other than the Pokémon Rotom. Typically, Rotom is classified as an electric and ghost-type Pokémon. Yet it alters its attributes depending on the electrical appliance it inhabits. When it enters a washing machine, it becomes water and electric. When it occupies a microwave, it transforms into fire and electric. However, Su Yuan was uncertain about the type of Rotom residing within the mobile phone. The commentator continued his fervent discourse, while Su Yuan was taken by surprise when his opponent initiated a conversation with him. I heard your surname is also Su? Rather than a cute sister. This individual resembled a striking older sister, standing around 175 meters tall, with long black hair cascading to her waist, a well-defined figure, and long, straight legs. Su Yuan confessed that he found such a presence rather overwhelming. Really? You too are surnamed Su? Haven't you reviewed the contestants' profiles? He inquired, slightly astonished. Rolling her eyes, the trainer responded, I'm Su Xiaoxiao. You can call me sister if you like. How can you be so sure that you are older than me? After appraising Su Xiaoxiao, Su Yuan replied, Hee, I'll be turning 20 in a month. What do you think? Su Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and released her Firefox Pokémon. In response, Su Yuan sent forth his Sweet Ball. An elemental disadvantage battle, huh? Su Xiaoxiao glanced at his pseudomantis and then asked, aren't you feeling pressured? Her voice carried a subtle, imperceptible weight. A little, Su Yuan admitted. Appearing shy and bashful like a young boy, he scratched the back of his head and smiled. But since you won't be using attacking moves, it doesn't matter. Does it? As they exchanged casual banter, the commentary booth featured Su Zhengfeng, one of the 2 gym leaders of Magic City, who had accepted the invitation to commentate on this match. On the other side, Ning Shuang, the other gym leader, was also present. One was a rock-type leader, while the other specialized in psychic types. From their vantage point, they could neither hear the crowd's murmurs nor see the action clearly, yet they had the live feed from Rotom. Su Zhengfeng scrutinized the footage of Arena 7, his brow furrowing slightly. This contestant named Su Yuan seems rather inexperienced. He has completely shifted his attention towards Su Xiaoxiao. He observed, clearly unimpressed by Su Yuan's prospects. Ning Shuang nodded in agreement, remarking, the match is about to commence. It wouldn't be surprising if his opponent's Firefox knocked him out in a single turn while he is unprepared. Su Zhengfeng acknowledged her words with a nod but refrained from further comment. He had already reviewed the match between these two prior to the event. Although Su Xiaoxiao's tactics were somewhat unorthodox, her strategy was exceptionally clear. She knew precisely how to execute her plan, demonstrating a level of prowess that belied her status as a novice trainer. After all, who dictated that only novice trainers could participate in smaller competitions? Just because many inexperienced trainers entered such contests did not mean they were the only ones allowed. Regarding Su Yuan, Su Zhengfeng believed he also possessed significant potential. The appearance of his pseudomantis indicated that its breeding had been skillfully executed. This was further corroborated by Su Yuan's performance in previous matches. Yet, unfortunately, potential alone was insufficient. Su Zhengfeng sighed, recognizing that the lack of experience remained a formidable challenge for novice trainers. He could only hope that Su Yuan would learn from this experience and strive for improvement. Can anyone guess which Pokémon is my favorite? The name has already appeared in the text. It is truly adorable. Chapter 45. Elemental Disadvantage Tactics. Has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to someone? Su Yuan continued to engage in trivial conversation, his words not entirely frivolous. With the surname Su, a fox, and a stunning maiden, he could not help but draw parallels between the person before him and the legendary figure known for bringing nations to ruin. The region of Huaxia is distinct from others. While other regions' myths often recount the exploits of legendary Pokémon that wreaked havoc or saved worlds, Huaxia's tales are refreshingly original. In our mythology, it is humans who shape the universe. Although Pokémon legends exist, they are notably less prominent compared to those in other regions. In ancient times, it is said that a powerful nine-tailed fox transformed into human form, enchanting all. The majestic and beautiful Haxorus frequently appeared as a dragon maiden. Even Milotic was not spared, resembling a Pokémon version of the White Snake legend. The ancients' imagination regarding Pokémon far surpassed anything seen today. It is rumored that the creation of the Sinnoh region was inspired by the anthropomorphized Pokémon from Huaxia's myths. Am I to understand this as a form of flotation? Su Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes, chuckling lightly. No, that is not what I meant, Su Yuan stammered, scratching his face. His gaze awkwardly drifting away from her, betraying his discomfort. In such moments, individuals often overlook certain details, like the referee announcing the start of the match. Toxic, will-o-wisp, hypnosis. Upon the match's commencement, Su Xiaoxiao shed her previously cheerful demeanor, commanding her fire fox with intent. Observing Su Yuan's preoccupied expression, she couldn't help but smile mischievously. Her fire fox was exceptionally adept at executing these three moves, particularly hypnosis, although it was used as a follow-up move. The Pokémon's immense psychic prowess enabled it to act preemptively. Once hypnosis landed, victory would be nearly assured. In the commentary booth, Su Jingfeng nodded appreciatively at the rapid succession of moves from the fire fox. This fire fox has been excellently trained in inflicting status conditions. Its proficiency is remarkable. If no one is prepared to counter these conditions, she is very likely to claim the championship. Moreover, compared to the rock-type Su Jingfeng, Ningxuang perceived even more. It appears that it has awakened psychic powers as well. Psychic types are often referred to by novice trainers as a unique attribute. This designation encompasses not only moves but primarily pertains to the significantly heightened mental faculties of psychic Pokémon compared to others. A potent mental capacity allows for swifter mastery of skills and better control over their execution. The combination of multitasking and the preemptive hypnosis undoubtedly validated Ningxuang's observations. However, the success of hypnosis relies on eye contact with the opponent. If one cannot see the opponent's eyes, even the fastest execution would be futile. What? The commentator exclaimed in astonishment. The pseudomantis has executed a move without any trainer's command? A protective barrier formed in front of the pseudomantis, constructed of flying leaves, obscuring its line of sight. Hypnosis, ineffective. The subsequent scene left the commentator questioning whether he was truly narrating a minor competition. Ghostly flames surged forth. Although the flying leaf shield of the pseudomantis could negate hypnosis, it was powerless against the ethereal fire. Strangely, the flames consumed the leaves. Yet their intensity diminished with each passing moment. Just as the flying leaf shield neared its end, the third skill of the fire fox, Toxic, was unleashed. A soft chirp escaped the pseudomantis as it relinquished its reserves of power. In an instant, the flying leaf shield solidified, becoming translucent. The skill was executed flawlessly. Not only was the commentator taken aback, but Su Xiaoxiao and the two gym leaders on stage were equally astounded by the pseudomantis' transformation of moves. Utilizing a rudimentary defensive skill, it successfully neutralized the hypnosis, depleting much of the ghostly flames and astonishingly morphing it into a genuine defensive maneuver. The guard skill entails energy expenditure, which is proportionate to the number and potency of the skills it withstands. The more formidable the skills it counters, the greater the energy cost. In contrast, the essence of the flying leaf shield is merely a variant of the flying leaf blade, requiring significantly less energy. Amidst the dazzling sunlight, as Su Xiaoxiao momentarily stood in astonishment, Su Yuan suddenly interjected. The previous display was merely a prelude to this moment. From the perspective of skills, the pseudomantis is an exceptionally clean Pokémon, devoid of any trickery. This implies that it appears quite powerless when confronted with underhanded tactics. Lacking the ability to learn Mystical Guard, the pseudomantis has no means to counter abnormal statuses, thus Su Yuan could only compel the opponent to forfeit their abnormal moves. It was crucial to prevent the enemy from feigning strength. Within the club, though the sun was obscured, everyone present felt as though they were basking in sunlight, the bright lights forcing them to squint. It was indeed a bright sunny day. The commentator exclaimed with certainty, stating that faced with a deluge of abnormal status attacks, Su Yuan could not resist activating the pseudomantis' ability. Leaf Guard. At this moment, Su Zhengfeng and Ning Shuang recovered from their brief shock, exchanging glances that hinted at mutual understanding. If everything Su Yuan had displayed thus far was merely a setup for this radiant day, then I must retract my previous statement. Su Zhengfeng, with a serious demeanor, solemnly remarked that he was an exceptional Pokémon trainer, having cleverly exploited the opponent's psychology from the outset, seizing upon their momentary surprise to unleash this pivotal sunny day. However, a lingering question remained. In this sunny weather, which had the greater advantage? Fire-type Pokémon or grass-type Pokémon? What a predicament you've presented. Su Xiaoxiao, brushing her hair back, seemed strangely pleased. Do you truly believe my Firefox can only utilize abnormal statuses? You remain at an absolute disadvantage. Fire Spin. Imagine it as a black and white dragon. The Firefox unleashed a torrent of orange flames, intensified by the sunny weather. In response, a barrage of razor-sharp green leaves met the flames. Rather than exploding, the leaves thwarted the flames' advance, igniting and falling to the ground, releasing wisps of smoke and the acrid scent of burning foliage. The smell of burning materials was unpleasant, prompting Su Xiaoxiao to wrinkle her nose and dismissively wave her hand. Let us end this with charged flame burst. Feeling slightly dazed, she covered her nose. She truly could not endure the stench. Adjusting her stance, the Firefox abandoned its previous elegance, sprinting with all its might, igniting flames as it soared through the air, traversing half the arena. Once more, Su Yuan commanded, albeit somewhat perplexed, watch its movements. Be cautious of the Firefox's consecutive charged flame bursts. The pseudomantis employed the flying leaf blade once again. The commentator addressed the Rotom camera. However, this had no effect on the Firefox. Enveloped in flames, the Firefox ignored the approaching flying leaf blade, and before the leaves could strike, they were incinerated by the intense heat. The smoke on the field thickened. Whoosh! The Firefox swiftly darted past the pseudomantis, its attack missing. Yet, it mattered not. The Firefox quickly redirected its course, charging once more at the pseudomantis. Now even faster. This was another effect of the charged flame burst. With each use, the user's speed increased. Bang! The prepared pseudomantis quickly formed a tangible, semi-transparent shield before it, blocking the Firefox's second charged flame burst. Now, a gleam of brilliance shone in Su Yuan's eyes. Flying leaf storm. Whoosh! The Firefox collided with the barrier at the very moment its energy waned, catching it off guard, and before it could react, the flying leaf storm struck home. Howling in pain, the Firefox was flung backward, crashing to the ground. Though it appeared tragic, the actual damage sustained was likely less than a third of its total health. The arena fell silent, only to be interrupted by an eruption of cheers from the audience. Unbelievable. The commentator's excitement surged. It is truly astonishing that Su Yuan, despite being at a significant disadvantage, inflicted such preemptive damage. Su Zhengfeng's expression shifted once more. In terms of judgment, command, and seizing opportunities, Su Yuan's performance can only be described as flawless. Most commendably. The trust his Pokémon have in him is a rarity for someone of his age. Ning Shuang unabashedly praised Su Yuan, concluding with a remark that kindled envy among many viewers at home. I can only say that the Psychic Dojo will always welcome you for further training. In response, Su Zhengfeng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Clearly, our Rock Dojo is more suitable. What could you possibly teach him? Ning Shuang did not directly answer Su Zhengfeng, implying that it was not for them to decide which dojo he favored. But I have a sister, do you? On the field, Su Xiaoxiao's expression turned serious for the first time. She resolved to hold nothing back. Heat wave. The Firefox regained its stance, its tail sweeping to summon a powerful surge of scorching hot air. Guard. The Firefox did not advance, and Su Yuan too refrained from attacking. In terms of stamina, grass-type Pokémon were not easily intimidated. The primary concern was that the Firefox's speed was overwhelmingly rapid, making it nearly impossible for the pseudomantis to catch it. Currently, the sunny weather summoned by the pseudomantis could last for about 7 or 8 minutes, and only a minute had elapsed since its activation. For the first time, Su Xiaoxiao felt the unpleasantness of being outmatched. Her Firefox was inherently weak in direct assaults, and the abnormal status was ineffective against the sunny pseudomantis. While long-range attacks were thwarted by guard, the worst part was that her Pokémon had yet to master the guard skill. Desperate, Su Xiaoxiao could only rely on her Firefox's speed to keep the pseudomantis at bay. Whirling flames and scorching winds sought to deplete the endurance of the foam mantis. Then came the miracle of photosynthesis. A flicker of green light illuminated the scene, as the once fatigued foam mantis regained its vigor, while the fiery fox began to falter. Su Zhengfeng's eyelids twitched with irritation. He could no longer endure the spectacle. Who was truly tormenting whom? The battle had appeared to be going splendidly. Yet now it was unbearable to witness. Ning Shuang, meanwhile, expressed her admiration, increasingly captivated by Su Yuan. Su Jinfeng shot a disgruntled glance at Ning Shuang, silently musing. You are merely a deity of Venu exchange and hypnosis. Who could possibly irritate you? What has taken you so long to attack? Su Yuan addressed the resting fiery fox. If you want to approach, then I shall advance toward you. Don't think to provoke me with your empty taunts. They are futile. Su Xiaoxiao too had come to a realization. Was her inability to contend with him not solely due to this sunny weather? If she could only stall until this sunny day ended, then she would see just how long this weather could last. After all, he could do nothing to her. Really? Su Yuan replied with a mischievous smile. Have you ever heard of a sunny day growing a string of threes? The fomantis began to sprout. What? Su Xiaoxiao's expression shifted dramatically. And she wasted no time. Fiery fox, unleash a massive flame to interrupt its growth. Should the fomantis succeed in strengthening itself? Even its opposing attributes would prove too much for me to bear. The fiery fox puffed its cheeks, inhaling deeply as it gathered power within its mouth, releasing a torrent of flames that distorted the surrounding air with its searing heat. With a swift flick of its tail, the fiery fox propelled the fireball toward the fomantis, forming an imposing character in the sky. Without needing command, the fomantis instinctively unleashed a leaf storm to counter the attack. The force of its leaf storm rivaled its initial display, indicating to Su Xiaoxiao that it had successfully strengthened itself. Thick smoke filled the arena, the scent becoming increasingly peculiar. Continue to grow. No, Su Xiaoxiao cried out this time. Use energy burst to interrupt it. The fomantis' special attack level remained at 2, rendering it incapable of threatening the fiery fox. As for physical attacks, Su Xiaoxiao doubted the fomantis could land a hit on the now speed-enhanced fiery fox. Once more, flames engulfed the fiery fox, which in the blink of an eye found itself before the fomantis. Wait. A sudden sense of crisis surged within Su Xiaoxiao, prompting her to alter her command. Dodge. Could it evade? Su Yuan's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally found solace. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Use the Choco Berry. Cancel the growth, and then strike repeatedly. The fiery fox, seeing the ever-expanding size of the fomantis, aimed to dodge, with its speed. It should have been an effortless task. Yet, as it attempted to move, its mind went blank. How to evade? In which direction? Forward? Backward? Left? Right? No, no, no. Up? Down? The fiery fox's brain could not process the necessary judgments for evasion. In the next instant, the scythe, glowing white, sliced through the flames engulfing it and struck its body. Aura, aura, aura. Once, twice, thrice. 4 times. The fiery fox could not keep track of how many times it had been hit, only knowing that it could not evade the fomantis' every strike. Eventually, it succumbed to unconsciousness. The fiery fox was unable to continue the battle. The commentator blew the whistle, announcing the match's outcome. The victor is contestant Su Yuan. The audience erupted into astonishing cheers. A battle won against opposing attributes was always more exhilarating than one fought with aligned ones. Thank you, fomantis, Su Yuan exclaimed, scooping up the fomantis and teasing its small face. Chirp. The fomantis emitted a weak sound. It had exerted itself greatly, and the stamina regained through photosynthesis was but a temporary reprieve. Rest well. Gathering a sweet ball, Su Yuan prepared to store the nearly slumbering fomantis within. Turning to leave the stage. Wait. Su Xiaoxiao's voice called from behind, her expression earnest as she jogged to Su Yuan's side. Could you explain why my fiery fox could not evade the fomantis' attack at the end? Since it wasn't a secret, Su Yuan pointed toward the lingering smoke that had yet to dissipate, saying, the scent of the smoke masked the sweet aroma. As Su Yuan's figure gradually receded, Su Xiaoxiao remained, deep in thought. His words had opened a new door for her. Was it possible to create a new environment that concealed another technique by integrating the opponent's moves? Thank you, Su Xiaoxiao whispered, her eyes bright as she watched Su Yuan depart. Chapter 46, A Delayed Letter at Noon. Upon returning home with Light and Pojman, Su Yuan was startled to find someone standing at the entrance. Clad in a pure white sailor uniform with a tie, a red backpack slung over her shoulder, and her long, beige hair tied into a single ponytail, she exuded an aura of innocent charm reminiscent of a lily. Though Su Yuan was certain he did not recognize the girl before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped him, as if something essential was missing from her presence. Who is this? Light inquired, peering curiously. Is she your friend? I don't know her either, Su Yuan replied, shaking his head, and then approached, inquiring. May I ask who you are? Hello. The girl seemed startled, snapping back to reality, although her Mandarin was heavily accented. Are you Mr. Su Yuan? Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly retrieved a photograph from her backpack. After a careful comparison, she introduced herself. Hello, my name is Lily AI. Pleased to make your acquaintance. A series of black dots appeared above Su Yuan's head. and he couldn't help but twitch his lips at her poor command of the language. However, upon taking a closer look at Lily AI, he began to merge her image with his recollections. The primary reason he had not recognized her immediately was due to her rather rare appearance, compounded by the absence of her companion, the mythical Pokémon Cosmoem, known as Little Nebula. I too wish to discover a mythical beast at the outset, one that can evolve into a first-level deity, Yuan mused whimsically. In an effort to facilitate communication, he attempted to converse in English. Yes, that's me. How may I assist you? Please accept this. In response, Lily AI rummaged through her backpack once more, producing a letter along with a healing ball. I sincerely apologize. Lily AI bowed deeply, her gesture quite pronounced. I encountered some issues on my way here, which caused a delay, preventing me from arriving on time. Yuan exchanged a bewildered glance with Light, both equally puzzled. You didn't do anything inappropriate to her, did you? Although she did not utter a word, Yuan discerned the meaning conveyed through her gaze. How is that possible? I don't know her at all, he said helplessly. So what exactly transpired? Once you've seen this, you will understand. Compared to her Chinese, Lily Ai's English was remarkably fluent, even though she was originally German. Accepting the letter handed to her by Lily Ai, Yuan swiftly tore it open. The content was brief, consisting merely of a few sentences. Dear Yuan, happy birthday. After this birthday, you will officially be an adult. I apologize that we cannot return right now due to some matters we must attend to, but we have prepared a special gift for you. Your father said you would surely love it. I wonder if this letter will reach you on time. By the way, you should be graduating this year, right? If you wish to come to Alola, you can contact Professor Kukui through Lil Ai, as he is currently in Magic City with her for some business. The signature read, Lu Chi-wan. A letter from his mother? Yuan's expression softened, and he comprehended the source of Lily Ai's apologies. His birthday was on May 15th. And today was September 8th, which meant the letter was nearly 4 months late. What could possibly cause such a delay? As for the gift mentioned in the letter, it must be the healing ball. He had already possessed a healing ball. His parents would not send him another one. Thus it could not be an empty ball. Feeling a gentle tremor from the healing ball in his hand only solidified his belief. In any case, it was better to discuss the specifics inside, as lingering at the door was not ideal. Yuan inserted the key and opened the door. Pardon the intrusion, they said as they stepped into the living room. Light, cradling a Pokémon, settled beside Yuan, quietly listening to their conversation. So, you were rescued by my parents after encountering a wild Pokémon in the wilderness. And then you temporarily lived together while assisting them? Yuan mused, organizing his thoughts. In his view, this version of Lil Ai was markedly different from the one in his past life games or anime. She seemed to embody a blend of the two worlds. Eliminating any impolite thoughts from his mind, Yuan directed his focus back to the healing ball. Theoretically, the Pokémon contained within should be his starter Pokémon, provided it had arrived on time. However, even if it was not his initial Pokémon, it carried significant meaning for Yuan. It was a Pokémon personally chosen by his parents, and according to Lil Ai, they had spent an amount in the millions to acquire it. Rare in species, possessing exceptional qualities, inheriting powerful moves, and most importantly, it was a shiny Pokémon. Of course, even if the Pokémon his parents gifted him had mediocre qualities, he would still cherish it. It may sound a bit sentimental, but Yuan felt that being cared for and understood by family was one of the greatest blessings in the world. With a heart full of gratitude, he pressed the button in the center of the healing ball. A flash of red light revealed a humanoid Pokémon, roughly the size of a pseudomantis, appearing in the midst of the three. Its blue bowl-shaped hair obscured much of its face, divided by two flat red horns protruding from the center, one larger facing forward and the other smaller behind. Its white body and legs gave the impression of wearing oversized clothing. Legendaries. Yuan instinctively called out the Pokémon's name, as its final evolution, Shenado, was immensely popular among both male and female trainers. Legendaries, the emotion Pokémon, possessed the ability to sense human emotions through the red horns atop its head. Although it rarely appeared before people, it would approach when it sensed positive feelings. Light, from an unknown moment, had pulled out a Pokédex, and the sound startled the little creature, which was examining its unfamiliar surroundings. Legendaries instinctively moved closer to Lily Ai, as she had been responsible for its care over the past few months. Observing Legendaries' approach, Lily Ai's body stiffened involuntarily, as she still bore the psychological scars from the encounter with wild Pokémon. Although she was earnestly trying to overcome her fears, it seemed she would need more time. It's all right. Lily Ai's smile appeared somewhat tense, as if she wished to pet it, but her body was uncooperative. Where's your trainer? Legendaries tilted its head adorably, following Lily Ai's gaze, its little red horn faintly glowing. I look forward to working with you, Legendaries. Legendaries gazed curiously at Yuan, sensing a multitude of complex emotions emanating from him. Yet, all these emotions shared a common trait. joy. Its inner unease and fear gradually filled with delight. And its once cold body began to warm. Taking small steps, Leluras inched closer to Su Yuan, eventually reaching out its tiny hand to touch his palm, affectionately calling out. Play during the day, battle in the evening. Chapter 47. Leluras expresses confusion after a brief exchange. Lilai left her contact information before excusing herself. Her primary purpose in Magic City was to assist Professor Kukui, aside from finding Su Yuan, if it weren't for her commitments. Su Yuan's parents would not have requested Lilai to accompany Professor Kukui back. Please wait for me here for a moment, Su Yuan said, gently rubbing Leluras' small face. The pseudomantis was still resting in his love ball, and he was not the type to forget an old love for a new one. However, it must be noted that both of Su Yuan's Pokémon resembled humans closely, even though the pseudomantis was technically bipedal. This led to a delay in his plans to cuddle with his Pokémon. While Pokémon like Pokémon were manageable, the thought of cuddling with Leluras or the pseudomantis felt akin to handling fragile glass. Just imagining it was quite distressing. As soon as Su Yuan rose, Leluras, who had been standing on the table, panicked and called out, hastily attempting to run to Su Yuan's side. Perhaps it was due to its fear of the unfamiliar environment, compounded by its naturally timid nature, that it stumbled and fell onto the table. Su Yuan had no choice but to embrace Leluras in his arms, soothing it gently. Light observed the scene with a hint of envy. How wonderful it would be if Pokémon had been this attached to me from the start. Pokémon. Pokémon immediately protested. Its small light blue wings flapping up and down as it pointed at Leluras in Su Yuan's embrace, its proud little face displaying disdain. I am already an exceptional Pokémon, fully capable of independence. How could I cling to my trainer like it? All right, Guang said with exasperation. Disregarding Pokemon's protests as he lifted it up, don't scare it. Boja. Pokemon struggled even more fiercely, yet nothing changed. Upon returning to the room, Su Yuan gently released the Fomantis from the love ball. The Fomantis remained in a state of slumber. Today's match had indeed taken quite a toll on it, as it had been under the blazing sun the entire time, repeatedly employing stamina-draining defensive moves. Without proper rest, recovery would be a challenge. Su Yuan carefully placed the Fomantis by the window, where he had specially installed a small platform resembling a miniature balcony, allowing it to rest comfortably. As sunlight touched its tender green body, a faint green glow emerged, a manifestation of photosynthesis at work. Ralula stood on Su Yuan's shoulder, curiously observing the Fomantis. It was a Pokémon born in the breeding house, having encountered many Fomantises there. However, this particular Fomantis appeared strikingly different from the others. Puzzled, Ralula's tilted its head in confusion. Unconsciously harboring a similar thought to its own, Ralula's small eyes, partially concealed beneath its aquamarine bowl-shaped head, suddenly brightened. It reached out with its tiny hands, parting its excessively long hair, and gazed at the Fomantis with wide, luminous eyes. Like the other Ralulas, it too was unique. Although they did not shun it, but rather cared for it deeply. Yet, this special attention created an unfamiliar sense of distance. Ralulas chirped happily, feeling an extraordinary kinship with the uniquely different Fomantis. Su Yuan quietly left the room, endeavoring not to disturb the Fomantis. After closing the door, his stomach audibly protested. Gurgle, he thought, remembering it was mealtime. What would you like to eat? He called to Guang and Pokémon in the living room. Today, I will personally take to the kitchen. Primarily motivated by his good mood, Su Yuan could not guarantee the taste would meet expectations. Guang pondered for a moment while sitting on the sofa, then replied, I would like curry. Boja. Pokémon chimed in. And one couldn't help but notice the remarkable compatibility between Guang and Pokémon. Not only did they share similar personalities, both brimming with pride, but their culinary preferences also aligned perfectly. This often led to minor squabbles, but Su Yuan believed such trivial disagreements would not harm their bond. Rather, they would strengthen it. And Ralulas? Su Yuan glanced at Ralulas, inquiring. Ralulas quietly chirped, indicating it was fine with anything. Then it settled, we shall have curry. Su Yuan hadn't relished curry in quite some time. Back in Sinnoh, it had been one of his favorite dishes. However, since returning to Magic City, he had hardly indulged in it. Curry was one of the few dishes he could prepare well. Yet, due to laziness, he often opted for takeout, reasoning that why should he exert himself when delivery could suffice? However, the curry from takeout paled in comparison to his homemade version, thus he seldom ordered it. With determination, Su Yuan entrusted Ralulas to Guang's care. Initially, this caused Ralulas some distress, but it soon sensed Guang's benign intentions and gradually calmed down. As Su Yuan prepared the ingredients, Ralulas, Guang, and Pokémon began to bond. In the kitchen, Su Yuan first prepared the rice for the curry. After starting the rice cooker, he turned his attention to making the curry. He diced chicken thighs, potatoes, carrots, and onions, then melted a suitable amount of butter in a deep pot. Once melted, he added the chicken pieces. After sauteing the chicken until it turned white, he added the carrot and onion, continuing to stir until the onions became translucent. Finally, he introduced the potato cubes into the mix. Once the onion softened, he added just enough water to cover the ingredients and drizzled in a spoonful of honey, covering the pot to simmer for 15 minutes over medium heat. The simmering time was nearly complete. Yuan cautiously lifted the pot lid, turned off the heat temporarily, and added the prepared curry blocks, blending sweet and spicy curry flavors in a specific ratio to create the taste he and Guang adored. He gently stirred with a spatula, hastening the melting of the curry blocks, as the distinct aroma of curry tantalized his taste buds. Once the curry was fully melted, he reignited the flame, maintaining a low heat to reduce the sauce, stirring occasionally to prevent sticking. Approximately 10 minutes later, the curry thickened, and as small bubbles began to rise and burst, the mouth-watering scent wafted throughout the kitchen, filling the entire house. Dinner is served. Yuan scooped a bowl of rice, inverted it onto a plate, and poured the freshly prepared curry over it. The glistening grains of rice coupled with the alluring curry color were irresistible. Guang swiftly scooped a spoonful of curry onto the rice and tasted it, revealing an expression of sheer satisfaction. So delicious. The sweet curry sauce, with just the right hint of spice, perfectly accentuated the food's aroma, compelling one to crave another bite after the first. Rallilas, mimicking Guang, took a mouthful of curry rice, and a look of happiness graced its face. The spicy kick even caused a slight blush on its white body. While savoring the steaming curry rice, Rallilas unconsciously absorbed the surrounding emotions. As its body felt satiated, its spirit too was filled with delight. However, it found itself perplexed by the emotions emanating from Guang. Beyond joy, happiness, and contentment, there lingered an emotion it could not comprehend. This emotion was rare for Rallilas. Besides confusion, it felt a surge of curiosity. Moreover, it seemed directed towards its trainer. Rallilas took a small bite of potato, its eyes peeking from behind its hair, secretly observing its trainer while mentally noting this emotion. Must I harbor such feelings to bond with my trainer? Rallilas pondered in confusion. Additionally, I would like to mention that I generally do not accept friend requests. Anyone who loves Pokémon is welcome, but there is one exception: those who jump on clouds. As referenced in previous chapter comments, the team composed entirely of water types without weather control is absurd, especially when they can confuse even the dream special of the first 100, like the cheerful little Kappa. Surely, they can't be in the top 100 of Pokeball level, right? Chapter 48. The Fomantis is a master. Thank you, Yuan. In the competition arena, Yuan's opponent had a serious expression, bowing respectfully. If you hadn't eliminated the Firefox, I might not have secured the championship. Yuan was left utterly bewildered. Today marks the transition from the top 32 to the top 16 in the competition, yet you seem to be racing ahead towards victory. I must admit, the leaps in thought exhibited by today's youth are indeed remarkable. After bowing respectfully, Jun stated earnestly, "Give it up. You shall not triumph over me and my arm power." As he spoke, he retrieved his red and white Pokeball from his pocket, exuding an air of confident seriousness that left Yuan at a loss for words. "How could you know unless you try?" Yuan countered, curious about the source of his opponent's unwavering confidence, which suggested he had already secured victory. "I have analyzed your battles. You are formidable, but alas, you have encountered me." With merely half a minute remaining before the match commenced, Jun was in no haste to unleash his Pokémon. "Your battles are overly drawn out. If you intend to rely on sunny day and solar power to outlast me, I must regretfully inform you that will not suffice. I am not like them. My approach to battles is straightforward." Jun brimmed with fighting spirit. "However, when it comes to raw power, we are invincible in this tournament." In the players' lounge, specialized broadcasting equipment ensured they were well informed about the match's developments, especially since Yuan was a focal point of interest for the gym leader. Yuan's battles are too drawn out? Guang echoed Jun's words, recalling the scene of Yuan and his Fomantis battling in the arena prior to the competition. If not for encountering an opposing type, Yuan's battles often concluded within 1 to 3 rounds. Is that what one would call drawn out? The memory of the Fomantis swiftly defeating the suddenly evolved Onix during their match lingered vividly in her mind. Guang once believed that among novice trainers, none could surpass Yuan in terms of offensive prowess, and to this day, she still holds that belief. Bojamin, having overheard something amusing, paused his warm-up routine, pointing at the screen and chuckling. His antics caught the attention of Ralts, who was curled up within a healing ball. This timid and bashful little creature had been bullied by the Fomantis the previous night, leaving her somewhat withdrawn and reluctant to emerge from her sanctuary. The mere thought of last night made Ralts blush slightly. That Fomantis was simply too much. After dinner last night, Ralts had stealthily snuck into Yuan's room while he was tidying up the dishes. She crept to the windowsill, quietly observing the fomantis. So adorable. Despite knowing she shouldn't, Ralts couldn't resist the urge and gently touched the fomantis' soft, plump face. Just then, the fomantis fortuitously awoke. Chirp, it said, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar Pokémon in its home. However, assuming that any creature appearing in its abode must be a new friend. The fomantis joyfully exclaimed and affectionately wrapped its leaf-like arms around Ralts. No, don't do that. We just met. Ralts cried weakly. Her efforts to push away the fomantis grew feeble, her pure white body radiating a charming blush. Chirp. The fomantis interpreted Ralts' actions as playful. And in a moment of excitement, it brushed aside Ralts' blue hair and leaned in, planting a kiss on her face. Ralts' red eyes spun in circles as she fainted. This scene was witnessed by Yuan, who stood in shock. What are you two doing? In an instant, he was engulfed in self-doubt. Something felt amiss. If it were merely his friends, that would be one thing. But could his Pokémon also be inclined towards such behavior? Could it truly be? No, both the fomantis and Ralts were female Pokémon. It must be a matter of friendship. Then it's nothing to be concerned about. Soon, Yuan's gaze shifted towards the fomantis with newfound understanding. It had successfully charmed a girl. He hadn't seen that coming. It seemed the fomantis was quite the expert. Thus, when Ralts eventually regained consciousness, she swiftly retreated into her healing ball, refusing to come out. It was evident to any observer that the little one was far too shy to face anyone. Meanwhile, the fomantis blinked innocently, unsure of what it had done wrong. Chirp? Did I make a mistake? Yet, nestled within the healing ball, Ralts couldn't help but think, this feels so comforting. Almost akin to the warmth of my trainer. Her heart raced, and her body temperature rose significantly, reflecting on the inexplicable emotions she had felt that midday. Ralts pondered if her current feelings were akin to what her mother often described as friendship. How she longed for another embrace. What am I thinking about such embarrassing things? Back at the competition, as the referee's whistle signaled to start, both sides released their Pokeballs simultaneously. The fomantis steadied itself, and before its trainer could issue a command, Arm Power charged forward with determination, despite Jun not announcing the name of the move. The referee discerned its nature from past matches and the changes that accompanied the execution of the attack. The opening move was a powerful slap, if it connected solidly. Yuan's side would face significant trouble. Yuan remained unperturbed, while the slap was indeed forceful with a rather unpleasant secondary effect. It ultimately depended on the user's proficiency. Judging by current observations, Arm Power's execution of the slap was notably lacking, suggesting it had only recently learned the move. Against such a level of assault, Yuan needn't intervene. The fomantis could handle it effortlessly. After all, the intensity of their regular training far surpassed this. The leaves enveloping the fomantis' blades took on a sword-like form, a result of its mastery of Leaf Blade, reconfigured into a close-range Leaf Blade attack. Utilizing the technique and style of Leaf Blade, this attack was far superior in both power and accuracy compared to the standard Slash. With ease, the fomantis neutralized Arm Power's assault, its composed demeanor juxtaposed with its endearing appearance, undoubtedly winning the hearts of many spectators. Yuan smiled faintly. He was a straightforward individual. Rather than resorting to elaborate tactics that revealed the treachery of human nature, he preferred direct confrontations and battles. What a pure-hearted spirit! Furthermore, considering the cuteness of both the fomantis and Ralts, who could resist casting a vote of support? Chapter 49. Who is the true offense master? Upon witnessing Arm Power's move being thwarted, Jun displayed no signs of frustration. From the very beginning, he had not intended to rely on the slap to gain an advantage, just as Yuan had anticipated. The slap was a technique Arm Power had only just acquired the night before, and its proficiency was significantly lower than that of his other skills. Thus, this strike was merely a probing attack. Hitting the target would be ideal, but if it were to be deflected, it would be inconsequential. For the true lethal blow lay ahead. Utilizing the force of the opponent's movement, he shifted his stance, his right hand transformed from an open palm to a clenched fist, firmly grasping the leaf blade conjured by the pseudomantis. With a swift twist of his body, he executed a textbook shoulder throw. Caught off guard, the pseudomantis had yet to disperse the flying leaves, and its entire form was slammed onto the battleground. Yet, the assault was far from over. The strength of the attacker's current success was evidently insufficient. He concentrated all his power into his legs and aimed a kick towards the position where the pseudomantis had fallen. The opening move was fully displayed. Defend. Once again, an irksome transparent shield materialized before the pseudomantis, successfully blocking the fierce kick. Another lower kick was launched. Although surprised by the pseudomantis' swift reaction, for sure Jun, whether or not the defense held was of little consequence. I wonder how many times you can consecutively utilize that defense? Unlike in games, in reality, defensive moves can indeed be employed repeatedly, unless the Pokémon's remaining energy cannot sustain the cost of maintaining the defense. It's important to recognize that the continuous use of defense can be extremely taxing on a Pokémon. Generally, no one would allow their Pokémon to use it repeatedly. Otherwise, before the opponent has inflicted substantial damage, they might collapse from exhaustion themselves. Isn't that rather foolish? Boom. The kick from the attacker left a small crater on the specially designed battlefield, a testament to the terrifying power behind that strike. However, this blow did not connect with the pseudomantis. The defense had momentarily delayed the inevitable. The pseudomantis quickly rose, and, as it evaded the range of the attacker's kick, gracefully employed photosynthesis, rapidly mending the previous damage inflicted upon it. This aspect of grass-type Pokémon can be rather vexing. As long as you do not eliminate them in an instant, even if the opponent cannot defeat you, they can still drag out the battle. Their ability to frustrate opponents and manipulate their mindset is a hallmark of grass-type Pokémon, especially when combined with moves like Sleep Powder and Leech Seed. Given this, Shurjun appeared unsurprised, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular physique. Wouldn't it be better to simply knock it down? Bodybuilding. As the trainer struck a bodybuilding pose, his Pokémon had already completed its enhancement before the pseudomantis could land its attack. Both attack and defense levels rose. Phew, that was close. So Yuan secretly wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow as he witnessed the synchronized movements of the trainer and his Pokémon. Fearing that Shurjun might unexpectedly pull out a combat ring from his pants and deliver a fighting-type move. Fortunately, it seemed merely a display of youthful exuberance. Utilizing the force of the opponent's movement, after the bodybuilding enhancement, the muscles of the attacker had become even more robust. It extended its hands, eager to once again leverage its strength to deliver a crushing blow to the pseudomantis. Regrettably, having learned from previous encounters, the pseudomantis swiftly retreated after its attack, constructing a layer of flying leaf shields around its body as a precaution, gathering energy. Noticing the pseudomantis retreat, Shurjun took no immediate action. Instead, he opted to enhance his Pokémon once more. He did not believe that a grass-type Pokémon could eliminate his attacker in a single blow. This is not surprising, as most grass-type Pokémon often give the impression of being weak, their offensive capabilities easily overlooked. In reality, Yuan did not harbor the arrogance to think that his pseudomantis could defeat the attacker in one strike. He understood Shurjun's perspective. Yet there was one thing he felt compelled to express. I see you are rather greedy. What is he planning? On the commentary platform, Su Jinfeng gazed at the broadcast with confusion. Even if the leaf defense was activated, it would have no effect on the attacker. The temperature within the club rose sharply within moments. Under the bright sun, the once gentle light now bore down on exposed skin with a burning sensation. Just a day had passed, and the pseudomantis had improved so significantly? Ning Shuang discerned something amiss. As a gym leader, nurturing Pokémon was part of her essential training, and the brightness of its surface color seemed excessively vivid. Evolution. The two gym leaders from the Magic City exchanged a glance, each comprehending the implications in the other's eyes. If evolution were to occur before the conclusion of this grand tournament, it could spell trouble. The match must come to an end. Shurjun assumed a fighting stance, as though he and his Pokémon were one, executing a two-hit combo. The item he equipped to his Pokémon was a sharp claw that could enhance critical hit rates, combined with the energy gathering that amplified the critical strike's effectiveness. He was confident that this double strike would be sufficient to eliminate the pseudomantis. In response, Yuan simply instructed his pseudomantis with a single phrase: do as you wish. He had no intention of micromanaging the pseudomantis when it came to pure offensive power without involving strategy or tactics. No one understands their own capabilities better than the Pokémon themselves. Chirp. The pseudomantis responded with an exuberant and cheerful tone. Its body swayed slightly, filling the arena with a delightful fragrance that was simply enchanting. However, beneath this sweetness lay a toxin capable of numbing the nerves and slowing physical reactions. The aroma spread swiftly, and before the trainer even had time to shout for his Pokémon to cover its nose and not inhale, the attacker had already caught a whiff of the scent. As the fragrance entered its system, the attacker's awareness began to blur, its speed noticeably diminishing. And what awaited it was the full-force leaf storm unleashed by the pseudomantis. Like a true miniature tempest, the tornado of leaves surged forth with unstoppable momentum, carrying an overwhelming force that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Disperse it with the two-hit combo. Shurjun was somewhat intimidated by the ferocity of the leaf storm. Yet he remained composed, utilizing a dragon-type move to counter the grass-type attack, which would indeed mitigate some of the damage received due to type advantages. However, this was merely the beginning. The second wave of the storm was incomparably stronger than the first, with a more colossal size and a far more terrifying presence. Boom. There was no time to contemplate what transpired. The attacker's body was swept away by the leaf storm, crashing onto the battleground. Although it had not yet lost its fighting capability, its trembling form indicated that it would likely be unable to withstand another attack. In Shurjun's eyes, tinged with despair. The petite form of the pseudomantis basked in sunlight, first relying on photosynthesis to restore some energy. Yet above its head, at the top of its grass crown, a massive green energy sphere was quietly coalescing. In the next moment, the energy sphere shifted its form, and a powerful beam of light shot forth, aimed directly at the attacker. I concede. Shurjun, drenched in cold sweat, shouted in a panic. If that strike were to connect, it would likely leave the attacker incapacitated at the Pokémon Center for days on end. Boom. The instant Shurjun uttered his concession, the referee threw his Pokeball. Roar. The imposing form of the fire-type Pokémon, Houndoom, shielded the attacker, engulfed in flames, akin to a fiery wheel, incinerating the sunlight beam. Shurjun has chosen to concede. The victor is Yuan. The referee, as always, announced the results of the match, yet this time, there was no sound of celebration. The spectators' attention was entirely fixated on the pseudomantis, or more precisely, on the brilliant beam of sunlight that radiated from its head. Identical to the immense emerald energy sphere from moments ago. Could it be in this river? For the first time, the audience entertained a ludicrous thought. Had this Pokémon truly not evolved yet? I certainly did not neglect my updates. It's not that I faltered or slacked off. I finished work at 3 this afternoon, and a friend called asking for a ride to the train station. By the time I returned, it was already past 5. I had barely settled down to write a few words when my grandmother called, mentioning a family gathering that evening and requesting my assistance. By the time I arrived home, it was already 8:30, and that was with me returning early. In any case, I assure you I will be punctual tomorrow. Given my earnestness, might I request a ticket? Chapter 50. You have never been this attached to me. Wait a moment. After a moment of baffling silence, the audience finally grasped that after utilizing Leaf Storm twice, the pseudomantis' special attack should have been rendered ineffective. How could it still possess such power? Some individuals could not help but swallow hard, incredulously asking, could its ability not be Leaf Guard? Su Jingfeng widened his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words, as he realized the true nature of the pseudomantis' ability when it unleashed its second Leaf Storm. It was undoubtedly contrary to expectations. Reflecting on yesterday's match, Su Jingfeng could not help but muse. Today's youth are so fond of playing dirty. No, perhaps, it is about psychological tactics? He had initially thought the dirtiest play in this tournament belonged to that fiery fox, yet it turned out to be the pseudomantis, or rather, its trainer. Even he had fallen for Su Yuan's strategy. You toil for ages, even enhancing your opponent's abilities, all for the sake of a sunny day. And you still manage to execute growth under that sun. You claim not to possess Leaf Guard? Who would believe that? Yet, astonishingly, it was true. He did not have Leaf Guard as his ability. Nevertheless, there was no denying he was an exceptional trainer. With calm judgment, keen insight, superb adaptability, and outstanding command skills, he possessed all the qualities expected of a Pokémon trainer. It was truly hard to fathom that he was merely a novice just starting his journey. Seated in the commentary box, Ning Shuang casually pulled out the registration form filled out by Su Yuan, her right index finger lightly tapping the table. Had anyone suggested this to me earlier, I would have surely dismissed it. Lifting her gaze to the screen showing Su Yuan's retreating figure, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Ning Shuang's bright, beautiful eyes. Wondering when he would challenge the gym. Buzz. The Pokeballs nestled in Ning Shuang's waist belt trembled slightly, seemingly responding to her recent musings. Metagross. Do you share this sentiment? Are you serious? Su Jingfeng, standing nearby, replied with a furrowed brow. This is not the Champion League. If you were to use your main Pokémon, not just novice trainers, but most professional trainers would likely be dispatched in an instant. No worries. Ning Shuang brushed her hair back, responding nonchalantly, I was merely jesting. Upon returning to the lounge, Su Yuan had barely settled down to rest when the sound of the door creaking open reached his ears. How did the match go? This question was hardly necessary. For from the smug expression on Guang's face, Su Yuan could already ascertain the outcome. Need I even say? Clearly, it was a victory. Guang sat beside Su Yuan, returning the healing ball that Su Yuan had entrusted to her. That being said, if it hadn't been for the fact that Pokémon could use Mud Sport against that little Meowth, I might have lost today. Battling against a disadvantageous type is truly no easy feat. I wonder why Su Yuan always manages to win so effortlessly. What are your plans for today? Su Yuan asked. Glancing at the pseudomantis nestled in his arms, its healing ball cradled gently. I intend to rent a training facility for a while this afternoon. Are you going to train the pseudomantis again? Guang tilted her head adorably, her gaze shifting to the pseudomantis, which was attempting to coax Ralts out of its healing ball. Her expression tinged with concern. Will that be too much for its body? Rest easy. I have no intention of rigorous training, Su Yuan replied, aware that the matches were closely scheduled. Battling in the morning and training in the afternoon would hardly allow for adequate recovery overnight. I merely wish for Ralts to play with the pseudomantis to help him acclimate. At home, he seems a bit reserved, doesn't he? Yuan sighed, noting that while Ralts was excellent in every aspect, it did seem excessively timid when first introduced. If only Ralts could be as carefree as you. What do you mean by that? After watching the match for a while longer in the lounge, Yuan and Guang finally made their way to the club's dining area to grab a bite to eat, and afterward, they sought out staff to rent a training room that was a notch more upscale than their usual facilities. Although the cost was a bit higher, Yuan was quite satisfied with this training room. This room incorporated various environments, including a grassy area suitable for grass-type Pokémon training, a small swimming pool for water-type Pokémon, and a ceiling height greater than that of ordinary training rooms, allowing flying-type Pokémon to soar freely. The equipment for training techniques was all in place, and Yuan could tell that this training room was undoubtedly more suitable for Pokémon recreation than any amusement park outside. Understanding they were here to play, the moment Bagomon dashed into the training room, it unleashed a blizzard towards the swimming pool. With a whoosh, a torrent of frigid air swept through, swiftly freezing the water's surface. Bagomon preferred gliding across the ice rather than swimming in the water. Oh, Bagomon. However, under Bagomon's careful control, the blizzard only enveloped the swimming pool, leaving the rest of the area unscathed, and Guang did not seem overly reproachful. Meanwhile, the pseudomantis continued to assist Yuan in coaxing Ralts out. After much persuasion, Ralts finally succumbed to the allure of the Pokfluff, timidly emerging from the healing ball. It is said that the essence of humanity is a delightful truth, but Yuan felt that the essence of Pokémon should be equally delightful. Ralts nibbled delicately on the Pokfluff made from pecha berries, and though Yuan could not discern Ralts's expression, he understood the sheer joy and happiness radiating from within. Perhaps it was truly famished, for within less than a minute, Ralts devoured the entire piece of Pokfluff. Is there more? Ralts inquired, its expression one of longing, clearly indicating that a single piece did not suffice. Is this Pokfluff truly that delectable? Yuan mused as he watched Ralts, a sudden desire to sample the Pokfluff himself emerging within him. It had never seemed so enticing when watching the pseudomantis indulge. However, at present, Yuan truly found himself devoid of any Pokémon blocks. He originally assumed that a single Pokémon block would suffice to satiate the petite Lalalaceae. Typically, the pseudomantis would consume merely one block, although its primary source of energy derived from photosynthesis, rendering its dietary needs somewhat unreliable as a reference. Just as Yuan grappled with how to articulate this to Lalalaceae, the pseudomantis unexpectedly produced two Pokémon blocks from its own being and presented them to Lalalaceae. Yuan paused, astonished, unable to comprehend how the pseudomantis had managed to carry these two blocks. With one comes another. When it is fragrant, it must be aromatic. Chirp, chirp. Observing the pseudomantis and Lalalaceae growing increasingly affectionate over food, Yuan felt a pang of hurt in his heart. Pseudomantis, you have changed. Since the moment I captured you, you have never been so clingy towards me. Chapter 51. I have not. Do not speak recklessly. Before heading home, Yuan took Lalalaceae to the nearby Pokémon Center, requesting the staff to assist in updating his trainer league card. During the wait, fresh graduates who had just embarked on their journeys as novice trainers cast envious glances in his direction. Not a single novice trainer would not desire a second Pokémon to call their own. After leaving the Pokémon Center, the pseudomantis skipped ahead, holding Lalalaceae's tiny hand, while poor Bojaman lagged behind, exhausted. Time rewinds to the training room, where the pseudomantis and Lalalaceae had just successfully captured the latter. Naturally, it did not forget to introduce Bojaman. Thus, a solitary figure joyfully dashed across the icy surface, occasionally tumbling to the ground, while Bojaman, upon noticing the pseudomantis and Lalalaceae approaching to play, leapt towards them with excitement. Thud! Boboyan! Lalalaceae, startled by Bojaman, instinctively unleashed hypnosis. Bojaman fell into a deep slumber. Upon returning home, Yuan reclined on the living room sofa, pulling out his phone to ponder the evening's meal, when he suddenly received a message. Note, Cabana, Teacher Lu. Could you elaborate on the battle strategy from the other day? Cabana, just that single match, not a real competitive battle, made it difficult to grasp the technique. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then recalled something and quickly typed. Did you get defeated by Dandy? In the Galar region, within the Dragon-type gym. Cabana looked around in confusion, pondering. There's no one here. How could he know? Cabana, did you install surveillance in my gym? Private challenges are generally kept confidential. That evening, after concluding the battle with Yuan, Cabana felt a surge of fighting spirit and could not help but train clandestinely throughout the night. The next day, he brought his 6 Pokémon to challenge Dandy, Before the match, he even imagined Dandy's astonished expression upon witnessing his new strategy, and rehearsed phrases like "You are strong, but I am stronger now," even planning celebratory poses for after his anticipated victory. The final outcome was that he was once again defeated by Dandy. The arena specifically designed for Dynamax battles was shattered by Dandy's Charizard, engulfing the area in a sea of flames. It was predictable. Yuan smiled faintly. Cabana's obsession with Dandy was reminiscent of Masuda Junichi's attachment to Charizard. "My only desire is to defeat you. If this were a novel from a past life, it would certainly span millions of words filled with love and rivalry." The popularity of Lalina's photo book pales in comparison to the charm of these two's fencing comic strips. It is quite absurd. If you had not challenged Dandy, I would have found it strange. Hiki. Cabana grinned broadly, revealing a row of pearly teeth. "So, when shall we face off again? We can discuss it later." Upon hearing Cabana's remark, Yuan recalled that he had likely missed several live streams in recent days and would probably need to host one that evening. Very well then. Cabana refrained from suggesting that Yuan battle him during the live stream, as the presence of an audience would inevitably distract him, even though he believed the chances were slim. However, regarding the live stream, Cabana stroked his chin, considering that while he could not battle, visiting Lu's live stream would certainly be permissible. Gaining insights from observed matches is an essential aspect of a Pokémon trainer's growth, even for one of his caliber, who ranks among the elite globally. "Brothers, I will definitely stream at the scheduled time tonight. No cancellations." Entering his fan group, Yuan typed, "What teams would you like to see? I will prepare one in advance." "Wow, Teacher Lu is finally back. Adorable Lu, good evening, my love. Please give a kiss." "Adorable Lu, you made me laugh so hard." Which admin altered Teacher Lu's settings again? I can only say, increase the effort. You have no idea. During these days without Teacher Lu's streams, I lost 10 pounds. Indeed, without a stream, no matter how delicious the food, it feels somewhat lacking. I request the host to demonstrate a first move space team tonight. Are you referring to the team that defeated Cabana? Yuan expressionlessly reverted his settings and promptly muted all the admins for a minute. That works. Then I will show you a few battles tonight. However, speaking of which, has Teacher Lu been on a blind date these past few days? Blind date? Teacher Lu now has someone adorable. Can someone not from the second dimension still be called adorable? Could anyone genuinely prefer the real world? No internal spies. Let us have some study materials. Hey. Ghost. Images. Is this it? Bring on more. Yuan could no longer bear it and swiftly saved the images. Then typed sternly, "What are you all doing? This is a proper fan group. I implore you, do not fixate solely on the second dimension. What is so appealing about it? Is it truly interesting to only view study materials all day long? At this moment." A group member hastily admitted their mistake. "I've retracted. I shall never do it again." Yuan sighed and said, "The youth of today have forgotten the wisdom of the ancients. One must understand that knowledge gained from books is ultimately shallow. To truly grasp a matter, one must engage in practice. This sentiment holds some truth, yet I sense something amiss." Luyu? Is that what I meant? Luyu, I am not. I have not. Do not speak recklessly. Hiss. Upon further reflection, could it be that Teacher Lu has been engaged in practical endeavors these past few days? Which fortunate male comrade could it be? I am ready. Sharp swords, keen eyes. Many have tried, but only I succeed. Yuan was speechless, silently muting several group members attempting to spar in the chat. So, the reason for the group's current state must be my fault? Friends in the group, answer quickly. Who made the streamer's voice so melodious? It must feel incredibly comfortable. Yuan fell silent once again, quietly observing the chat group, pondering, should I disband the group chat for the better? Chapter 52. The Mightiest Champion. After dinner, Yuan commenced his live stream as promised, with his signature opening phrase. Whether holding a mobile phone or seated at a computer desk, the viewers instinctively lifted their bowls, serving themselves generous portions of rice. Today, we shall not engage in battles in the Galar region. Yuan lowered his voice. On his bed, the pseudomantis was affectionately wrapped around the sleeping Lalulei. They had played a bit too hard this afternoon. Grasping the controller, Yuan remarked while selecting the battle mode. To truly test a strategy's viability, one must indeed observe its performance in world battles. The world battle, as its name suggests, integrates the various battle rules from all regions in the current Pokémon game. From the evolutions in Kalos, the moves in Alola, to the Dynamaxing in Galar, all are permissible in this mode. As most players have yet to familiarize themselves with Galar's battle rules, a majority are currently practicing Dynamax battles, resulting in a scarcity of participants in world battles. However, it is certain that the players engaging in world battles at this moment are among the elite. This is especially true for those in the Master Ball tier. Without further ado, let us commence today's first match. The matchmaking duration for world battles is quite lengthy, yet this does not hinder Su Yuan's live stream. For him, even a couple of hours is trivial. He could discuss Pokémon battles for days. This is the perfect opportunity to elaborate on battle strategies for his viewers while waiting for the match to commence. A team undoubtedly possesses more than one battle strategy. A change in approach could unveil a new realm. In Galar, in the vicinity of Punching City, Dan Emperor knelt upon the back of his Charizard, squinting at the somewhat familiar surroundings. After a while, he chuckled wryly and patted Charizard's back, exclaiming, "After wandering for quite some time, I still ended up lost." There was no other choice. Dan Emperor lifted his gaze slightly, observing the dim sky above. He decided to temporarily reside at Shabana's place. After all, he had come here at Shabana's behest. Upon hearing this, Charizard flapped its wings and accelerated towards a dragon-type gym in Punching City. Having flown with Dan Emperor for nearly a day, even Charizard's remarkable stamina was beginning to wane. Curiously, despite both he and Dan Emperor sharing a tendency for poor navigation, Charizard seemed to instinctively know the route to the gym. 10 minutes later, at the Punching City gym. "Shabana, I'm back." Like returning home, Dan Emperor swaggered into the gym, greeted by the staff's admiring yet accustomed gazes, and proceeded into Shabana's private room. Dan Emperor patted Shabana on the shoulder and inquired, "What are you so engrossed in?" "Well," Shabana gasped, startled. "I thought it was someone else." "Dan Emperor, could you not be so frightening in the future?" Just as he finished speaking, Shabana quickly sensed something was amiss. "Dan Emperor? Aren't you supposed to be heading back to Palace Gate City? Why have you returned?" "Huh." Dan Emperor scratched his head sheepishly, responding, "I got lost again and somehow ended up here." Shabana covered his face, having completely forgotten that detail. Dan Emperor, hailed as the most invincible champion of the Galar region, was also an undefeated legend in the very target Shabana aspired to surpass. Dan Emperor's prowess was indisputable. Some even claimed he was the strongest champion in the world. He burst onto the scene at the pinnacle of his abilities. Alongside his initial partner, the Charmander that evolved into Charizard, he claimed victory in all competitions, including official events, and maintained an unbroken winning streak. This seemingly flawless champion, however, possessed a critical flaw: poor navigation. Shabana had often speculated that perhaps Dan Emperor's strength stemmed from this very attribute, getting lost in the wild and encountering numerous wild Pokémon, ultimately defeating them. Could very well be the secret behind Dan Emperor's might. It had been nearly half an hour, yet still no match was found. At that moment, Su Yuan's voice echoed from Shabana's computer, sparking a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He turned to Dan Emperor and said mysteriously, "By the way, Dan Emperor, have you ever considered a strategy involving the priority trick space that was pioneered a few days ago?" "Ah, finally matched with someone." Su Yuan lifted a cup of water from the table and took a sip. Although he could talk about Pokémon endlessly, his throat could not endure the strain of an entirely high-intensity discussion. "Let me see the opposing lineup." Like his previous match against Shabana, today Su Yuan opted for the 6v6 comprehensive battle mode in World Battles. Charizard, Shroomish, Conkeldurr, Incineroar, Dragapult, and lastly, the Shirelden. What kind of strategy is this? Su Yuan was puzzled, yet one thing was certain: the firepower of the opposing team was exceptionally fierce. It appeared that Charizard was assigned the attacking role, while Dragapult was likely the one designated for Dynamaxing. Within the limited 90 seconds, Su Yuan swiftly analyzed the opposing lineup. He certainly could not Dynamax Conkeldurr. In World Battles, while both evolution and Dynamaxing could occur simultaneously, their effects could not be stacked. If Charizard was chosen, then Dynamaxing Charizard was off the table. Conversely, even after Dynamaxing, evolution remained an impossibility. Of course, moves could be executed by both evolved and Dynamaxed Pokémon. This differed from the past, as pure crystals were no longer items for Pokémon, but rather akin to a trainer's equipment. After all, they were placed on the trainer's wristband, and through intense emotions and synchronization with the Pokémon's feelings, powerful moves could be unleashed. In simpler terms, in this world, whether in reality or in the game, executing moves did not occupy the Pokémon's item slots. Something feels off. I think I've seen this trainer from the opposing side before. Su Yuan continued to ponder, while the chat room erupted with excitement. I feel that familiarity too. Wow, isn't this the champion of the Galar region? Known as the strongest Pokémon trainer, Dan Emperor? Wow, it really is Dan Emperor. Do you think Teacher Lu can win? I don't know. But waiting for a champion-level match against another champion level is something else. I'll go prepare some food. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have enough to eat later. After the selection phase concluded, Su Yuan finally took a moment to glance at the barrage of comments. The opponent was Dan Emperor? Su Yuan held a decent impression of Dan Emperor, the champion of the last Pokémon game he played before his transmigration. Did he almost capture the champion of the Ultra Necrozma? Clapping his cheeks, Su Yuan took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. If the opponent is a champion, then I must take this seriously. Chapter 53. Is it reasonable for a space team not to utilize space? Come on, Brimstone, Lucario. Today, Su Yuan's lineup differs from the one he employed during his previous battle against Cabana. He has made slight adjustments. He has replaced the multifaceted beast with Brimstone, which better suits the spatial system, complementing his exclusive Gigantamax move and the explosive area damage and psychic terrain, enough to give the opponent a headache. Furthermore, the Mimic has transformed into Lucario, aimed at better triggering his own spatial attacker, the Mega King Gaskin's weakness policy. It can also synergize with the guidance move, significantly bolstering Mega King Gaskin, evolving beyond merely a tool for mimicking space. However, Dan D is no novice, being aware of the precedents of the spatial strategy. He certainly will not allow Su Yuan to execute it so effortlessly. Upon seeing Dan D's initial Pokémon, Su Yuan instinctively frowned. It was the Shirelden and the Incineroar. Before the match officially began, Incineroar's Intimidate ability activated first. Roar. Lucario's attack was diminished, followed by Brimstone's Magic Mirror trait, which inadvertently reduced its own attack. This was indeed a challenging situation. Brimstone was at a disadvantage against these two opponents. Both of their primary offensive capabilities were resisted by Shirelden, and the area damage from the Psychic type could inflict no harm on the Fire and Dark type Incineroar. The spatial aspect was similarly hindered, as there was a third priority move on the field, Fake Out. If he were to mimic, it would certainly be the Fake Out. It's over. Teacher Lu's space cannot be established. In the live broadcast, viewers familiar with this tactic remarked that the only way to prevent this space setup would be to disrupt the mimicry with a priority move. Why not double protect to wait for Fake Out to pass before establishing space? Do you think Teacher Lu's luck could allow for a successful double protect? You must be mistaken. While the viewers in the live chat were still discussing the champion's prowess, Su Yuan suddenly interjected. As I mentioned earlier, the same lineup with a different mindset constitutes an entirely different strategy. Who decided that a space team must always utilize space? A flurry of question marks flooded the live chat. Goodness, is Lu Bell about to pull another surprise? Is it reasonable for a space team not to utilize space? In the Ganges, even Cabana, far away in the Galar region, was left speechless. Not only is space not established, but even if a space team did manage to enact it, they might still struggle against Dan D. Can Teacher Lu truly defeat Dan D without establishing space? Is that even possible? With a flicker of red light, Su Yuan resolutely withdrew Brimstone and tossed out another Pokeball. Boom. Earthquake. A Pokémon bearing a massive flower-like plant emerged. Just as Dan D read him, Su Yuan was also reading Dan D. Lucario, with a determined gaze, anticipated the incoming strike from Incineroar. It twisted its body, fully discerning the attack pattern of Incineroar. You wish to break my belt first? Not so easily. Clang. Simultaneously, Shirelden altered its stance. Its sword-like body emerged from the shield, a cold white light gathering at the tip of Shirelden's blade. Shirelden, sword form. With a swift motion, Shirelden slashed through the air, the cold light surging like a pillar. Shirelden carved through the arena, with shards of stone flying in its wake. However, it was utterly futile. Venusaur yawned nonchalantly. With decent physical defense, it indicated that it could withstand a few hits from Iron Head. From this moment on, Venusaur would dominate the match without succumbing. Su Yuan's lips curled slightly. Venusaur, prepare for Mega Evolution. Oh no, Teacher Lu is about to pull another trick. What in the world is this Venusaur's moveset? Why is it only using Sludge Bomb for output? Accompanied by Su Yuan, the Venusaur Evolution Stone radiated a dazzling white light, enveloping Venusaur in the brilliance of Mega Evolution. In the next instant, as the white light dissipated, it stood firm. No way, you are just going to remain standing? Just like that? On the other side, Su Yuan hurriedly withdrew Lucario and replaced it with Incineroar. At this point, the opposing Incineroar was practically incapacitated. Su Yuan's Incineroar's ability activated, and combined with the previous effect of Magic Mirror, Dandy's Incineroar's attack had already diminished by 50%. Nevertheless, being an Incineroar, as long as it remained on the field, it could continuously create havoc. With a mighty roar, subsequently, Shirelden's Shadow Claw struck, targeting the previous position of Lucario. Teacher Lu is incredible. He truly read Dan D once again. Haha, Su Yuan chuckled lightly, rubbing his nose. Don't celebrate too early. I have a feeling Dan D isn't taking this seriously right now. However, this made Su Yuan aware of something. Is Incineroar's speed line indeed faster than Shirelden's? Was it a coincidence? I should test this shortly. As the third round commenced, Su Yuan's Incineroar executed Fake Out first, which was expected. Although his Mega Venusaur did not heavily rely on special attack, gaining a slight advantage in special attack was still beneficial. Clang. However, Dandy's Sheldon surprisingly used King's shield, which was rather intriguing. Is he predicting my Flare Blitz? Su Yuan pondered. Yet this action further solidified his suspicions. With all these priority moves, it led to the fastest Pokémon on the field, Venusaur, being the last to act. The Incineroar hit by Fake Out does not count. Despite its bulky appearance, akin to a lazy individual, Venusaur boasted a speed stat of 80, far surpassing the other 3 Pokémon on the field, each with a speed stat of only 60. Suddenly, Venusaur trembled, then unleashed a barrage of seeds from the flower-like plant on its back. The seeds landed on Incineroar, quickly rooting and sprouting, siphoning its vitality. At this moment, Dandy remained oblivious to the brewing disaster. He would allow the leech seed to take hold. After all, he could simply switch out next turn. Boom. Without warning, Dandy withdrew Sheldon into its ball, and the Gigantamax band on his wrist shone brightly. Accompanied by the classic 3-stage enlargement, it resembled a divine sword standing tall between heaven and earth, with 3 dark red clouds coiling around the hilt of the Gigantamax Sheldon. Venusaur gazed up at the thick, sturdy blade of Sheldon, involuntarily opening its mouth. This is way too big. If that sword were to pierce through me, I would surely perish. With a sudden rustle, Venusaur once again shook its body, planting another seed into the armored sword monster. As long as I enter you first, I will surely survive. Chapter 54. The poor soul. After planting on the left side, it moved to the right, truly embodying the essence of Teacher Ryo's teachings. Why not absorb from the left before moving to the right? Could it be, my friend, that you are truly capable of such audacity? A person should not, at least, ought not to. As Su Yuan stated, the Dan Emperor is indeed not taking this seriously at the moment. The 2 parasitic seeds do confer a terrifying endurance, but that is only if it remains alive to sustain it. The evolved Venusaur possesses formidable dual resistances, ranking among the best in the special shield category. Yet this does not imply that it cannot be subdued. The previous round had already reduced Venusaur's health slightly, and now the Super Venusaur has reached the critical threshold of the armored sword monster. Go, Flareon. Flame charge. Flames ignited. The Dan Emperor's Flareon charged recklessly towards the armored sword monster on its own side. What does this mean? Has the Dan Emperor made a mistake? According to Teacher Ryo, this is what they call controller drift. Thanks to the whims of the controller, we received a super fire. Truly, my gratitude knows no bounds. Su Yuan found himself in a state of bemusement. However, amidst his gratitude, he pondered, even if the Dan Emperor misdirected his skills. What do you mean by sending me gifts? During their conversation, the game's visual shifted, and brilliant sparks erupted from the armored sword monster, merging entirely into its being. The weakness policy activated, elevating the armored sword monster's attack and special attack by 2 stages. Indeed, relying solely on Dynamax to eliminate the remaining 2/3 of Venusaur's health may not suffice. Thus, the Dan Emperor decided to stoke the flames further. This fire is potent enough to incinerate Venusaur. What a surprise, a weakness policy armored sword monster. Didn't I recall that the Dan Emperor typically equips the armored sword monster with a giant tree berry? Why has it changed to a weakness policy today? Perhaps it is to counter this spatial system. In that case, Teacher Ryo has certainly gone too far. Even Shabana, who was watching the live stream from the adjacent room, was taken aback. When did he change his strategy? Shabana knew well that the Dan Emperor's team today was not tailored to counter Ryo. Without hesitation, he selected his team and queued up, indicating that he had come up with a counter to the preemptive spatial strategy right after battling me. Having witnessed the enhancement from the weakness policy, Shabana had no reason to doubt the forthcoming offensive maneuvers of the armored sword monster. That cannot happen. Just as Shabana felt a pang of sympathy for Ryo, Ryo's voice unexpectedly cut in. One fire is not enough. We need to add another. Next, to Shabana's disbelief, Ryo's Flareon also erupted in flames. Unlike the scorching flame charge, this fire was rather soft and infused with various negative emotions. Jealousy. The Dan Emperor raised an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment crossing his face, before bursting into hearty laughter. Beautiful preemptive read. The Dan Emperor couldn't help but exclaim, as the Charizard, reclining on the sofa, lifted its head curiously toward the Dan Emperor. What sort of opponent could pique the Dan Emperor's interest this much? The visuals revealed the armored sword monster, scorched by the jealous flames, barely managing to diminish Venusaur's health to the red zone. The Dan Emperor clapped his hands to his cheeks, reopening his eyes, radiating a fierce battle intent. Eh? Charizard blinked, a large question mark floating above its head. This posture of the Dan Emperor was all too familiar. When he adopted this stance, it signified his serious intentions. Could it be? Is this merely a game battle? Unable to contain itself any longer, Charizard waddled over to the Dan Emperor's side, eager to see what kind of person could compel the Dan Emperor to take things seriously. While one might say that the spatial system is not to be trifled with, it is indeed necessary to engage with it. Faced with the Dan Emperor's newfound seriousness, Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pressure. However, fortune smiled upon him as he seized the opportunity to unleash a decisive trick room. The price, however, was the noble sacrifice of his spatial hand, Brimstone. At this moment, the Pokémon remaining on both sides stood at 3-2. Ultimately, Yuan's Venusaur did not persist until the end. Had it not been for the simultaneous critical hits from Air Slash and Dragapult's Phantom Force, perhaps his Venusaur could have held on a bit longer. Truly, fate has been unkind. The last round of Trick Room was upon them. Yuan confirmed the information on the field. Despite his numerical advantage, the actual circumstances remained unclear. How could there be such a sneaky Pokémon as Shroomish? Observing the Shroomish swaying beside the Super Charizard, Yuan sighed, furrowing his brows. He had to admit that the Dan Emperor's counter against the spatial system was executed flawlessly. At the very least, this Shroomish had successfully made him feel nauseated. But just a few days ago, you declared Shroomish to be the most impressive. Not only was Yuan feeling pressured, but the Super Venusaur's reliance on parasitic seeds, coupled with Protect and Substitute, left the Dan Emperor momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Were it not for those two critical hits, he felt he would likely have lost this round. Substitute, Protect, Parasitic Seed. As he contemplated the synergy among these three moves, the Dan Emperor envisioned the birth of an entirely new strategy. If he were to replace Parasitic Seed with Toxic and then pair it with Leech Seed, in a real battle scenario, just imagining that scene made him feel dirty. Nonetheless, it was undeniably an exceptionally proficient strategy. It is worth noting that while Pokémon in reality are not bound by move limitations, training a Pokémon to learn all the moves it is capable of is akin to chasing a fantasy. Thus, most trainers selectively choose moves based on their Pokémon's traits and strengths. Not every Pokémon capable of learning a status-resisting move will necessarily possess that skill. Of course, this is not the time for such discussions. The focus now must be on winning this match. Super Heavy Rhinoceros. Wake up, Yuan bellowed. The Super Heavy Rhinoceros was fast asleep. Surely not. Yuan's expression fell, his loud roar diminishing to a whimper. Are you really going to sleep through 3 rounds? However, even if the Super Heavy Rhinoceros wished to slumber, it was out of luck. Charizard opened its mouth, and Solar Beam charged instantly. Boom. The Super Heavy Rhinoceros let out a mournful cry. Its massive body toppled backward, ultimately dissolving into a red light, returning to its Pokeball. Simultaneously, alongside Yuan's Super Heavy Rhinoceros, the Flareon, poisoned to death, and the Shroomish, defeated by Flareon's final Flame Charge, also fell. Nice. With only one Pokemon remaining in his possession, Yuan remained remarkably untroubled. He mused that as long as Shield Mushroom fell, victory would be assured. Fortunately, the item it bore was not a fire-resistant berry. Confidently, he sent forth his last Pokemon, proclaiming, "You think your Charizard can strike my Blissey with its head? You best shrink first." In the scene, the mighty Charizard flapped its wings, sending a gust of hot wind that struck Blissey, inflicting a mere 1/8 of its health. Blissey, unfazed, patted its belly, then suddenly quivered, visibly shrinking in size. I understand now. I finally comprehend. A viewer, struck by the familiar sight, exclaimed. Teacher Lu's strategy isn't a priority space team. It's clearly a survival team. To be fair, it was indeed the case. As long as you couldn't defeat me, I could annoy you to death. Yuan calculated Charizard's health, weighing his options. I suppose I should finish it off directly to avoid prolonged uncertainty. This health situation is quite tricky. At that moment, Charizard's health dipped below 100 points, rendering it incapable of enduring 2 earth throws from Blissey. However, Dan D was not ready to concede just yet. Out of respect for his opponent and trust in his Pokémon, he chose to continue the battle, despite it being merely a collection of virtual data. Air Slash? Miraculously, it landed a hit. Yuan, while slightly perturbed by the match against Dan D, began to relax as the situation unfolded, reverting to his usual streaming demeanor. An Air Slash dealt 40 damage, and even if that doubled, he could easily recover with a single egg move. Then came the moment for his performance. Blissey flinched, unable to execute an attack. What? Yuan gasped, surprised that it could even flinch. Dandy's luck seemed extraordinary. Nevertheless, he thought, let us try again. Hey. As Air Slash struck once more, Yuan's expression shifted. He sensed something amiss. Blissey flinched again. Oh no, how is this happening? Can it really flinch twice in a row? The sudden turn of events caught the viewers off guard. Perhaps it should be renamed, My Performance Time. Flinching twice in succession. Truly remarkable. Was this the bond between a streamer and their Pokémon? Quite the captivating spectacle. Unfazed, Yuan declared, I refuse to believe you can flinch 3 times. Oh no, I'm out of luck. Within the Kanto gym, Dan D glanced at his Charizard, his eyes betraying suspicion. Did you help me out there, Charizard? I'm just as puzzled about this dark fate as you are. The accuracy of Air Slash was already lacking, and with Blissy's evasiveness bolstered, the prospect of a third flinch was absurd. Out of curiosity, Dan D pressed for Air Slash once more. You can't frighten me to death. Oh no. For consecutive flinches. Yuan's tone grew frantic. Give me an egg move, just one chance. Darn it. To newcomers. The question arose, is this Pokémon called Bad Luck Egg? Don't blame the Pokémon for the misfortune. This one is Blissey, while the one labeled as Bad Luck is the streamer. Chapter 55. Is Teacher Lu a tactical master? Fortunately, Yuan's luck hadn't plummeted to the absurdity of being flinched to death by Air Slash. When Charizard unleashed its fifth Air Slash, Blissey finally evaded, successfully producing an egg. Blissey's health, which had been flickering red with danger, transformed back to a healthy green. After that, while dodging the Air Slashes directed at it, Blissey executed its sole attacking maneuver, Earth Throw. 2 consecutive hits landed, and Blissey, slightly panting, sent Charizard into a state of near defeat. Thus, the battle between Yuan and Dan D concluded with Blissey, nearly a traitor Pokémon, emerging victorious. Oh my goodness. Teacher Lu is incredible. Before midnight, I want to see this on the platform. Speaking of which, is this the second champion defeated by Teacher Lu? I used to think it was mere exaggeration. But it seems Teacher Lu truly is remarkable. The barrage of comments flooded in, different from previous battles. Defeating a champion meant something monumental that everyone understood. Thanks to my lack of strategy, I received Super Fire. Thanks to my battle skills, which are quite lacking, I received Super Fire. Thank you for actually defeating Dan D. Here has 20 Super Fires. The sheer volume of gift messages dazzled Yuan, who could only respond, thank you all for the gifts, it's quite overwhelming. Whenever you teach me how to defeat Dan D, please send 50 Super Fires. The lavishness of the messages, even though Yuan tried to ignore it, was impossible to overlook. A casual glance at the user's avatar revealed a surprise, Cabana? Upon realizing it was him, Yuan quickly felt at ease. He had been pondering who could afford such extravagant gifts worth tens of thousands. For the average person, that sum could indeed be considered substantial, but for this gym leader, it might not even compare to the daily cost of nurturing Pokémon. Nonetheless, gratitude was in order, as Yuan and Cabana were hardly acquainted. Hiki. After making his presence known, Cabana retreated into the shadows once more, still immersed in the recent match. Though merely a virtual battle to Cabana, it felt as though he had witnessed 2 world-class trainers commanding their prized Pokémon in the championship. From strategic positioning to anticipating commands, both were impeccable. At times, he found it challenging to keep pace with their thought processes. As one of the 8 masters, he sensed the gap between himself and Dan D for the first time. This disparity did not stem from sheer strength, but rather from adaptability in the face of novel strategies, a realm where Cabana admitted he could not match Dan D. However, this realization ignited Cabana's competitive spirit. If not for this, would Dan D truly be a worthy opponent for him to strive to defeat? With a grin, Cabana snapped a photo of himself, satisfied with the angle. He opened the communication platform, uploaded the photo, and sent out a message all in one swift motion. Having completed these tasks, Cabana returned to Yuan's livestream. By this time, Yuan had begun the second match of the day, spurred on by the viewer's anticipation. Perhaps you should refrain from using a priority space team. It doesn't seem suited for you. During the selection phase, just as Yuan intended to demonstrate the specifics of the priority space team, he suddenly spotted a comment. I want to see a new strategy for Venusaur. Hey, wasn't he that the Pokémon you all chose today? In response to his fans' requests, Yuan today meticulously summarized the key strategic approach of his lead priority team. However, they suddenly told him, I no longer wish to watch. Please change your strategy. How about this? Let's have a live vote. If you want to see the priority team, press 1. If you prefer the Venusaur, press 2. The screen was flooded with 2222222. With a resigned wave of his hand, Yuan, known for his dedication to his fans, acknowledged their wishes. This unwavering support for his audience is one of the reasons for his enduring popularity. The double battle format does not allow for the most intuitive demonstration of this strategy, so I will switch to a singles match for a clear demonstration. Yuan explained patiently as he adjusted his lineup. Of course, this strategy has its limitations. If we encounter a grass-type opponent, I recommend switching out. The match began. And although he had nearly been thrown off balance by an infiltrator, the Chansey, he ultimately secured a victory, leaving Yuan in a rather cheerful mood. To his surprise, the opposing team opened with a Chansey, indicating a player of decent caliber. As he assessed the opponent's Chansey, he selected his skills, stating, when it comes to quality, that is hardly a concern here, as we have Venusaur. Exploiting Venusaur's speed advantage, he initiated with a Leech Seed. Given that Venusaur is both grass and poison type, the toxic attack is guaranteed to hit, leaving no room for hesitation. You shrink, I shrink. Let us apply Toxic directly to your face and force a switch. After successfully landing both Leech Seed and Toxic on the opponent's Chansey, Yuan added, due to the limitations of game mechanics, I'm merely demonstrating the strategy here. Typically, it's best to include an attacking move and remain cautious of the opponent's taunts. Next, Yuan controlled Venusaur, alternating between Protect and Substitute to thwart Chansey's advances, relying solely on Leech Seed and Toxic for damage output. With each passing turn, the effects of Toxic began to take a toll on Chansey, compelling the opponent to switch out. He then repeated the previous maneuvers. Wow, is this Venusaur? Absolutely filthy, he exclaimed. I never knew Venusaur could play like this. A surge of excitement washed over him. His initial Pokémon could learn these moves as well. Phew, I feel like I'm about to take off. My Pokémon can learn these moves too. It's so dirty, I absolutely love it. Please, more from the teacher. This battle stretched over 10 minutes until the opponent, utterly frustrated, conceded defeat. The opponent's Pokémon were generally slower. Now let me show you how to handle a faster one. Faced with a strategy of Substitute combined with Toxic Leech Seed, previously unseen in this world, even top-tier players had no effective countermeasures. Thus, Yuan enjoyed an exhilarating night, overpowering nearly all his opponents. 2 hours later, while his viewers were still eager for more, Yuan discreetly ended the stream. If he didn't sign off soon, he would lack the energy to compete the following day. Teacher Liu is truly a tactical genius, a viewer remarked in the chat. In just a few days, he has unveiled 2 entirely new strategies. What else could he be but a master tactician? Stop the mockery, another viewer retorted. Teacher Liu is clearly a master of dirty tactics. Think about it. In Teacher Liu's streams, if anyone hasn't played dirty, what happens next? This prompted a thoughtful silence among the viewers. Let me recall: Hydro Pump, Thunder, Fake Out, Earthquake with weakness policy on a teammate, then critical hits leading to instant knockouts, being intimidated by Rock Slide, and so on. I think I understand, a viewer exclaimed. Only by employing dirty tactics can Teacher Liu secure victory. What else could he be but a master of dirty strategies? Chapter 56. Yuan has fallen, crying voice. On September 11th, a Friday, as time passed, the view count for Yuan's battle video against Dan Emperor skyrocketed, swiftly surpassing 10 million views within just a few days. Even the company that developed Pokémon battles shared the video, bestowing the title of champion upon Dan Emperor with particular emphasis. Consequently, not only in Huaxia and the Galar region, but also in Kanto, Chengdu, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, and other regions, people became acquainted with both Liu and Dan Emperor, many of whom were newly introduced to Yuan and even Dan Emperor, as they marveled at the champion's overwhelming and flawless offensive tactics. They were equally astonished by the strategic innovations introduced to the world through Liu's gameplay, whether it was the stunning priority team or the coordination of Substitute, Protect, and Leech Seed. The lesson imparted to Pokémon trainers worldwide was unprecedented. This marked a revolutionary tactical innovation. The former Hoenn champion, Dawu, commented, both of these strategies have shattered trainers' preconceived notions of skill moves. Can Trick Room only be used reactively? Is the Substitute move worthless? He will prove to you that these are misconceptions. The upcoming era may very well be the most dazzling and brilliant period of tactical innovation, just as the improved steam engine ignited the first industrial revolution. Dawu believed that the streamer named Liu would similarly herald the most colorful tactical revolution in Pokémon history. Personally, I hope to have the opportunity to battle this trainer named Liu in person. Even if Dawu is passionate about digging for stones at his core, he remains a champion-level Pokémon trainer, making it worthwhile for us to coexist in the same era. He is formidable. Aside from Dawu, the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, remarked, at the very least, when considering the synergy of Pokémon moves and abilities, I believe no one in the world surpasses him. Cynthia gently tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear, her starry eyes shimmering with determination and curiosity. It is not that the Pokémon trainers in this world are weak. Rather, their developmental focus has not been on tactical strategies, whether champions or novice trainers. Their approach to battles has always been reactive. If you counter my move, then I will employ a counter to your counter. Even what they refer to as dirty tactics merely amount to the accumulation of abnormal statuses, failing to qualify as effective skill synergy. If you plan to visit the Sinnoh region, I believe the Garchomp would welcome you, with the endorsements from champions across various regions. The enthusiasm for these two strategies surged to new heights. Although the final outcomes were somewhat amusing, this explosive effect left many exhilarated. In a match with Dan Emperor, not much of the priority room strategy was showcased, prompting viewers to search through Liu's past battles against Jabana. They then unwittingly found themselves watching video after video. By the time they regained their senses, they had lost count of how many bowls of rice they had devoured. A treasure of a streamer. I am now a fan. These individuals, diligently consulting their translation dictionaries, typed word by word on their keyboards, proclaiming their unwavering allegiance to me. Unexpectedly, Yuan found that the tactics he had employed momentarily had made such a significant impact online. Feeling a twinge of concern for his personal safety, Yuan decided to refrain from venturing into the Sinnoh region. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he put away his phone, pondering that if he were to encounter the fierce Garchomp of Cynthia, he would surely meet his demise. Nevertheless, reminiscing about his childhood days spent with his fiery Meowth brought a smile to his face, as time seemed to have flown by so swiftly. Sighing softly, Yuan approached his Ralts, gently stroking its cerulean hair. All right, I believe we've played enough for now. Let us engage in a bit of training, shall we? It was only upon arriving at the Pokémon Club that he recalled his match was scheduled for the afternoon. Having grown accustomed to the morning competitions, Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at his own forgetfulness. However, now that he was present, he might as well provide Ralts with some training, consider it a form of play. Ralts emitted a soft chirp, glancing up at its trainer before looking at the Surskit nearby, its voice tinged with uncertainty. Since its inception, Ralts had seldom utilized its abilities. Would it not meet its trainer's expectations? Would it disappoint him? The mere thought made Ralts hesitate. With a gentle gesture, Surskit extended its small leaf-like arms, encouraging Ralts, seemingly offering reassurance. You can do this. I believe in you. If you're struggling, your trainer will guide you on how to wield your abilities. Ralts tilted its head, unable to comprehend fully. Wasn't the trainer human? When did humans learn to use Pokémon techniques? It soon realized its reaction was somewhat inappropriate. Like a bashful maiden, Ralts withdrew its hand and nodded softly in Yuan's direction. Though still a tad uncertain, Ralts had decided not to back down. You share a wonderful bond, Yuan remarked, reaching out to gently scratch Surskit's plump little face. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, let us begin with hypnosis, shall we? Ralts responded eagerly, ready to attempt the move on Yuan. As he spoke, he retrieved a blue fruit resembling a chestnut from his bag. This peculiar fruit, while not particularly palatable, could awaken one from sleep and was far more economical than the more luxurious berry. During a match, one could indulge, but in training, one ought not to squander. Ralts focused intently, its initial training filled with nervousness. Consequently, it summoned all the psychic energy it could muster. Although nothing visibly occurred, Yuan sensed an unusual wave of energy approaching him. He recognized it as hypnosis. The moment Ralts' hypnosis energy brushed against him, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him. And before he could react, darkness descended. Thud. Ralts stared in bewilderment at its trainer, who had collapsed and succumbed to slumber, flustered and at a loss. Did I mess things up? Chapter 57. Henceforth, I am the god of hypnosis. Time passed, and Yuan eventually awoke from his dreamlike state. Ugh. Surskit glanced at Yuan and then turned to comfort the seemingly remorseful Ralts. See? There is nothing to worry about. Ralts, though apprehensive, cautiously stepped towards Yuan, each small movement betraying its fear. I was wrong. This hypnosis. Rubbing his groggy head, Yuan spoke gently to Ralts. There is no need to feel guilty. I misjudged the situation. Initially, Yuan had assumed that Ralts, given its timid nature, would not possess a strong effect with hypnosis. He believed it would only induce a mild sense of drowsiness. However, it became evident that he had underestimated Ralts' psychic prowess. After all, this was a Pokémon carefully chosen by his parents. It surely had remarkable potential. If one were to evaluate it using gaming terminology, this Ralts might very well possess a perfect 6 IVs. Does that mean I want to be punished? Ralts inquired, its tone hopeful. Although Yuan couldn't fully grasp Ralts' words, he could discern its meaning through its expression. He affectionately patted Ralts and apologized. I'm sorry for making you worry for so long. Through the small red horn atop Ralts' head, it sensed the sincerity in Yuan's words. This feeling, apart from what it had experienced with its parents, was a first in its life. Unable to suppress its joy, Ralts' eyes sparkled with brightness, hidden beneath its blue hair. In an instant, Ralts vanished and reappeared before Yuan, leaping into his embrace with exuberance. The affectionate gesture left Yuan momentarily flustered. Ralts chirped joyfully, I adore you. Wait, Surskit exclaimed in distress. Both the trainer and Ralts were here before me. Yet somehow, I feel like the third wheel in this situation. Without hesitation, Surskit darted over and leaped up as well. I want some affection too. The morning swiftly passed amidst this playful yet training-filled atmosphere. Consequently, Yuan found himself reassessing Ralts' capabilities. Incredible! Truly remarkable. It was evident that Ralts, having undergone meticulous nurturing, was exceptional. In addition to the 6 moves it had already mastered, Charm, Confusion, Shadow Sneak, Teleport, and Hypnosis, Ralts also possessed 4 inherited skills: Disable, Shadow Strangle, Odd Light, and Black Glare. While its offensive moves may have been somewhat lacking, its repertoire of status-altering techniques was impressively abundant. One could only imagine how formidable Ralts would become as it matured. Even in its current state, Ralts' skill set could easily outmatch the vast majority of starting Pokémon. Each ability held significance, and with proper guidance from its trainer. Even if Ralts' base stats were only slightly superior to a Caterpie, it could stand out among novice trainers. Let us conclude our morning session here. Yuan wiped the perspiration from his forehead. Since it was training, he would not remain idle. Training alongside his Pokémon was the essence of being a Pokémon trainer. Not to mention, he had just learned the hypnosis technique from Ralts earlier that morning. Was it because he had been directly affected by the move? In any case, upon awakening, Yuan had inexplicably acquired the ability to use hypnosis. To master a skill simply by being struck by it. What is the underlying principle? Yuan was uncertain. Even if he knew, he would not be foolish enough to seek out Pokémon merely to absorb their abilities. Skills that transform, like this one, are manageable. But if it were techniques such as Rock Slide, Earthquake, or Hyper Beam, he feared that even 100 lives would not suffice to endure the consequences. Yet, Hypnosis, could it be that he truly shares a profound connection with this skill? In his previous life, during Pokémon battles, Hypnosis was the first skill that made Yuan feel the warmth of affection from a powerful ally. In fact, there was also Sleep Powder. And it was Hypnosis that first allowed him to experience the thrill of Pokémon battles. From that moment on, he was irresistibly drawn in. As the saying goes, if you cannot defeat them, join them. Back then, Yuan, still naive about battles, had annoyed many with his bare hypnosis, only to abandon it later due to various circumstances. After successfully learning hypnosis, Yuan discovered that its capabilities far exceeded those of Sleep Powder and Spore. After all, hypnosis does not merely induce slumber, it can also induce hallucinations. At such a moment, if one were to subtly interfere with mental prowess, the implications would be understood by those in the know. Exiting the training ground with his pseudomantid and Ralts perched on his shoulders, Yuan glanced toward the adjacent area. Had Guang and Bapamon been training for so long today? It was understandable, considering Guang's tenacious nature. The sting of defeat against Magneton in the quarterfinals yesterday must have been quite disheartening. He decided against interrupting them for the time being. With that thought, he made his way to the dining area of the club, accompanied by his adorable Pokémon. Speaking of which, their opponent in the afternoon match appeared to be that very Magneton, didn't he? After placing his order, Yuan sighed, lamenting how their matches seemed filled with troublesome adversaries: Arbok, Fennekin, Magneton, not to mention that Machamp aiming for a one-hit strategy that already constituted 4 rather formidable opponents. In contrast, others, while not necessarily easy, faced off against opponents that were neither mutually exclusive nor resistant, making their challenges significantly less daunting than his own. Type disadvantages in battles were not a major concern for Yuan, but who would wish to exert unnecessary effort if a simpler path to advancement existed? Let us do our best in the afternoon match. Chew. The pseudomantid chirped affirmatively, eliciting a twinge of envy from Ralts, who wondered when it might have the opportunity to engage in a battle alongside its trainer. Initially, it had considered relinquishing the idea, but a sudden inspiration had struck. It need not be powerful, yet it must possess an intriguing angle. For example, a fire-type Milotic. Chapter 58. The so-called preliminary read with the unruly move, the Keyring temporarily sealed off the most threatening fire punch from the monkey monster. In the now quiet competitor's lounge, only Yuan and his childhood friend remained, while their 3 Pokémon sat in front of the large screen, chattering away, preventing the lounge from becoming too silent. The afternoon matches consisted of merely 2 rounds. Aside from the ongoing one, only Yuan's pseudomantid and Magneton would soon face off. The morning's matches had been part of the loser's bracket, irrelevant to Yuan's journey. Thus, was it true that Magneton had revealed so few skills? Yuan remarked in surprise, his hand still moving as he wrote in his notebook: Thundershock, Tackle, Thunderwave, Magnet Bomb, Metal Sound, Screech, Volt Tackle. Guang responded lightly, continuing, but prior to this, hadn't I battled against it in the club? During that encounter, it showcased the skill Reflect Barrier. Reflect Barrier, Yuan wrote down. Feeling a headache coming on, Magneton's resistances were nearly perfect, and if it mastered Reflect Barrier, would not Yuan's attacks be rendered even more ineffective? The silver lining was that Magneton's base stats exceeded those of a certain frail Pokémon by a mere 5 points. If this Magneton had indeed mastered Reflect Barrier, did that not imply a strong possibility that it might also have Light Screen? The likelihood seemed substantial. Writing Light Screen in his notebook, Su Yuan added a question mark beside it. This assumption lacked any solid foundation. While it was highly probable Magneton could master Light Screen, it remained mere speculation for the time being, such as the nature of hypothetical principles. The skills likely encompass these. And Su Yuan had grasped the trainer's command logic through previous match footage. Next came abilities. Guang interjected. Regarding this, I believe I can discern some insights. With 2 encounters against Magneton, Guang's understanding of it surpassed that of the audience, Su Yuan. From its bouts with Pokémon, I could sense its Thunder Shock ability was far less potent than during its battle with Pidgey. Pulling up match footage on her phone, Guang asserted, despite using the same move, the power exhibited varied significantly against different Pokémon. Su Yuan noted Guang's observation about the subtle discrepancies in Magneton's Thunder Shock against Pidgey and Pokémon, while apparent to those directly involved. Such differences might easily elude detection through media transmission and compression. In the video, the differences in Magneton's Thunder Shock were subtle, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that the intensity and color of Magneton's Thunder Shock were slightly superior when targeting Pidgey compared to the effects against Pokémon. If anything influenced these 2 Pokémon's interaction with Magneton, it was likely speed. In an instant, Su Yuan grasped the concept. It was an analysis of abilities. Yes, I concur. Guang nodded. In truth, her awareness of Magneton's abilities stemmed largely from Su Yuan. It was his earlier comments during a live stream that had instilled in her the habit of observing opponents before, during, and after matches. This was akin to the adage that excessive speech may lead to missteps, regardless of how elusive a Pokémon's abilities may be, or how concealed they might seem. With enough competition, they would inevitably be uncovered. Unless, of course, the Pokémon could achieve a one-hit knockout every time, which was evidently impossible. Abilities, moves. That a logic. Su Yuan gazed at the names of moves in his notebook, deep in thought. The monkey monster has fallen. The monkey monster is unable to battle. Let us congratulate the trainer of Keyring for successfully advancing to the finals. Oh, the enthusiastic voice of the referee and the cheers of the audience jolted Su Yuan back to reality. It was time for him to prepare for his turn. Pseudomantid. It's our turn. Su Yuan retrieved the sweet ball, crouching before the pseudomantid. Chew. The pseudomantid responded excitedly, raising its scythe-like leaf to press the white button on the sweet ball, transforming into a beam of red light and entering the ball. Thank you, Hikaru. With the sweet ball secured in the waistband, Su Yuan turned to express his gratitude. Without the light, he might have remained oblivious to the little Magneton's hidden skill. Reflective wall, and its trait would not have been identified so swiftly. Could you kindly keep an eye on Lalalaisai? Sure. Stepping out of the contestant passage, Su Yuan once again felt the fervor of the audience. Among the cheers, the most prominent came from the Magic School side. Go, Senior Su Yuan. Senior Jiang Xiaoqing. You mustn't lose either. Su Yuan awkwardly glanced at the banner proclaiming Magic School's victory, feeling utterly speechless. He recalled having watched this match, wherein a student from Magic School had emerged victorious. Hello, Senior Su Yuan. As both competitors entered, Su Yuan encountered a junior from Magic School for the first time. Clad in student uniform, he exuded a bright and handsome aura, and with his skills that had propelled him into the semifinals. It was no wonder he garnered immense popularity within Magic School. Hello, Su Yuan replied courteously. Let the match commence. Once both sides were prepared, the referee promptly announced the beginning of the contest. Little Magneton, create some distance. Z. Keep up with him. It was hardly surprising that Little Magneton opted to maintain distance. Aside from collision moves, all the techniques it had mastered thus far were ranged attacks. Use Leaf Blade to disrupt it, Su Yuan instructed solemnly. Given Little Magneton's inherent speed surpassed that of the pseudomantis, if he could successfully create distance and set up a reflective wall, or even a light wall, it would be challenging to execute effective damage against it. Following Jiang Xiaoqing's strategy, should the opponent remain closely tethered, the subsequent move would undoubtedly be watch out for its electromagnetic wave. With Su Yuan's warning, the pseudomantis adeptly maneuvered its leaf blade in the air, forming a protective shield from the dense barrage of leaves that effortlessly blocked the electromagnetic wave. What? Jiang Xiaoqing's expression shifted, unable to fathom how his seemingly clever electromagnetic wave had been so easily anticipated. Was my intention too obvious? He internally questioned, feeling pressured just from being read so early in the match. Having successfully predicted a move, Su Yuan did not indulge in self-satisfaction. With all the pre-match preparations he had undertaken, failing to read, even this would warrant his resignation from becoming a trainer. The essence of anticipation does not stem from some lofty ability. Rather, it hinges on a profound understanding of one's opponent and their Pokémon. After a match, Neglecting to scrutinize the abilities of the opposing Pokémon while solely focusing on enhancing one's own is a common pitfall for many novice trainers. I failed to notice during the announcement. Thank you to the Pokémon Minter for the 200 coins donation. Much appreciated. Chapter 59. You've been deceived, Senior Yuan. The intention behind using electromagnetic wave was far too transparent. From the guest seat, Su Zhengfeng shook his head, stating, from a student's perspective, Jiang Xiaoqing is quite decent, though he is still lacking in practical experience. The tactics to lure the enemy were rather rudimentary, against another trainer with a similar lack of battle experience. It might have worked, but facing someone with even a modicum of understanding of Pokémon battles, it appeared insufficient. Yet, Su Zhengfeng's gaze shifted to Su Yuan. Despite being a relatively new trainer himself, he sensed that Su Yuan possessed a deeper comprehension of Pokémon than he did, which left him feeling quite vexed. Be wary of his next offensive, Su Yuan cautioned, predicting that the subsequent move would likely be of Steel-type origin due to their respective type resistances. Magnet Bomb. Sure enough, the horseshoe-shaped magnets on either side of Little Magneton whirled, launching steel bombs capable of adhering to the opponent's body, not only at close range, but even mid-range. Escape from the magnet bomb's lock-on was futile, for it was an unavoidable move. With a flash of emerald, the pseudomantis transformed its right blade into a sword longer than its own body. Subsequently, it swung its leaf blade, slicing effortlessly through the incoming magnet bomb as if cutting through tofu. But that's not the end, Jiang Xiaoqing exclaimed, raising his arm triumphantly. Now mirror shot. In an instant, Little Magneton polished its body, reflecting a blinding light. Then, it spun its magnets and buttons, unleashing a dazzling flash. We anticipated this too. Su Yuan bore an expression of foresight. He did not believe that this steel-type Pokémon would possess solely the physical move, Magnet Bomb. With a mere 35 base attack points, even if struck, it would not inflict significant damage. Jiang Xiaoqing, a gifted student from Magic School, certainly understood that Little Magneton's physical output was lacking. If so, why deploy such a move? Unless he was secretly plotting a backup tactic unknown to Su Yuan. He could not fathom another possibility. Assuming the principle of hypotheticals, here we go. If Jiang Xiaoqing indeed had a strategy in mind, with their moves counteracting each other, at the very least, Su Yuan would not suffer losses. Should he be recklessly aggressive, it would be a substantial gain for Su Yuan. In an instant, the leaf storm took form, colliding head-on with the mirror shot. The two forces clashed, erupting with immense impact. The pseudomantis was forced back several steps before regaining its balance, while Little Magneton was sent hurtling away by the force. In terms of results, the leaf storm had a slight edge. Though inexperienced, its strength remained formidable. Su Zhengfeng nodded. Practical experience was something that needed to be accumulated gradually. Given the battling qualities Jiang Xiaoqing had displayed thus far, he felt optimistic about his future achievements. Unfortunately, the brilliance of Su Yuan overshadowed him, capturing the attention of most spectators. Not only Su Zhengfeng, but Ning Shuang also struggled to comprehend. Had it not been for the fact that most of Su Yuan's matches were against type disadvantages, it was likely that he would have resolved his battles within a remarkably short time. Reflecting on the previous matches, the pseudomantis had demonstrated what it meant to dominate within range, embodying the principle that proximity equates to truth. Continuing the match, upon witnessing Little Magneton's retreat, Jiang Xiaoqing appeared unfazed. Rather, he seemed relieved. After all, no matter how formidable Senior Su Yuan was, he could not possibly possess mind-reading abilities, could he? I anticipated your anticipation. Jiang Xiaoqing regained his confidence and shouted across to Su Yuan, "You've been deceived, Senior Su Yuan. This is our escape route." While describing it as an escape might be somewhat inappropriate, the distance between Little Magneton and the pseudomantis had indeed been significantly widened. He had intentionally concealed the mirror shot, not to deal a heavy blow to the pseudomantis, for steel resists grass, yet it does not overcome it. The power of mirror shot is commendable, yet to claim it can severely injure the false mantis grass would be a gross exaggeration. The endurance of grass-type Pokémon is well recognized. Thus, to secure victory in this match, one must be prepared for a protracted battle. Hence, this initial read is intentionally orchestrated to create a collision between both sides' moves, thereby establishing distance. As the smoke dissipated, strange ripples appeared in the space before the Magnemite, and a moment later, a translucent light barrier materialized. Now, let us commence the second round. Jiang Xiaoqing retrieved an item from his pocket and tossed it towards the Magnemite. Bang! The Magnemite collided head-on, shattering the bottled potion, which scattered across its body, instantly enhancing its capabilities. Given this distance, with the speed of the false mantis grass, it should be utterly impossible to close in. Jiang Xiaoqing murmured to himself, Being too close could potentially interrupt the execution of skills, but that concern is now alleviated. The Magnemite, fully powered, resembled a miniature artillery. Magnemite. Use Thunderbolt. A surge of electricity, resembling an arm, was unleashed from within the Magnemite's core, bolstered by the effects of the special attack enhancement potion. Even the resisted Thunderbolt should suffice to strip away a layer of defense. Naturally, Yuan discerned the opponent's strategy. Not only would they contend with endurance, but also with firepower? Yuan smiled serenely. After all, the false Mantis Grass was not lacking in either of those attributes. One must ponder. What would it mean for a false Mantis Grass, accustomed to operating under the constraints of a power device, to function without it? The power device not only maximizes a Pokémon's potential, but also trains its stamina while restricting its movements, akin to running with weights versus running freely. As for firepower, a Leaf Storm enhancement would suffice. Rooting itself, the false Mantis Grass prepared to amplify its Leaf Storm. After mastering both the guard and photosynthesis skills, Yuan seldom utilized the root skill, as it limited mobility and its healing effects paled in comparison to photosynthesis. However, at this moment, there was no skill more suitable for recovery. Boom, boom, boom. The moves of the Magnemite and false Mantis Grass continuously clashed at the midpoint of the arena. Smoke billowed, and before it could clear, the next wave of moves shattered through. Golden lightning and emerald whirlwinds dazzled the audience, who were enthralled by the friction and collisions of the techniques. This spectacle was precisely what they yearned to witness. In mere seconds, both sides had unleashed no fewer than 4 moves. In the intervals of rapid-fire techniques, the grass crown atop the false Mantis Grass swayed gently, directing a radiant beam of sunlight into the arena. Although it was not the first time experiencing a clear day, many in the crowd instinctively wiped non-existent sweat from their brows. Boom. Another exchange of moves commenced, and at that moment, Jiang Xiaoqing realized he might have erred. Compared to the Magnemite, he observed that the false Mantis Grass resembled a true artillery piece. The arcs of electricity entwining the Magnemite visibly diminished. And Jiang Xiaoqing's expression shifted slightly. He understood that the electrical energy within the Magnemite was running low, despite having adequately fed it power before the match. It seemed insufficient. There was no other choice. The plan to utilize Thunderbolt to weaken the false Mantis Grass's endurance had faltered, and with a reluctant resolve, Jiang Xiaoqing declared, "I can only resort to Mirror Shot." A brilliant sphere of light surged forward, yet the false Mantis Grass remained composed, effortlessly slicing through the air with Leaf Blade, shattering the Mirror Shot as if it were a mere balloon. The already fatigued Magnemite's attack frequency and intensity had significantly waned. Finally, the match could come to an end. Yuan exhaled softly. Now was the time to unleash all the energy balls. A slight indulgence should pose no problem. He thought to himself, the item he had equipped the false Mantis Grass with today was unlike the usual. It was the last piece from the energy cube he had crafted previously. With photosynthesis and the energy cube to replenish expended energy, he could freely employ energy balls. Creak. The false Mantis Grass consumed the final piece of the energy cube, simultaneously activating photosynthesis, storing immense solar energy within. Just as it was about to convert it into an energy ball. Wait. Jiang Xiaoqing suddenly interjected. We concede. He was no fool. The current momentum of the false Mantis Grass was ominous. There was no way the nearly exhausted Magnemite could withstand it. Let alone if a 3-in-1 Magnemite were to be substituted. It was better to surrender now and minimize losses. Yuan felt he had been tricked again. What would happen to the false Mantis Grass now? A tremendous force coiled within, unable to be released. At the brink of evolution, Yuan recognized the implications. It was over. He scarcely had time to call for the false Mantis Grass to unleash an energy ball skyward, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the false Mantis Grass radiated a mysterious luminescence. This was the light of evolution. The referee tasked with commentary for the semifinals swallowed hard, staring blankly at the false Mantis Grass enveloped in white light. Ordinarily, a Pokémon evolving is a cause for celebration. However, according to the rules of this competition, evolved Pokémon were not permitted to participate. Thus, he was torn. Deep down, he yearned to witness what the trainer named Yuan and his initial Pokémon, the false Mantis Grass, could deliver in the finals. With a complex heart, the referee cast a deep gaze towards the guest seats, where the 2 gym leaders of Magic City not only served as special guests but also as the chief referees of this match. The decision of whether the finals could proceed rested upon them. The evolution of the false Mantis Grass could no longer be halted. All he could do was silently pray. As both referee and commentator, he naturally wished to present the audience with a more exhilarating Pokémon battle. Jiang Xiaoqing too was taken aback by the unexpected evolution of the false Mantis Grass, shocking everyone present. Yet soon, the astonishment on his face morphed into guilt as he deeply bowed to Yuan, saying, I'm sorry, Senior Su Yuan. Evolution means disqualification, although it was not intentional. He was the sole individual responsible for the outcome. It's all right. After the initial shock, Su Yuan found a sense of peace, after all. It could not be suppressed forever. If evolution was to occur, then so be it. Harboring it daily was not a solution. If disqualification was the outcome, then there was no remedy. One could not expect the rules of the competition to be altered solely for his sake. The white light enveloping the false mantis grass intensified, and suddenly, its petite form began to grow taller, its blades elongated, and 4 wing-like leaves sprouted from its back. Unbeknownst to him, pink petals began to drift down from the sky, and Su Yuan instinctively reached out to catch the falling flowers before him. A multitude of delicate cherry blossoms converged, enveloping a radiant light. Suddenly, with a rustling sound, the petals fell like confetti, accompanied by shimmering specks of white light, as the evolved form of the pseudomantis, lantern, astonished the audience. It resembled a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, akin to Chang'e departing from the moon palace. Unlike its original pink hue, the uniquely colored lantern exuded a more ethereal grace. I was overwhelmed, exclaiming, "I can't continue." In the audience, many spectators retrieved their phones from their pockets, eager to capture this breathtaking moment. I felt as if my mind was momentarily adrift. A male spectator remarked, for the first time, he realized how distinctly different he was, admitting, "I have actually developed a fondness for a Pokémon." The evolved lantern joyfully hopped towards Su Yuan, playfully nudging him before prancing to the center of the arena, unfolding its elegant form and spinning gracefully. Like a flower fairy, it truly deserved its title as the most magnificent grass-type Pokémon. Lantern then blinked its large eyes at Su Yuan, filled with anticipation. "Oh my, I can't take this," Su Yuan thought, feeling as though his energy was entirely depleted. If only I could have a restorative item to extend this moment. He awkwardly scratched his face, feeling an unusual warmth creeping up his cheeks. "My Pokémon is so adorable." However, the words stuck in his throat, as the overwhelming gaze of the crowd made him feel as though he were proposing. Fortunately, Lantern seemed to understand him. Judging by its demeanor, it already knew the answer it sought. In 3 swift steps, Lantern returned to Su Yuan's side, and with a soft pop, it transformed into a red light, retreating into its Pokeball. Contestant Jiang Xiaoqing has chosen to forfeit. At that moment, the referee finally realized that he had yet to announce the results of the match, declaring Su Yuan as the finalist. However, attaining the qualification was one thing. Whether he would be allowed to compete was another. Instances of Pokémon evolving post-match were rare, and today marked the first such occurrence in the semifinals. What is your perspective, Master Ning? Su Zhifeng felt just as conflicted as anyone else. As the gym leader, he wished for promising talent like Su Yuan not to be disqualified due to this unexpected evolution. It would be a shame. Yet, rules were rules. And the outcome of the match was not solely within his purview. What do you mean? Ning Shuang retorted, turning back. Su Zhifeng twitched his lips. As the gym leader, he had a close working relationship with Ning Shuang and understood her personality well. Although he believed he already knew the answer, he felt compelled to ask. Naturally, it pertains to Su Yuan's pseudomantis. Before he could finish, Ning Shuang immediately interrupted. "I don't know. I didn't see it. Please don't ask me." Afterward, she added, "Regardless, I want to see him perform the day after tomorrow." Surely you wouldn't want to see such an exceptional trainer prohibited from competing due to a mere accident? That would indeed be disappointing. Su Zhifeng sighed inwardly, recognizing the validity of Ning Shuang's words. Since the battle between the pseudomantis and the fire fox, he had harbored high hopes for Su Yuan and the pseudomantis. Before today, if anyone had asked him who was most likely to win the championship, he would undoubtedly have said it was Su Yuan. It seemed Ning Shuang shared the same sentiment. Hence her intense reaction. Well, let them say what they will. As Su Zhifeng resolved to support Su Yuan, a male voice suddenly interrupted him. Though it may be somewhat inappropriate for me to say this as an outsider, Dr. Kukui, dressed in his usual attire of bare upper body, white coat, and knee-length shorts, continued, "I believe this contestant Su Yuan should still have another Pokémon that has yet to evolve. If that is the case, why not substitute his pseudomantis with that Pokémon for the competition? This way, it should not raise too many eyebrows." Another Pokémon? Ning Shuang's expression turned thoughtful as she sifted through the participant profiles, searching for Su Yuan's information. If a contestant updated their league card during the competition, the corresponding profile would also be updated. "Ralts," she murmured, her eyes lighting up. "And psychic-type Pokémon, which is precisely within my domain." "Then it's settled," Ning Shuang decisively stated. After consulting with Su Zhifeng, she picked up the microphone and announced the decision over the loudspeaker. She was eager to see if Su Yuan's performance with the psychic-type Pokémon could shine as brightly as that of the pseudomantis. Additionally, heartfelt thanks to Kiri for the generous donation of 100 coins. I truly appreciate it. Forgive my lack of eloquence. Chapter 61. Ralts aspires to grow stronger. As the announcement concluded, a large question mark loomed over Su Yuan's head. Although he understood that the Trainer League card was updated in real time, this wasn't a gym match. Why would anyone keep such a close watch on the league card? Could it be that Su Yuan felt he was being secretly monitored? As expected of senior Su Yuan, he has even caught a second Pokémon. On the other side, Jiang Xiaocheng exhaled in relief, silently admiring Su Yuan's capabilities. It was remarkable for a novice trainer to command 2 Pokémon. Although there was an annual application slot for the prestigious Magic Academy, obtaining it was no simple feat. Rumor had it that the Academy hadn't granted a student a slot in over 20 years, except for Su Yuan. Unconsciously, Jiang Xiaocheng reminisced about his own admission into the Academy, where a special online exhibition match was held to welcome new students. The most memorable moment for him was witnessing senior Su Yuan's prowess. After the exhibition, the victorious student could select any teacher for a battle, providing an excellent opportunity for the teacher to point out the student's shortcomings. He thought he would never forget that match. In a 64-player doubles battle, senior Su Yuan had ruthlessly scored 40 points, decisively dominating the competition. From that moment on, Su Yuan's name spread throughout the academy. As the news of the Pokémon Switch circulated, Su Yuan had to endure the increasingly fervent gazes of the audience as he returned down the passageway, their emotions heightened by the ongoing twists and turns. The revelation of a second Pokémon had most spectators on edge, yet they could only contain their eagerness, wishing for time to fast forward to Sunday. Why is tomorrow still reserved for the losers bracket? Ralts felt a wave of anxiety wash over it. Although it had previously entertained thoughts of battling, the reality of facing such a challenge felt overwhelming. Timid and shy by nature, Ralts knew it could not easily overcome such feelings. Furthermore, it had yet to undergo any formal training. Its sessions with Su Yuan in the training room had primarily revolved around using techniques for playful purposes. You must do your best in the match the day after tomorrow. Su Yuan cradled the petite form of Lalu Leisai, deftly spearing the diced orange fruit with a toothpick, and remarked, "From tomorrow onward, let us diligently refine our skills." Chirping encouragement, Lan Tanghua circled around Su Yuan, assuring Lalu Leisai, "Fear not. The Pokémon of other trainers are quite feeble and cannot compare to our trainer's strength." Although a twinge of fear gripped Lalu Leisai's heart, it felt unworthy of its trainer's disappointment should it falter in battle. The mere thought of such a sorrowful expression on its trainer's face was enough to stir a sense of discomfort within Lalu Leisai, as if something were lodged in its chest. Indeed, the memory of its trainer's radiant smile filled Lalu Leisai with a surge of courage. Its trainer appeared most charming when smiling. That night, sleep eluded Lalu Leisai. It stealthily lifted the blanket and, summoning its psychic abilities, zipped from the bedroom to the living room. Faced with the enveloping darkness of the room, Lalu Leisai instinctively shrank back, for it harbored a fear of the dark. In the past, while nestled with its mother, it often heard tales of a Pokémon called Ghastly, known for its particular fondness for charming fairy-type Pokémon. It was said that upon consuming a Piku, Ghastly could evolve into the more formidable Jengar. Surely, there were no Ghastly lurking in the house. Lalu Leisai pondered anxiously, teleporting instantly to the sofa. "Let us begin with honing my psychic prowess," it thought, burying its small body into the crevice between the cushions. Its mother had once said that to enhance the potency of its skills, it must first strengthen its psychic abilities. Yet Lalu Leisai tilted its head in confusion, emitting a curious sound. How does one fortify psychic strength? Ah, forget it. Pouting, Lalu Leisai's ruby gemstone glimmered vividly against the night. It focused its telekinetic energy, attempting to levitate another cushion from the sofa. As dawn broke, Su Yuan was roused from sleep by the insistent ringing of his alarm. Truth be told, he still felt a tad drowsy. However, since becoming a trainer, his mornings had become increasingly early, and his routine had grown far more structured compared to his previous life as a full-time streamer. "I should procure some apple berries," he muttered to himself, preparing for the day ahead. Lalu Leisai's skill set was sufficiently diverse for a novice Pokémon, unlike the time when he had to train the pseudomantis. Su Yuan aimed to ensure that Lalu Leisai would gain some proficiency in its skills today, particularly the coveted hypnosis move. To achieve this, an ample supply of apple berries was essential. Ideally, he would combine them with moo milk and a nutrient drink to concoct Poké blocks, which would yield better results. Otherwise, within an hour, Lalu Leisai might tire out. Nonetheless, the foremost concern was to alleviate Lalu Leisai's fear of battling. The most daunting scenario for a trainer is when their Pokémon fails to heed commands. Su Yuan was not so much worried about Lalu Leisai's disobedience. Rather, he feared that its anxiety towards other Pokémon could hinder its execution of commands and techniques. Just imagine, what should be a guaranteed hypnosis might falter due to underlying fear. leading to disastrous consequences for Su Yuan. Although the day's agenda was rather packed, he firmly believed that if Lalo Leisai could overcome its innate trepidation, victory would surely be within reach. I don't think I've sullied anyone in this competition yet, Su Yuan chuckled, observing Lalo Leisai peacefully slumbering on the platform originally intended for the pseudomantis. If only the viewers in the live stream could witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Oh no, Teacher Lu is about to gross us out again." After all, the skill set of the pseudomantis was too pristine, almost uncharacteristic of a grass-type Pokémon. In contrast, Lalo Leisai possessed a rich variety of quality moves that resonated uniquely with Su Yuan. Regrettably, Su Yuan sighed, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. If only Lalo Leisai could swap positions, then victory would be assured. In single battles, the act of switching positions held a certain finesse that, from a certain perspective, surpassed even the dynamics of double battles. But alas, he refrained from voicing his frustration. Chapter 62, The Lowly Roar After More Than an Hour's Toil. Su Yuan finally returned home before 8 o'clock with the freshly prepared Pock blocks. Still sleeping, huh? No choice but to let it be, he gently pushed the door open, observing Lalo Leisai still lost in sweet slumber, before quietly closing the door behind him. I shall prepare breakfast first. Setting the box of Pock blocks on the living room table, Su Yuan made his way to the kitchen, with the pseudomantis having evolved into Lan Tanghua. The small bed initially prepared for it naturally became Lalo Leisai's. The absence of an extra sleeping space presented a challenge. While Lan Tanghua expressed a willingness to share a bed with its trainer, it yearned to return to those early days of sleeping beside Su Yuan, nestled against his pillow. However, Su Yuan was not averse to the idea. He simply felt that Lan Tanghua's newfound beauty made it somewhat awkward to have such an adorable humanoid Pokémon sleeping beside him. Were it Mac Hoke, he would think little of it. For now, he decided to make do with the situation. Ultimately, Su Yuan resignedly recalled Lan Tanghua into its Pokeball. Let us keep breakfast simple this morning, he mused, as he began to simmer moo moo milk. Although it could be consumed directly, he preferred the flavor after it had been heated. With a hot pan and cool oil, Su Yuan cracked 2 eggs into the skillet. His recent culinary endeavors had truly increased in frequency. Once the surface of the eggs turned golden brown while the yolks remained runny, he plated them, nodding in satisfaction. This was a presentation he had never achieved before. Suddenly, an impulsive desire to try the special curry from the Alola region surged within him. This thought emerged inexplicably. In the animated series of Pokémon Sun and Moon, one of the island trials involved searching for ingredients for this unique curry, which included miracle seeds and revival herbs among other rare items. That curry would likely fetch a price of tens of thousands, given the rarity of its ingredients. Indeed, being a trainer was an expensive profession. He pondered whether this special curry could enhance his Pokémon's physical capabilities. Thus, as Su Yuan continued to entertain these whimsical thoughts, he served breakfast at the table and roused the slumbering companions. Lalo Leisai ate breakfast in dainty bites, occasionally stifling yawns. It was still a bit drowsy. After breakfast, according to the original plan, Su Yuan brought Lan Tanghua and Lalo Leisai to the club, where they rented a training suite for half a day. Guang also came along, but she did not stick with Su Yuan. Instead, she reserved another training room for herself. Her reasoning was that she felt somewhat too lax lately. "I'm not here to play," she asserted, and under Su Yuan's incredulous gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. "I just need to focus a bit more on my training. Can that even be considered playing? Anyway, I need to get serious. Let's work towards the rock gym together." Bojamon responded enthusiastically. Inside the training room, Su Yuan was deep in thought about how to help Lalo Leisai overcome her timidness, while Lan Tanghua had already begun her training. To call it training might be a misnomer. Petals of cherry blossom hue fluttered around, cascading gracefully from Lan Tanghua. As the evolved form of Lan Tanghua wielded her flower sickles, a faint aroma lingered in the air, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light resembling flowing characters. Instead of training, it seemed more appropriate to describe this as a performance. Does my Pokémon possess the talent for dazzling competitions? Su Yuan pondered, momentarily taken aback. The combination of the newfound move, falling petals, along with the sweet fragrance and leaf blade, created such a stunning display that not participating in a dazzling contest would indeed be a missed opportunity. He then turned his attention to the elegant strokes of light etched in the air, a slight twitching at the corners of his mouth. "Do you wish to shout your name aloud as well?" He recalled a time during his live stream when he was concerned that the foam mantis might be bored, so he often took her to the living room to turn on the television. Su Yuan vaguely remembered that it was a popular tokusatsu show currently airing. Indeed, confronting one's fears is often the best way to conquer them. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved, "Today, I must find a sparring partner." Finding a sparring partner incurs no extra costs, as that portion of the fee was already included in the venue rental. In truth, Su Yuan had been utilizing the training facilities for quite some time without once calling for a sparring partner, something that others might consider a significant loss. But had Su Yuan truly lost out? The answer was a resounding no. While one might gain, he certainly did not suffer any loss. Possessing Pokémon traits that allowed him to learn Pokémon skills, in a sense, he really did not require a sparring partner, provided he could adeptly master the nuances of switching between traits. Shall we attempt an offensive strategy? Su Yuan softly suggested to Lalalaisai. For this training session, he had enlisted the help of a Fiero, known for its intimidate ability, considering its traits, size, and resistances. Su Yuan believed that utilizing Fiero as a sparring partner was an excellent choice. As a legendary Pokémon of the Huaxia region, Fiero was immensely popular. Yet not every club could afford to have it as a training companion. However, such matters were trivial for the largest Pokémon club in the magical city. With a fierce expression, Fiero followed Su Yuan's command, opening its mouth wide, sharp fangs glistening with saliva. The familiarity washed over Su Yuan, and he knew instinctively that Fiero's intimidate ability was in full effect. Lan Tanghua, confused, shifted her gaze. Why has my attack power increased? Unsurprisingly, Lalalaisai was indeed startled by Fiero's roar. However, the next scene left Su Yuan wide-eyed. Instinctively retreating a few steps, Lalalaisai forcibly suppressed her urge to flee. No, I can't. My trainer is watching. I must not disappoint my trainer's expectations. With this resolve, Lalalaisai steadied her gaze, enduring Fiero's intimidation, and her ability gradually activated. Ability, copy, target, Fiero. Don't think you're the only one who can intimidate, she thought. With the intimidate ability at play, Lalalaisai was determined to find a way to scare the imposing dog before her. Thus, she mirrored Fiero's previous actions to the best of her abilities. Ah, she shouted, unleashing her own intimidate. Fiero stumbled slightly, almost losing its balance. Woof? It seemed to question, taken aback. The atmosphere turned rather peculiar after a few moments of silence. Lalalaisai's pristine body was tinged with the hues of dusk, and she quickly dove into Su Yuan's bag, covering her face with her hands. Oh no, how embarrassing. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. What the? He gasped, his heart and mind struggling to process the absurdity of the scene before him. Quick, someone get me a confidence cloak. I'm about to burst. He sighed, conceding that he would simply have to manage it himself. After a brief respite, the atmosphere in the club heated up again as the ranking matches for the Loser S bracket continued. In the training room, a Pokémon trainer commanded. Close in on the opponent using quick attack, then execute aerial ace. If the morning had merely been a trial run, the afternoon was undoubtedly a serious practice session. With a swift motion, the wings of the aerial ace cut through the air, its speed suddenly elevating to a whole new level. The wings bent slightly inward. Resembling an arrow released from a bow, enveloped in a radiant white glow, it launched an astonishing attack towards Lalalaisai. Create distance with teleport, Su Yuan directed. Realizing that unlike with the Fomantis, he would need to provide more detailed commands until he and Lalalaisai developed a solid rapport. He raised his gaze, striving to capture the trajectory of aerial ace's movement. While the task of dodging attacks was entrusted to the Pokémon as their trainer, his responsibility was to anticipate their opponent's actions and attack patterns. Now, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination as he called, use dazzling gleam. Without hesitation, Lalalaisai's small red horns glimmered, and she aimed directly at the incoming silver projectile, unleashing a peculiar dim light. The dazzling gleam hit squarely, and due to the confusion status, aerial ace's attack went awry. What a chance. Su Yuan never missed fleeting opportunities. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded, use hypnosis. Aerial ace, having crashed into the ground, was dazed and pecking at the dirt and blades of grass when it finally steadied itself, only to find itself locked in Lalalaisai's gaze. With a soft whisper, hypnosis took effect, sealing the outcome of this bout. Undoubtedly, the dark horse of this competition has emerged victorious. I concede defeat. The trainer chuckled helplessly, retrieving the majestic Swablu into its Pokeball. This Ralts truly excels. If it were your main Pokémon you had sent out, victory would be assured in just a few rounds. This is not mere flattery. Trainers capable of joining the club as sparring partners are undoubtedly formidable, if not exceptionally powerful. At the very least, the minimum requirement for such trainers is to possess a team of 6 Pokémon. It is relatively easy for trainers with at least 5 gym badges to triumph over novices like Su Yuan. This is not a matter of tactical strategies, but rather a sheer demonstration of strength. So, how do you intend to train next? The club's trainer affectionately ruffled the fluffy head of the Arcanine beside him. Su Yuan had already accomplished his initial goal, and even he was surprised by how swiftly Ralts had adapted. In the battle against Swablu, Apart from a slight delay in reaction at the very beginning to Su Yuan's commands, he noticed no further issues. Moreover, that initial sluggishness had gradually dissipated as the battle intensified. Let me think, Su Yuan mused, lifting Ralts, who had run over to bask in praise, and complimenting it before offering a pot puff to replenish its stamina spent during the battle. In fact, my suggestion is to conduct specialized training aimed at enhancing Ralts' ability. Before Su Yuan could voice his thoughts, the club trainer interjected. Although Ralts possesses the ability copy, it is generally quite challenging for one unfamiliar with an ability to utilize it adeptly from the outset, correct? Training focused on abilities. Su Yuan unconsciously recalled Ralts' Intimidate roar from earlier, agreeing. Indeed. So, I will continue to rely on your expertise. In reality, unlike in games where a successful ability copy allows for immediate perfect utilization, in reality, even someone like Su Yuan might subconsciously overlook this, not entirely overlooking it. Perhaps after battling alongside Ralts for a while, he would come to recognize this issue, but at present, he was genuinely unaware. No worries, this is my job. The trainer waved his hand, indicating there was no need for such formality. Besides, it is my passion for Pokémon that drives me to pursue this career. Now, have you decided which ability to focus on for training first? Let me ponder for a moment. Su Yuan lowered his gaze, stroking his chin as he recalled the Pokémon abilities of his opponent for the upcoming battle. The two abilities of Impidimp, it shall be you. Su Yuan exclaimed. Let us begin with Mischievous Heart. The stark contrast between Impidimp's two abilities was evident, and Su Yuan could easily discern them without much deliberation. However, a thought struck him. Why is Impidimp not disqualified? Is this a loophole in the competition rules? Su Yuan silently mused. Upon hearing this, the trainer was momentarily taken aback. Then chuckled. You must have done some covert investigation into my Pokémon. He produced the second Pokeball from his waist pouch and released it. It was a humanoid Pokémon covered in dense black fur, boasting green skin, a robust physique, and well-developed limbs, the Frosmoth. After finishing his first gym battle, he had the fortune to visit the Galar region, where he encountered it. A nostalgic gleam appeared in the trainer's eyes. Every trainer cherishes the memory of their first encounter with each Pokémon. I want to take up more of your time. After interacting with Frosmoth, the trainer stated, let us commence the training for Mischievous Heart. Indeed. Su Yuan nodded, and Ralts leaped down from his arms, simultaneously altering its ability to Mischievous Heart. Pokémon with Mischievous Heart gain a priority boost of 1 when using status moves. Although this effect is quite simple, for one still unaccustomed to the ability, executing status moves can be less fluid than usual. The trainer elucidated. Moreover, status moves used by Dark-type Pokémon will not affect Pokémon with Mischievous Heart. Similarly, due to the altered priority, it can be swiftly countered. Having completed his explanation, the trainer smiled slightly. There is no need for excessive words. Practical application will clarify everything. He then shifted his gaze to Arcanine. Now, I entrust this to you, Arcanine. Use hypnosis. Woof. Arcanine stood still, looking bewildered. Chapter 64. The finals the following day. The final round of the loser's bracket had reached a fever pitch. Jiang Xiaoqing's Magnemite, employing a similar strategy, unleashed powerful ranged attacks, inflicting significant damage on the Monferno while preventing it from closing in. Go! Thunderbolt! Jiang Xiaoqing shouted with all his might. And arcs of electricity surged forth from Magnemite, striking Monferno from a distance. Moments later, Monferno collapsed to the ground. The match is over. Let us congratulate Jiang Xiaoqing from the Magic region for securing third place. The referee announced. Likewise, we extend our congratulations to Monferno's trainer for achieving fourth place. After a brief pause, the referee observed the somewhat dejected Monferno's trainer and attempted to console him. There is no need to feel disheartened, after all. Fourth place is still commendable. Strive harder in the next competition. Following a round of applause, during the brief 10-minute intermission, the audience engaged in lively discussions about the final match. Dr. Kukui, what are your thoughts on the upcoming match? Su Jingfeng posed the question from the guest seat, intrigued by this master trainer from the Alola region. If it weren't for the absence of a champion league in Alola, perhaps this individual might have been a champion-level trainer. More importantly, Dr. Kukui has made significant contributions to the study of Pokémon moves. Even on a global scale, his research remains unparalleled. It is said that he sometimes endures the attacks of Pokémon moves personally to ascertain their power. Naturally, he was also curious about how Dr. Kukui had discerned that Su Yuan had acquired a second Pokémon. Oh, are you asking me? Dr. Kukui momentarily paused, quickly regaining his composure. On a personal level, I undoubtedly support Su Yuan's victory. However, considering the actual circumstances, I believe the odds remain at 50-50. Dr. Kukui was well aware of Ralts' exceptional capabilities. Yet he pondered, In just a few days, can Su Yuan truly command Ralts effectively? On a personal level? Ning Shuang's eyes sparkled. She sensed something unusual. Could it be that Su Yuan is your illegitimate child? After saying this, she nodded affirmatively, concluding that everything made sense now. So that's it. Su Zhenfeng nodded seriously, echoing. If he had a master-level trainer guiding him from a young age, it would not be surprising for him to possess such prowess. Dr. Kukui looked utterly bewildered. What in the world? How did I suddenly acquire an illegitimate child? He placed a steadying hand on his waist, suppressing the trembling of his Pokeball. Without needing to guess, he knew his Incineroar must be wearing an expression equally dramatic as his own. Ahem. Straightening his posture, Doctor. Kukui feigned a cough to mask his embarrassment. I believe there's been a misunderstanding, he said. I have a good relationship with Su Yuan's parents. During my time in Alola, they provided me with considerable assistance in my research. So it's not what you were imagining. Su Zhenfeng and Ning Shuang froze awkwardly on the spot, suddenly realizing how absurd their assumptions had been. Clearing their throats, they quickly changed the subject. The competition is about to begin. Let's focus on the match. Both contestants have already taken their positions on stage. Under the eager gazes of the entire audience, Su Yuan walked to the commander's position on the battlefield. Unlike usual, 2 Pokeballs were attached to the holster at his waist today. Not just the spectators, even the referee himself felt a surge of excitement. To be honest, before this tournament, he had never imagined the competition would reach such an extraordinary level. The countdown begins now. 3, 2, 1. Let the match commence. A crimson glow flickered, and Klefki once again materialized on the battlefield, accompanied by Su Yuan's Ralts. Ah, Su Yuan's second Pokemon turned out to be a Ralts. The referee exclaimed in astonishment, the 2 shining Pokemon filling him with envy. Yet from an elemental perspective, the Psychic Fairy-type Ralts faced a severely disadvantageous matchup against the Steel Fairy-type Klefki. Yet it was unexpected yet reasonable. One could only say this was truly Su Yuan's signature battling style. As he finished speaking, not only did the audience burst into laughter, but even he himself couldn't help but chuckle. In the brief interlude of his commentary, the 2 sides had already engaged in swift exchanges. Screech, the keys adorning Klefki's body slid and scraped against each other, emitting a piercing metallic shriek that grated on the ears. Metal sound, is it? Su Yuan instantly deciphered the move and swiftly commanded. Use teleport to evade the range of metal sound. Whoosh, Ralts flickered in a blur of motion. Having copied the opponent's ability at the start of the battle, it effortlessly dodged the attack with the aid of Prankster S effect. Now taunt. Seeing the metal sound miss its mark, the keychain trainer calmly commanded. Ralts isn't particularly swift by nature. The reason it could evade the metal sound's range was primarily due to its teleport ability being excessively effective. In that case, wouldn't simply sealing it to prevent consecutive usage suffice? The unreasonable tantrum of the keychain struck home. The referee wore an expression of utter disbelief. This meant Ralts could no longer chain the same move consecutively. Wait, what exactly was Su Yuan planning to do now? As the unreasonable attack struck Ralts, its shadow cast upon the arena by the lights was eerily elongated. It turned out to be Shadow Sneak. But why Shadow Sneak? The referee wore a bewildered expression. For sacrificing the ability to perform consecutive teleportations merely to inflict superficial damage upon the opponent seemed utterly incongruent with Su Yuan's established combat style. Such audacious greed. How utterly preposterous. Do you feel hopeless and thus resort to arbitrary commands? This was the initial reaction of the trainer commanding Klefki. Yet regardless of the circumstances, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Klefki, press forward against Ralts. Then unleash metal sound. Do not give it any chance to resist. Before the Kirin could even approach, Su Yuan's voice rang out once more. Teleport right beside it. Whoosh. Ralts swiftly transformed its form and in the next instant, suddenly appeared beside Klefki. Strange light. Ralts' crimson horn emitted an eerie glow, and Klefki had no time to react before being struck by the mysterious light. ZZT, instinctively. Klefki attempted to unleash metal sound, but under the influence of Confuse Ray, the keys it held inconveniently struck its own body instead. Confused, Klefki's trainer muttered in disbelief. How dare he close the distance? Instead of fleeing with teleport, he chose to engage directly. Do you truly not fear being instantly defeated? Clenching his fists, the Klefki's trainer shouted fiercely, draining kiss. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Moreover, the next chapter will conclude the competition. To be honest, when I initially wrote this, I genuinely didn't anticipate it would span so many chapters. I certainly don't believe I've been padding the content. Chapter 65, the champion continuing to widen the gap. Su Yuan remarked impassively that as long as the opponent lacked taunting or sealing techniques, he could blissfully employ teleport indefinitely. I haven't even kissed my Ralts once yet. And you dare dream of such intimacy? Scram. On the guest seat, Dr. Kukui widened his eyes in disbelief. murmuring softly in astonishment, to command Ralts so masterfully within merely 6 days. Not only did you earn the complete trust of this timid and shy creature, but also helped it overcome its fears. Are you some kind of monster? Against the swiftly teleporting Ralts, Klefki found itself utterly powerless. Why couldn't it master the art of instantaneous movement? Shadow Clone. To be cautious, Yuan decided to play it safe. Ralts' base stats were simply too low, compounded by unfavorable type matchups, making each of its moves feel like mere tickling damage. Yet as the saying goes, even tickles can kill when accumulated enough. Once Ralts successfully stacked its Shadow Clones, victory would be all but assured. The red horn on Ralts had shimmered once more as psychic energy enveloped its tiny form. In a blur of swift movement, 2 additional Ralts appeared on the battlefield, illusory afterimages conjured by its psychic prowess. Fairy Wind. Confusion. Faced with 3 Ralts, the Klefki had no choice but to unleash a slightly wider-ranging Fairy Wind, gambling on luck. The Fairy Wind struck 2 of the Ralts, which then vanished like ethereal bubbles. Immediately after, 2 more Ralts appeared beside the third one. Clearly, luck was not on its side. The third Ralts was the true one. Then came the Ralts' confusion attack. The Klefki endured the blow with ease, as if signaling it could withstand dozens more. It retaliated with Double Team. Yuan opted not to use Teleport again, as Double Team was the superior choice at that moment. Both Double Team and Minimize were evasive maneuvers, but while Minimize reduced the user's size to enhance evasion, Double Team created multiple illusions to confuse and disorient the opponent, thereby increasing the chance to evade. Though Yuan had once nearly fallen victim to a Minimize using Chansey in online battles, he trusted in the bond between himself and his Ralts. In practice, the evasion boost from Double Team allowed Ralts to chip away at the opponent with slightly more confidence. The number of Ralts illusions multiplied from 3 to 5. Scattered across the battlefield, their movements were perfectly synchronized, so flawless that distinguishing the real one from the illusions became impossible. The key ring swiftly found itself in a passive position. Subsequently, Yuan commanded with remarkable ease, expertly managing the distance between Lalalaisai and the key ring, utilizing Shadow Clones and teleportation with great finesse. After the enhancement of the Shadow Clones, during the brief intervals when consecutive moves could not be executed, he would occasionally apply pressure. The tactics employed were exceedingly underhanded. If the opponent lacked broad area offensive capabilities, they might indeed find themselves thoroughly frustrated. This style of play felt oddly familiar to Su Zhenfeng, who furrowed his brow in deep thought, struggling to recall where he had encountered it before. The strategy of retreating when the enemy advances, disturbing them when they hold their ground, striking when they are weary, and pursuing when they retreat. Yes, that was it. Su Zhenfeng instinctively responded, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Ning Shuang furrowed her brow and remarked, "How can this be deemed underhanded? It is a tactic rooted in the wisdom of our ancient Chinese sages." Dr. Kukui, standing nearby, expressed genuine admiration, stating, "Such a strategy rightfully belongs to the most historically significant regional alliance. It is precisely for this reason that I came here to learn and advance my knowledge." "You flatter me," Ning Shuang replied. "Though this tactic is indeed exceptional, its execution is fraught with challenges. Without special methods, relying solely on speed to implement it is nearly impossible, even if one could accelerate through moves. The demands for distance control and timing are exceedingly stringent. Achieving victory through strength is seldom straightforward. Therefore, it is not the tactic that is strong, but rather the individual who wields it." Su Zhenfeng and Dr. Kukui nodded in tacit agreement. Back in the arena, the key ring's electromagnetic wave once again struck Lalalaisai's illusion, leaving its trainer feeling so frustrated that he contemplated stepping into the fray himself to confront the opposing trainer directly. Meanwhile, Lalalaisai took advantage of the time during which the key ring unleashed its electromagnetic wave to complete its final enhancement. Its evasion rate increased by 6 levels. 13 Lalalaisai roamed the battlefield, and as the key ring unleashed its moves, it only managed to hit the illusions. Conversely, the damage inflicted by Lalalaisai on the key ring was tangible, albeit minimal, yet it accumulated significantly. "This is rather unscrupulous, isn't it?" someone remarked, unable to contain themselves. "If this weren't the finals, I suspect the other side would concede outright. Heh, but I like it. If this drags on, I might truly lose." The key ring's trainer murmured, having never anticipated the possibility of defeat. With a base stat total of 470 against a mere 198, only a fool would lose, right? Yet, the reality proved that before the opposing trainer, he might truly be the fool. There was no choice left but to fight with all he had. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to shout, charge into the Lalalaisai swarm, and use Metal Sound. The key ring possessed a move capable of delivering a decisive blow to Lalalaisai. But due to it being a newly learned technique, both its energy consumption and accuracy were worrisome, which was why he had refrained from using it until now. Go. Key ring. The key ring floated forward, plunging into the mass of Lalolesai. Since Lalolesai had already teleported once, it could not escape this time. A cacophonous metallic sound reverberated, disturbing the air and dispersing many of Lalolesai's illusions. Fairy Wind. Without hesitation, the key ring unleashed Fairy Wind in conjunction with Metal Sound, further obliterating some of the remaining illusions. However, the cost was that while executing the skill, it also endured an attack from Lalolesai. This is our full strength. The key ring's trainer raised his arm, igniting a belief in victory. Go, key ring. Cannon beam. The arena brightened in an instant as the key ring concentrated all its radiant energy into a single point, then released it towards the remaining Lalolesai. Boom. The beam created a concave crater in the arena, directly striking Lalolesai and sending up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled and spectators regained their vision, the area where the cannon beam had struck bore no trace of Lalolesai's presence. The key ring's trainer's face fell, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. The reason was clear. Behind the key ring, Lalolesai was poised and ready. Hypnosis. With Su Yuan's voice, Lalolesai's hypnosis struck the key ring. It had deftly evaded the lethal cannon beam with a timely teleportation, and now used hypnosis to seal the deal. The referee's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is truly spectacular. Had the timing of the teleportation been miscalculated, this battle could have already concluded. But now, the scales of victory are shifting towards Lalolesai." The formula for victory had been established. Su Yuan snapped his fingers, estimating that the key ring's stamina must be running low. Then let us employ hypnosis. Quick, evade. The key ring's trainer shouted desperately, but Lalolesai's hypnosis beam mercilessly struck the key ring, shattering his last glimmer of hope. Finish it in one go. Lalolesai produced a blue Pokémon cube, chewing it in full view of the audience. This cube was specially crafted from apple berries to restore stamina. Subsequently, while the key ring lay in slumber, it was about to face a relentless barrage of attacks. Charming voice. Psychic. Shadow Sneak. Lalolesai unleashed every attack at its disposal, directly knocking out the opponent's orange berry. Why is someone still using orange berries? Su Yuan remarked in surprise. Orange berries are also a type of berry. Wake up. Key ring. Clearly, the bond between trainer and Pokémon was insufficient, as the key ring did not respond to its trainer's call. Half a minute later, amidst Lalolesai's relentless barrage, the key ring ultimately succumbed. The key ring was rendered unable to continue battling, leading to Lalolesai's victory. The referee raised his flag triumphantly, proclaiming, "Let us congratulate contestant Su Yuan on winning the championship of this tournament." Colorful ribbons cascaded down as the crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 66. Su Yuan. I was teased. The audience erupted in applause, the atmosphere infectious enough to sway several individuals in the guest seats. He truly excelled with Psychic-type Pokémon. Ning Shuang's face broke into a smile. The more she reflected on the previous match, the brighter her eyes sparkled, especially the exceptional command displayed, which left little room for criticism, with each step meticulously aimed at disruption, evasion, or attack, combined with impeccable timing for skill execution. She could confidently assert that among trainers of equal caliber, one would be hard-pressed to find another like Su Yuan. Perhaps I should consider grooming him as the successor to the Psychic Gym? Ning Shuang mused quietly. Compared to Grass-type Pokémon, Su Yuan's proficiency with Psychic types endeared him to her even more. Gyms were not hereditary. She too had been discovered and trained by the previous Psychic Gym leader. She had been in charge of the gym for nearly a decade now, and it was time to find a suitable successor to take on this responsibility. The world is vast, and besides her identity as a gym leader, she is also a Pokémon trainer. Naturally, she yearns to personally experience the charm of Pokémon from other regional leagues. Did I just win? Kukui thought to himself, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the number of times he had been astonished today. This match hardly resembled a fair contest. One side was clearly dominating the other. Suddenly, he recalled the words spoken to him by Su Yuan's father. It seems my son is not particularly favored by Pokémon. I wonder if he can get along well with this Ralts. Raising his head, Kukui gazed in confusion at the jubilant Ralts that, after winning, joyfully dashed to Su Yuan, leaping up and nuzzling him in a display of affection. Is this what being unpopular with Pokémon looks like? If that is indeed the case, there must be very few individuals in this world who could be deemed popular. Now, let us invite the gym leaders to present awards to the contestants. The voice of the referee resonated through the speakers, pulling the thoughts of those on stage back to reality. Time was indeed drawing near. Su Jingfeng adjusted his tie and said, "Let us go." Not to mention others. Even Su Yuan himself felt that this match had been won with alarming ease. Had it not been for the type, species, and various advantages that the key ring Pokémon held over Ralts, he was confident he could have concluded the battle in under half a minute. If the damage had been sufficiently high, Ralts could have used hypnosis from the very start, taking advantage of Prankster and the element of surprise to put the opponent to sleep before they had the slightest chance to react. He believed he could have accomplished that. The reason he refrained from initiating in such a manner was partly due to insufficient damage, and partly due to the fear that the Keyring Pokémon might have already mastered the move Protect, which grants immunity to status conditions. Could it be that I am truly suited for underhanded tactics? Yuan began to doubt himself. That shouldn't be the case. With the appearance of the two gym leaders, the audience erupted into cheers once more. It was hardly surprising that the gym leaders enjoyed such popularity. Not to mention, one of them was particularly easy on the eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, the two leaders began to present awards to the contestants. "This is my Pokédex," Yuan said as he received the device from Su Zhifeng. Visually, this Pokédex bore a striking resemblance to the one from his previous life. Likewise, the champion's rewards did not end there. Miracle Seeds, Mystic Water, and Charcoal were also presented to Yuan. Originally, he had intended to use these items to facilitate the evolution of his pseudomantis Pokémon. Yuan chuckled wryly. Plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. However, even if the pseudomantis evolved, it did not mean these items would lose their usefulness. Simply having a Pokémon carry a Miracle Seed would significantly enhance the power of its Grass-type moves, which was incredibly practical. They could also serve as fine ingredients. Yuan did not forget his long-cherished desire for a Alolan-style curry rice. Speaking of which, he suddenly felt a craving for the taste of Gigantamax Shrimish soup. Ah, finally, I can have a proper rest. Upon returning home, Yuan collapsed onto the sofa, declaring himself utterly exhausted. I must sleep until 1 or 2 in the afternoon tomorrow. After placing the 3 reward items on the table, the Pokeballs at his waist began to shake slightly. Yuan understood and promptly pressed the buttons on the Sweet Ball and Healing Ball, resulting in a flash of light that revealed the figures of Lantern and Ralts in the living room. "This is for you." Grasping the Miracle Seed, Yuan approached Lantern. After all, these items were initially meant for it. Designed for convenience, the organizers had crafted the Miracle Seed in a necklace style. Yuan slipped it around Lantern's neck and secured it. Shoo! Lantern gazed curiously at the Miracle Seed, the aura emanating from it bringing a sense of comfort and slightly enhancing its inner strength. A gentle breeze swept through the room, filling the air with a delicate orchid fragrance. The 2 pairs of wing-like leaves on Lantern's back swayed gently, revealing its inner joy. Shoo! As long as you like it. Yuan smiled and turned his attention to Ralts. Ralts looked expectantly at him, eager for a reward of its own. This posed a bit of a dilemma. Yuan rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "I'm sorry," but he opted for honesty, feeling firm in his resolve. "The remaining 2 items are not suitable for you." Like a balloon that had suddenly deflated, Ralts lowered its head, displaying a hint of disappointment. But it was all right. Before he could finish his thought, Yuan scooped up Ralts and gently patted its blue hair. "Tomorrow, we will go to the Pokémon Center and pick out an item you like." How does that sound? The deflated balloon instantly regained its air, and through Ralts' blue hair, Yuan could clearly see the joy sparkling in its eyes. "To make amends, let us have a nice meal today." Yuan picked up his phone and opened a food delivery app. Since they were going to indulge, he couldn't rely on his culinary skills. He ordered the Pock Block meal set, berry salad, a nutritious drink, and his favorite charcoal grilled green onion duck along with half a roasted woolly lamb. Suddenly, Ralts, exuding a cheerful demeanor, teleported onto Yuan's shoulder and planted a kiss on him. Yuan was taken aback. Am I being teased by my Pokémon? It reminded him of the time when he was unexpectedly kissed by the pseudomantis Pokémon. Truly, being a trainer is the best. Ralts' small red horns glimmered as it realized that its current mood bore an astonishing resemblance to the previously incomprehensible emotions it had felt. Shoo! Lantern felt as though it had lost once more. How is it that I have never kissed my trainer yet? I want to flutter. Oh, how adorable. I'm sorry. I completely forgot to express my gratitude for the donations. I am truly sorry. My heartfelt thanks to the book friend 20200119131614995 and Luo E for the 300 coins. And to those who found my avatar unsettling for the 100 coins. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 67. Is Lapras the god of scraping? 2 hours later, Lantern and Ralts were eagerly positioned in front of the television, ready to relive the latest episode of Zeta that had aired yesterday morning. Completely relaxed, Yuan opened his computer, preparing to start a live stream. Although this match had appeared somewhat simple, it was perhaps even more challenging than playing a game. Nevertheless, it was his first official Pokémon battle, and to say he was not nervous would be a lie. Have you all eaten today? After entering the title for the live stream, Yuan began broadcasting. As soon as the game launched, viewers began sending gifts, eagerly awaiting their meal. Thank you, Teacher Router, for the egg fried rice. No planes were gifted today. The speed of his viewers remained consistently swift. After expressing his gratitude, Su Yuan replied, I didn't have egg fried rice today. I had roast duck. Egg fried rice. Did I ultimately make a wrong investment? Teacher Router. Why have you abandoned egg fried rice? Su Yuan read the barrage of comments while opening the team editor. Because I have a new cute one now. Whoa. The screen is filled with a flurry of comments, highlighting the new adorable characters, emphasizing their importance for the upcoming test. Is the host present? Why has today's meal been exchanged for Katie dog food? Teacher Lu has once again introduced adorable characters. I've experienced heartbreak and am grateful for the kind-hearted fans who have taken me in. How can I find the incredibly popular gift offered by the adorable characters? Touching her chin, Su Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, I am unsure. Without further ado, let us dive directly into ranked matches. Recently, many have messaged me, expressing that battling in the world arena is exceedingly challenging, particularly with Gigantamax Pokémon and the timing required for execution, as some strategies are difficult to grasp. Thus today, I shall impart a strategy from the Galar region. After configuring her Pokémon team in the battle editor, Su Yuan entered the Galar region's ranked matches. During the matchmaking phase, she shared her team's composition on the public screen. What sort of lineup is this? The majority of viewers expressed their confusion regarding this arrangement. Is there a psychic type Meowth? Is the fairy type not appealing anymore? Why is it yet another Trick Room team? The weakness policy Bronzong is here. To be honest, aside from assisting in setting up the Trick Room, what else can it do? It seems utterly useless. Recently, the Trick Room teams she used in her streams have indeed been rather numerous. However, to clarify, it's not entirely about the Trick Room. Su Yuan explained. The primary strategy of this lineup is not solely reliant on the Trick Room, but rather on the synergy between Psychic Meowth and the contrarian ability of Octillery to achieve stable initial boosts. However, it is crucial to note that the core of this team is not Octillery, but Bronzong. Soon, you shall see just how formidable this team truly is. Realizing she had let slip a secret, Su Yuan quickly corrected herself. Nevertheless, the viewers displayed knowing expressions, eagerly unpacking their takeout to enjoy alongside the stream. This lineup seems somewhat familiar. After the match concluded, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her opponent's lineup. Wasn't this the same composition she had used in her previous streams? Lapras, Florges, Galvantula, and Amoonguss clearly indicated a weakness policy-oriented Lapras, following a Trick Room strategy. Oh my, the opponent is indeed adorable. The 90 seconds of decision-making time swiftly elapsed, and the viewers in the live chat were momentarily stunned by the opposing alliance card. Could this be one of Teacher Lu's female fans? Moments later, a comment floated by. Teacher Lu is live streaming while defeating a female fan? Woohoo, I'm flying high. As the match commenced, the adorable character's opening lineup predictably featured Lapras alongside Florges. Lapras' speed is not on par with Octillery and Psychic Meowth, so I suspect the opponent wishes to establish a Trick Room to gain the upper hand. While their attempt to set up a Trick Room is inconsequential to us, it would indeed be amusing to disrupt their plans. Su Yuan selected Octillery's Trick Room, intending to execute a counter Trick Room strategy. The Aurora Veil, should they initiate it? I want to mind, however, I must lay the groundwork. Thus, we will proceed with this strategy. Whoosh. The scene shifted, and in an instant, Lapras completed its Gigantamax transformation. Enveloped in ice blue notes, appearing majestic, the first round officially commenced. Even without triggering the mischievous heart ability, Psychic Meowth remained the fastest Pokémon on the field. With tear-filled eyes, Psychic Meowth executed the fake cry move towards Octillery. One could say it was heart-wrenching for the listeners and tear-inducing for the spectators. Consequently, Octillery's special defense increased by 2 stages. Octillery, I'm as tough as iron. You didn't see this coming, did you? A massive ice rock materialized in the sky, crashing down towards Psychic Meowth. Regrettably, the unboosted Lapras could not eliminate Psychic Meowth in one hit, barely managing to whittle down its health by half. However, this was also attributable to Su Yuan's meticulous training efforts. Following this, both Florges and Octillery emitted wondrous waves of light, attempting to cover the battlefield. The 2 waves collided at the center of the field, dissipating thereafter. Utilizing Trick Room to negate Trick Room is a common counter strategy. In the second round, 2 strategies emerged. One involved sacrificing Psychic Meowth to grant Octillery its final boost, while the other involved the current scenario. After being countered in the Trick Room, most opponents typically refrain from immediately re-establishing it. Additionally, with the protection from Aurora Veil, the opponent wouldn't be particularly apprehensive, so she would likely prioritize triggering Lapras' weakness policy to enhance her offensive capabilities. As Su Yuan elucidated, Florges executed its Giga Drain, successfully activating Lapras' weakness policy. Lapras let out a triumphant cry, feeling the surge of power within, its lively eyes glinting with coldness. This turn, I shall eliminate you. In a certain part of Huaxia, a remarkably cute girl lounged on her bed, incredulously gazing at the screen in her hand. In the footage, Psychic Meowth harnessed its psychic abilities, causing the space to distort, and in the next moment, it had already swapped positions with Octillery. Teacher Lu. Didn't you claim you never utilized position swapping? The viewers in the live chat exclaimed in unison, "That's dirty, dirty, dirty." Teacher Lu replied, "I ultimately cannot resist the allure of position swapping. It captivates me. To be frank, this isn't humanly possible. Since she chose to trigger the weakness policy herself, there was nothing to fear." Octillery unleashed its immense tentacles, capable of easily tearing apart prey of the same size, wildly attacking Lapras. The sheer brutality of this display was a testament to raw power. Previously avoiding brute force was primarily due to the fear of failing to take down the Gigantamax Lapras and inadvertently triggering its weakness policy while risking my Psychic Meowth being knocked out. Such a scenario could also lead to Florges potentially finishing it off with its prior healing ability. However, now there was no cause for concern. With the special attack boosted by 2 stages and Octillery's special defense increased by 2 stages, it could withstand any attacks. Whether to swap or not was now a dilemma for her. It was time to reap the rewards of my earlier strategies. Psychic Meowth continued to enhance Octillery's special defense, raising it by 4 stages. What does that even imply? Even Arceus would struggle against it. What skill is this? As Octillery's move illuminated, the viewers in the live stream were left bewildered. Whoa, there is such a dirty skill. Not understanding was of no consequence. As the game Pokémon provides system prompts, this was a change-type move. Upon hitting Lapras, its stat changes were completely reversed. The 2-stage attack boost instantly turned into a 2-stage decrease. The G-Max Aurora Veil struck Octillery again, causing trivial damage. I can't believe this. A viewer exclaimed, "Lapras truly is the god of scraping?" Additionally, heartfelt thanks to Chinmadong for the generous 5,000 coins donation. Gratitude to the benevolent contributions from Jingjia and Woody, who donated 100 coins. The boss is magnanimous. Chapter 68. Now, Bronzong's physical attack has reached an astonishing 13,000 points. Is there truly a way to play like this? The adorable character is in a frenzy. Unable to accept defeat gracefully, can I at least avoid such an embarrassing loss? Although it may appear somewhat unrefined. Any player matched with Su Yuan must possess at least the skills of a top 3,000 master. The adorable inner thoughts of Su Yuan remain undisclosed to us. In the live stream, she is animatedly discussing her strategy. I surmise that she intends to substitute Lapras this round. Let me ponder. What Pokémon can she place in the back to counter mine? Shield Mushroom is one, and the Alolan form of Galarian Farfetch'd also fits the bill. If that is indeed the case, then this round will undoubtedly open up a space for healing. Let us enhance our power one last time. After finalizing her skill selection, Su Yuan exclaimed, "Cuddle, then use Hammer Arm." There was virtually no pressure. Su Yuan was well aware of her team's strengths and weaknesses. Without provocation, it was nearly impossible for a team that leaned towards defense to confront her head-on. Aside from provocation and brute force, there were no other options. After receiving the cuddle from the Psychic Meowth, the Octillery, now with a 2-level boost in attack, emanated an aura of invincibility, swinging its massive tentacles to strike the healing Galarian Farfetch'd nearby. The Galarian Farfetch'd, recently sent out to replace Lapras, stared in bewilderment at the inappropriate scene unfolding before it. What on earth is happening? The audience gasped, feeling an odd tension in the air, even though these 2 Pokémon were not human. If the target of the tentacle was a Shenado, wouldn't that be a certain defeat for Teacher Rowe? Brothers, I want to see this. The healing Galarian Farfetch'd thought. No. If this attack continues, I want to be able to withstand it. To say it couldn't withstand it was a slight exaggeration. The Octillery, satisfied with its performance, retracted its tentacles. Its objectives had been fulfilled. Both attack and defense levels rose by 1. Its stats were now gloriously enhanced. Physical attack increased by 4 levels. Physical defense increased by 2 levels. Special defense increased by 4 levels. Who can stand against me? The healing Galarian Farfetch'd gasped for breath. After being tossed around by the giant tentacles, the aura that had once enveloped it fell away like torn clothing. Thankfully, it had the aura to help withstand the assault. Otherwise, it would have been finished off by the Octillery. Now, the girl's eyes reflected the intricate patterns of the illusion space covering the battlefield, and she thought to herself, now is my moment to shine. What does a 2-level increase in physical defense matter? The Galarian Farfetch'd can easily take down an Octillery with slightly more than half health. After executing her strategy, the girl confidently gazed at the screen. As a fan of Teacher Rowe, she had always dreamed of battling against him. If she could miraculously win, it would be splendid. Suddenly, her fantasies were ruthlessly shattered. I forgot that Psychic Meowth also had a cuddle skill. The Galarian Farfetch'd, raising its arm and swinging a large bone towards the Octillery, failed to deliver a fatal blow due to the drop in the Octillery's physical attack. It was so close. The girl, unwilling to accept defeat, watched as the Octillery, with barely a sliver of health left, consumed the held citrus berry, recovering a third of its health. Now comes the core of this tactic, Yuan declared, explaining alongside the game's animations. This power is a bond. Someone will inherit it and once again dominate the match. Here comes the Bronzer. This is my final wave. The baton has been passed. As the Octillery and Bronzer intertwined, the stat changes belonging to the Octillery were entirely inherited by the Bronzer. With its maximum speed, what can you compete with me in this space? Just as the words left her mouth, the Bronzer had barely entered the field when Psychic Meowth lunged at it. Ding! A familiar sound resonated, causing the audience's expressions to shift. The Bronzer activated its weakness policy? Some viewers even struggled to type. As the Bronzer's physical attack had risen by 6 levels, coupled with its enhanced physical and special defenses, it was hard to fathom who could possibly subdue this Bronzer. Boom. Under the illusion space, the maximum speed Bronzer possessed superior initiative over Galarian Farfetch'd. It floated in the air, swaying, before crashing down towards the ground. Now, Yuan bellowed. The Bronzer's physical attack has reached an astonishing 13,000 points. The ground shattered, and from the cracks emerged numerous stone pillars, launching indiscriminate attacks on the other 3 Pokémon on the battlefield. Whoosh! Red beams shot from 3 Pokeballs, recalling the incapacitated Pokémon back into their spheres. This is the terrifying aspect of the baton-passing Bronzer. Without hesitation, Yuan quickly threw out the prepared Palkia. Although this tactic is applicable in reality, she was excited yet reminded her viewers, I'm merely illustrating the power of Bronzer. In real life, you should at least recall your Pokémon before executing such commands. The Infernape and Shield Mushroom glanced over, but Yuan remained unfazed, with Palkia targeting me directly. As for the Bronzer, if it gets hit by an earthquake, that would be the end. With a 6-level increase in physical attack, she could hardly imagine which Pokémon could withstand it. Excluding flying types, Palkia swayed, displaying an innocent yet cheeky expression, reminiscent of a mischievous child. Can this be tolerated? The Infernape remained silent, stealthily redirecting the clap attack initially aimed at Bronzer onto Palkia instead. Similarly, the Shield Mushroom's eyes flickered with annoyance as it prepared to unleash its spores upon Palkia. Hubbo! Palkia fluttered its wings and produced a pair of goggles from who knows where, adorning itself with them. Hubbo! With the dust goggles in place, the mushroom spores became ineffective against it. Palkia danced amidst the mushroom spores, emitting melodious cries. The barrage of comments surged once more. What kind of intelligent matchmaking is this? Goodness, why do I feel like this Palkia is taunting the opponent? Stop feeling, it is indeed taunting the opponent. Bang! The ground trembled, and Palkia swiftly ascended into the sky. Its role had been fulfilled. If it lingered any longer, it might share the same fate as Psychic Meowth. Mainly, I got carried away. Let us consider this a 5,000 coin tip for a bonus update. Hiki, thanks for the 100 coin tip from Kiri. I appreciate all the recent tips and recommendations from readers. Honestly, I never anticipated such a generous response. Chapter 69. I am also a female fan. One side chose to surrender. It came as no surprise to Yuan that the opponent chose to concede. The fully enhanced physical attack Bronzer was simply too terrifying. To put it bluntly, with Earthquake, the Bronzer could wipe out the entire team without any issues. If he were to face the flying type, he could utilize the other 3 skills to vanquish it. However, under normal circumstances, a physical attacker would never be assigned to the role of Bronzebell. The Swiftwind team boasts formidable Pokémon such as Blaziken, Dragapult, Conkeldurr, and Thundurus. In the realm of spatial manipulation, one can find Pokémon like Mega Tyranitar, Galvantula, and Snorlax. Not to mention the Sandstorm brothers, Dugtrio and Tyranitar, each of whom can easily overpower Bronzebell in terms of physical offense. Nevertheless, Bronzebell possesses a distinct advantage: its remarkable resistances. It has no quadruple weaknesses, is immune to poison-type attacks, and resists 9 different types, one of which it resists 4-fold. Although it has 4 vulnerabilities, its 2 abilities, Levitate and Heatproof, can mitigate one of those weaknesses. Coupled with its excellent defensive stats, its somewhat awkward HP can be effectively compensated for through Gigantamaxing. Should Octillery successfully bolster its strength and take over, Bronzebell will become an insurmountable obstacle for its adversaries. This match felt rather fluid. Yuan appeared somewhat unfulfilled, as typically it would be the Psychic-type Meowstic providing cover for Octillery. However, the roles were reversed, with Octillery now shielding Meowstic. Continuing to the next match, Yuan elucidated key points for his viewers. Octillery's enhancements must not be overly greedy and should adapt to the opposing lineup's firepower. After using approximately 2 instances of bulk up and 1 instance of fake tears or charm, one should consider switching out. Continuing to push could lead to trouble. Furthermore, upon switching to Bronze Bell, one should not engage recklessly but rather choose the Gigantamax move based on the composition of both teams. If the opponent has many physical attackers, one should opt for Gmax Steel Spike, while if there are many special attackers, Gmax Terror is advisable. If the opponent cannot harm you and your damage output is high, as long as one avoids significant blunders, the backup support can easily facilitate a team push. Gratitude was extended to the female fan who gifted an airplane after being thoroughly beaten by Teacher Lu. Yuan paused, surprised. Could it be that I truly have a female fan? Well, excluding that underclassman of mine. Wow, a female fan has approached. Surely, no one genuinely believes Teacher Lu has female fans, right? It must be a cross-dressing fan. Cross-dressing fan? Now that you've mentioned it, I'm suddenly wide awake. A sharp sword. Indeed. System notification. The cross-dressing fan wanting to duel with Lu has been muted for 1 minute. Still going on about the duel, huh? Yuan glanced at the barrage of comments and remarked, "My female fans are precious. Don't scare them away. Aren't we male fans precious too? Furious and cold. When will we male fans truly stand up? Female fan 1. Who does the person above look down upon? As long as Lu wants. I can also be a female fan? I get it now, female fan on site 1. Female fan on site 2. Why can my fans be so peculiar?" Yuan looked at the increasingly bizarre comments, filled with questions, and expressed gratitude for such unusual fans, attributing it to the host's charm, which led to 2 super hot gifts. Instantly, comments flooded the screen. Haha. Meanwhile, the adorable ones nestled in their blankets, watching the live stream, couldn't contain their laughter, continually exclaiming, "Truly, Teacher Lu is remarkable." September 14th, Monday. Without the pressure and tension of competition, Yuan enjoyed a rare afternoon of sleep. He was awakened by the alarm he had set for 1:30 p.m., still feeling quite drowsy. He lifted his hand to silence the alarm, attempting to remember how he managed to stay up late and rise early recently. After yawning, he forced himself to rise from bed and change his clothes. Once he finished his morning routine, he splashed his face with a handful of cool water. The refreshing sensation revived him considerably. "Good morning, Lantern and Loranus." Upon entering the living room, Yuan greeted them, feeling that his Pokémon's demeanor mirrored that of his viewers, both evolving in strange ways. Like most children, they seemed more captivated by television anime or tokusatsu shows than by Pokémon. Chirp. In front of the television, Loranus and Lantern happily responded before turning back to the screen. Glancing at the TV, Yuan noted they had finally switched from Zeta to Orb. However, he mused to himself that both Zeta and Orb were indeed visually appealing, and he enjoyed them. Suddenly feeling a pang of hunger, he rummaged through the fridge, retrieving the leftover lamb from yesterday, preparing to microwave it. Then he noticed a note on the table. "Are you going to the gym for training again today?" After placing the lamb in the microwave, Yuan picked up the note. Is Guang perhaps overexerting himself lately? He sighed, tucking the note away and gazing out at the clear blue sky. Such splendid weather like today seems too precious to waste. Yet, he could understand Guang's perspective. For trainers like them, the allure of a second Pokémon was hardly insignificant. Perhaps he should visit the rock gym later. Carefully, Yuan removed the heated lamb and arranged it on a plate, but before that, he needed to assist Loranus in selecting an item. Ding ding ding. He gently tapped the ceramic bowl with chopsticks. "Time to eat." Chirp. Yuan cut a small piece of lamb, wrapped it in a tortilla, and added some slightly tangy berries for flavor. The crispness of the tortilla, the aroma of the lamb, combined with the berries' tartness, created a wave of happiness with each bite. Loranus also attempted to replicate Yuan's method of eating, though after evolving into Loranus, using its large flower scythe to eat proved somewhat challenging. In truth, Loranus did not require food, as it could sustain itself solely through photosynthesis. Despite resembling a praying mantis from a past life, Loranus essentially mimicked a mantis flower. Loranus tried to use psychic powers to manipulate utensils for cutting, but was halted by Yuan. "Let me handle that." After wrapping tortillas for both Loranus and Loranus, watching them savor their meals, Yuan felt himself melting from their adorableness. His Pokémon were undeniably charming. How could their trainer resist? The answer was clear. Yuan retrieved a bottle of nutritional supplement, taking a sip. Though the exact reason remained elusive, he found that the supplement indeed helped sustain him. Suddenly, a vibrant shiny Cresselia appeared. The blue dream god was stunning. Alas, he had given his dream ball to another Pokémon. And then, he finally encountered Tapu Koko today. Thanks to the reader 2020011913131614995 for the generous donation of 1,000 coins. Apologies for not noticing the message earlier, and heartfelt thanks for the support. Chapter 70, Gifts at 3 p.m. Yuan finished watching the last episode of Orb with Loranis and Landon. Red Kai is so cool. Sitting on the sofa, Yuan tended to Loranis's wing-like leaves, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Although it still falls a bit short compared to me. The Lanmantang flower nestled closer into Yuan's embrace with a soft chirp. I really can't do anything about you. Yuan chuckled helplessly. Ever since Lanmantang evolved, it seemed to have become even more clingy. Yet, he understood that this particular Pokémon was naturally inclined to be so. While the Pokédex described Lanmantang as being very particular about maintaining its appearance, requiring meticulous care to uphold its poise, which in turn led to a deep trust in trainers who provided diligent grooming, it also implied that it would never grow close to a lazy trainer. However, if it didn't genuinely like the trainer, how could Lanmantang be inclined to allow them to care for its grooming? This was a manifestation of Lanmantang's trust and affection towards him. Thus he did not mind and willingly reciprocated. That being said, the question remained, what should I do next? Previously, he mentioned helping Lanmantang with its petal-like leaves, but in reality, Yuan had merely been observing the Ubu while gently stroking the leaves of Lanmantang. He truly had no idea how to properly care for it. Was he supposed to trim a part of it? This was Yuan's immediate reaction. Lanmantang turned its head in confusion, hesitating momentarily. Hachu? It seemed to consider this as well, realizing the absurdity of the thought. Yuan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, and suggested, how about I water you first? Hachu? Lanmantang tilted its head, appearing quite adorable. Are you serious? For some reason, Yuan felt he could decipher Lanmantang's thoughts. Was that the case? He promptly replied. Chirp? Shaking its body, Lanmantang reluctantly emerged from Yuan's embrace. I'm not really a plant. Pouting, Lanmantang transformed into a red light and burrowed into the sweet ball. I'm not happy. Inside the sweet ball, Lanmantang muttered to itself. I want to come out all day. A whole day seems a bit excessive. How about an hour? If the trainer wishes, I could even wait for 10 minutes. Then, through the sweet ball, Lanmantang heard Yuan's voice. Did I do something wrong? Yuan felt a bit puzzled, as the methods for caring for grass-type Pokémon should be universally applicable. At least watering was effective for a walking grass Pokémon. Whatever. He decided to set aside the matter of grooming Lanmantang for later, as he had promised to consult a dedicated breeder for advice. Especially since he had made a commitment to Ralts yesterday. First, let's head to the Pokémon Center to select some items, he said, fastening the sweet ball to his waist while addressing Ralts. It's probably best to ignore it for now. The security in Magic City was indeed commendable. No. Not just Magic City, the safety across all of China was quite impressive. Therefore, even while venturing out with a shiny Pokémon, Yuan felt no concern for his or his Pokémon's safety, at least during his years residing in Magic City. He had never heard of any incidents of Pokémon theft or robbery. Ralts perched on Yuan's shoulder, gently grasping his earlobe with its tiny hands, its eyes sparkling beneath its blue hair. Speaking of which, this was likely Yuan's first time taking Ralts out for a stroll. Previously, Ralts had been somewhat timid, always hiding in its healing ball whenever they visited the Pokémon Club, refusing to come out. Occasionally taking a walk like this was quite nice, wasn't he it? Ralts nodded, reflecting on how its world had previously been confined to the nurturing house. If Ralts turned to glance at Yuan, to be honest, it still felt a bit fearful of the outside world. Alone, it felt utterly helpless. However, with the trainer by its side, it felt emboldened, ready to face anything without fear, even if it was merely to reciprocate the trainer's feelings. The Pokémon Center was not too far from Yuan's home. Accompanying Ralts, they meandered along the way for about 20 minutes before arriving at the center. Yuan was quite the regular at the Pokémon Center. However, unlike others who frequently visited primarily for healing their Pokémon, he often came to purchase berries and various commonly used items. Although regular battles typically did not harm Pokémon, there were instances where some trainers could be reckless or where Pokémon might take powerful moves when exhausted. In such cases, prompt treatment at the Pokémon Center was essential. Yuan excelled more at countering than taking hits. He was already well acquainted with the location of the friendly shop. Do not be misled by the name friendly shop, as it resembles a convenience store from a previous life. Aside from rare items sold at the front desk, common items like berries and moo milk were displayed on shelves like in a large supermarket. Yuan quickly bypassed the fresh produce section, headed into the berry area to grab some orange berries and apricot berries, and then finally arrived at the item sales area with Ralts in tow. While orange berries might not be the most potent in battles, in everyday life, they were the most cost-effective choice among berries, both in terms of flavor and health recovery. How about it? Do you see anything you like? Yuan gently inquired, pausing at each item for a moment. Ralts hesitated, shaking its head uncertainly. Gazing at the items on the shelf, Ralts fell into contemplation. Aside from the beautiful feather that caught its attention, it found little else to be particularly fond of. Would this make the trainer think of it as picky? This was what made Ralts feel most anxious. It's perfectly fine, Yuan comforted softly, likely sensing Ralts' thoughts. Choose what you like. With a whimper, Ralts nodded. Indeed. It still cherished the trainer above all. After wandering around half the area, Ralts' eyes lit up. It pointed excitedly at a white scarf-like item in front of it. A silk scarf? Yuan glanced at it, realizing that an item that boosts normal-type moves was clearly not suitable for Ralts. Nevertheless, he decided, let us go with that. Yuan carefully took it down. Since Ralts liked it, what did it matter if it wasn't a perfect fit? Unlike charcoal or a mysterious water droplet. Even if it wouldn't be used in battle, as a daily accessory, there was nothing wrong with it. I'm sorry. I will reflect on this. Starting tomorrow, I will strive to offer 2 updates. I count on everyone for next week's recommended results. Lastly, daily gratitude for donations. Thanks to bookfriend161023202953553 for the 200 coins, and to Jihi for the 300 coins. Chapter 71. The Rock Gym. The Rock Gym, alongside another psychic gym, is situated in the heart of the magical city. As one of the city's iconic structures, the Rock Gym stands out with its opulent and eye-catching design, even more impressive than what one might see on television. Yuan gazed up at the prominent rock emblem etched onto the building and remarked on its deep gray architectural style, which evokes the resilience of rock-type Pokémon. During his previous studies in the magical city, Yuan had the opportunity to train at the gym had he possessed a starter Pokémon. To embark on a journey to the gym for training is a dream cherished by countless Pokémon trainers, while direct tutelage from the gym leader is not guaranteed. The rapid enhancement of one's skills is undoubtedly swifter than in external environments, provided one is willing to put in the effort. Fortuitously, trainers who train at the gym may also acquire exclusive techniques unique to that establishment. As he contemplated sending his Lan Tenhua to challenge the Rock Gym, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. However, he quickly dismissed it, realizing the impracticality of such a notion. If confronted by Pokémon like Geodude or Onix, he would stand a decent chance, but against formidable foes like Magcargo or the even more ferocious Aerodactyl, he might find himself spending a night at the Pokémon Center. Of course, his apprehension about facing disadvantageous matchups was not his only concern. Unfortunately, not every trainer can challenge the gym leader at will. Before facing the leader, challengers must first defeat 3 trainers within the gym. These might be disciples of the gym or fellow trainers seeking to enhance their skills, and some may even be trainees personally mentored by the gym leader. The matches are conducted under a 2-on-2 format. And if a gym trainer has fewer than 2 Pokémon, they may borrow Pokémon from the gym for battles. This is one of the reasons so many aspire to train at the gym. Engaging in these battles earlier than others and becoming accustomed to the 2-on-2 format and borrowing Pokémon undoubtedly proves advantageous for future gym challenges. Bulbasaur, use Seed Bomb. Onix, dodge quickly. The gym is divided into numerous areas designated for daily battle training. Yuan glanced around and quickly discerned the outcome of the ongoing match. Onix's hands sparked as they rubbed together in the air. If he wasn't mistaken, it was likely using Flame Punch. Counter with Flame Punch. Indeed, after evading the attack, the trainer commanding Onix continued to pursue, landing a super effective Flame Punch on Bulbasaur, causing flames to engulf it. By the time the fire subsided, Bulbasaur had already lost its fighting capability. Silently observing the battle, Yuan nodded, mentally noting the event. After all, as a Rock Gym Pokémon, even a creature like Onix, which is 4 times weak to Grass-type moves, would be expected to possess 1 or 2 counter techniques. Continuing onward, he arrived at the entrance to the 2nd floor. This level is specifically allocated for training gym trainers. Although the top-tier facilities might not differ greatly from those of the Pokémon Club, the standard setup in the gym undoubtedly surpasses that of the club, and the fees are comparatively lower. However, the training rooms in the gym are exclusively available for gym trainers. Where did Xiao Guang say she was training? Rummaging through his coat pocket, Yuan found the note Xiao Guang had left him that morning. Oh, room 202. As he sought the location of room 202 with Ralts, he mused, could I also aspire to become a gym trainer? For him, becoming a gym trainer is not a daunting task. Moreover, given that it is a rock gym, the challenge is even simpler. Much like the prior challenge against the gym leader, to become a gym trainer, one must secure 3 consecutive victories in 1-on-1 matches within the gym. After each match, there is a 10-minute break. Overall, it seems rather straightforward. However, one must note that the Pokémon used to challenge the gym trainers must also be present when facing the gym leader. Poplio, use Water Gun to knock it down. Before reaching room 202, Su Yuan heard Xiao Guang's voice resonating from the second-floor battle area. However, a question mark floated above his head as he wondered. This Poplio can't possibly be a magical creation, can it? Of course, this was merely jest. After all, reality is not a game. To learn Water Gun at the initial stage is indeed extraordinary for a Poplio. Su Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips, finding it rather absurd. Ultimately, he could only think that Xiao Guang's Poplio was exceptionally gifted, truly befitting of a penguin. Poplio. Poplio opened its yellow beak and unleashed a torrent of water, shooting forth like a geyser towards the battlefield. Boom. The massive body of Onix was sent flying by the water gun, crashing down onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. This dust was quickly drenched by the water, returning to the arena, while a few splashes formed mist that dampened the air. Onix is unable to battle. It was apparent that a Pokémon that is 4 times weak to water-type attacks like Onix would not withstand such an assault. Following the sound, Su Yuan quickly pinpointed Xiao Guang's location. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the figure beside her. With her beige long ponytail, pure white dress, and red backpack, he could already ascertain her identity without seeing her face. Liyai? Su Yuan wondered, perplexed by her presence. According to Lilai herself, she should be assisting Professor Kokui. Could it be that she, like him, enjoys slacking off? Are you alright, Xiao Guang? After the match concluded, Lilai hurried to Xiao Guang's side, inquiring with concern. Saying this, she unzipped her backpack and retrieved a full restore. Use this to help Poplio regain some energy. Don't worry, Xiao Guang replied, refusing the full restore. I can fully recover with just a few orange berries. You don't need to be so anxious. Throughout the battle, Onix had inflicted minimal damage on her Pokémon. However, Xiao Guang glanced at Onix, then at Lilai, and remarked, perhaps they might need that full restore? Following Xiao Guang's gaze, Lilai found herself confronted by Onix's fearsome visage. Yada. Lilai quickly shook her head, revealing a tinge of fear towards such a non-cute Pokémon. Poplio is much cuter. Still, I wouldn't mind having Hikaru throughout. By the way, let me give a shout out to today's Zeta. It was absolutely fantastic. Thank you immensely for the generous 100-point reward. It was truly unexpected. Chapter 72. Is Professor Kukui challenging the gym? While it must be acknowledged that the round and adorable Poplio possesses a certain charm over the formidable Onix, witnessing such a fearful expression from Poplio in front of both Onix and its trainer is rather disheartening. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan approached to greet them. Good morning, Xiao Guang, Lily. As soon as he spoke, Su Yuan realized something amiss. It would be more appropriate to add a respectful title when addressing someone he had only just met. According to the narrative, Lily is actually German. Yet she was created by a Japanese company. Who knows if she might carry some elements of Japanese culture? Oh no, you can just call me by my name. Lily scratched her cheek, a bit hesitant. Then what about Mr. Su Yuan? Yes, I apologize. Sensing the awkwardness, a blush quickly crept onto Lily's face. It seemed that directly addressing him by name was still a bit challenging. Su Yuan nodded knowingly. It's almost 5 o'clock. Hardly early, he remarked. Upon hearing Su Yuan's voice, Xiao Guang's face lit up with delight, but as she heard her name being called, her expression gradually returned to calm. Turning around, Xiao Guang said with a hint of annoyance, Didn't I tell you not to add a little word before my name? She mumbled softly. Who is small? Where am I small? Su Yuan silently retorted in his heart, then discreetly compared her to Lily standing beside him. Indeed, she was incomparable. After all, with Lizaman's stature, it was only natural that her daughter, Lily, would inherit some of that presence. Of course, such thoughts were confined to Su Yuan's mind. Uttering them aloud could very well result in a kick of 1,000,000 tons from Xiao Guang. Despite being an ordinary girl with little combat prowess, one could never be too certain. After all, she is Hikari. Thus, Su Yuan chose to respond, but Lily just called you Xiao Guang. He glanced at Lily. And don't you think Xiao Guang sounds cuter? But before he could finish, Xiao Guang's face flushed faster than Lily's. And Su Yuan could almost hear the steam hissing. CCCC cute? To mask her embarrassment, Xiao Guang turned away and said nonchalantly, if you like it, then go ahead. However, her reddened ears betrayed her, emitting a faint mist. Is your trait a steam engine? Su Yuan speculated. On his shoulder, Ralts glared sharply. This feeling compelled it to cling tightly to Su Yuan. The trainer belongs to it. It would never yield. Ralts was resolute. By the way, how did you two end up together? Su Yuan inquired. If Lily were a Pokémon trainer, it would make sense, but her presence in the gym, despite her lingering fear of Pokémon, was indeed puzzling. On the subject, Xiao Guang's emotions settled slightly as she replied, We were just about to look for you. Look for me? Yes. Xiao Guang nodded and continued, Do you remember the Professor Kukui we spoke of last time? Su Yuan nodded, acknowledging the memory. Anyone who has played the 7th generation Pokémon game would be familiar with Professor Kukui. Today, Professor Kukui is challenging the Rock Gym leader, Xiao Guang exclaimed. Unlike the usual gym challenges, this is a comprehensive 66 match according to the World League rules. Well, Su Yuan was taken aback. But what does that have to do with me? Despite his astonishment, Su Yuan couldn't quite grasp the significance of this match to him. Even if he wished to witness it firsthand, if the match were public, news would have circulated long before, with tickets on sale. After all, they need to make a profit. However, if it were a private challenge, generally, spectators were not permitted. Actually, this is something Professor Kukui asked us. At that moment, Lily interjected, although your parents have also asked the professor to look out for you. It seems he has high hopes for you as well. That's why he invited you to observe the match. According to the professor, this match should be quite beneficial for you. At her words, Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback. I don't think I've met Professor Kukui, have I? He pondered. However, being allowed to observe was indeed a significant favor. Private challenge matches typically offered a higher caliber of competition compared to public ones. After all, in a public challenge, to please the audience, there would inevitably be some theatrical elements involved. The moves might appear grand, and the spectacle might be stunning, yet they often deviated from battle logic. When he meets Professor Kukui later, he must express his gratitude sincerely. Su Yuan rubbed his nose and smiled. What he currently lacks is an understanding of high-level Pokémon battles in reality. This deficiency might not manifest when Pokémon are weak in the early stages. But as they grow, their shortcomings become more pronounced. It's feasible for him to read 4 moves, perhaps even 7 or 8. But what about 15 or 20 moves? Su Yuan lacked the confidence for that, as he had not reached that echelon. Therefore, his goal must be to integrate the tactical concepts from his previous life as Pokémon battles into reality, striving to enhance his command and reading skills. The most effective method is undoubtedly to observe and practice extensively. Although there are many battle videos online, few possess true skill. Yet, the fact that Professor Kukui has come to Huaxia to challenge the gym is quite amusing, Su Yuan remarked jokingly. Surely he isn't thinking about challenging all the attribute gyms in Huaxia, is he? To his surprise, Lily nodded and said, he likely has that in mind. I overheard that the professor's dream is to establish the first league competition in the Alola region, and to achieve that goal, he chose to come to Huaxia for further studies. Shifting her tone, Lily added uncertainly, but I'm not sure if that's true. Perhaps I misheard. The group engaged in casual conversation. Didn't they say the match starts at 6? There's still some time, so why not grab a bite first? Su Yuan suggested. Glancing at the time, Lily, would you like to join us? Lily was taken aback. Is that really okay? Su Yuan nodded affirmatively. Lily did not refuse. Then, I shall humbly accept. This left Su Yuan momentarily stunned. He hadn't noticed before, but Lily's Chinese had improved significantly in just a week. She was even using idioms now. Lily was somewhat curious about Su Yuan. She was well aware of his victory. When she heard that Su Yuan commanded Ralts to defeat the Key Ring Pokémon and win the championship in the finals, she was utterly astonished. Such matters, even for the esteemed elder brother, seem implausible, mused Lilia, as a sense of mystery enveloped Su Yuan in her mind. Recalling her stay at Su Yuan's parents' home, she pondered the words his mother had shared about him, leading her to a flicker of doubt. Could he truly be more formidable than her elder brother? Yet, she swiftly dismissed the notion. Surely, that could not be the case. After all, he had only recently embarked on his journey as a trainer. Chapter 73. The Kukui Rock Gym. After dinner, Su Yuan and Xiao Guang followed Lilia to the spectator area of the battle arena. Due to the private nature of the challenge, the expansive seating area was occupied solely by the 3 of them. The arena's protective measures, crafted according to league standards, were robust, allowing them to choose a spot with an unobstructed view to witness the match up close. Hey, Su Yuan, who do you think will win this match? Xiao Guang inquired, curiously scanning the arena. Even if you ask me, I wouldn't have a clue, Su Yuan replied with a wry smile. You should probably ask Lilia. At least she has a better grasp of their strengths. Not to mention, he was entirely unaware of the composition of Professor Kukui's main team, rendering him incapable of predicting the outcome. However, one thing he was certain of was that within Professor Kukui's main Pokémon, the most formidable one would undoubtedly be that particular creature. Me? Lilia exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise before she flusteredly replied, No, how could I possibly know? But then, her tone shifted, becoming serene as she gently stated, deep down, I do hope the professor emerges victorious. A glimmer of nostalgia danced in her gaze. Although she had not spent much time with Professor Kukui, she could sense the dedication and effort he had invested in Alola. Completing the establishment of the Alola First Generation League was no trivial endeavor. The initial step was to conduct research on Pokémon moves. Only after publishing his findings could he garner global attention and take the first step towards building the Alola League. On her first day as an assistant to Su Yuan's parents, she accompanied them to Professor Kukui's home. Bang! As she watched Professor Kukui being flung from the room by a falling rock dislodged by a rockruff, Lilia was left incredulous. Had the Pokémon lost control? Though the likelihood seemed slim, the scene before her prompted such thoughts. Don't mind it, Su Yuan's mother reassured, patting Lilia on the shoulder. This is quite common. He's merely experiencing the power of Pokémon moves firsthand. He is indeed a peculiar individual, Lu Qingyuan contemplated for a moment before adding. But one to be admired as well. Thus, when it comes to research and understanding of Pokémon moves, particularly the more powerful techniques, no one in the world can surpass Professor Kukui. As the reminiscence faded from her expression, Lilia raised her head, resolute in her declaration. The research in the Alola region is nearing completion. Advancing to Huaxia for further studies is the next step. One could not help but notice that even someone as seemingly timid as Lilia now radiated brilliance. Therefore, I sincerely hope Professor Kukui can successfully complete his challenge. That is my wish. Su Yuan smiled. Let us hope so. Following the characterizations from the previous game, he found himself favoring the seemingly carefree professor over the others. Except for the young female professor, of course. However, one must not underestimate the prowess of the gym leader here. While it may appear that some gym leaders are overpowered by challengers during battles, this merely follows the rules of trainer gym challenges, without a certain level of restraint. The majority of trainers in this world would struggle to conquer even the first gym. This was evidenced by the fact that after 6 gym challenges, a significant number of trainers found themselves thwarted at the 7th and 8th gyms. While they conversed, Professor Kukui and Su Jinfeng made their entrance through the competition tunnel. Upon spotting Su Yuan and his companions, Kukui grinned widely and waved, a gesture devoid of pretense, as a greeting. Su Jinfeng also turned to acknowledge them with a nod. Both Xiaoguang and Su Yuan were trainers he held in high regard. However, as a gym leader, he had to maintain a semblance of authority. Su Jinfeng mused to himself, perhaps I am one of the last few gym leaders in Huaxia who still command some respect? Some gym leaders are just too reckless, neglecting their responsibilities to fish, catch bugs, and even pursue stardom. Such leaders owe an apology to the nation. Upon receiving greetings from Professor Kukui and Su Jinfeng, Su Yuan promptly stood and bowed in return. Xiaoguang and Lilia followed suit. Regardless of their status as trainers or hierarchy, they were deserving of such respect. Shall we begin? Su Jinfeng retrieved a prepared Pokeball, stating, this match should have commenced earlier, but it was delayed due to a recent small-scale competition. Well then. Kukui adjusted his cap and grinned. We can't keep everyone waiting too long. With his other hand, he had unknowingly placed it at his waist. Let the battle commence. There was no referee, no broadcast announcements. Yet, it felt as though everyone present heard the signal. Go. Professor Kukui threw forth his ace Pokemon. Incineroar. Roar. The familiar roar of Incineroar echoed throughout the arena. I'm counting on you, Tyranitar. Su Jinfeng also unleashed his ace Pokemon. Tyranitar, the armored Pokemon, resembling Godzilla, materialized on the field. Its spine-chilling roar summoned a sandstorm that swept across the arena, without the need for excessive communication. The bond between Kukui and his Incineroar was such that a mere glance sufficed for mutual understanding, like a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey. Incineroar charged at Tyranitar with astonishing speed. The audience, shielded by protective barriers, remained unaffected by the sandstorm. Is that a fake-out? Su Yuan wondered. Though given the explosive speed of Incineroar, it certainly seemed to be the case. Su Jinfeng, too, refrained from issuing commands. They had experienced the opening of fake-out numerous times. Words were unnecessary, for Tyranitar instinctively knew how to respond. Ding! A pale green barrier materialized in front of Tyranitar. It's Protect, Su Yuan realized, but it was not merely that simple. After casting Protect, Tyranitar surged forward, charging at Incineroar without hesitation. Upon its form, an unparalleled aura radiates. The sheer brute force. Should this strike connect, the fiery roaring tiger would almost certainly lose its capacity to battle on the spot. Fortunately, as the fiery roaring tiger successfully countered the surprise attack, it utilized the barrier created by the defense to strike against it, propelling itself away from the vicinity of Bankairas with the force of the rebound. Roar! In its backward flight, the fiery roaring tiger's intimidation ability activated, casting a menacing challenge. The successive state debuffs diminished Bankaira's momentum significantly. Dr. Kukui, having anticipated this moment, swiftly dashed to the edge of the arena, recalling the fiery roaring tiger into its Pokeball while simultaneously releasing a new Pokemon. As the Pokeball blossomed in the air, Lucario's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Close combat. The intent was to vividly portray this match. In my conceptualization, Pokemon, upon mastering their abilities, can unleash them freely according to their will. There are no restrictions on skills. They may be as imaginative as one desires, even drawing inspiration from special episodes where skills can be prepared within the Pokeball. Additionally, I made slight alterations to some Pokémon abilities belonging to Kukui. That is essentially all I wanted to convey. Good night, everyone. Chapter 74, Terrifying Indeed. Halt, Bankiris. Faced with Lucario, who abandoned defense to charge directly into the enemy's attack, Su Jingfeng opted for defense. Bankiris, already exceedingly fearful of fighting-type moves, had just experienced a significant decrease in attack power due to Kukui's fiery roaring tiger. Unable to contend or withstand, defense was its only recourse. With a rustle, Bankiris halted sideways, using its considerable weight to come to an abrupt stop, its right foot scraping against the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Despite its heavy, tank-like appearance, Bankiris possessed remarkable agility. Hyper Beam, Su Jingfeng commanded. This Hyper Beam served as both a defensive maneuver and a new offensive strike. Bankiris opened its massive jaws, a stream of saliva glistening between its sharp teeth, as a terrifying surge of energy coalesced within its maw. A pure white beam, as thick as a thigh, erupted from Bankiris, slicing through the air filled with sand and debris, akin to white paint restoring a soiled canvas to its pristine state. Once struck by the Hyper Beam, anything would revert to pure white, ultimately dissipating into the void. Such was the awe-inspiring effect of Bankiris' Hyper Beam on Su Yuan. Dodge it. Dr. Kukui reacted instantly, calling for quick attack. Just as the Hyper Beam was about to strike Lucario, a radiant white light enveloped its form, and in a blink, its speed surged dramatically. Boom. Lucario darted around the battlefield, evading the attack, while the Hyper Beam followed closely behind, leaving deep gashes in the arena, which could withstand tons of impact. Now marred by the destructive force, the Hyper Beam is indeed fearsome. How impressive! Xiao Guang exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape. This was the first time she had witnessed such power in a Hyper Beam. Those who hold the title of gym leader are certainly no weaklings. Su Yuan nodded, jesting. Those who frequently criticize gym leaders online would never fathom just how much leeway these leaders allowed during their initial challenges. However, once the Hyper Beam concluded, Bankiris found itself in peril. Su Yuan's tone turned anxious. His stance was peculiar. He wished for Dr. Kukui's victory yet did not desire Su Jingfeng to lose too swiftly. After all, gym leaders represent the strength of the regional alliance, second only to the Elite Four and the champion. Nevertheless, his concerns were evidently unwarranted. As the pure white beam dissipated, Bankiris panted heavily in place. The energy required to execute the Hyper Beam was immense, leaving it momentarily immobilized. The opportunity had arrived. A glimmer sparked in Kukui's eyes. The purpose of maneuvering with quick attack was to await this fleeting moment of vulnerability. Close in using quick attack, Dr. Kukui bellowed, instinctively adopting a combat stance before unleashing a finishing move. Once again, white light enveloped Lucario, and in an instant, it was at Bankiris' side. But what? Doctor? Kukui was taken aback as Bankiris transformed into red light, returning to its Pokeball. Next to where Bankiris had stood, Su Jingfeng appeared. Had he stealthily approached Bankiris amid the chaos of the sandstorm and Hyper Beam? In that instant, Dr. Kukui realized that Su Jingfeng intended to recall Bankiris before Lucario could launch its attack. Trainers can interrupt the battlefield at will, a common occurrence in world tournaments. After all, in such a vast arena, if a trainer merely stood still, giving commands, who could ensure that their Pokémon actually adhered to those commands? Of course, intruding upon the battlefield carries a certain degree of risk, a burden that the trainer must bear. Yet, those who can battle alongside their Pokémon deserve the title of Pokémon trainer. That is what true bond means. However, instructing Pokémon to attack the opposing trainer remains an illegal act within the competition. Suppressing the energy that threatened to erupt within, Lucario refrained from executing close combat. Returning to a poised stance before Dr. Kukui, let the second round of battle commence. After recalling Bankiris, Su Jingfeng swiftly produced a second Pokeball. The previous encounter was merely a reconnaissance, granting him a clearer understanding of Dr. Kukui's capabilities. The true battle was only just beginning. From the audience, Su Yuan suddenly spoke up. Despite the earlier fierce exchange, neither side sustained any injuries. It was likely an assessment of each other's true strength. What follows is the actual commencement of this contest. Such a level of combat was merely a means to gauge the opponent. Not even Lilia, let alone Xiao Guang, could conceal their shock. Was this the battle of the world's top Pokémon trainers? Strangely, Xiao Guang felt a surge of restlessness within her, her blood boiling with excitement, much like Su Yuan beside her. As the sandstorm lingered, the sky welcomed its sovereign, shielded by the swirling debris. A Pokémon resembling a Cretaceous pterosaur appeared in the air, its deep gray body and quivering wings, its razor-sharp claws seeming to tear through space itself. Upon witnessing the emergence of the fossil pterosaur, Dr. Kukui's expression shifted, as if struck by a sudden realization. Lucario used Bullet Punch to stop it. With sand and debris swirling around, relying solely on sight might hinder one's ability to pinpoint the fossil pterosaur's position. Yet, Lucario was different. It closed its eyes, instantly extending its aura, constructing a comprehensive mental map of the terrain. With a swift propulsion of its legs, Lucario shot forward with the speed of a bullet, precisely locking onto the location of the fossil pterosaur. The wind howled as the fossilized pterosaur soared through the skies, its massive wings beating to create astonishing gales. If one were to magnify that form, it would be no exaggeration to deem it the legendary Aerodactyl, crowned as the deity of wind. Just as Lucario's bullet punch was about to reach the fossilized wings, a sudden powerful gust surged forth. In an instant, Lucario lost control of its body and was sent hurtling backward at tremendous speed. Mid-flight, its form dissolved into a crimson light, returning to Professor Kukui's Pokeball. The move, Whirlwind. TSK. Dr. Kukui clicked his tongue in anticipation and swiftly released his Braviary. Before the valiant eagle could even assess the battlefield situation, a massive boulder, just fading from visibility, came hurtling straight toward its flight path. Thud. A disastrous start. The rock-type move inflicted substantial damage upon the brave bird. Too late now. Professor Kukui watched the vanishing boulders on his side of the field, a bead of sweat tracing down his cheek. Now all he could do was trust in his brave bird. Defog. Chapter 75. The Braviary's last stand on the other side of the battlefield. The Stealth Rock strategy unfolded. To ensure that Lily and Dawn could grasp the unfolding situation, Yuan took on the role of commentator. After scattering invisible, floating rock fragments across the opponent's field, he utilized moves like Whirlwind to forcibly switch out the opposing Pokémon, dealing significant damage to any subsequent entries. Unlike Spikes, Stealth Rock could harm airborne Pokémon and even benefited from type effectiveness. In this world, while few battle strategies had been fully developed, some had reached a refined state, Stealth Rock and Spikes being among the most polished. Yuan observed the Braviary, its expression twisted in pain, and remarked calmly. Though Braviary could remove the Stealth Rock with Defog, having already taken damage upon entry, it likely wouldn't survive a single strike from Aerodactyl now. Yet if Dr. Kukui recalled Braviary, Aerodactyl would simply lay down more Stealth Rock. Thus, the doctor had no choice but to rely on Braviary to decisively defeat Aerodactyl here. Otherwise, the battle ahead would grow increasingly arduous. This logic was clear to Yuan, and surely Su Zhenfeng, the rock-type gym leader, understood it as well. Against a grounded Pokémon, the strategy might have been simpler, but forcing out a Braviary wary of Whirlwind was no easy feat, so he abandoned further attempts to Whirlwind away the Stealth Rock. With Aerodactyl holding both type and stamina advantages, there was no reason to retreat from Braviary. Tactics were his forte, but head-on clashes? That too was his strength. Eagles and pterosaurs circled menacingly overhead, their predatory gazes locked onto the battlefield. Yuan understood. Both sought to exploit the slightest opening in their opponent's defenses. However, the warrior eagle's speed could not match the prehistoric swiftness of the Aerodactyl. To seize the initiative, increasing mobility was imperative. Yuan analyzed the duel with razor focus, fully immersed in the tactical flow. Yet the predicament remained. The Aerodactyl too possessed speed-enhancing techniques. If his deductions proved correct, Kukui and Su Zhenfeng would inevitably employ Tailwind next. Behind the two Pokémon, fierce winds surged as they unfurled their mighty wings. Riding the tempestuous currents, Braviary and Aerodactyl doubled their speed in an instant. Stone Edge. The fossilized pterosaur let out a thunderous roar as swirling sands and stones coalesced around its form, sharpening into jagged rocks. With a mighty tremor of its wings, its ferocious gaze locked onto the valiant eagle's silhouette. Whoosh, the eagle soared through the heavens. The jagged cliffs loomed ever larger in the fierce eagle's piercing gaze. Fearless and valiant, its mighty wings took on a steely hue as they crossed before its body, carving a razor-sharp through the resisting air with a single decisive slash. With its steel wings shattering the jagged rocks, the valiant Braviary did not halt its momentum. Amidst a resounding, spirited cry, its speed surged once more. This was the technique of agility. Yuan affirmed with certainty, yet an indistinct unease lingered within him. It was a palpable sense of incongruity, though the precise source of this disquiet eluded articulation. Wait, what was that? Suddenly, Yuan's attention was riveted upon the talons of the valiant eagle. The interlocking claws, honed against each other, now reflected a sinister gleam that spoke of malice. The triple enhancement of speed, assault, and precision ensures the warrior eagle's next maneuver shall be an onslaught of unparalleled ferocity. It folded its wings, reducing the resistance caused by air friction, diving down with a momentum that surpassed even an arrow released from its bowstring. The mighty warrior eagle erupted in a dazzling white radiance, lifting its noble head high with eyes ablaze with unyielding conviction. A type disadvantage? So what? I shall still triumph over you. Brave bird attack. Su Jingfeng was slightly taken aback, never expecting Kukui to adopt such a direct and confrontational approach. In an instant, he abandoned his plan to enhance Aerodactyl's speed. Face it head-on, Su Jingfeng shouted. Utilize the sharp stones to form a protective shield around your body. The fossil pterosaur summoned sand and stones, enveloping its entire body to form a spiked rocky armor, exuding an aura reminiscent of its ancient kin. Gathering speed, it fearlessly charged toward the diving braviary in a head-on collision. In truth, this technique was not an original creation of Su Jingfeng, but rather one he had surreptitiously learned, and the true master of it stood observing nearby. The attack, reminiscent of Leaf Blade, yet evolved from Razor Leaf, truly dazzled him. After some experimentation, he refined it into this current form. The enhanced stone edge proved exceptionally compatible with his Aerodactyl. While other Pokémon would suffer severe recoil damage from executing this move, his Aerodactyl was different. With its rockhead ability, it could entirely negate the backlash of the technique. Something still feels off. Su Yuan gazed at the brave bird, his brow slightly furrowed. The next instant, his mouth fell open in astonishment. No, this wasn't right. Rarely did anything catch him by surprise, but Professor Kukui had just managed to do so. What happened to the promised clash of moves? Su Yuan stood dumbfounded, while Lily at his side twitched the corner of her mouth imperceptibly. The reason was simple. At the very moment when Braviary was about to collide with Aerodactyl, its body suddenly banked sideways, narrowly skimming past the prehistoric creature. Then, spreading its wings once more, Braviary arrested its descent and mustered all its strength to execute an iron head attack, capitalizing on its superior velocity. It overtook Aerodactyl from behind and delivered a devastating blow directly to the fossil Pokémon's underbelly. The strike proved super effective. Su Yuan gazed at the fossilized Aerodactyl lying on the ground, then shifted his glance to Kukui, with a quiet sigh in his heart. He thought, who would have imagined that beneath your seemingly carefree exterior lies the cunning mind of a seasoned trickster? The situation on the battlefield shifted with lightning speed. Though Su Jingfeng was momentarily astonished by Kukui's sudden tactical alteration, he maintained his composure with unshaken serenity. Roost. The fossilized pterosaur trembled as it struggled to rise, the once majestic aura cloak slipping silently from its form. Having temporarily relinquished its flying attributes to land and recuperate, this ancient winged warrior still possessed formidable battle prowess. This confrontation was far from concluded. Kukui raised his arms in a triumphant call, declaring that the moment had arrived to vanquish it with close combat. The brave eagle swiftly descended upon the fossil pterosaur. I've been waiting for you. Su Jingfeng anticipated this moment, commanding, hold firm, then counter with Thunder Fang. With the loss of its flying attributes protection, the weaknesses of the fighting type were inevitably exposed. To ensure a stable victory over the fossil pterosaur, the brave eagle's chosen moves would undoubtedly be limited to either close combat or sheer force. Sparks flew as the eagle's talons scraped against the translucent barrier. Yet before the brave eagle could withdraw, it was caught in the gaping jaws of the fossil pterosaur. Electricity surged through the air. Su Jingfeng had barely begun to smile when he witnessed the brave eagle, ensnared by the fossil pterosaur, deflate like a punctured balloon with a soft pop before vanishing. In that instant, Su Yuan and Su Jingfeng grasped the reality of the situation. The sandstorm brought forth by the Tyranitar gradually subsided, and the visibility for the spectators began to improve. In the sky on the opposite side of the arena, the brave eagle was descending rapidly. Close combat. This time, the fossil pterosaur could not withstand the damage inflicted by the brave eagle and collapsed onto the battlefield, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. In the first clash, Dr. Kukui narrowly triumphed. Chapter 76. The Diglett stands proud amidst the sandstorm. In just a few rounds of confrontation, Su Yuan had gleaned invaluable insights. He had discerned the source of his earlier discomfort. Under the sandstorm conditions, the visibility for both sides had already been significantly reduced. And with the brave eagle moving rapidly in the high altitude, it was no wonder that no one had noticed its presence. Su Yuan pieced together the clues. He had misjudged earlier. The brave eagle had not executed 2 moves, but rather 3: high-speed movement, claw sharpening, and the most lethal of all, the substitute. It was likely that even before sharpening its claws, the brave eagle had already concealed itself in the higher reaches of the sandstorm. Turning to Dr. Kukui, Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel at his prowess. Truly, He deserved the title of master in the Alola region, excelling not only in academia, but also in battle. However, it seemed that the brave eagle might have exhausted its strength. The damage from the stealth rock and the energy spent to create the substitute were considerable burdens for the brave eagle. Furthermore, in a sandstorm, all Pokémon except for those of steel, rock, and ground types were continuously subjected to damage. Well done, brave eagle, Kukui said softly, recalling it into its Pokeball. Now, rest well. A smile graced Kukui's face as he felt the gentle tremor of the Pokeball. Let us commence our third round. Snorlax, use Ice Punch. As the battle intensified and the arena suffered increased damage, the obstructing rocks compelled Kukui to advance to command the battlefield. Snorlax inhaled deeply, swinging its fist as frost emanated from its Ice Punch. Su Zhongfeng's expression shifted as he realized that Snorlax's Ice Punch was no easy blow to absorb. Use Dig. Boom. The Ice Punch missed the Sandaconda, instead freezing the ground into a layer of ice crystals. Stay alert. Not only Snorlax, but Kukui too was searching for the Sandaconda's whereabouts. Suddenly, sand erupted behind Snorlax as the Sandaconda leapt into action, launching an ambush on Snorlax's unguarded back. It struck true. Snorlax let out a cry of pain. Yet such an attack was not enough to inflict significant damage. But it wasn't over. Su Zhongfeng shouted, constrict Snorlax, then coil around it. The Sandaconda flicked its tongue, its serpentine body uncoiling from its usual spiral to ensnare Snorlax's massive frame tightly. The rough scales rubbed against Snorlax as the Sandaconda constricted fiercely. With the force of its coil, the constriction exerted an effect beyond Su Zhongfeng's imagination. This combination move had been a spur-of-the-moment inspiration, stemming from Su Yuan's earlier insights. This was a constriction even Snorlax could not escape. The harder Snorlax struggled, the tighter the Sandaconda's grip became. Use Body Slam. In that critical moment, Kukui had a flash of inspiration. If escape was impossible, then why not embrace the situation? By relying on its weight instead of strength, Snorlax could execute a Body Slam, perfectly countering its current predicament. What was it like to be crushed beneath the weight of a 920-pound behemoth? Not even a Shawnaid could withstand it, let alone the fortified Sandaconda. The intense pain radiating from every part of its body forced the Sandaconda to loosen its grip, nearly rendering it unconscious. With a final effort, the Sandaconda expelled the sands within its body and succumbed, losing its fighting capability. The sandstorm surged once more. The score on the battlefield stood at 4-2. Following the brave eagle, Dr. Kukui's Snorlax had single-handedly defeated the Day Form Lycanroc, Cradle Lily, and Sandaconda. This proved that one should never underestimate a hefty opponent. For when it unleashed its fury, it could indeed be invincible. Can we continue? Kukui approached Snorlax, inquiring. Snorlax. The creature replied, indicating it could still endure. It then retrieved an oran berry hidden within its fur, beginning to munch on it. Resourcefulness. With this ability, Snorlax could maintain its endurance in battle. 4-2. Lily whispered, struggling to believe the score. Despite the fierce competition, this score seemed almost surreal. The doctor still had 4 Pokémon capable of fighting against 2. It seemed impossible for him to lose. Yet, an inexplicable unease lingered in Lily's heart. She unconsciously turned to Su Yuan, asking, does this mean the doctor will win? It was a strange feeling. Though she had only recently met him, Su Yuan's judgments resonated with her. It felt as though as long as he said it was possible, the doctor would surely prevail. Because this feeling lacked any basis, it left Lily perplexed. Perhaps it stemmed from Su Yuan's earlier premonitions during his explanations. Not necessarily. Su Yuan replied, withholding affirmation. As far as I know, aside from the most representative Tyranitar, Su Zhongfeng has other key Pokémon, one of which is the fossil pterosaur. Su Yuan's meaning was simple. He believed that neither the Dayform Lycanroc nor the Cradle Lily and Sandaconda were Su Zhongfeng's main Pokémon. If I'm not mistaken, Su Zhongfeng's trump card Pokémon is likely one that can stand shoulder to shoulder with his Tyranitar, the Diglett, a Pokémon resembling a mole, adorned with several sharp, glistening claws as hard as steel, emerged on the battlefield, its fierce gaze fixed defiantly upon Snorlax. Once again, Lily was astounded as she beheld the newly summoned Dugtrio. She found herself harboring the same thoughts as those she had previously entertained regarding Xiaoguang. Could Su Yuan truly be just a novice trainer? Is it reasonable for a rookie trainer to anticipate the moves of a master-level Pokémon trainer with such precision? After a few moments of contemplation, Lily silently mourned for the fate of her fellow novice trainer, Su Yuan, redirecting her attention to the arena. She witnessed Su Zhongfeng's commanding shout as Dugtrio began to dance gracefully, executing a sword's dance. The sandstorm whipped against Dugtrio's form, yet it inflicted not a single scratch. On the contrary, the sandstorm proved to be a boon for Dugtrio, akin to a fish in water. Its ability, Sand Veil, granted it doubled speed amidst the tempest. Snorlax, use Bulk Up. The sheer power of Bulk Up was formidable, and should Snorlax manage to land a hit on Dugtrio, one would not suffice, 10,000 Dugtrios would fall. However, that was contingent upon hitting the target. Dugtrio possessed an undeniable speed advantage, rendering Snorlax unable to draw near. Continue the Swords Dance. With the completion of its second Swords Dance, Dugtrio's momentum surged. Yuan. Defensively, Snorlax prepared itself. Zacian adeptly anticipated Kukui's move. Maintaining distance as Dugtrio executed a third Swords Dance, its aura reaching a crescendo. Then, the ground trembled violently. Dugtrio unleashed an earthquake, ensuring it remained outside Snorlax's reach while inflicting damage. Protect. A translucent barrier ignited before Snorlax. Yet it was futile. Boom. The second earthquake followed swiftly. The barrier shattered. Snorlax was hurled out of the arena, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The sandstorm raged on. Dugtrio stood proudly within the tempest. Tell me, who is the true Earth Dragon? Chapter 77, Untitled Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the arena. Amidst the swirling sands, Dugtrio's relatively diminutive stature somehow felt suffocating. Time seemed to stretch. Xiaoguang swallowed hard, her voice trembling. The power of Snorlax was evident to all, although it had fought 3 battles consecutively. Its energy was beginning to wane. Yet, supported by berries and recuperative items, it was not in a completely depleted state, at least maintaining a robust condition. Even so, it could not withstand 2 assaults from Dugtrio. Was this truly the might of a gym leader? While Yuan had anticipated that Dugtrio would defeat Snorlax, he had not expected it to be so effortlessly accomplished. However, this was not what surprised him most. The true terror of Dugtrio lay in its ability to evade Snorlax's assaults while simultaneously enhancing itself through Swords Dance. The attacks in question were not limited to close-range contact moves. Even Fire Blast, Hydro Pump, Blizzard, and Hyper Beam failed to connect with Dugtrio. Exhibiting its speed advantage to perfection, this battle was akin to a complete domination. As Snorlax was sent flying, Kokui sprang into action, rushing to check on the unconscious Snorlax. Thankfully, it appeared to be unharmed, merely in need of rest. Exhaling in relief, Kokui returned Snorlax to its Pokeball, his admiration for Dugtrio growing even further. Clearly, had Dugtrio unleashed its full strength, Snorlax would have suffered far worse injuries. To elevate its power to the limit while maintaining such control was a testament to the prowess of one of the top gym leaders in the Huaxia Alliance. Kokui marveled, contemplating his next strategy. Empoleon. Upon witnessing the Pokémon Kokui summoned, Xiaoguang's Empoleon suddenly cried out. The regal penguin, exuding an air of nobility, commanded attention. As Empoleon's final evolutionary form, Xiaoguang was well aware of its magnificence. It truly is magnificent, she murmured, albeit with a touch of regret. Yet it has lost all its adorableness. Xiaoguang smiled sweetly at her Empoleon. Empoleon, Empoleon. Yuan turned in astonishment, observing Xiaoguang and her Empoleon. Given her tone, was she truly considering not allowing Empoleon to evolve? Surely not. He shook his head, refocusing on the match. This wasn't an anime. Roar. Faced with a powered-up opponent. Using Roar to force Dugtrio to switch with Tyranitar was indeed a wise strategy. However, since Su Zhongfeng had allowed Dugtrio to power up, he was likely prepared for such forced switch maneuvers. Dodge quickly. No intricate command was necessary. Merely relying on its speed, Dugtrio easily evaded the shockwave from Roar. With Roar failing to connect, Kokui's expression remained unchanged. He had expected to rely on Roar to force Dugtrio out. Kokui extended his right hand, raindrops falling upon it. If I cannot best you in this sandstorm, then I shall change the weather to rain. With that, the temperature around Empoleon plummeted as it unleashed an icy wind capable of instantly freezing raindrops. The chilling gust swept across the damp ground, forming a thin layer of ice. Crack. Dugtrio's metallic claws slashed through the icy wind. A barely perceptible frost settled upon its fur, quickly washed away by the rain. Unperturbed, it raised its right claw and plunged it downward, causing the ground to tremble once more. Earthquake. In the midst of using Yuan, Empoleon had not even the time to activate Protect before being sent flying from the arena. Another instant defeat. Lily's pupils constricted, her unease intensifying. No. Could my prediction be coming true? A 2 versus 4 counterattack? Despite her lack of understanding regarding Pokémon battles, the current situation was apparent to any observer. After all, a Dugtrio that had undergone 3 Swords Dances was unstoppable. However, this battle was not entirely beyond hope. Yuan observed Dugtrio, teetering precariously, stating, Empoleon's final yawn should have landed on Dugtrio. As a common flaw among offensive Pokémon, Dugtrio's defenses were notably fragile. Once Dugtrio succumbed to slumber, both Incineroar and Lucario could easily dispatch it. Nevertheless, Yuan stroked his chin, considering the possibility that gym leader Su Zhengfeng might be employing a baiting strategy. After being struck by Yuan, it seems rather peculiar not to promptly recall the head muncher. Is it the desire for the attack bonus from Sword Dance? Truly unnecessary. To be honest, the sight of the head muncher lying on the field, slumbering, is undeniably tempting for Kukui at this moment. Yet, he harbors fear. If the head muncher is not actually asleep, then carelessly excluding the Blaziken or Lucario could lead to a swift demise from an earthquake. But what if it is indeed true? Taking a deep breath, Kukui decides that playing it safe would be the wisest course of action. The rain continues to pour. Upon observing the Pokémon Kukui has just released, Su Zhengfeng realizes his hopes have been dashed. His head muncher is indeed awake. To prevent Yuan from dissuading it, he had deliberately equipped it with a citrus berry. As he watches the Venusaur preparing to unleash its move, Su Zhengfeng can no longer hold back. Earthquake. The head muncher opens its eyes, swipes a claw, and the powerful tremor collides with the ground's vibrations, gradually gaining the upper hand. Boom. A fierce gust of wind erupts before Venusaur. The head muncher, with a piercing gaze, prepares to unleash Earthquake once more. It has spotted the barrier, shimmering faintly amidst the explosion's haze. The cold rain pelting down upon the head muncher is bone-chilling, and the previous layer of frost thickens. The chill numbs its nerves. This is the additional effect brought by icy wind, reducing its speed. A prime opportunity. Kukui shouts, Weather Ball. A white energy sphere is ejected from Venusaur's mouth. And upon contact with the rain-soaked air, it instantly transforms into a brilliant azure. Weather Ball can change its attribute according to the prevailing weather, doubling its power. Boom. The azure Weather Ball explodes upon the head muncher, sending it flying. Venusaur is also caught in the blast. Ultimately, the head muncher manages to unleash Earthquake. Both sides lose their combat capability simultaneously. Moreover, today's performance is truly lacking. Chapter 78. Do you even understand Pokémon? Swapping out Su Yuan gazes blankly at the exhausted Venusaur and head muncher that have collapsed simultaneously on the field. It is worth noting that, under the speed-reducing interference of icy wind, Venusaur's Weather Ball was bound to strike first, and the slow effect also prevented the head muncher from evading the attack's range. If there had been the slightest hesitation, the situation would have transformed into a victory for Venusaur and a defeat for the head muncher. The fact that the head muncher could unleash Earthquake in such circumstances speaks volumes about its exceptional training. Though both are a trio, when compared to Snorlax, the head muncher resembles a demigod of battle. Only one Pokémon remains. Lily AI watches the battlefield intently, her fist clenched tightly, her heart racing. In competitions, this stage often proves to be the most nerve-wracking for spectators, reminiscent of the finals. As Tyranitar re-enters the fray, the rain gradually subsides, and a sandstorm brews anew. Unlike Su Zhengfeng, who has only one Pokémon left, Dr. Kukui still possesses two, Lucario and Blaziken. Su Yuan gazes at Tyranitar, and merely observing its mountainous form evokes a profound sense of pressure. Even though Kukui's Pokémon hold a numerical advantage, there is no assurance of victory. The reason Su Zhengfeng's representative Pokémon is Tyranitar rather than the head muncher ultimately stems from the disparity in strength. Furthermore, the support Pokémon, Blaziken, has also fought in earlier rounds and is not in optimal condition. Thus, sending Lucario into battle is the most prudent choice. Whether victory is attainable hinges on this decisive confrontation. Su Yuan murmurs softly, contemplating this initial and final showdown. Su Zhengfeng steps forward, beset by both sandstorm and downpour, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, this does not diminish the fervor burning within him. Battling against master trainers from other regions ignites an unparalleled passion. I implore you, Tyranitar. Su Zhengfeng retrieves Tyranitar's evolution stone and calls out to Kukui. Allow me to showcase our ultimate power. Tyranitar shifts, positioning itself before Su Zhengfeng to shield him from the oncoming barrage of sand. Kukui is no better off than Su Zhengfeng. His white lab coat now caked in dirt. What a fortunate turn of events. Kukui extends his right arm, revealing a bracelet-like adornment. Engaging in a full-force battle with a gym leader is precisely the purpose of his journey. Regardless of the outcome, this is the manifestation of our heart, our strength, our spirit. An astonishing radiance emanates from Kukui's bracelet. Simultaneously, a glow bursts forth from Su Zhengfeng's wrist. The light envelopes their Pokémon, and Lucario and Tyranitar undergo a second evolution. Lucario's surface becomes adorned with additional black stripes, and the fur behind its head grows denser. Its skin darkens, its feet turn red, and its previously ivory fur lengthens, with its thighs becoming slimmer. More spikes sprout from its hands and feet. Meanwhile, Tyranitar, engulfed in energy, sprouts 6 irregular spikes along its sides. The spikes atop its head transform into a single sharp horn, while those at the back of its neck shorten and the spikes at the sides elongate along its brow. Its knees protrude with spikes, its tail lengthens, and the 4 spikes at its tip grow outward. The shell on its abdomen and back shifts from blue to red, brimming with ferocious energy, endowing it with unprecedented strength. This is evolution beyond evolution. Evolution. Aura Sphere. Lucario's eyes snap open, a tremendous surge of aura coalescing in its hands. If in its normal state it is known as the Aura Warrior, now, fully awakened, it stands as a champion capable of vanquishing the fiercest beasts. With its evolution, Lucario's aura intensifies, and the Aura Sphere is launched towards Tyranitar, its momentum rivaling that of a previously unleashed Hyper Beam. Shadow Claw. Tyranitar dismisses the Aura Sphere with indifference, conjuring a claw of shadows to grasp the incoming attack. An Aura Warrior, you say? Tyranitar disperses the Aura Sphere, its eyes ablaze with ferocity. Hydro Pump. At Su Jingfen's command, a torrent of water energy erupts from Tyranitar's mouth, forming a terrifying vortex, often regarded as a mobile disaster. Its power extends beyond mere brute force. It embodies a natural calamity, a beast capable of summoning storms. The colossal vortex surges forth, and if Lucario is ensnared within, its fate is sealed. Utilizing Quick Attack to breach the vortex, Lucario's pride lies not only in its aura but also in its unmatched speed. A brilliant light envelopes Lucario, signaling the successful activation of Quick Attack. However, as Lucario brushed past the swirling vortex, an enormous whirlpool abruptly erupted. It was quite jarring, reminiscent of a Pokémon struggling to harness its powers, only to lose control. The thought briefly crossed Kukui's mind that the move had failed, but he quickly dismissed it. A sense of unease washed over him. Get out of there, he thought, but before he could utter the words, Su Jingfeng had already issued another command. Thunder. Su Jingfeng anticipated Lucario's movements. A blinding flash of electricity surged from Tyranitar's body, its powerful current resembling a monstrous serpent, menacingly lunging towards Lucario. However, it would be more accurate to say it targeted the dissipating vortex beside Lucario. Zing. The electric discharge intertwined with the dispersed water vapor, wrapping around Lucario. A considerable amount of steam evaporated, billowing into the air. Lucario, struck by the thunder, staggered. What a pity, Su Jingfeng sighed softly. If he had been just a bit closer to Lucario, a single earthquake would have been sufficient to bring it down. The combination of thunder and the vortex was merely a clever tactic. He did not believe that employing the same strategy would lead to victory over Kukui's Lucario. To secure triumph, he needed to find a way to restrain Lucario's speed. Thunder Wave, Su Yuan murmured. After observing the battle for some time, he felt he could finally grasp some of the rhythm. Completely disregarding the turn-based mechanics of the game and considering Tyranitar's skill set, he was confident that Su Jingfeng's next move would likely be Thunder Wave. Indeed, Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. It was his first encounter with a Thunder Wave Tyranitar. After all, in both his past life and the present, who would equip Tyranitar with Thunder Wave in the game? If he had seen a Thunder Wave Tyranitar in game, he would undoubtedly have questioned, do you even understand Pokémon? However, in the realm of reality, a Thunder Wave Tyranitar was not without merit. The potent electric waves erupted from Tyranitar's body, and Su Jingfeng knew that the opportunity to diminish Lucario's speed was limited to this moment. Only now, while thunder inflicted damage on Lucario, could the Thunder Wave have a chance to ensnare it. With its incredible speed, Lucario could only be matched by a select few Pokémon. If the Thunder Wave connected, it would essentially seal the formula for victory. Indeed, Tyranitar was 4 times weak to fighting-type moves. Not only would Lucario, with its adaptability ability, triumph over it, but even without that trait, Tyranitar would still struggle to withstand a powerful fighting-type attack. Conversely, Lucario, being relatively frail, could not endure Tyranitar's earthquake or superpower. Both sides possessed the ability to determine the outcome with a single strike. Imitate, Su Yuan and Kukui exclaimed in unison, as Lucario recovered from the electric shock. Its crimson eyes reflected the approaching Thunder Wave and the recently unleashed Tyranitar. Zing. A powerful thunder wave surged around Lucario, the paralysis sensation quickly spreading throughout its body. Tyranitar's already sluggish speed became even more impaired. This was preparatory work for the imminent arrival of Incineroar. Su Yuan smirked, sensing what was to come. Perhaps Kukui's true trump card was indeed Incineroar. Even if it wasn't, the intimidation factor and fierce threats from Incineroar could serve as a strategic pivot. Switching to Incineroar previously might have posed some risks, but the presence of Thunder Wave now provided Incineroar with greater maneuverability against Tyranitar. Meanwhile, Su Jingfeng furrowed his brow. Kukui's sudden imitation had caught him off guard. Then, a plan formed in his mind as he shouted to Tyranitar, Dragon Dance. Roar. Tyranitar let out a chilling roar, ignoring the electric currents that coiled around it as it began its dance. Another enhancement strategy? A thought flashed through Kukui's mind, and he quickly reacted. Quick Attack. Then use Close Combat to interrupt it. We cannot allow Tyranitar to power up. Kukui silently vowed, recalling the formidable side of Sceptile after it successfully executed Dragon Dance. A powered-up Tyranitar would be even more terrifying. Lucario accelerated. Though its speed was largely hampered by the Thunder Wave, its opponent was also in a state of paralysis. As long as it did not trigger the paralysis effect, it was confident it could interrupt Tyranitar before it completed its Dragon Dance. Tyranitar, abandon the Dragon Dance and defend. Su Jingfeng's eyes glimmered with determination. A translucent barrier appeared before Tyranitar, causing Lucario's close combat to miss its target. Capture it, and use Fire Fang. Su Jingfeng commanded. For Lucario was truly his primary target. Tyranitar's massive form lunged towards Lucario, directly seizing it in a powerful embrace. Its mouth opened wide, flames swirling around its sharp fangs. If this hit, it would likely incapacitate Lucario. Given its frail physique, the outcome was all but certain. Lucario, use your legs for a forceful kick. Kukui shouted as he rushed into the fray, holding a Pokeball in his right hand. Bang! Lucario delivered a powerful kick. The aura of its power surging within Tyranitar and violently impacting its body. Simultaneously, Tyranitar's Fire Fang grazed Lucario, causing a minor injury, yet it still inflicted significant damage. Hiss! This can trigger a burn? Su Yuan gazed in disbelief at the area where Lucario had been struck by Fire Fang, flames flickering from the wound. Why does my Fire Fang always return, Lucario? Kukui raised the Pokeball, recalling Lucario, which had succumbed to a burn and lost its ability to contend with Tyranitar. Although Lucario was typically a dual-threat Pokémon, its waning stamina would not allow it to remain in battle any longer. I'm counting on you, Incineroar. Kukui looked at the Pokémon standing before him. His gaze resolute. Perhaps his command skills were not as sharp as Su Jingfeng's, but he equally believed in his Pokémon. The bond between trainer and Pokémon was undeniable. The proof of this was the impending Fist of Fury. Incineroar unleashed a ferocious glow, preparing to execute the intimidation attack that would surely invoke fear. Simultaneously, a deafening roar erupted from its mouth. Incineroar, if you don't intimidate first. Can you even call yourself Incineroar? Defend. Su Jingfeng almost instinctively shouted, conjuring a translucent shield before Tyranitar once more. However, to Su Jingfeng's astonishment, Incineroar advanced instead of retreating, its speed surging even further. Huh! Lily exclaimed, pointing her index finger toward Kukui's position. Kukui extracted a brown diamond-shaped crystal from his white lab coat, embedding it into the recess of the bracelet on his left wrist. This was the essence of the bond between humans and Pokémon, drawn forth by the forces of nature, hidden deep within. Kukui raised his head, at that moment seemingly becoming one with the Incineroar. I refer to it as power. Like a fighting-type Pokémon, it surged forth with extraordinary vigor, a strange radiance emanating from Kukui, and this force flowed through him into Incineroar's body. Roar. Unmatched, full-power punch. Empowered by this force, the raw strength that Incineroar had harnessed transcended into a far more formidable move. Banjirasu dodge. Su Jingfeng's complexion shifted dramatically as he shouted urgently. Sparks crackled around Banjirasu, triggering its paralysis effect. Boom. Incineroar unleashed a punch. A move infused with the entirety of Kukui's and Incineroar's strength, shattering the barrier before Banjirasu. Banjirasu's hefty form was sent flying out of the arena, crashing heavily against the protective shield and falling into unconsciousness. Banjirasu has lost the ability to battle. Haha. Kukui panted slightly, acknowledging that while the move's power was immensely greater than any Pokémon move encountered thus far, it was exceedingly taxing on both trainer and Pokémon. He named it thus because the letter represents the term full power in the Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh regions, and it ranks at the end of all letters in the Alola region, signifying an end. A strike from the trainer and Pokémon, expending all their strength, can conclude the match and secure victory. Grateful for the generous donation of 6,666 coins from the Solitary Peak, he expressed his heartfelt thanks. Chapter 8, Lily. Let us try a Pokémon battle. Having won, Lily let out a sigh of relief, a smile returning to her face as the tension that had long been hanging over her dissipated. She felt it would be better for her to watch fewer such matches in the future. The fluctuations in her blood pressure had been overwhelming. What was the name of the move that Professor Kukui used last? Xiaoguang inquired, her curiosity piqued as the impact of the move left her astonished. She began to imagine a scene where her Pokémon, Pachima, delivered a powerful punch to send an opponent flying. Then, the Pokémon she knocked away suddenly transformed into Su Yuan midair. Xiaoguang was momentarily stunned. That's called a move. Su Yuan lightly patted his restless Ralts on the shoulder, noting that ever since they became acquainted with special effects dramas, his Pokémon's demeanor had grown peculiar. Xiaoguang. Haven't you played Pokémon Battle as well? The game includes explanations, doesn't it? although the company that developed it has been declining in recent years. At least the battle features unique to the Alola region and its exclusive Pokémon have all been incorporated into the game. Well, Xiaoguang said, a bit bashfully scratching her head. It's just that I've only played in the Sinnoh region. Hee, I see. Su Yuan sighed, acknowledging that for most gamers, it's typical to engage only with their own regional games, unless one has the desire to form a new team or experiment. Even professional trainers would not venture into the World Championships. After all, if tactical training is necessary, why not train in reality for better results? However, if I remember correctly, ISNT that move only usable in the Alola region? Su Yuan pondered, questioning the essence of the move, which is said to be a combination of the ultimate aura released by the legendary Necrozma and the forces of nature. Could it be that the Huaxia League also harbors a sleeping Necrozma? Su Yuan's mind wandered habitually as he unconsciously glanced at Lily. Don't look at me. Lily shook her head, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I'm just a Lily. How would I know such things? Perhaps my mother might know something. Rosamina? The image of the chairperson of the Ether Foundation flashed in Su Yuan's mind. I wonder which version of Rosamina exists in this world. The Rosamina from the anime and the one from the games are distinctly different. Oh well, Su Yuan mused for a moment before concluding a certain fact. No matter which version of Rosamina it is, I must delete that video of mine when I return. He vaguely recalled having once stated that he would always adore Rosamina. If that video were to be seen by Rosamina herself, it might not be too serious. But if Lily discovered it, Su Yuan felt that social death would be a minimum outcome. Who knows, one day he might even find himself confronted by his brother-in-law, Gladion. Faced with the Silvally that could switch forms mid-battle, Su Yuan felt uncertain about being able to secure a win. Let us head to the resting room and await the professor and Su Zhenfeng. In the resting room, some time had passed since the match concluded. The three of them were watching the match replay while waiting for Professor Kukui and gym leader Su Zhenfeng. After all, the match had involved both sandstorms and rain, which would be overwhelming for most. By the way, Su Yuan, you truly are impressive. Eventually, Lily managed to force herself to address Su Yuan with the honorific Mr., while a blush spread across her cheeks. How did you manage to predict Kukui's commands? This question had troubled her for quite some time. Although she was TA trainer herself, her work had exposed her to numerous trainers, ignoring the newly debuted novice trainers. Even those who had obtained 2 or 3 gym badges or had passed an island trial with a pure crystal were not as extraordinary as Su Yuan, a novice trainer. She had seen plenty of genius trainers, like her brother. Moreover, if one were to speak of strength, Xiaoguang was quite capable. However, comparing her to Su Yuan was to say they were not even in the same dimension. Xiaoguang, listening intently, also found herself intrigued by the question. Su Yuan paused in his task of tending to his Lurantis, reflecting on the memories that surfaced in his mind. Back then, his face hadn't been this dark. From being dirted by others to later dirtying others, Su Yuan had encountered myriad situations. In the end, he grew stronger, and his face darkened. It could only be said that the more experiences one had, the better one became. Perhaps this is the price of becoming stronger, Su Yuan mused. Chirp. Lurantis emitted an impatient sound. This is my time. You're still making time to watch others. All right. Su Yuan raised his hands again to attend to Lurantis. By the way, Lily's method is genuinely effective. The look of comfort on Lurantis' face attested to how beneficial it was. Thank you, Lily. Su Yuan smiled gently as he expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Ralts perched on his shoulder, its expression grew increasingly serious, sensing an unusual shift in the atmosphere. Subsequently, the serious expression on Ralts' face was swiftly replaced by a complex array of emotions. If it were Lily, Ralts twisted its small hands, its mind embroiled in an internal struggle. Although their time together had been brief, it harbored feelings for Lily. For instance, during moments of boredom within the confines of its Pokeball. It was Lily who had secretly released it for play. Despite not understanding why Lily seemed somewhat apprehensive of it, this did not hinder the fondness that blossomed within. Oh, I know nothing. I feel nothing. Ultimately, Ralts resolved to turn a blind eye to the situation. You too can become strong. A seemingly random remark from Su Yuan caused Lily's pupils to dilate slightly. Me? Is that really possible? She pondered uncertainly. This sentiment had never been expressed to her by either her mother or brother. It's impossible for someone like me, she thought. As remnants of her fear of wild Pokémon lingered in her heart. With such trepidation, even becoming a Pokémon trainer felt daunting, let alone growing stronger. But you still hold a passion for Pokémon, do you not? As long as you nurture that feeling, you can indeed become an exceptional Pokémon trainer. Su Yuan gestured toward the console resting on the table, suggesting, why not engage in a Pokémon battle? Let the game commence.